called on Mr. Carveth Wells, world traveler extraordinary. We asked him to select his favorite story for dramatization on this program. Well, he told us that his favorite actually had nothing to do with earthly travels at all. Its title, From the Earth to the Moon, by the Dean of all science fiction writers, Jules Verne. So for those of you who would like to travel 500,000 miles in the next half hour, here's Carveth Wells' favorite story.
Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, one of America's great stores, proudly originates this radio program for the nation. Favorite story.
This is the program which stars the story. And that means our star this week is Jules Verne's From the Earth to the Moon.
The story you are about to hear was written more than a half-century ago by a man whose mind belonged to the age of tomorrow. And so, while telling Jules Verne's tale basically as he wrote it, we're including a few modern phrases and present-day devices which we're sure Verne himself would include if he were adapting his own story for radio today. So here is Carveth Wells' favorite story, Act One.
When I, sitting, heard the astronomer where he lectured, with much applause in the lecture room, how soon, unaccountable, I became tired and sick, till rising and gliding out, I wandered off by myself in the mystical moist night air, and from time to time looked up in perfect silence at the stars.
There is?
Yes, Father?
What's that?
A poem.
A poem? It doesn't rhyme.
Mr. Walt Whitman's poems very often don't rhyme.
Mr. Walt Whitman. Cerise, how did you happen to pick that poem?
Oh, I don't know. When I brought coffee to you and Mr. Maston and Captain Nichol, you were talking about the moon. That may be what brought the poem to mind.
Cerise, my child, how far away do you think it is? The moon?
Oh, 1,000,000 miles.
Much nearer, much, much nearer. So near that your old father can reach out and touch it. Do you think I'm crazy?
No, Father.
Well, Nichol does. He thinks the war was too much for me and that I've worked too hard, that I'm going out of my senses. Well, when they learn tomorrow of the release I'm giving the press concerning a plan I have, a lot of people are going to agree with him.
Baltimore, Maryland. A rather startling news announcement has come from the office of Mr. E.J. Barbicane, president of Barbicane Industries, one of America's foremost producers of war material. The entire production capacity of Barbicane Industries, ladies and gentlemen, will be devoted to the manufacture of an apparatus for sending a rocket-propelled projectile into outer space to try to establish direct contact with the moon.
But what's the use of it, Barbicane, pouring $5 million into a completely profitless enterprise?
Nichol, you're profit mad. That's the trouble with this country. We've lost the frontier spirit. After all, why not explore this moon of ours? It may turn out to hold more profit than you think, Nichol. Mineral wealth, perhaps, and there may be inhabitants of some sort who will exchange ideas with us. Who knows?
Are you really serious?
Maston, Nichol, you are two of my oldest friends. We went through college together. For years, we've worked together to make Barbicane Industries one of the world's leading producers of guns and planes. Now comes the big chance. A chance to build something instead of blowing up something. And I want you with me on this. I need your enthusiasm. and your brains.
It's cockeyed, E.J., but I'm with you.
Oh, I'm not. You can't pull me into line with sentiment, Barbicane. I think you're moonstruck. And what's more, I'll bet you $5,000 your crazy projectile never gets outside the Earth's atmosphere. And I'll bet you 10,000 more that it never comes within 1,000 miles of the moon.
Nickel, it's a bet.
Well, I hope I lose. But I won't.
I hope you lose too, Captain. And I think you will.
Father.
Oh, yes, Cerise.
There's a phone call for you from Europe.
From Europe? Oh, well, I'll take it on this extension. Hello?
Hello, Monsieur Barbicane?
Yes, this is Barbicane speaking.
I am Michel Ardon. I am calling from Paris. Monsieur, have you completed your plans for your rocket to the moon?
No, the plans are not completed.
Good. You will have to revise them. Change all your blueprints. Make your projectile large enough to carry a human being.
Good Lord, why?
Because I, Michel Ardon, am going inside.
All Nations Airlines incoming flight 72, the Paris Express, now deplaning passengers at gate 9.
Do you think he'll be on this plane, Father?
Oh, the airline people have him on the passenger list. Now, how the devil am I going to handle this fellow?
How do you mean, handle him?
Cerise, I've got to talk him out of this insane idea of traveling to the moon inside my projectile.
But why?
Well, it would be like hitching a ride to a comet.
Ah, Monsieur Barbicane, I recognize you from your pictures.
Oh, yes, you're Ardin.
I am? It is so kind of you to meet me.
My pleasure. This is my daughter, Cerise.
My pleasure. Mademoiselle?
How do you do?
Well, let's get underway. Get your bags, Ardin. I have a cab waiting to take you to town.
Only a cab? What a pity. I thought you would have a rocket waiting to take me immediately to the moon.
The plan. I've checked all our data with the head of Cambridge Observatory. He assures us that an initial velocity of 1,200 yards per second will be enough to drive the projectile out of the Earth's gravitational field.
1,200 yards per second. That's how many miles an hour?
A little less than 2,500 miles an hour.
Ah, a good fast clip. And will I arrive at the moon by Christmas?
The projectile will arrive in about 4 days.
Considering the retarding action of the atmosphere, the projectile should strike the moon's surface at midnight of the 4th of December, after traveling 97 hours, 13 minutes, and 20 seconds.
I wonder if the Selenites will be glad to see me.
The who?
The Selenites, the inhabitants of the moon.
There are no inhabitants of the moon.
I do not believe it, and I'm going to find out.
Ardin, you're a fool. Time is short, and I refuse to change my plans to let you commit suicide. This is madness.
Monsieur Barbicane, in another age I should have been an explorer on this planet. A Columbus, a Marquette, a Balboa, perhaps. Now, if one should seek a new horizon, he must leave this earth. You see, monsieur, I am in my own way a seeker for immortality. I would be remembered as the Columbus of the interstellar space, the first man in history to bridge the vastness of the sea of sky.
I tell you, it's fantastic. Fantastic, impossible, and absurd.
Father?
Huh? Oh, hello, Cerise. I didn't know you were here.
I've been listening. Do you realize, Father, you sound just like Captain Nickel?
What?
Well, that's the way he talks to you about your ideas. And if Michel wants to explore a new frontier, as you call it, why should you stand in his way?
Your daughter, at least, seems to understand, monsieur.
But the shock. No human being can stand such an impact.
Then you will find a way to cushion that impact. I cannot believe that the Barbicane who marshaled the industrial forces of America to win a war can be defeated by such a mere technicality.
How can you argue with a man like that?
Then you will let him go in the projectile?
Well, yes. On one condition.
And what is that, monsieur?
I will let you know when the time comes.
1 minute, 40 seconds.
I'm sure you of the radio audience can hear in the background that voice on the public address system here at the launching platform. Only 100 seconds to the 0 hour.
the hour at which the intrepid young Frenchman, Michel Ardan, will be hurled into interplanetary space by Barbicane's jet-propelled rocket.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
There's a large crowd gathered here near the mouth of the huge gun, which will fire this man-carrying projectile to the moon. At least that's the hope of Barbicane and the scientists.
Michel, do be careful.
I have my vitamin pills, darling. There's absolutely nothing to worry about.
Oh, darling, is it?
Michel and I have been getting acquainted these past few weeks.
Michel, at the instant of fire, simply relax against the bulkhead. The hydraulic mechanism will absorb most of the shock.
I'll relax all right, Monsieur Maston. That's one thing I'm an expert at doing.
And Ardan, be sure to radio us when you leave the Earth's atmosphere.
Right, Captain.
That will be my signal to pay Barbicane $5,000 of the lost bet.
Well, you'll have to pay it to Cerise, Captain. I won't be here to collect it.
Where will you be, Father?
With Michel and the projectile.
You're both going?
Remember, I told Michel he could go on one condition. And this is the condition, that I accompany.
You'd better take your place, gentlemen. Only 40 seconds.
Well, goodbye, old friends. Maston, Nickel. Goodbye, Cerise.
Goodbye, Father.
Don't worry, Cerise. I'll take care of it.
30 seconds.
Au revoir, my darling.
Au revoir.
Come, Michel. To new frontiers.
To new frontiers.
20 seconds. 2-0. Clear the launching platform.
Stand by. Stand by. Prepare for
15
detonation.
seconds. 1-5. 1-4. 1-3.
The excitement
1-2.
here at the launching platform,
1-1.
ladies and gentlemen, is reaching a
10
fever.
seconds.
The crowd falls
9
back.
seconds.
The moon-bound
8
rocket
seconds.
is about to
7
take
seconds.
off.
6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2 seconds. 1 second.
Well, they're on their way.
It looks as if I've lost a bet, Maston.
I think you're going to lose another one, too. I think they'll reach the moon.
And can you imagine how the world will welcome them when they get home?
When they get home?
Yes. How long do you suppose it'll be before they come back to the Earth? A week? 10 days?
Come back? Didn't you know, Cerise? They're on a one-way ticket. They'll never come back.
Oh, you're wrong. I know you're wrong.
There is no launching platform on the moon. The fuel will be gone. No, Cerise. Resign yourself. We'll never see your father or Michel again.
But we will. If I hadn't been sure of that, I never would have encouraged them to go. I know very little of science, Mr. Maston, but in my woman's heart, I'm sure beyond all doubt, my father and Michel will return to Earth, and to me, alive.
In a moment, Act Two of Favorite Story, Jules Verne's From the Earth to the Moon. Annoying, isn't it, the repeated ringing of your doorbell? Bullocks asked you to imagine for a moment how annoying the sound would be if it were multiplied 152 times, 152 ringings of your doorbell, each one heralding a solicitation from you for a worthwhile welfare or social agency. Each one well deserving of your attention. But instead of 152 ringings, you will hear only the one lone ring of your volunteer community chest worker. One call to do the job of 152. Bullock's Downtown wishes to urge that you think carefully on the special importance of this neighbor's call. Remember that you and your neighbor, through the community chest, are waging the greatest of all wars. The war against the ever-present ravages of disease, delinquency, crime, poverty, divorce, hunger, physical and mental illness. Ruthless enemies that annually claim human tolls far in excess of the worst score of World War II. The fight against these evils is a constant one. It must be carried on every second of every minute of every day throughout the world. It is your fight to protect your family, your home, your community. You must do your share. When this week you answer your doorbell to the community chest, Bullock suggests you please consider carefully your responsibility and your opportunity. Remember that it is 152 calls in one. And give enough. Now Act Two of Corbett Wells' favorite story, From the Earth to the Moon, with William Conrad as Barbicane.
calling the Earth, calling any radio stations on Earth. This is Barbicane. This is Barbicane and Rocket Projectile calling observatories on the Earth. Do you read our signal? Over.
No answer. What's wrong?
I don't know, Michel. Our radio equipment must have been shaken up in the launching. They can't hear us, we can't hear them.
Do you feel all right?
I think so.
How long were we unconscious after the takeoff?
About 2 hours. Earth hours, that is.
What do you mean, Monsieur? Earth hours?
Time gets twisted out here in space, Michel. And an hour is a much different length of time when we're traveling at this enormous rate of speed. Aren't you acquainted with Einstein?
I regret to say, Monsieur, we have never been introduced. All I know is that my Earth appetite tells me I'd like something to eat.
Oh, well, there are some high-nourishment food capsules here in the locker. I'll have them ready for us in a moment. You just relax and pretend you're at home in your own sitting room in Paris.
Whatever you say, Monsieur Barbicane. You know...
Good Lord, man, put out that cigarette. We've barely enough oxygen to sustain life for a week without wasting it by burning tobacco.
Oh, you are right, of course.
Here's your dinner.
Is this all? One little cup full of brown water?
Now, that contains more nutrition than many a 6-course dinner, monsieur. Enough energy to keep you going until daylight.
Monsieur Barbicane, it's daylight now. There's the sun.
Well, I didn't expect we'd be out of the Earth's shadow so soon.
That's strange. The sun is up, but the sky is still black.
Out here in space, there is no atmosphere to scatter it into blue.
It's odd seeing the sun and the stars at the same time, and the moon, too, a full moon.
The moon may be full, but to us, my friend, the Earth is new.
What do you mean?
Look behind us. You see that long, thin crescent in the sky?
Sacre cieux. It fills up half the sky.
That's sunrise on our Earth. From where we're watching, the world is in its first quarter.
How far away is it now, the Earth?
A radius, perhaps 4,000 miles. Farther away than man has ever traveled from the sordid soil of our planet.
Yes, and growing farther away every instant. Farther away from her.
Captain Nicol, Mr. Marston, is there no word at all?
None, Cerise. None of the reports at this observatory or any of the others have revealed the least sign of the rocket.
And all efforts at radio contact have failed.
I'm afraid, Cerise, that we must face the facts.
No, they're alive. I'm absolutely certain of it.
How do you know, Cerise?
I told you before. A woman knows things. And I tell you, my father and Michel are both alive.
The heat, Monsieur Barbicane, the heat in this rocket is almost unbearable.
I must make a note of that. Next projectile should be painted lighter color to reflect more of solar rays.
What good is it, Monsieur, to keep making notes? Who will ever read them?
On his way back from the South Pole, Scott kept writing until the hour of his death, and others found his words and profited by them. Others will come this way again, Michel.
Are we halfway there by now?
We're more than halfway. According to my calculations, within a few moments we will be at the midpoint between the gravitational fields of the Earth and the Moon. In other words, we'll soon cease flying away from the Earth and start falling toward the Moon.
Then it calls for a celebration, doesn't it? We have a bottle of wine here. Let's open it and celebrate our arrival in the lunar sphere of influence.
Very well. Here are the wine glasses.
Ce n'est pas possible. The glass just hangs in the air. How do you do that?
Quite a trick, isn't it?
Is it magic?
You can do the same thing, Michel. There's no gravity. We're passing the point where the Earth's attraction cancels out that of the Moon, and vice versa. In other words, nothing weighs anything, and everything weighs nothing.
Whew. I need a drink. Now what's wrong? The wine won't pour.
Why should it? Shake it, Michel. That will force the liquid out.
The wine just hanging in the air like a blob of jelly.
Oh, this is sloppy, Michel. We'll have to push the wine into the glasses with our fingers, I guess. Like this.
Monsieur Barbicane, I never realized what a convenience gravitation is.
Toast, then, to gravitation.
To gravitation. Listen. What's that?
Sounds like air escaping. No, our pressure's still normal.
Barbicane, mon Dieu. Look out of this window.
A mountain of rock.
It's coming straight toward us. Can we steer out of the way?
With what, my boy? There's nothing to steer with. We can't push against ether. No, Michel, all we can do is pray it misses us.
It's practically on top of us. We'll be crushed.
No, it may go by. We may be safe.
It's fast.
Yes, thank the Lord.
What was it, monsieur?
A meteor, a piece of a worn-out comet, perhaps, or a chunk of rock on its way to becoming a shooting star.
Some fate has been kind to us, Barbicane. We can still reach the surface of the moon.
I'm not so sure, Michel.
Why not?
The gravitational pull of that meteor is something we didn't plan on. It seems that swerved us off of our course. Look at the nose of our rocket, Michel. It is no longer pointed toward the moon.
Cerise, Captain Nichol, I found the projectile. I can see it here in the telescope field.
Let me look.
Can you see any sign of life?
There's nothing but a point of light like a star, but it seems to move slowly toward the northern limb of the moon.
The northern limb? That isn't right.
No, something went wrong with our calculations. The rocket is thousands of miles off its course.
That little star. That little fleck of light at the moon's edge. Is that you, Father? Is that you, Michel? Do you know I'm watching you, Father? Do you know my heart is out there in space with you, 250,000 miles away? Michel, do you know I love you?
We can't be more than 50 miles above it now. The moon. The deserts of the moon.
There's something I want to ask you, monsieur.
Yes? Well, Michel, what is it?
Your daughter Cerise. Would you look with favor upon her marriage?
To the right man?
To me.
Of course, Michel, but I'm afraid our paths will never lead back to the earth again. Don't think about such things. Don't think backward toward the earth. Think forward toward that burning globe underneath us. No one has seen it as we do now. That circular mountain over there, that's the crater of Tycho Brahe. And the vast stretch of the plateau right beneath us, it's the Mare Imbrium, Sea of Showers.
Monsieur Barbicane, we don't seem to be falling closer to the moon. We seem to be traveling parallel to the surface.
Yes, I've noticed that. Michel, you and I, in this rocket, may become a moon.
What?
A moon of the moon. We may be bound by Newton's law of gravity to revolve forever about the moon, just as that moon revolves forever about the earth.
They've disappeared. I can't see them in the telescope.
How can they just disappear?
Behind the moon. The projectile has overshot its mark. I believe it's going to revolve around the other side of the satellite.
Nichol, I have news. It may be wonderful news.
What is it?
What kind of news, Master?
We have enough observations of the rocket to plot its course, and knowing the mass of the projectile and the distances involved, I have computed something Barbicane and Michel could never calculate for themselves. I believe I know where they are going.
And we will see them again.
Cerise, the projectile is moving in an open curve, what mathematicians call an hyperbola. Its path will cross the Earth's orbit again. And my friends, if my figures are correct, our brave travelers through space will fall back into the Earth's atmosphere before the end of the week.
carrying are down in Barbicane. It has circled the moon and is now plunging back toward the Earth. Sometime tonight, sometime in the next few hours, the rocket-propelled ship will arrive on the Earth's surface. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, there's a bulletin coming in. The corvette Susquehanna off the California coast has reported that the moon-bound spaceship crashed into the Pacific Ocean. The Susquehanna steamed to its rescue and picked up both the survivors alive and in good health.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, Monsieur Barbicane and I are qualified to speak of the moon's other face because we have seen it, we have photographed it and mapped it. We have brought this hidden world into a scope of man's knowledge.
When I, sitting, heard the astronomer where he lectured, with much applause in the lecture room, how soon, unaccountable, I became tired and sick, till rising and gliding out, I wandered off by myself.
Cerise.
Yes, Michel.
I saw you leave. Darling, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. I just wandered off in the mystical, moist night air, and from time to time...
Yes, darling?
Looked up in perfect silence at the stars.
You've been listening to Jules Verne's From the Earth to the Moon, the favorite story choice of Carveth Wells. Favorite Story is brought to you each Tuesday at 9 by Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, one of America's great stores. Football fans, many of you have been told by Bullock's during the past few weeks that tickets for the USC-UCLA football game would go on sale November 13th at Bullock's football ticket booth in the below street level Bullock's store for men. Bullock's has just been notified by the home team UCLA that due to the unusually large advance sale of tickets, season tickets, alumni, students, and mail applications, that they will not be in a position to provide Bullock's with tickets for public sale, which they originally thought could be arranged. All mail order money will be returned as soon as possible. Heard in this week's cast were William Conrad as Barbicane, George Sorel, Jeff Corey, Byron Kane, Thelma Hubbard, Don Diamond, Bill Pennell, and your announcer, George Barclay. This week's favorite story was directed by True Boardman. Sound designs were by Jack Hayes. Original music was composed by Bob Mitchell, who conducted Claude Sweeten's orchestra. This was a Lawrence and Lee production. Bullock's proudly originates it for the nation. Now, here is True Boardman to tell you about next week's favorite story.
Next week, A Portrait in Venom, the great novel about a scheming woman named Becky Sharp. Thackeray's unforgettable Vanity Fair. It's the favorite story choice of one of the greatest novelists of our generation, Mr. Sinclair Lewis. We hope you'll be listening. Until next Tuesday, then, and Vanity Fair, good night to you from Bullock's. We paid a call on the Irish Abbey Theatre's most famous son, one of the screen's best-loved players, Academy Award winner Barry Fitzgerald. We told him that with St. Patrick's Day just around the corner of the week, we wanted him to name his favorite story so that we could dramatize it for you on this series. Well, in the spirit of the season, Mr. Fitzgerald chose a yarn filled with elves and leprechauns and love. A famous Irish folktale called Jamie Freel. So that's this week's favorite story.
Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, one of America's great stores, proudly originates this radio program for the nation. Favorite story.
This is the program which stars the story. And that means our star this week is the St. Patrick's Day yarn called Jamie FREEL. Barry Fitzgerald's favorite story, with Sean McGlory of the Abbey Theatre as Jamie FREEL.
Is that you, Jamie?
It's myself, Mother. Now sit down there and make your apron big. It's Saturday night and I'm wanting to pour me week's wages into your lap.
Oh, the blessings of God and all the angels on you, Jamie. It's a sad widow woman I'd be if I didn't have you for the fine son you are.
Oh, no, I'll not be listening to compliments, Mother. There you are now.
Oh, and here's a halfpenny for you, lad, for tobacco.
I'm thanking you, Mother.
All the neighbours say me Jamie is the best son that was ever known or heard of.
Oh, do they now? But there are some of our neighbours whose opinion I never heard tell of at all.
What neighbours, lad?
Neighbours who live very close indeed, but whom I've never yet seen. Neighbours you can only see when the moon's bright as gold, like it is this night.
Jamie, boy, no. Put that look out of your two eyes, and the thought of it out of your mind.
When I passed the old ruined castle this night, I thought I saw strange lights in the windows of it, and... Mother, did you hear that now?
Oh, here I am, happy as the good sunshine on St. Martin's Day, and me fine lad starts in hearing sounds in the night.
Mother, come to the door. You can't help but hear that, Mother. It's the music of the little people.
No, Jamie.
Oh, Mother, don't be putting your hands to your ears now. You hear them too, clear as a lark singing in the heavens.
It isn't wisdom, Jamie. For a hard-working lad as is the pride of the village to be thinking of such as them, ought to be lending his 2 ears to listen to the likes of 'em.
And yet, Mother, it's them that knows about all the good things of the world. The feasting and the fighting, the making of love and the playing of beautiful music. It's them too that knows the secret of the buried crocks of gold. Wealth and riches as'll make the few pence I pour into your lap look poor indeed. Mother, hand me cap. I'm away to the castle to seek me rightful fortune.
What? Would you venture there, lad? You that's this poor widow's one son. Don't be so venturesome and foolish, Jamie. They'll kill you. And then what'll come of me?
Oh, never fear, Mother, never fear. No harm'll happen me. But I must go now.
Oh, listen to your mother, me darling boy.
I do, Mother. But it's the music of them that's calling me. Jamie FREEL, the greatest treasure of all your born days is waiting for you. Listen. Jamie FREEL. That's what they're saying. Can't you hear it, Mother? It's in the air as sure as the stars are in the sky.
Jamie, boy, don't. Oh, Jamie!
Ah, welcome, Jamie FREEL.
It's the music of you I've been hearing, floating through the air like the green moonlight of a May night.
Like as not it was.
Tell me quick now, what do they call the likes of you? An elf? Or a leprechaun, maybe? A will-o'-the-wisp, perhaps? A pixie? Pan, are you, perhaps? You play the pipe.
Lad, we're of a generous and given nature. Call us what you like. It's your belief in us which is important, and never the name you call us.
How many of you little people are there now? 1, 2...
No, lad, don't count us now. If you go about 1, 2, 3 in us like so, you're likely to bewitch us. Tot us up like so many figures, we'd be changed into mortals. That'd be a sad, sad day indeed.
Well, I bid the top of the evening to all you little people, and it's happy I am to be laying eyes on you too. Well, are you not going to answer me?
Sure, it's common knowledge, lad, that the little people have not power of speech.
Oh.
Back in the days when gifts were being handed out, so much speech was given to mortal women that when it came to the little people, there was not enough left to go round. But they'd smile on you and cry tears for you and dance for you. I dance for you. But when there's speaking to be done, there's the likes of me who's a talking one.
Well, you called me this night. What is it you wish now?
Oh, we called you, did we? Did we now?
As sure as if you shouted me name from the crest of Bottle Hill.
Well, 'tis said that what a mortal hears depends a great deal on what he listens for. But here you be, Jamie FREEL, and you may as well spend the moonlit evening lending us your strong right arm for our revels.
I'm with you. Jamie FREEL's got a soul filled with adventure this night.
Good, Jamie, good. Listen now. We're going to ride to a distant spot to steal a young lady.
Oh.
A maiden with the burning beauty of a Grecian goddess in her, and whose 2 eyes are like starlight shining through raindrops. Will you ride with us, Jimmy FREEL?
Aye, that I will.
We'll ride in a troop of horses as is the sons and daughters of the winged white horse of Kilkenny. Strap yourself well in the stirrups, boy, for this night we ride fast and far.
What place is this we're stopping at, little man?
Oh, questions. Jamie FREEL, can you not speak in a simple declarative sentence now?
Well, it's so dark. Black and dour as the bottom of a bog hole.
There'll be some shy accommodating moonbeams to shine on what we're waiting to see. Touch your hand to the door now, and tread softly, lad. Before you can say Bridget O'Halloran, you'll be seeing the face of the prize of this night.
Door? Oh, here it is. Oh. Such a face as a man dreams of belongs to the angels of heaven. As white as the snow that touches the top of the mountains. Her dewy lips puckered into a sad, dreamy smile. Oh, she's too beautiful to be real. Oh, to kiss the round red mouth of her and to find out.
Hold on now, Jamie FREEL. We didn't bring you along to fall in love with Miss Sleeping Beauty. It's our prize, she is.
Oh, for the love of all the saints, tell me, is she mortal? Does she exist? Or is she some tormenting dream in the moonbeams?
She's mortal right enough, and as beautiful a mortal as we could find.
What place is this, then? Oh, if you take me away from here itself, I'll come back to find her, though she's across every sea of the seventh. Well, don't stand there, little man, giving me no heed. Is she an Indian maiden? Is this the North Pole or south of the China Seas? Is this an island we're on, or the great continent in New York? How far did we travel this night?
If you knew all the answer to those questions, lad, you'd no longer have an inquiring soul. And a man without an inquiring soul might as well be dead and 6 feet under.
Oh, come on, man, come on, tell me. How far did we travel this night? 100 miles, 1,000, 1,000,000?
Well, once, when I was souring up a pail of milk, as was one of me duties in my younger days, I heard an old wife say that the little people could girdle the globe in a wink of an eye. Well, wink your eye, Jamie FREEL, and let's try it, huh?
And leave this maid with the glory of every morning sunrise on the face of her?
Leave her? Certainly not. She's the prize of the evening, and we're taking her with us.
Are we near home, little man?
Near enough, lad. Whoosh! There goes Dublin. And whoosh! There's the Boyne River in the valley below. Strathmullen it is now. And Killybegs. And Tanny.
It's close to home we are right enough. Little man?
Yes, Jamie, lad?
You've all had your turn at carrying the young lady. Would you do me the favour of letting me hold her for a bitty?
Aye, Jamie, you may take your turn at carrying her, to be sure. Here, hold tightly, lad.
Oh. Oh, girling, when you open your eyes, it's the face of Jamie Freel you'll be seeing. There's me mother's house below now. Goodbye to you now, little people. Goodbye!
Come back, Jamie Freel. Is that the way you treat us? Come
back! Mother, quick, wake up now.
Jamie, where have you been all this night? It's worried to death I've been about you. Oh, what's that you're carrying in your 2 arms?
Oh, mother, there's no time for questions or answers now. Hurry up and get me a handful of rice and barley to throw to the night wind.
The little people are after chasing you.
Right on me heels they are.
I'll throw the rice and barley. Quick now, lad. You sprinkles stand on the doorstep. That'll make them keep their respectful distance.
The rice, mother, the rice. And the barley, too.
There now. There.
Ah! Jamie Freel, you have our lovely prize away from us, but you'll have no good of her, for we'll strike her deaf and dumb.
What?
What's that he's saying?
Deaf and dumb!
Deaf and dumb.
In a moment, Act 2 of Jamie Freel, the favorite story choice of Mr. Barry Fitzgerald.
Home means many things. It's mother's business address, children's haven, and father's citadel where outside cares cease after a busy day. Most of all, home is the nucleus around which family life centers. And one of the most vital factors in family life is entertainment right in the home. This is why the modern radio occupies such an honored position in most households. And this is why Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, as home furnishers to Southern California, now have the finest of the new television receivers as well as the finest radios and radio phonographs. Yes, television has come into its own. No longer a babe in swaddling clothes, no longer a scientific curiosity, television has grown to maturity and has earned the right to a place beside modern radio as a real home entertainer. Did you know that Los Angeles is one of the few cities in America that has regularly scheduled television broadcasts? Every afternoon this week, special television shows will be broadcast. Variety shows, musical shows, dramatic shows, shows that sparkle with vital human warmth. So, this week, drop into the radio section on the 6th floor of Bullock's Hill Street building to find out about this modern miracle. The new television receivers reproduce the telecast pictures with sharpness and clarity. So wonderfully vivid are the pictures that it's like viewing a modern movie in a modern theater. Television's promise has always been fascinating. Imagine bringing dramatic plays, football games, even political events into your own home in such an exciting way. And now that television has really arrived, Bullock's has RCA table models available for immediate delivery, as well as the General Electric console model. Just another of the many reasons why Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles is home furnishers to Southern California.
And now, Act 2 of Barry Fitzgerald's favorite story, Jamie Freel, starring Sean McGlory of Dublin's famous Abbey Theatre in the title role.
Poor crater. She is a handsome one. No wonder they set their hearts on her, the little ones.
I had to bring her here, Mother. I had to. Surely you wouldn't have allowed me to let her go with them to be lost forever.
But she appears to be a fine lady, Jamie. How can a lady eat our poor diet and live in our poor way? I ask you that, you foolish fella.
Well, Mother, sure it's better for her to be here than over beyond in their castle.
We'll never be able to make 2 ends meet now with a fine lady like this.
I'll work for her, Mother. I'll work for you both. Mother, her eyes, the young lady's eyes, they're opening. Hello, girling. 'Tis me, Jamie Freel. And this here is me mother, Maura Freel.
Oh, Oh, don't be trembling now.
Mother, she's trying to speak in Canis. Oh, Gerline, listen to me. The little people try to steal you, seeing as you're the most beautiful creature that ever is or was. But, oh, Mother, she can't speak or listen like the little people said.
Oh, wish you, poor sweet child. I'll get you me wool shawl. Do not be frightened now.
Oh, Gerline, I know not what corner of this wide world you're from, but I do know this. Each of your two eyes is like the whole blue vault of heaven. Oh, no, don't cloud them with tears now. Jamie Freel's here, and his right arm and his loving heart will do their best to protect you. Yes, don't tear the door down, I'm coming.
There he is. Jamie Freel, this delegation from the village is here to see you and have words with you.
Well, here I am then to be seen. But that's no call to be pounding on me door so hard that the devil himself will rise up to be counted.
Where is she?
Where's who?
The foreign girl that's bewitching the whole countryside.
Take a bit to your tongue now, Barry O'Rourke. I'll not have you saying an evil word against the sweet young thing who can't even speak to defend herself.
The crops have failed. Every farming man for 20 miles around will tell you so. The fishing men come back with empty nets. There's a fine fat curse in this village. And the alien girl you've got at your chimney corner, is it?
Crops have failed before, and it's many a time when it comes up empty without blaming a poor girl for it.
Poor girl, is she? She's a witch. We wouldn't mind so much if she was an Irish witch. But we'll have no heathen foreign witches in this village. Believe me, we won't, Jerry Freel.
Get out of me house, all of you. Get out before I take an iron poker and smash in all your narrow little heads. Go on.
Listen, told Jamie Freel, listen now. Send this girl away from our village, or we'll burn your house down around you.
Mother, I'll be bidding you goodbye now.
Jamie boy, don't you go.
Sure I must, Mother, I must. I'll not have your own house burned down around you.
Where will you be travelling? When will you be coming home?
The girl and I, we're going to travel over the whole of this island of ours. She can't hear me or speak to me, and if she could itself, it's not our tongue she'd be speaking or understanding. But I'm going to show her Ireland, Mother. I'm going to show her the rich golden valleys and the bright waters, so that she too can become one of us. And then when we come back, maybe our neighbours will treat her more kindly.
Oh, let me kiss you, Jamie boy. Godspeed. The saints watch over you and send you back to me soon, Alana.
Up the hill with you, Colleen. Up, run, and let the lovely raven hair of your head stream behind you in the fingers of the wind. You're laughing, girlie. Oh, they can keep you from talking, yes, but they've found no way to keep happiness from you. You're laughing, and I have a happy and a warm feeling in me heart, too, like the sunshine on a spring morning. There now, there, the top of the hill. Look, girlie, look. There's the golden veil of Munster spread out before you like a great coloured quilt, with its little shimmering locks and its silver threads of rivers, like dewdrops and the gossamer webs of spiders on the grass at the dawning of the day. Away down to the southwest there are the wild blue mountains of Kerry. That's where Carntoohil is, the highest mountain in the whole of Ireland. Oh, but there, sure you must be thirsty in the sun high in the noonday heavens. Here you are, Colleen. A drink of water from the wishing well of Glengorm. Sip it easy now, and the wishes that are hidden in your heart will come true. I'll hold your hand, girling, so you don't drink too rapid like. For the water of this well, even when the sun shines on its stones, is so clear and cold, it'll shake the very teeth in your head. Listen how deep it is. Oh, wishing well, I want one thing only. This girl here, and the everlasting laughter and the love of her. Oh, girling, there's so much I want to show you. The places Finn McCool, the great giant, walked in the days when there were giants in this land. The places the two great lovers of old, Diarmid and Grania, went, and where they slept one night in a bed of heather on the slope of a hill in Connacht. I want to show you Connemara and the castle of the pirate queen. Oh, Chaline, have you seen enough of this land to know that you can never be a foreigner here, so long as your own true love is with you? Watch my lips, girlie, and listen with your heart. I want to say to you some words Tom Moore wrote. A poet he was, who had a loving way with the language. Come rest in this bosom, my own stricken dear. Though the herd have fled from thee, thy home is still here. Here still is the smile that no cloud can o'ercast, and a heart and a hand, all thine own to the last. Oh, what was love made for, if 'tis not the same through joy and through torment, through glory and shame? I know not, I ask not, if guilt's in that heart. I but know that I love thee, whatever thou art. Oh, when you smile up at me that way, I know there's a greater bridge than ever was made with words and hearing. Come, girlie, I'm going back to the little people and ask them in the name of this love I have for you to take the enchantment off you. Stop your melody, little man. I've come to have a reckoning with you.
Oh, so it's you, Jamie FREEL. Little people all, come have a look who's come a-visiting us.
I'll have none of your looking now or tricking.
Oh, he's getting real uppity like this Jamie FREEL. And him has played such a poor trick and stole the nice young lady from us. Where is she now, Jamie?
I left her at me mother's house. Why did you have to strike her deaf and dumb, and I haven't so many loving things to say to her, and all of them passing by her ears like the silent breezes of the nights?
Let's say perhaps there was a plan in it now.
A plan? Ah, speak plain now, little man. I've lost me patience with you long ago.
Oh, you mustn't do that. Once you lose a patience, it's very hard indeed to purchase another. Patience comes high these days, and very few village shops there are that keep a supply on their shelves.
But why did you do it now? This lovely child, and her not able to say even what distant land she comes from.
Jamie, lad, say as how a crack of gold was lying around for anyone to pick up walking down a street, instead of being way at the end of the rainbow. A difficult place indeed to find, let me tell you now. What would be the value then of a crack of gold? A body'd prize it as much as sneezing into the wind.
What's all this talk to do with me and the girl?
Love's like a crack of gold, lad, only worth considerable more.
Don't you think now I'm after knowing that for many a long, long day, little man?
Little people all, I'm thinking our lad here has reached the end of his rainbow. Perhaps we should tell him where to be digging.
Don't be speaking to me in riddles now, thwarting and tormenting me.
I'll speak right out, Jamie FREEL. Go you now to the sacred river Boyne, and take you by the light of the full moon 3 drops of water. Place 1 drop on each ear, and 1 drop on the red, red lips of your own true love, and the spell will be broken.
1 drop on each ear, and 1 drop on the red, red lips of her. Oh, little man, I'm thanking you from the bottom of me joyful heart. And I'm thinking that you planned it this way all along.
That we did, Jamie FREEL, that we did. Ever since you were a wee lad. For we're after appreciating your complete belief in the likes of us. Where would we be now without it?
Mother, quick now, where's the maid?
Jamie, you're killed surely this time, me poor boy.
No, indeed, better luck than ever this time.
What's that you're carrying in the glass, lad?
3 drops of moonlit water, Mother. Enchantment-breaking water from the Boyne River.
Here's your Colleen, Jamie, the face of her buried in her arms, crying her poor heart out.
Girling, let me look into your face. Oh, dry those tears from your blue eyes. For I've the magic liquid that'll make you speak and make you be able to be hearing all the grand words I have trembling on me lips for you. God and all the saints willing, someday you'll learn to understand the tongue we speak. Hold the glass, Mother. Hold it close here by the lovely face of her.
Jamie, lad.
1 drop on your right ear. 1 drop on your left ear. And 1 drop on the red, red lips of me own true love. Can you talk now, girling? Can you? What are the words you're going to speak to your Jamie? What are the first words that are going to fall from your lips? Oh, whatever language you speak, girling, speak it from your heart. Then I'll go to all the scholars of the land to get the translation of it.
Her lips are opening, Jamie.
Say it, girling. Say it.
Sure, and I love you, Jamie FREEL.
Saints preserve us.
Where did you get a brogue like that, girlie? Oh, you've been watching the moving of me lips all these months now, and you mastered the way to speak it.
Oh, no, Jamie FREEL. The distant land I'm from is Donegal, right here in the green hills of Ireland.
You've been listening to Jamie FREEL, a special story for St. Patrick's Day, chosen by one of the world's most famous actors, Mr. Barry Fitzgerald.
Favorite Story is brought to you by Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, one of America's great stores. Heard in the cast were Sean McGlory as Jamie, Arthur Q. Bryan as the elf, and Gloria Gordon, Dorothy Scott, Seamus MacDonald, and your announcer, George Barkley. Sean McGlory appeared through the courtesy of RKO, producers of the Technicolor picture Sinbad the Sailor, starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Maureen O'Hara. Music was composed and conducted by Claude Sweeten. Sound designs were by Jack Hayes. This was a Lawrence and Lee production. Bullock's proudly originates it for the nation.
This is True Boardman with a word about next week's favorite story. It's one of the most unusual yarns ever written. A strange tale of the fountain of youth, called Dr. Heidegger's Experiment. It's the favorite story choice of one of America's finest young actors, the MGM star, Mr. Robert Walker. We hope you'll be listening. Until next Tuesday at 9, then, and Dr. Heidegger's Experiment, good night to you from Bullock's. We wrote a letter to Johns Hopkins University, one of the most famous educational institutions in the world. We asked its president, Dr. Isaiah Bowman, to name his favorite story so we could dramatize it on this series. This distinguished, soft-spoken university president told us he had always loved Lew Wallace's Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ. So for Easter week, Favorite Story brings you this moving drama. It's a novel which has sold more than 3 million copies. It was an epic motion picture, and its story has found its way into the hearts of people throughout the world. For Isaiah Bowman of Johns Hopkins, and for all of you who count it your favorite, we bring you this special Easter program.
Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, one of America's great stores. proudly originates this radio program for the nation. Favorite Story.
Tonight, our story has a star. He has just returned from New York and a highly successful season starring in the Broadway production, Voice of the Turtle. You'll remember him as the screen's little minister, the distinguished American actor, Mr. John Beale. Isaiah Bowman's favorite story, Act 1.
Grandmother?
Yes, David?
Why are we climbing this hill in the dark? Why did we get up so early today?
Your father will tell you that, David.
Yes. As soon as we reach the top of the hill, my son. In a little while, the sun will rise over the walls of Jerusalem, the holy city. And this hilltop will be radiantly golden, David. You will see.
How the wind seems to sing.
You are old enough now, David, to understand what we wish to tell you. Your grandmother and I will try to tell you the whole story, just as it happened.
Hold my hand, David.
Yes, Grandmother.
We saw him, David, your grandmother and I. He walked the earth in our lifetimes. He touched our lives.
He touched our lives, David.
You will read about him in books and hear about him in sermons. But we saw him, David. We saw him. What we say here, you will tell your children someday, and they will tell theirs. We will go back many years before I first saw him. My best friend, David, my boyhood companion, was returning to Judea after 5 years in Rome. I remember I ran down the street toward the Roman garrison to meet him. How I ran that day. Messala! Oh, Messala!
Who calls me?
Oh, welcome home, Messala.
Oh, it's Judah Ben-Hur.
Yes.
How's the student?
I am well. It's been a long time, Messala. 5 years.
So it has.
How fine you look in your uniform.
This is a special parade uniform designed by the best artisans of Rome. We march today with the new procurator.
Valerius Gratus?
He arrives today. Ah, there's a man who will teach the weaklings of Judea real Roman discipline.
Messala.
But why do you stand there gaping like a child?
You're so changed.
Changed, certainly. I'm a soldier.
I'll never forget the day you left. I saw you start off for Rome, and I cried. You were my closest friend. And now you've come back, almost like a prince, and yet...
Yes?
I wish you were the Messala who went away.
Ah, how provincial you are. I pity you, Judah. You have a good face, but the weakness and sentimentality of a bookish man, which makes you a typical Judean. Yours is a life with no opportunities. But the world lies before me. There are lands not conquered. The glory of completing Alexander's march to the Far East remains to us. See what possibilities lie before a Roman soldier. And in Rome itself there is money, wine, women, games. And that life is mine. Not the weakness of a child who sits at his mother's side.
I bid you goodbye, Messala. I wish I had not come. I sought a friend, and I find
a Roman.
Goodbye, Messala.
Mother? Mother, are you home?
I'm in here, Judah.
Mother, I must talk to you.
Such a sad look, my son. Is anything wrong?
Tell me, Mother, am I a weakling?
A weakling? Oh, no. Who told you that?
My friend, Masala.
And what did he say that so troubled you, Judah?
He has changed, Mother. Very changed.
You mean he has come back a Roman?
Yes.
And they have taught him that to be a Roman means to be a master.
But are we so low? Is sentiment a sin? And is reading a book a sign of weakness?
Oh, my Judah. There is an idea in these times that war is the most noble occupation of man. But we must not be deceived.
Oh, Mother.
Listen, my son. The prayer of the barbarian is a wail of fear addressed to strength, the only divine quality he can clearly conceive. But turn your eyes away from Rome and look at the glory of Greece. They set mind above strength. In Athens, the orator and the philosopher have always been more revered than the warrior. And Judah, remember the glory that is ours. Against brutalism, our fathers erected God. In our worship, the wail of fear gave place to the hosanna and the psalm. Carry yourself proudly, my son. You have a magnificent heritage. The Roman can be proud of only one thing, his ability to make war, his mastery of brute force.
Mother, when you talk like this, I know how true the old saying is. God could not be everywhere, so he made mothers.
My son.
Judah! Judah!
Yes, Tirza?
Come quickly, the soldiers from the Praetorium. They're marching right by our house.
We'll climb up on the roof and watch them.
Oh, may I, Mother?
Certainly, but be careful. The tiles on the roof may be slippery.
With my brother's strong right arm to hold me, I could never slip. Oh, but come quickly, we'll miss the best part. So many soldiers.
There's the procurator on the golden litter.
Okay, can you make out the sign above his head?
In a moment I can. He's almost below us. Yes. Valerius Gratus, it says. New procurator of Judea. All hail.
What happened?
Oh, procurator. Something fell on his head.
There! It came from that roof. There is the man. Seize him. Yes, Commander.
They're pointing to us, Judah. What happened?
When I leaned out a tile, he slipped off the roof. Oh, Tirza, I have killed the Roman governor.
Break down the doors! Take the entire family!
I didn't mean to do it, Tirza. It was an accident.
Oh, Judah! He's not dead! What? He's getting up!
Oh, blessed be the Lord of our fathers. Come quickly, we must go to Mother.
I'm frightened, Judah.
I will explain it was an accident. They won't harm us. Come.
Have the woman Centurion take our prisoner.
Let me go. Let me go.
Take your hands from my mother. We have done nothing.
Nothing but attempt to assassinate the new procurator.
Masala!
There is your man. This his mother, this his sister. You have the whole family.
It was an accident. Masala, order your men to leave.
Get cords. Bind his hand.
Remember our childhood.
The procurator will name his sentence.
Masala, for the love of heaven.
Order the women to the Tower of Antonia.
The Tower?
Thus we treat traitors.
Oh, Mother. Judah.
And be quick about it. There is better entertainment in the streets.
Oh, Lord, I pray you, in the hour of thy vengeance, let mine be the hand to put it upon him. For many years, David, I did not know what had happened to my mother and my sister. They boarded up our house, and without a trial, they sentenced me to life in the galleys.
Oh, Father.
They tied a thong around my wrists and fastened it to a chariot. They dragged me, barefooted, toward the seashore, toward the galleys, my feet bleeding, the yellow dust flying up in my face. Finally, we stopped at a seaport town. I lay in the dust of the road, my throat parched with thirst. I wanted only to die, or to kill. And then, suddenly, I felt a hand touch my shoulder, gently, like a caress. I looked up, and I saw a face I've never forgotten. It was a young man, about my own age. His hair was bright chestnut, and his face was lighted by dark blue eyes, so good, so full of loving kindness. All my thoughts, all my dreams had been of revenge, only revenge. But when I looked up at him, my heart became as a child's. He placed a pitcher of cool water to my lips, and I drank. He spoke not a word, but placed a tender hand on my forehead, and his lips moved in a silent, wonderful blessing. Through all the long months, through all the dark years in the galley, I had hope. There was gentleness in the world. There was kindness. There was a man who had holiness and tenderness and compassion. And I knew that if one man could be like that, someday many men, or perhaps all men, could be like that too.
Pull, you dogs!
Oh, God. Oh, God, I pray to you. Let me keep believing. Let me hold in my mind the face I saw in the village called Nazareth.
In a moment, Act 2 of this special favorite story for Easter week, Ben-Hur.
Once again, it's Easter week, and with it, people turn to gifts for their expression of sentiment. At Bullock's this week, the stir and rush of the Easter season sweeps through a world of wonderful gifts for men, women, and children. It's a brilliant, colorful gift world, from the bunny ice cream garden party in the 7th and Broadway corner window, through floor after floor of fascinating gifts, to the children's Easter garden on the 5th floor, where the Easter bunny himself holds forth. At Bullock's, each gift suggestion has been carefully thought out, selected for its quality, its individuality. Naturally, you want your gifts to reflect thoughtful consideration. Therefore, Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles is the place to find the gift that represents the difference between the ordinary and the extraordinary, the difference between the usual and the unusual. And out of this has come an expression. If he or she really cares, a gift from Bullock's. The store is brimming with Easter gifts and gift suggestions, and you will find fresh interest every moment as you browse from one exciting section to another. This Easter fairyland of lovely gifts, of gay colors and friendly smiles, tells its own story, a story of long-time, deliberate effort to make gift shopping the pleasant pursuit that it can be under the proper conditions. The Bullock's name on your gift wrapping is the stamp of good taste and careful selection. For a wealth of selections and lovely Easter gifts, it's Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, gift headquarters for Southern California.
And now, Act 2 of Lew Wallace's Ben-Hur, our special favorite story for Easter week, with Marvin Miller as Messala and John Beale as Ben-Hur.
Father, the sky is getting gray.
Yes, David.
Grandmother, what did they do to you? And to Aunt Tirza?
You're quite a man now, David, and you may know. But the story, at least the first part, is not pretty. Hold my hand very tightly, David.
Yes, Grandmother.
For 8 years, we sat as dead ones in a black dungeon. They threw us a crust of bread, a cup of water. We existed, but there was no air, just a crack of light. All that kept us alive was the love we had in our hearts. And love is God, David. In the darkness, we reached for the light. Oh, Tirza, let us have faith.
Where is he, Mother? Where is my brother, Judah?
On some distant sea today, on some island of the seas tomorrow, in some city, along some road. But he is alive. I know this. A mother knows this. And while he lives, Tirza, we shall not be forgotten.
My hands are filled with scabs. My fingernails seem to be not at all.
Tirza, my dear, try not to think of this. Say a psalm. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
You in there!
Mother.
You ought to be released, women.
Released?
Larry Estratus is no longer procurator, and Pontius Pilate needs room for his own prisoners. All right, women, you may come out now. Well, be quick about it.
Unclean.
What's that?
Unclean. Do not come near us. We are lepers.
Do not cry, David. It will soon be morning. Let me tell you the rest. I finally managed to escape from the galley during a sea battle, and I started back on the long journey to Judea. On the way, I met a pilgrim, an old Egyptian, whose name was Balthasar.
Peace to you, my friend, and God be with you on your journey.
And with you, good stranger. Can you tell me how far it is to Judea?
I come from there.
Oh?
It is 2 days' journey.
You come from Judea? Tell me, do you know a family there named Her?
Ah, yes. All Jerusalem knows. A great tragedy.
Tragedy?
They were set free, but in the vileness of the dungeon, they had become lepers.
Oh, no.
They are friends of yours?
My mother and my sister.
Oh, my son.
I am Judah Ben-Hur.
Do not despair. Have faith.
Faith? I shall devote my entire life to vengeance. I shall herd with wolves if need be. I shall grind every Roman into the dust. To the flames, everything Roman. To the sword, every Roman born.
My boy, listen to me and believe what I say. On a December eve, 27 years ago, 2 companions and I walked across a desert, following a bright star.
I do not wish to hear your story.
You go to Judea, I urge you to listen. On that night, we found a child, newborn, in a manger in Bethlehem. We saw and worshipped him, and gave him gifts. Melchior gave him gold, Caspar frankincense, and I gave him myrrh.
Why do you tell me this?
I alone of the 3 whom they called wise. I alone have lived to know that this child has grown to a man, and the message he has brought the world fills the air of Judea. Love, he says, is greater than force. Love thy neighbor as thyself.
And where is this man who preaches such hopeless optimism?
In the hamlets and villages, on the slopes of the mountains of Judea and Galilee, falling eastwardly into the valley of the Jordan. He is there now, standing in a door or on a hilltop. Only this evening he saw the sun set, one day nearer the time when he himself shall become the light of the world.
I would not believe, David. I could not believe because of the bitterness in my heart. I found my enemy. I found him in Antioch, at the Circus Maximus. He was a hero, a chariot racer. If only I could defeat Messala at his own game. For months I trained a team of horses. And then the day of the contest arrived. My chariot was white, his scarlet and gold. I managed to get into position just to the right of him.
Oh, give me place! Place for Messala!
He stood in his chariot, proud and defiant, beaming at the spectators. And then he turned and looked at me.
I have heard that some unknown charioteer has dared to challenge me today. I've heard... Then her?
Yes, Messala. You did not expect an old friend.
But you are...
Dead? Oh, no. Very alive, thank you.
So, a weakling from Judea dares to challenge me, Messala. A good joke.
Look to your horses, Roman. You have given me strong arms and the back of steel in your Roman galleys. Look to your laurels, Roman! The team sprang forward, the manes of the horses singing in the wind. The reins were taut in my hands. The arena, a sea of faces, fading, blurring. But Messala's face, a mask of fierce resolve. Side by side, his chariot and mine. A mighty pull on the rein, and the iron-shod point of my axle caught Messala's wheel and crushed it. And he pitched headlong into the yellow dust like a dead dog. This was the revenge I had prayed for. The Lord God had delivered my enemy into my hand. But there was no joy in my victory. My soul was empty. I came back to Judea, and everywhere I heard whisperings on the wind. A voice, they said, of one who was called the Son of Man. And everywhere his words, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." A man of Bethany named Lazarus, he raised from the dead. The blind had sight again. The lame could walk. For this man had taught them the great power of love and of faith. I searched everywhere for my mother and my sister. Finally, I found them. They were cringing in the darkness of a cave. Mother! Tirza!
Go away! Unclean! Unclean!
Mother! It's Judah!
Judah?
Mother, I've come back.
Judah, for the love of God, come no closer. Go away and forget you ever saw us. Think of us as you think of the dead.
Mother.
Do not touch me. No, no, no. Oh, my poor Judah. Now you are one of us. You must live in darkness.
No, Mother, listen to me. There is a wonderful man who has the power to cure you. He speaks a word, and the sick are made well. Even the dead come to life again. I have come to take you to him.
My poor Judah.
No, Mother, as the Lord lives, I speak the truth. This morning he will pass by here on his way to the city. Take my hand. Tirza, my sister, I give you my other hand.
We stood by the road, and he stopped and touched us both lightly on the foreheads. We believed, and we were made whole again.
Yes, We saw him, David. He walked the earth in our lifetimes. And on this day, 10 years ago, the stone was rolled away from the sepulchre, and we heard as if it were sung on the wind, I am the resurrection and the life.
The sun. How golden it is.
It's a new day, David.
Yes, a new day. When there is faith in our hearts, my son, and kindness towards our fellow man, then every sunrise brings us renewal, and we live again. We are resurrected, as he was. And David, remember this. Where there is love, there you will find God.
Good morning. Oh, good morning, Father.
You have been listening to Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, written by General Lew Wallace and chosen for Bullock's special Easter broadcast by Dr. Isaiah Bowman, president of Johns Hopkins University.
This is a gala week for children at Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles. The Easter Bunny is there in person to greet them in the Children's Easter Garden on the 5th floor. He's there from 10 to 12:30 and again from 2 to 4:30. He has a gift book, Hippity Hop and the Big Bass Viol for each youngster. It's a story of the bunny who couldn't paint Easter eggs. And their daily puppet shows in the assembly room on the 10th floor Hill Street building each afternoon as well as Thursday and Friday mornings. A visit to Bullock's downtown this week will be a long-remembered treat to any child. Favorite Story is brought to you each Tuesday at 9 by Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, one of America's great stores. Heard in the cast were John Beale as Ben-Hur, Marvin Miller as Messala, Janet Scott as the mother, Henry Blair as David, Gene Bates as Tirza, Herb Butterfield as the wise man Balthazar, and your announcer, George Barkley. Sound designs were by Jack Hayes. The musical score was composed and conducted by Claude Sweeten. This was a Lawrence and Lee production. Bullock's proudly originates it for the nation.
This is True Boardman with a word about next week's favorite story. It was picked for you by one of the stars of MGM's Sea of Grass, Mr. Spencer Tracy. And it's the strange adventure of what might happen if William Shakespeare came back to life and went to work writing screenplays in a motion picture studio. We hope you'll be listening. Until next Tuesday at 9 then, and Mr. Shakespeare, good night to you from Bullock's. We went out to the David O. Selznick Studios, the producers of The Paradigm Case and so many other distinguished screen hits. Our purpose was to visit one of their most charming stars, Miss Dorothy McGuire, and find out her favorite story. She named an early work of the famous British playwright and novelist, Sir James M. Barrie. Barrie, famed for his whimsy and his honest sentiment, wrote a touching book about a family in a Scottish village, which was exactly the kind of story we wanted to dramatize on this week of Mother's Day. So, for Dorothy McGuire, and for all of you who love the works of James Barrie, here's A Window in Thrums, as this week's favorite story.
Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, one of America's great stores, proudly originates this radio program for the nation. Favorite Story.
Our program tonight stars Whit Bissell and Gloria Gordon in Sir James M. Barrie's A Window in Thrums.
Each year, The second Sunday in May is set aside as a special day for Mother. Mother, heroine of 1,000 crises. Mother has a personal meaning to each of us, a personal meaning that stems from her warmth and love. And as a symbol of moral strength, of the stability of the family, she is our greatest source of inspiration. To this, Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles adds its voice in salutation to Mother on her day. So, here's our special Mother's Day favorite story, Act 1.
I'm the schoolmaster of Thrums. To those who dwell in great cities, Thrums is only a small place. A handful of houses jumbled together in a cup. 2 church steeples Thrums is, and a dozen red stone patches standing out of a snow heap. But what a grand hill, pointing itself almost to the sky, leading in and out of town. Come now, climb the hill with me. You'll find it steep, all of us have. As children, we sat at the foot of it and wondered if a new world began at the top. As boys, we ran up it. As men and women, young and in our prime, we almost forgot it was here. But the autumn of life comes, and the break grows steeper. Then the winter, and once again we're as the child pausing at the bottom. Yet we're no longer the child. We'll look for no new world at the top. Only for a little garden and a tiny house and a certain window. There, you can see it now. Her window, Jess's window. It's just as you turn the bend, the elbow of the hill, that you see it. It's been a beacon by night for travellers in the dark these many years. And it'll be so in the future when there are none to remember Jess. To Jess at her window, things happy and mournful and terrible came into view. At this window she sat for 20 years or more, looking at the world as through a telescope. And here, well, that's a story I want to tell you.
Is that you, schoolmaster? Well, warm yourself by the fire, man, and Libby'll pour you a hot cup of tea.
How many wonderful days did I hear that greeting from Jess.
Oh, welcome, schoolmaster. I tell you, man, it's a fine thing having a schoolmaster for a boarder. Lends a fine intellectual touch to the household.
That was Henry, Jess's man.
The tea's on, schoolmaster. Shake out your shawl and have a cup.
Libby, who loved so many things. Like who spent her whole life taking care of her crippled mother sitting there at the window. But never a complaint, mind you, from any of them. It was a loving house. You felt the love in it. Warm and wonderful.
You ready to take your nap now, Jess?
Aye, Henry, I am.
Take my right arm. Easy now. There we be, lass.
It's such an awful business on you to hear wife so helpless. Oh, Henry, you made a poor bargain when you took me.
Not one soul in Thrums will dare say that to me but yourself, Jess. No, my daughter. You're the woman of my choice. There's just one woman of the world for me, and that's you.
Dinna be saying such fun things to me in front of the schoolmaster. He has the wee ones to influence.
The schoolmaster knows a thing or two outside of the bookshelves. Don't be forgetting that now, Jess. There's a kiss for you. Have yourself a beautiful nap, lass, and a beautiful dream.
Jess dreamed mainly about her boy Jamie. He worked in London, and to Jess, London was at the other end of the world because her boy was there and not home. At the beginning of every month, a registered letter reached her from London. Everybody in THRUMS knew about that monthly letter. To Jess, it was not a matter to keep secret. She was proud that the help she and Henry needed in the gloaming of their lives should come from a beloved son. And the neighbours esteemed Jamie because he was good to his mother. And every month, a day or two before the registered letter was due to arrive, Libby and Jess played sort of a game.
Will he send, think ye?
Will Jamie send this month, do you mean?
Aye.
Nah. Oh, lush, no. It's no to be expected. Nah. He couldn't do it this time.
That's what you always say, but he always sends. Yes, and very will you, Kenneth, he will send.
Nah, Libby, dinna let me ever think of such a thing this month.
As if you was not think of the day and the night.
He's terrible mindful, Libby, but he doesn't hate. No, not this month. Maybe next month.
You mean to tell me, mither, that you'll no be up out of your bed on Monday an hour afore your usual time looking for the post?
Nah, no this time.
Up you'll be peering through the blind to see if the post is coming. Aye, and what's more, the post will come, and I registered in his hand with 15 shillings in it the least.
Dinna say 15, Libby. I would never think of such a sum. Maybe 5.
5? I wondered to hear ye. Very will you, Kenneth, since Jamie's been raised to 22 shillings in the week, he's never sent less than half a sovereign.
No, but we cannot expect.
Expect? No, but it's no expect, it's get.
Well, the next Monday morning, Jess was out of bed even before Libby could get a fire lit, and hobbled over to the window with the aid of her gnarled old stick.
Libby, he's coming. The postman's coming. He'll no hear nothing. Nah, but I couldn't expect. Libby, he's passing by. He's no stopping.
I didn't believe it. He's pretending 'cause he sees you peering through the blinds.
Run, Libby, run! Oh, thank you, postman. You cannot ken what a surprise this is to all of us. Getting a registry out of the blue. Who do you suppose it's from now?
Here, mither.
Ah, it's from Jamie, the dear lad. 2 sovereigns. It's his own dear handwriting. Save the envelope, Libby. It's such a fine-looking stamp.
I'll never forget the day Jess told me about her gnarled old walking stick. It was one of the few days Jess didn't greet me when I came in the door. But I heard her as I came in, singing to herself at the window and rocking her arms as if she were holding a baby in it.
But the lads, they smile on me when coming through. Is that you, schoolmaster?
Aye.
Oh, I didn't hear you come in. I was thinking of Jamie.
I know.
It's been a fine day.
A fine day?
Oh, schoolmaster. He's so far away. He's only here 1 week out of the whole year for his holidays. And when he gangs back to London, he has a fear he'll never see me again. But he's terrified to mention it. And I just ken by the way he takes hold of me and comes running back and takes hold of me again. I can find what he's thinking, but I dare not speak. Good is no word for what Jamie's been to me. Schoolmaster, have I ever told you why I'm so over fond of this old walking stick?
No, you never have.
Oh, it was right after I was taken crippled, and the doctor man said I could no last more than a month. I couldn't help often thinking of what the house would be like when I was gone, and Libby and Jamie left so young. So I took Jamie by the shoulders in my 2 hands. He was only 4. And I told him that I was going away. And would he be a terrible good laddie to his father and Libby when I was gone? He just said, "Dinna gang, mither. Dinna gang away." The next morning he smiles and says, "You'll no gang away, no, mother. You'll bide no. You see, Jamie knew I couldn't go about without my stick. So that night he'd crept out of his bed, taken my staff and buried it. It was just over there where the cabbages is at. He dug the hole with a spade and buried the walking stick. And we dug it up next morning.
And you have loved it very much ever since.
Aye. I call this Jamie's staff. The one he hid so his mother couldna gang away.
When Jamie got his holiday and travelled up from London, the little house rocked with excitement. Every heart seemed to stop with a waiting. Every clock tick was impatient. Jess sat at her window, hating every car at every footstep that wasn't a Jamie's.
Nah, I'm no expecting him. They've cancelled his holiday, sure. It's no right to expect a visitor from London until he's here and warming himself at the fire. I'm no expecting...
He's round the bend.
Where? Jamie's coming.
Jamie's coming.
That's him. Big as life. Well, smile, lass.
I'm smiling, man.
That's the wettest smile I ever saw. I can never understand lasses. They cry most when they're bursting with joy.
Jamie's coming.
Jamie's home.
In a moment, Act 2 of this week's favorite story, Sir James M. Barrie's A Window in Thrums.
Recently, Life magazine carried an extensive feature story about a new idea in furniture design. An idea so startling that it immediately became real news. You saw Mengel module furniture pictured in Life. Now you can see and examine the real thing at Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles. As unusual as its name, Mengel Module is the new idea that makes it possible to change the character of your furniture at will. The wonderful idea that gives you a new way of having versatility and usefulness in furniture. From 6 basic cases of natural finish mahogany made to go with each other in perfect proportion, you can build up whatever kind of furniture you desire. Freestanding pieces like bureaus or desks, or solidly composed built-ins covering whole walls. Pieces not only stack and line up side by side, but they may be hung from walls or ceilings or suspended from other pieces. And you can do all this arranging yourself, buying extra pieces as you need them. Mengel Module presents a whole new outlook on the relationship of furniture to the home. Instead of static, unchanging sameness, Mengel Module offers freedom, flexibility, change to fit your ideas and needs. A bureau today can be a bookcase tomorrow. With Mengel Module, you can modulate from one graceful design to another as fast as the need dictates. Come to the 7th floor of Bullock's Hill Street building and see this exciting new innovation in design for comfortable living. Mengel Module is another of the many reasons why Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles is home furnishers to Southern California.
We're ready for Act 2 of tonight's favorite story. Whit Bissell and Gloria Gordon star in this dramatization by Lawrence and Lee of Sir James M. Barrie's A Window in Thrums.
Whether love be but a beautiful dream, I cannot say. I'm only a schoolmaster, and they dinna write of these things in third readers. But this we see. When love comes, it colours the whole future life with gold. Oh, that night, the night Jamie came home. Oh, they looked at each other and held each other's hands for hours and hours.
Oh, I didn't realize how late it was getting. Henry, take Jamie to his own fine bed. You've had a long trip, lad.
Aye, Mother.
I wish I could tuck you in like I did when you was a wee one. Lean down, Jamie.
Aye.
The house is warm and full when you're here, Jamie.
Good night, Mother.
Good night, Sonny.
Good night.
I like your way, lad. 'Tis a pity you're only here such a short time.
Libby, come here, lass.
Aye.
Hand me Jamie's travelling bag.
No, mither, it's a late hour.
Oh, I must see if he has any stuck in that one darning, and I'll hang all his things afore the fire, so when he gets up, all his clothing will be warm as toast.
Jamie would not want you to work. I'll do it, mither.
Nah, lass, it's my own pleasure. Hand me his bag.
Here you are.
Libby.
What's troubling you?
Look.
A glove.
A woman's glove in a bit of paper.
Oh, you shouldn't have looked.
Libby, do you ken what this means?
No.
Some London lass has our Jamie hooked.
Jamie's no the kind, mither.
Oh, it'd lay me low to lose my laddie.
But, mither, if Jamie is ever married, you would not be losing a son, but just gaining a daughter.
I want none of those London daughters, none.
Put the glove back, mither.
I'm going to burn it.
You'll miss it.
Oh, I'll keep it then, underneath my apron. Libby, it's our duty to protect our Jamie from the bad women of London.
The entire week Jamie searched for his glove without once mentioning it. And the last night of his holiday, his mother took the glove out from under her apron.
That's yours, Jamie. It was ill doing of me to tuck it, but I couldn't help it.
Oh, it's no thing of consequence, Mother.
Who is she, Jamie?
Why, it's a lassie in London.
You're fond of her, Jamie?
Oh, no, I'm no.
Oh, it's wrong of me, Jamie, but I cannot bear to think of you carrying that glove.
I'll throw it on the fire, then.
No. Oh.
No, Mother, you're satisfied? Or you know?
Aye.
All right, lad, the cart's ready, and your box is all strapped to it.
Nah, lad, dinner go yet.
We'll just look forward to meeting next year again, Mother. And to think of that keeps me going all the winter.
Oh, Jamie, all my days on this earth, be they short or long, of you for a staff to lean on.
The cart's waiting.
Oh, let it wait, man. We must have a prayer first for Jamie's safe trip. Take down the Bible, man, and turn to our favourite passage.
The 14th of John's.
Aye. Read, man.
Aye. Wait till I find it. Let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you, that where I am, there you may be also.
Amen. Amen.
It was a silent room after that, though the lamp burned long in Jess's window. By its meagre light you may take a final glance at the little family. You'll never see them together again.
Postman, is there no registered?
No registered letter today.
A postal card then with a fine, handsome picture of London town? Is it somewhere in the bottom of your mail sack?
No, Mistress Jess.
Oh, will you have another look, man?
There's no letter from Jamie, Mistress Jess, and I'm sorry.
Henry.
Aye.
Write it out in a very plain hand.
Aye.
Jamie, lad. Dear Jamie, lad. It is many months since we heard from ye. We dinna want money. Only a fine word to say that you're well. Signed, your loving family.
that was the year that Libby died. She got her death on the common one day of sudden rain. A terrible cold she woke up with next morning carried her off very quickly. How silent the house was then. Henry spoke to me one evening, but it was as if he were speaking to himself.
I canna help praying to the Lord that in his great mercy he'll take Jess afore me. Now that Libby's gone and Jamie never lets us hear from him, I canna gulp down the thought of Jess being left alone.
That was a prayer that Henry may be pardoned for having so often in his heart, though God did not think fit to grant it. He died one night, quietly in his sleep, and Jess was left alone in her house on the hill, left to sit at her window and wait for her footstep to come round the elbow of the hill.
Will you read a bit to me, schoolmaster?
The Bible?
Aye, Henry's chapter, the 14th of John. Turn up the lamp a wee bit, schoolmaster, if you dinna mind. It's a black night out. And there may be some traveller who'd like to see a friendly light as he comes around the corner of the hill. And the lamp's so dim, so dim.
There. In my father's house are many mansions. If I were not so, I would have... Jess. Mistress Jess. Jess. On a summer evening in the quiet hour when lamps are being lit in THRUMS, a traveller climbed the hill. He reached the elbow of the hill. He saw a light at the window, and he started to run.
Mother! Libby! Father! Hello! It's Jamie! I've come home!
Aye? What's all the pounding and shouting?
Who bides in this house?
It's David Patterloo's house, and I'm the wife.
Where's Mistress Jess?
Mistress Jess? She passed away.
And her husband? Henry?
He died too.
There was a daughter? Libby?
Aye. She was ta'en first.
Oh, Libby.
Huh? You're the son from London what never came back.
Aye.
Will you come in, man?
All the furniture's different.
Aye.
Do you ken if there's anything left that was my mother's?
No. Did your mother hae a staff?
Aye, a little staff, near black with age. She couldna gang from the bed to a chair without it. She loved it very much.
I've heard tell that the schoolmaster hae it.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
Jamie.
Hi, schoolmaster. It's me. Oh, come back.
Come in, Jamie, lad.
No, schoolmaster. I must get out of this village this night. I came here to see if you would give me your staff. I dinna deserve it.
Certainly you may have her staff. Oh, Jamie. What happened to you, lad?
When you go a step, you go a mile. I met a lass in London. I spent much money on her and nae left to send the THRUMS. I was sae ashamed I didn't write. But I did not know, schoolmaster. I did not know.
Know this, Jamie. They loved you very much, no matter what happened. And they love you still. Jamie walked down the hill, his mother stick in his hand. At the elbow of the hill, he looked back at the window once, and then never returned to THRUMS again. Come, climb the hill with me. See the light there in the window? Some will tell you it's a candle placed there by the present occupants for fancy reasons. Oh, no. No, I'll tell you different. It's a great light that love makes. The love of a mother. And no darkness will ever put it out.
You have been listening to Favorite Story. Tonight, as a special Mother's Day broadcast, we brought you A Window in THRUMS by Sir James M. Barrie, the favorite story choice of the David O. Selznick star, Miss Dorothy McGuire.
Favorite Story is brought to you by Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, one of America's great stores. Starting tonight's Favorite Story were Whit Bissell as the schoolmaster and Gloria Gordon as Jess. Norman Field was Henry, Peggy Weber was Libby, and Peter Rankin was Jamie. Your announcer is George Barclay. Sound designs were by Jack Hayes. Music was under the direction of Claude Sweeten. Whit Bissell will soon be seen in the Mark Hellinger picture, Brute Force. Favorite Story is a Lawrence and Lee production. Bullock's proudly originates it for the nation. Now here is your narrator, True Boardman, to tell you about next week's Favorite Story.
Richard Maley was a very clever thief. He stole $43,000 in such a way that nothing could possibly go wrong. But something did go wrong. Inside Richard Maley's head. You'll hear about it in next week's Favorite Story, The Debt Collector. It's an unforgettable thriller by Maurice Lavelle, and it was chosen for you by MGM's popular star, Mr. Van Johnson. We hope you'll be listening. Until next Tuesday at 9, Favorite Story time. Good night to you from Bullock's.
This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour. Favorite Story. When one of the world's most famous storytellers picks his own favorite story, that's news. It's Mr. Bennett Cerf's choice that we've scheduled for this week. You know Mr. Cerf as an internationally distinguished editor and publisher, the author of the bestseller Try and Stop Me, and a very well-known man about the literary world. Since Bennett Cerf is quite a collector of humorous stories, we rather expected him to select a comedy, but he surprised us. He chose the weird and haunting novel about the love between a servant boy and a high-born lady on the windswept moors of England. So, for Mr. Cerf, and for all of you who call this your favorite story, here's Emily Bronte's immortal Wuthering Heights.
How do they sleep? The first night they lie in the yellow mud of Gimmerton churchyard. How do they sleep? Do they rest dreamless when soft words are breathed over them?
Dear Lord, when this our sister Catherine Earnshaw enters into thy city of eternal light, do welcome her spirit and grant her lasting peace and find her a place among
Do they
thy
suffer
many men.
loneliness there in the churchyard, in spite of the soothing words? Then how must they sleep who go to the eternal rest with these words echoing over them?
I see wake in torment. I pray one prayer. I repeat it till my tongue stiffens. Catherine Earnshaw, may you not rest as long as I'm living. You said I killed you. Haunt me then. Be with me always. Take any form. Drive me mad. Only do not leave me in this living hell where I cannot find you.
Miss Kathy. Miss Kathy, wake up.
Go away. Let me sleep.
Now, you shan't sleep another minute, you lazy lie-a-bed. It's past 9 o'clock.
Oh, Nellie, I don't want to
Come
get
now,
up.
quick, out of that bed. Shoo. Besides, Miss Kathy, you already have callers.
Callers?
They're waiting for you downstairs in the parlor.
Who?
The Lintons, Mr. Edgar and his sister.
Oh,
They've come to wish you a happy birthday.
let me sleep another quarter hour.
No, you don't. You must have been swimming in some pretty dreams to want to go back to them so much.
No, they weren't pretty. Do you know what I dreamed, Nellie?
What?
I dreamed I was dead. I did, Nellie. I was lying in the shadow of Gimmerton Kirk, all cold, and I couldn't move. And I heard a thumping above my head. I didn't know what it was, and then I knew. It was the sexton shoveling clods of earth over my coffin. And I heard Heathcliff. He was calling to me, but I wouldn't answer him. For spite, Nellie. I wouldn't answer him for spite.
And you want to go back and dream about that? Come along now. Put on your dressing gown.
Oh.
Downstairs with you. Quick.
Oh, aren't you going to wish me a happy birthday, Nellie?
Not till you've paid your respects to the Lintons.
Good morning,
Happy
dear
birthday,
Catherine.
Catherine.
Hello, Isabella. Edgar. This is an unusual hour to be calling, isn't it? Well, we were on our way to town.
And we thought we'd be the first to wish you a happy birthday.
You are. Did you bring me a present? I know.
Only these flowers.
Thank you, Edgar. You're very kind.
And Catherine, we're having a party at the Grange tonight. Tea and supper.
May we expect you? I'm afraid not, Isabella. I have another engagement.
Couldn't you break it? The party is really for you.
Then you should have told me sooner and I wouldn't have made other plans.
Sorry.
So am I. Well, good morning, Catherine. Edgar and I must be on our way to Gimmerton.
Goodbye, Kathy. If you should change your mind...
I shan't. Good day, Edgar. Isabella?
Well, it's a fine, ungrateful little wretch you are, Catherine Earnshaw. The Lintons come all the way over here to invite you to a party at the Grange. In your honor. And you have another engagement.
I have.
With whom, I'd like to know?
Heathcliff. I promised to spend my day with him.
A common laboring
I'll
man.
not hear a word
without
against him.
even a Christian name. A sulking black soap.
I told you not to speak a word against him. Forgive me, Nellie. I didn't mean to strike you. But you must try to understand. You see, I'm afraid I'm in love with Heathcliff.
You'll not outrun me. I shall trap you.
You may run till the emergency warrant. You'll not catch me.
I will. I will. There.
I'm breathless.
I caught you, didn't I?
I'm tired of running, Heathcliff. Oh, look where we are. The halfway hill.
It's a long way down to Wuthering Heights. We must start back.
Why?
It's almost dark.
What's wrong with the dark?
Well, there's a storm blowing up.
You know I love the rain if it's warm. And if it's cold, you put your coat around my shoulder.
And you've no shoes.
I hate shoe leather. I'd run barefoot through the deepest snow of winter if I had my way.
You're a wild, untamed creature.
Like you, Heathcliff. I'm very much like you. What will Joseph say when he finds you ran off from your work to spend the day with me?
He may flog me a few times.
Will you mind? Has it been worth it to spend my birthday with me?
Yes, Kathy.
When is your birthday, Heathcliff?
I haven't any.
You must have. Or perhaps not. Do you have parents?
My father was a sailor, I was told.
A sailor. And he conjured you up by magic spirits out of the foam of the ocean of India, didn't he? And your godfather was the Khedive of Baghdad. And your guardian angel, the Magi of Persia. It's true, isn't it?
I don't know, Kathy. The words from books...
No matter. You're my Heathcliff, and your birth or your birthday don't matter in the least. Do you love me? Heathcliff?
Yes?
Tell me with your lips.
I love you, Kathy. You know I love you.
Now, tell me with your lips, but without the words.
Do you love me, Kathy? Kathy? Well, do you?
I think I love you as much as I shall ever be able to love anyone. Heathcliff, look down there at the Grange. There's a light in every window.
The Lintons must be having a party.
Do you know who the party is for? Me. Let's go to it, Heathcliff, you and I.
No, Kathy.
We won't go inside. We'll just peek in the windows. I'll race you all the way to the Grange. What fops they are. Look at them. Prancing and dancing and posing. Can you see in the window, Heathcliff?
I can see.
Clowns, that's what they are. All slicked up with oil and powder and paint and silly costumes. But the funniest part of it is they don't know how funny they are. You know, when I
Kathy.
see them in the... What's wrong?
Something moved in the bush behind us.
Nonsense. Come closer to the window. I want to watch Edgar filling cups in the punch bowl.
Now, gather round the punch bowl, everybody. Here you are, Dame Catherine. Another cup of punch.
Thank you ever so much.
Edgar, I'm going to get some more tea for.
More punch, Mistress Zilla? Light brown.
Who is it? I'll bring a light.
Nothing to worry about. We have a good watchdog. Skulker. Here, boy. Good dog, Skulker.
There are two people. One of them's hurt.
Hold up the lantern, Isabella.
All right, Edgar.
Who is it? You needn't try to run away. The constable will find you.
Oh, it's that laboring man from Wuthering Heights.
How do you do, good neighbor Linton? That dog of yours had the hospitality to sink his teeth into my lady's ankle.
Blood. Oh, Edgar, we must bandage her. No.
Catherine.
Heathcliff will take care of me.
It's the Earnshaw girl.
Cathy Earnshaw?
Wandering around the moors at night.
You invited me to your party, didn't you? Isabella? Edgar?
We hardly expected.
You always welcome your guests with the teeth of your watchdog.
Come, Kathy, we'll go back to the heights.
Yes,
She can't walk. It's 3 miles back to Wuthering Heights and the storm coming.
You must stay here, Catherine. I'll nurse your ankle.
Mr. Heathcliff, we will thank you to go to the Earnshaws post-haste and tell them Kathy is staying here with us until her ankle is healed.
At least I should think you would brush your hair, Heathcliff, and wash your forehead.
Why should I?
It's been 5 weeks since you've seen Miss Cathy. I think you'd want to look presentable to welcome her back from the Lintons.
Miss Cathy will have to take me as I am.
So, you won't brush your hair?
Miss Catherine.
Even for me?
Oh, it's so good to have you back home again. Is your ankle healed?
As good as new. Oh, Nellie, I wanted to surprise you, so I had Edgar drive me in the back way.
Just stand there. Let's have a look at you. Oh, aren't you the grand lady now? All dressed up in silks with a veil and all.
What do you think of me, Heathcliff? Am I changed? Heathcliff, where are you going?
I have my work to do.
He acts strangely. Is he well?
You should know by now, Heathcliff always acts strangely.
I'm afraid I hurt his feelings. He loved me, you know.
You're not serious.
Yes, I am. Before I went to the Lintons, I'd actually thought of marrying him. I know that's out of the question now. It would degrade me to marry Heathcliff, a common laborer without so much as a Christian name.
Do I degrade you, Kathy?
You should be ashamed, eavesdropping.
I'm ashamed of nothing. Do not worry, Miss Earnshaw. I have no intention of degrading you. You shall never see me again until I return to Wuthering Heights as the equal of you. Or better.
Heathcliff, don't go.
Goodbye, Kathy. We'll meet one day on the moors.
Heathcliff.
Oh, you needn't cry, miss. This had to happen sooner or later. You'll forget him in a short while, and you won't even remember his name.
Yes, you're right, Nellie. It will be easy to forget him after the wedding.
The wedding?
Yes, Nellie, I'm engaged to be married to Edgar Linton.
We continue with Act 2 of Bennett Cerf's favorite story, Wuthering Heights. I believe it was Congreve who remarked that there is no fury like a woman scorned. He makes no mention, however, of man's fury when he discovers his own true love has accidentally found herself another husband. And the new Mrs. Edgar Linton could hardly expect Heathcliff to accept her loveless marriage with a philosophical shrug of his shoulders.
Catherine, darling.
Yes, Edgar?
Isn't it time you were coming up to bed?
I'm not sleepy. I think I'll walk a bit if you don't mind, Edgar, dear. Don't worry about me.
Good evening.
What?
Do you often go for walks at night on the moors?
Who is it?
Oh, Kathy, darling.
Heathcliff.
I told you I would come back.
I can't believe. Is it really you? It's been so long.
3 years, Kathy.
3 eternities. Where have you been, Heathcliff? Why didn't you write?
Was there any reason or any need? I'm back now, Kathy, and I've made a fortune. You needn't worry about my degrading you. I'm as rich as any man in the county.
Heathcliff, how?
In my way, Kathy. I'll never leave you now. We'll be together always. And all the months I've been away and all the 3 long years I've kept alive by thinking of you. You'll never leave me now, never.
Heathcliff, don't you know?
I know I love you, you only, Kathy.
I've married to Edgar Linton. We were married just a month after you ran away. I had no business doing it, I suppose, but no one knew where you were, and Edgar adores me. Heathcliff, don't look at me like that.
Mrs. Edgar Linton. Mrs. Edgar Linton.
You needn't knock so loud. I'm coming.
Well, Nellie?
Heathcliff.
What are you doing here at the Grange?
Wouldn't you expect me to be where Miss Kathy is?
You don't seem to be glad to see me, Nellie. At least you can invite me in and announce to your master that he has a caller, a gentleman from Gimmerton.
Who is it, Nellie?
Your new neighbor, sir. Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Mr. Heathcliff, the proprietor of Wuthering Heights.
Mr. Heathcliff?
I've just purchased the Heights at a rather outlandish price, I'm afraid, but I wanted to own the place for sentimental reasons.
Who was the caller, Edgar? Was it...
Mr. Heathcliff.
Huh?
This is my sister Isabella.
How'd you do?
We've met, I believe, Miss Linton, several years ago when a dog of yours had the discourtesy to wound a dear friend of mine in the leg. By the way, Mr. Linton, I believe that my belated congratulations are in order. I wish you and Mrs. Linton all of life's joys and happiness.
You will stay for tea, Mr. Heathcliff?
Isabella, I don't
You're
know
very
whether...
gracious, Miss Linton. I shall be honored.
Nellie, will you serve tea here in the library? And tell Cassie that an old friend of hers is here. I heard his voice. You remember Mr. Heathcliff? Yes, Isabella. I remember him.
Aren't you surprised to see him, Catherine?
Why should she be surprised? She's known that I've been here. We've seen each other. Haven't we, Cassie?
What am I to infer from that?
Why, nothing, sir. Unless you choose to suspect your wife of infidelity, which
Mr. Heathcliff, I demand that you retract that insinuation.
My dear Mr. Linton, I have no...
Stop, for my sake. You must be free. Do you promise, Edgar?
Oh, very well. I promise.
And you, Heathcliff?
I want nothing more than to be friends with you, Kathy, and Mr. Linton, and Miss Isabella.
Are you sure, Nellie?
I saw them in broad daylight under the arbor in the garden. He was kissing her and...
Surely you can't hold me to my promise, Kathy, when the man behaves in such a loathsome fashion. It's too much to keep up even a pretense of friendship.
Stay here. I'll go and have a word with Isabella. May I come in?
It's not locked. Well, Sister Kathy, have they sent you in to lecture to me?
Is it true that Heathcliff has been making advances to you?
He finds me attractive.
He's playing with you. He's pretending an infatuation with you to revenge himself on Edgar and on me. He doesn't love you.
You're jealous.
No, Isabella.
The gentleman from Gimmerton is here.
Heathcliff, I've been expecting him. He's calling on me, not you, Cassie. Tell Mr. Heathcliff to come up. He's taking me for a stroll this afternoon. We have a secret place we go. Out on the moor.
Hello, Isabella. Oh, Kathy.
I'm sorry to be an unwelcome third party in this rendezvous. There's something I insist on knowing. Heathcliff,
Do you love
Isabella?
You don't have to answer. She's mad with jealousy.
Why should she be jealous of me? I'm not her husband.
I'm not jealous of you. I'm jealous for you. Clear your face. You shan't scold me. If you like Isabella, you shall have her, but do you like her?
I'm marrying her.
Will Edgar Linton approve?
Will he approve? By all the saints above and all the devils below, I don't care one jackstraw if he approves or not. I do what I choose. And as for you, Catherine Linton, I have a few words to say to you. I want you to be aware that I know that you've treated me infernally.
I've treated you?
If you flatter yourself I don't see it, you're a fool. And if you think I can be consoled with sweet words, you're an idiot. If you think I'll suffer this unrevenged...
You remain in this room after the language this ruffian has used to you.
Edgar.
Your presence in this house, Mr. Heathcliff, is a moral poison. I require your instant departure.
Kathy, this lamb of yours threatens like a bull. Does it know it is in danger of splitting its skull against my knuckles?
I give you 3 minutes to leave. I'm going to get the servants to throw you forcibly from the house.
Well, Kathy, I trust you are ecstatically happy with your milk-blooded coward of a husband. I compliment you on your taste. So that is the slavering, shivering thing you preferred to me.
Get out. Get out before he comes with an army of lackeys to disgrace himself. And you and me. Leave, now!
But Heathcliff, dear, what about our walk?
Oh. Later, Isabella, darling. Farewell to you all, my dear, sweet neighbor.
You, Isabella. Get out of my sight. Don't come near me. This whole uproar is owing to you. Nellie! Where is that wretched servant? Nellie!
Yes, Miss Cassie.
1,000 sniff hammers are beating in my head. Nellie, tell my dear, devoted husband that I'm in danger of being seriously ill. I hope I am ill. I want to frighten him. Edgar's behaved so badly to me that I may die just to make him miserable. Isabella, if you don't leave me, I shall scratch your eyes out.
Calm yourself, Kathy, darling.
Edgar, you have made me sick with your raving. Don't you see I can scarcely stand? Edgar!
Kathy, darling, precious Kathy, what have I done to you?
Mr. Linton, look at her.
She has blood on her lips.
Oh. Good evening, sir.
Who is it, Nellie?
The gentleman from Gimmerton.
Good evening, sir.
How is she, Linton?
You must know, Mr. Heathcliff, that my wife's condition is critically serious, or you would not have been summoned to this house.
Why didn't you take decent care of her?
The best doctors in England have been in almost constant attendance at her bedside.
I must go to her.
She's been asking for you.
Follow me, Mr. Heathcliff.
And that's the turkey. And this is
In
the
here.
wild duck. And this is the kitchen.
What's she saying?
Oh,
She's plucking feathers out of her pillow. She does it hours at a time.
and here's a more cock. And this is a lapwing. Wheeling over our heads in the middle of the moor. Oh, I feel the rain coming. The wind has the winter in it. Hold me close, Heathcliff. Hold me.
I'm here, Kathy. I'm close to you.
Where have you been, Heathcliff? You ran away and left me. And I'm very annoyed with you.
I've never really left you, Kathy.
You did. You left me. You ran off with Isabella.
But I've come back to you.
Oh, no. Not until I lie on my deathbed. I'm dying, Heathcliff.
No.
I am. And it serves you right that I should die. Because you murdered me.
Kathy, I've done what I've done because I've loved you more than life. It hasn't been to hurt you, but to hurt the people who came between us, the people who made you think I'd degrade you. I've never loved anyone but you, Kathy. I'm yours as long as
you needn't trouble yourself further, Mr. Heathcliff. I'm afraid that my wife, Catherine, has passed beyond the reach of your voice. Or mine.
How does she sleep? Her first night in the yellow mud of Gimmerton churchyard.
Dear Lord, when this our departed Catherine enters thy city of eternal light, may she wake in lasting peace.
No! I see wake in torment! I pray one prayer, I repeat it till my tongue stiffens. Catherine Earnshaw, may you not rest as long as I'm living. You said I killed you. Haunt me then. Be with me always. Take any form. Drive me mad. Only do not leave me in this living hell where I cannot find you.
Heathcliff.
Kathy, is it really you? Or is it just the wind over the moor?
Heathcliff, I cannot haunt you. The dead are tormented for their evil deeds. But the living must haunt themselves.
Kathy. Kathy, where are you? Kathy!
The living must haunt themselves.
Kathy!
You've just heard our favorite story production of Wuthering Heights, starring Janet Waldo in the role of Kathy and William Conrad as Heathcliff, one of the great tragic romances of the English language. My congratulations to Miss Waldo, Mr. Conrad, and the entire cast on their splendid performances. And our thanks to Mr. Bennett Cerf, who chose Wuthering Heights as his favorite story. Next week, 1,000 years disappear into thin air, as we bring you the favorite story choice of Ed Gardner, the Archie of Duffy's Tavern. It's Mark Twain's delicious story, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. Do you have a secret longing to go traveling across magic horizons? Our favorite story series transports you by the wonder of radio to mountain tops in Tibet, drawing rooms of Queen Victoria's London, and even to the moon. Well, this week we travel into the depths of the oceans of the world to bring you Jules Verne's most imaginative adventure, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It was picked as the favorite story of the celebrated actor, director, producer, Mr. Orson Welles. Orson told us that he's always been a Jules Verne fan, and the mysterious Captain Nemo is one of his favorite characters. So here it is, for Orson and for all of you. The story which astonished the world in 1866, chosen by the man who, years later, astonished the state of New Jersey with his invasion from Mars. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Act 1.
Professor Aronow, thank you for coming to my office.
My pleasure, Commodore Farragut. I'm at your service.
I know you're anxious to get back to Paris, monsieur, but believe me, this is a matter of extreme urgency.
How can a botanist, a museum curator, be of help to you?
We know of your reputation, Professor. Believe me, the nation, the world, has need of your knowledge.
I'm honored.
Before I go on, I must tell you that any word that passes between us now, from this second forward, must be kept in complete confidence. What I have to discuss with you is top secret. Shall I continue?
You have my word, Commodore Farragut.
Good. Professor, do you know about the steamship Meridian of the Montreal Ocean Company?
Yes, that was the passenger ship which sank last March in the North Atlantic. I remember the papers were full of it at the time.
You remember how the ship sank?
I was under the impression that the Moravian had scraped on a submerged reef.
We've conducted soundings all over that section of the Atlantic. Where the Moravian sank, the ocean depth is greater than 100 fathoms.
Astonishing.
You know of the Scotia, which was stricken a few months later off the coast of England? The ship limped into dry dock at Liverpool. There was a triangular gash in the hull of the Scotia which couldn't have been done more neatly with a metal punch. Professor Aronow, the Scotia was rammed.
But, Commodore, if this is true, it is an act of war. No vessels in the high seas are safe.
True, Professor, true.
What men would be capable of piracy in this day and age?
Shall I tell you my theory?
Please do.
I do not believe that this is the work of a human being.
What?
I believe that these disasters are the work of some beast of the ocean depths. A giant whale, perhaps. Uncatalogued in your books of science.
What is your plan, Commodore?
Our Navy has just put into commission a new frigate, named in honor of our late great president, the Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, yes.
The ship is capable of a top speed of 18 nautical miles an hour.
Incredible. 18 miles an hour. Commodore, this certainly is a miraculous age we're living in.
We'll comb the oceans with this high-speed vessel. We'll find your sea monster, Professor, harpoon it, and make the shipping lane safe again.
When do you sail?
Friday at dawn.
I'll be aboard, sir. It sounds like quite an adventure. "3 months later, I was cursing myself for making such a hasty decision. For 3 long months, the Abraham Lincoln had seesawed back and forth across the Atlantic, doubled Cape Horn, and steamed into the peaceful seas of Japan. But there was no sign of the sea monster. The crew was restless. We slept fitfully. We never knew when the tusk of the great beast might rip into the hull of the Abraham Lincoln and send it to the bottom of the Pacific.
I wouldn't worry about it, Professor.
What's the matter, Ned? Don't you think the giant whale is going to favor us with an appearance?
If you ask me, I think this whole thing's a wild goose chase. With no wild goose.
What makes you say that?
All my life I've been chasing whales. I've been a harpooner on more voyages than I can remember. But I never yet in steamship.
Ned, what would you say that is?
Where?
Off the starboard, the black object coming toward us.
Lord save us. I've never seen anything like it.
Commodore!
Yes, we spotted it! Lieutenant ordered the crew to battle station. Ned Land!
Aye, sir.
Take your position on the forecastle. We're depending on you to harpoon this creature.
Aye, sir. I'll do my best.
Good man.
Professor.
Yes, Commodore. Look at the speed of that devil. Tell me what known species of whale can travel at 40 miles an hour.
None, sir. It's beyond belief.
By heaven, it's heading straight toward us. Helm! Aye, sir. Swing to, so we're facing the devil head on.
Shall I harpoon when ready, sir?
Don't wait. Look! It's a whale, all right. What a water spout.
Keep low!
Hold fast, men. That water's going to break over the ship. Hold fast!
The whale spouted a torrent of water which broke over the frigate. I was thrown over the rail of the Abraham Lincoln and fell into the sea. I bobbed like a cork on the surface of an ocean 2 miles deep. By the time I could see and utter a cry, the Abraham Lincoln had swirled out of earshot. I knew that it would only be a matter of minutes before I was a dead man. There was no bit of wood to cling to, no shore to swim to. The nearest bit of earth was 2 miles away, straight down. I beat the water with my hands in a desperate effort to keep afloat until the last possible moment.
Don't struggle so hard, Professor.
Ned Land!
So you were swept overboard, too.
Thanks to that devil of a whale. Well, we can drown together, Ned.
That won't be necessary, Professor. If you reach down, I think you'll find solid footing directly beneath you.
Good Lord, Ned. This is a miracle.
No, sir. It's our whale.
What?
Let's keep your balance, sir. It's heaving up out of the water.
It has no sails. This isn't a fish, Ned.
I'd say it's a regular ironclad.
You're right. These are iron plates riveted together. This is a monstrous underwater vessel. Man-made.
What will we do if it dives again?
It won't. There must be men inside. Human beings with human sympathies. Beat on the shell with your knife, Ned.
Aye, I will.
We'll have to raise such a racket that they let us in.
Aye, sir.
Let us in! Let us in!
Help us, you pirates! Save us! Let us in!
Suddenly, one of the iron plates was lifted up. A man looked out, made a strange noise, and disappeared. A few moments later, 4 strong men with masked faces appeared noiselessly and carried us down inside their formidable machine.
Professor Aronoff. Yes, Ned. Is that you? Are you all right? These bruisers don't stand much on ceremony, do they? Dumping us down here where it's blacker than pitch.
We're completely at their mercy, Ned.
I still have my whaling knife. And if they have any ideas about rough treatment, I can make it interesting for them.
Calm down, Ned. Let's not ask for trouble.
Listen.
Someone's coming. With a light. There in the doorway stood the strangest man I've ever seen. He carried an electric lantern which cast sharp shadows on his face. It was a face which might have belonged to the Apostle Paul. A well-shaped forehead, wide-set eyes, straight nose, a clearly cut mouth. His physique was magnificent. And his age, well, the man might have been 35 or 60. For at least a full minute, he stood in the doorway, examining us without a word.
Well,
Why do you stand there just looking at us? If it's a fight you want...
Control yourself. Sir, we don't know who you are or what you intend to do with us. My name is Pierre Aronat. I am a professor of marine biology with the National Museum in Paris. This is Master Ned Land, harpooner, United States Navy. We call upon your humanity to treat us as you would wish to be treated in a similar circumstance.
You don't seem to understand.
I'll try French. Monsieur, votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Je suis Pierre Aronat, professeur de biologie avec le Musée national de Paris. Et voilà Monsieur Ned Land, américain. Nous sommes vos amis.
You still don't know what you're saying, Professor.
Well, I know a little German. Mein Herr, wir sind...
Gentlemen, that will suffice. We will discuss these matters in whatever tongue you choose. I myself speak 13 languages.
Then we'll talk in plain English.
As you wish. Mr. Land, Monsieur Aronat, I'm very annoyed to see you. An unkind fate has brought you here to trouble my existence.
Unintentionally.
Unintentionally? Was it unintentionally that your vessel pursued me halfway around the world? Was it unintentionally that Mr. Land hurled his harpoon at my submarine? Gentlemen, you set sail with a single purpose of destroying me. Therefore, you dare deny that I have the right to treat you as enemies? Very well. Is there any reason, then, why I should show you hospitality? May I not place you outside on my deck and then sink beneath the waters and forget that you ever existed? Is that not my right?
It might be the right of the savage, but not the right of a civilized man.
I am not what you call a civilized man. I have done with society entirely. Therefore, I do not obey its laws.
If you have it in mind to kill us, please make the death swift and merciful.
I have no such intention. Professor Aronat, I have read several of your books on biology and deep sea life. Because of my admiration for your scientific knowledge and your learning, I've decided that you and your companion are to remain aboard this vessel.
To whom are we indebted for this clemency?
I am no one to you. That is just what you are to call me. Captain Nemo.
We'll be captives, of course.
On the contrary, Mr. Land. You will be my honored guests. You'll be free to move at will from stem to stern of my ship, which I call the Nautilus. I'll show you its wonders, its ingenious mechanisms, and answer your questions concerning the life we lead here.
But, Captain Nemo, are you sure it is wise to take us into your confidence and show us the secrets of this amazing vessel? You have said we are your enemies. Aren't you afraid that we will take this knowledge back to our homes and use it to destroy you?
That doesn't worry me in the slightest. Because I promise you, gentlemen, that neither of you will ever leave this vessel alive.
We're ready for Act 2 of Orson Welles' favorite story, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, by Jules Verne. Professor Aronat and the harpooner, Ned Land, find themselves at the bottom of the ocean in one of the most remarkable vessels ever created, as guests of Captain Nemo.
We dined that evening with Captain Nemo. The food was deliciously prepared. The men who served us, in fact, the whole crew of the Nautilus, maintained a strict silence whenever they were in our presence.
Well, gentlemen, have you satisfied your hunger?
I can honestly say, Captain Nemo, that I have never had a better meal in the finest hotels of Europe.
Shall we go to the library?
You have a library on board?
12,000 volumes.
Unbelievable.
But it'd be too much to expect for you to have anything for a man to smoke after dinner.
On the contrary. Mr. Land, Monsieur Aronat, may I offer you cigars?
Huh? I see, Captain. You haven't given up contact with Havana.
I have given up all contact with your outside world. No, Professor. That which you mistake for Havana tobacco is actually a rare type of seaweed, rich in nicotine, dried, and rolled into cigars.
We'll see how rare it is.
This is the library.
Captain, You have here some of the greatest treasures of the world.
True. These bookshelves contain the gleanings of the richest minds that have lived on this planet. Your work's among them, sir.
I am honored.
And a grand piano.
Do you play, sir?
A little. As you digest your dinners, my friends, I ask you to consider this question. Where do you think you are?
Why, in the library of your vessel, of course. Floating on the Sea of Japan?
No, Professor. Not floating. There's a half a mile of salt water above us, sir. We are beneath the Sea of Japan and traveling out of it at 30 knots an hour.
Nonsense. I don't believe it.
No? Master Land, be so good as to slide that panel to your left.
Yes?
So. Look.
Behind the panel which Ned had opened lay a window of plate glass. In the faint light of deep underwater, I saw whole armies of fish swim by the Nautilus. Scores of fabulous creatures of the deep.
They're attracted in such numbers by the lamps we steer by.
But, Captain, where do you get your power to travel at such speeds?
Electricity, sir. The sea supplies me with all the electricity I need through the chemical disintegration of seawater.
One question.
Ask it.
A man must be wealthy to live such a life. Are you rich?
Immensely rich. I could, without missing it, pay the national debt of France.
For many days after this, I did not see Captain Nemo. One morning upon arising, I found a note on the table of my stateroom. It was written in a bold, clear hand and was worded as follows. Captain Nemo invites Professor Aronnax to a hunting party which will take place this morning in the forests of Atlantis. Ned, we're going to visit a sunken civilization.
That is correct. Mr. Aronnax, as soon as you don this diving helmet, I shall be pleased to show you the ruins of Atlantis, the lost continent.
Shall I place this helmet over my head?
I will secure the fastenings. We'll be able to talk with each other over telephone apparatus. And there's plenty of air to breathe. It's compressed in this little tank which you carry on your back. Here, Professor, let me help you.
Oh, this is a tight-fitting little cubby hole.
Can you hear me, Professor?
Oh, yes, fine. Can you hear me, Captain Nemo?
Perfectly. Now, if you'll follow me through this door, Professor.
How deep is it here, Captain?
Not deep. Only about 30 fathoms. You know, the ground upon which you are walking was many centuries ago dry land. Then there was an upheaval within the earth. This island sank beneath the waves of the Atlantic.
That red glow ahead of us, what is it?
It's lava, sir. We're climbing up the slope of an active volcano.
The red glow grew brighter, and I found myself on the brink of an undersea volcano, with a crater pouring white-hot rock into the sea. There was a hail of volcanic debris descending in slow motion through the water. And at the foot of the mountain, before my very eyes, lay a tower, ruined, destroyed, its roofs open to the watery sky, its temples full and its Grecian columns lying on the ground. In the blue-green distance, I saw the outlines of an Acropolis, topped by the floating shadow of a Parthenon. Here was another Pompeii, a city which had died a double death, stricken by both fire and water.
It is dangerous to go nearer, Professor.
The lost city of Atlantis. It is a miracle.
No, Monsieur Arnaud. It is a cataclysm. Shall we go back?
As you wish.
Oh, I had almost forgotten. I promised you a hunt.
But how can we hunt, Captain? We have no weapons, no guns.
Look to your left.
Yes?
What do you see?
A sunken ship.
Yes, the Spanish galleon. What do you suppose you'll find on board?
I can imagine.
Oh, some of it seems to have spilled over the side. Here, Professor Aronnax.
A solid ingot of pure gold.
Kindly accept this trifle as a token of esteem from your friend, Captain Nemo.
How much is this worth?
In your world, perhaps 1,000,000 francs. Down here, the fish plays its value at exactly nothing.
A few days later, the Nautilus came to the surface to restore its supply of air. Our course was northward toward Denmark and the Scandinavian peninsula. I was enjoying a quick stroll on deck. Abruptly, Ned Land grasped me by the arm.
Look, sir, over there.
What do you see, Ned?
That thin gray line on the horizon. That's Europe.
So it is.
It's people, friends, relatives, home. Professor, we may never have the chance again. We must try to escape.
Ned, he'll never let us get away. We know too much about him. And it's too far to swim.
But this close to shore, there must be coastal steamers. Some vessel would pick us up. Look, there's a ship of some sort off our weather beam right now.
Can you make out the flag she's flying?
That's odd. The ship doesn't seem to be flying any flag.
Gentlemen, what are you doing above decks?
Captain Nemo, you have granted us the freedom of the ship.
I command you to go below.
You can't command us.
Sir, I ask you to address us as gentlemen, not as underlings.
You have seen things which you should not see. For your own good, I tell you to go below.
They're firing on us.
Fools, idiots, they fire on me. As if their puny cannonballs could scratch the Nautilus. Now, ship of an accursed nation, you know who I am. And I do not need your colors to know you by. Mr. Land, you ought to know. Go below.
Sir, are you going to attack this vessel?
Sir, I'm going to sink it.
You will not do that.
I shall do it. And I advise you not to judge me, sir. The attack has begun. Go below.
We went below. What else could we do? Through the heavy glass window of the library, I saw that we had submerged. Then a shock passed through the Nautilus, and the whole submarine shuddered with a frightful impact. Then, through my window, I watched a dreadful sight. I saw a stricken vessel sinking below the waves. I saw men going down with a drowning before my eyes, their faces twisted with agony. There was tense breathing next to me. It was Captain Nemo. He looked out at the drowning men with an expression of utter hatred.
Die. Die, you wretches, die.
Suddenly he seemed overcome by remorse. He ran to a desk, pulled out a drawer, took something from it. Then he fell to the floor, sobbing, clasping that something close to his breast.
Forgive me.
He stretched out his arms. He was holding a picture of a beautiful woman and two little children.
Forgive me, my darlings. But now you are avenged.
Still on the surface, Professor?
Yes, and only a few hundred yards from shore.
We've got to do it tonight. If we're ever going to get off this cursed vessel, we'll have to do it tonight.
Everyone on board should be asleep by now. We'll have to cross the library in order to get on deck.
Aye, lead the way.
All right. Hey, he's there. The captain. Bend down. He may not see us in the shadows.
Hurry, and be quiet.
Good evening, gentlemen. Isn't this a rather late hour to be wandering in the library?
We may as well tell you the truth, Captain. We were attempting to escape.
Well, for what other purpose do you suppose the Nautilus is floating so close to shore?
I don't understand.
You plan to escape. Am I hindering you?
You'll let us leave the Nautilus?
Perhaps the opposite is true. Perhaps the Nautilus is leaving you.
What do you mean, Captain?
A few miles to the north of us is a peculiar phenomenon called the maelstrom.
The maelstrom?
A whirlpool which draws ships into its vortex and smashes them in its whirling fury. Even now, gentlemen, our course is set for the dead center of the maelstrom.
You'll be destroyed.
Naturally.
Come with us. Save yourself.
No, my friends. My mind is made up. I have lived long enough with bitterness. Everything must have an end, somewhere, some way. Go on, up the companionway. I will not hinder you. Save your lives if you like.
Captain Nemo, I beg of you, come with us.
Please, gentlemen, do not interrupt me. I must finish my composition.
I hesitated a moment only, then hurried up the companionway to the deck. Ned Land and I dived into the icy water and swam easily to the shore, where we found shelter in a fisherman's hut. Exhausted, I tried to sleep, but my mind kept traveling out to sea toward that whirlpool, that deadly vortex, the maelstrom. And all that night I dreamed of the Nautilus being sucked into its grave. And though I don't remember it, Ned Land says that I woke suddenly from my sleep, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Goodbye! Goodbye, Captain Nemo! Sleep well at the bottom of your sea!"
Sleep well, Captain Nemo, at the bottom of your sea. You've been listening to Jules Verne's wild imagining, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. This novel clearly pictured and described the submarine many years before it became an actuality. And so this book has long been regarded as one of the most prophetic in all literature. Our thanks to Edmund MacDonald, who played Captain Nemo, to Jeff Corey, who played Professor Aronor, and to Messrs. Lawrence and Lee, who wrote and directed this radio dramatization. And our particular thanks to Mr. Orson Welles, who chose 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea as this week's favorite story. Next week, a brilliant and witty play, The Importance of Being Earnest. The last few years have seen a vogue of revivals of the comedies of Oscar Wilde. Audiences have found his wit as sharp as ever, and their laughter has filled New York and London theaters. His Importance of Being Earnest is the favorite story choice of the theater's most famous woman director, Miss Margaret Webster. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. The sad treatment of writers by the motion picture studios is a frequent subject of discussion here in Hollywood, especially among the writers. They will tell you that they slave and strain over their hot typewriters day in, day out, writing magnificent screenplays which are slashed and butchered before the cameras. And what does the poor writer have to show for all his work? Nothing but a miserable fortune. Well, frankly, there is some truth in the Hollywood writer's lament, for it has been said that even William Shakespeare himself couldn't get one of his plays on the screen without somebody in the front office rewriting his dialogue. Well, this gave a couple of writers an idea. Jerome Lawrence and Robert E. Lee decided to do a story about what might happen if the greatest of all playwrights could come back out of the past to work for a modern motion picture studio. They called their story Mr. Shakespeare, and it was broadcast around the world by the Armed Forces Radio Service. By vote, it was the favorite radio play of troops in every part of the globe. Spencer Tracy happened to hear it and named this amusing commentary on life in Hollywood as his favorite story. We're proud to bring you that splendid actor, Vincent Price, in the role of the Bard of Avon. So, if you're in a mood to go behind the scenes in crazy, charming Hollywood, I think you'll enjoy the next half hour. It's Spencer Tracy's favorite story, starring Vincent Price as Mr. Shakespeare.
It can be done.
It's the most absurd proposition of... This is a gag. Nat Wolf sent you here.
I don't know, Mr. Wolf. You have my references right there. I'm not a fanatic and I'm not a fake.
I suppose you want money in advance.
I wouldn't touch it. Mr. Green, I've come to you with a perfectly honest, straightforward proposition. If you're not interested, there are other studios in Hollywood.
No. Wait a minute, Mrs.
Tidball.
Mrs. Tidball. What do you expect me to do when somebody walks into my office and asks me to put a ghost under contract?
Mr. Green, I do not believe in ghosts. The individual I shall recreate from the past will differ from your other employees only in that he shall consist of ectoplasm instead of protoplasm.
Yeah?
When this individual has arrived, materialized, shall we say, and you are completely satisfied, then you may draw me a check for $10,000.
Uh-huh.
You must understand why I'm doing this. My young niece, to whom I'm very devoted, will be ready for college this fall. I want her to be amply provided for. That is the only reason that I would consent to this commercialization of my talent.
How long does it take?
Well, that depends on a number of factors. I should say several hours. It's a great physical strain.
Uh-huh. And, how many people could you bring back?
Oh, just one. I wouldn't think of bringing back more than one.
Oh, frankly, Mrs.
Tidball.
Frankly, I don't believe you. But I'm a gambler, a little bit crazy, and this is Hollywood. You got yourself a deal. Your niece is practically in Vassar.
I've got a great idea. Have her get Boccaccio.
No. Boston will never stand still for it.
Then how about Milton? Are you kidding?
In 14 years in the motion picture business, this is the craziest conference I've ever been in.
Now look, guys. I know that this sounds out of this world, but somehow I have a feeling that this dame is legit.
Okay, Arthur. You're the doctor.
Can we get a team? Gilbert and Sullivan, maybe.
No. She'll only bring back one.
They could do a great hunk of stuff for the Andrews sisters.
Hey, how about Sarah Bernhardt?
She'd die at the box office. Get a name you can plaster on the billboards.
Cleopatra. Helena Troy.
I say, let's get the biggest name in music. Beethoven, Bach, Tchaikovsky.
No, Meredith. I think that's too specialized. We ought to get somebody who knows theater. Every department.
You'd look a long time for a better man than Shakespeare.
How about that?
He's lasted. You can't deny that. He's a good name.
I'll buy that.
I think that's it. Shakespeare.
Hey, how about that? I know I'd come across with a good idea. How old would he be?
How old? Let's see. He was born in 15-something. That would make him about 400 years old.
Man, I'd sure like to collect his back Social Security.
Stand out all night in a rain.
Some people have a very
Why did I have to
Arthur, what gold?
I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see.
1:15. I don't mind standing here in the rain, but we can't keep these newsreel boys here all night.
We're going to see this through, Tommy.
What's she got in there?
Nothing. Just an empty soundstage.
When I left, she was just sitting in there in the dark. Now she'll probably knock on the door when she's ready.
Hey, Tommy! What cooks? Who you got in there?
Fellas, I tell you if I could. All I can say is it's a surprise. The biggest surprise in show business.
Hang on to him, Tommy. This will make the cover of Life. Hey, that's it.
Get those cameras ready, guys. Hey, how about those? Is everything set? Here she comes.
This is what we've been waiting for. All right, slide back to the door, boys.
Wait a minute, Arthur.
Hold everything. All right, hold everything, boys. What's the matter, Maury?
We've been checking up in the legal department. Arthur, you got to get rid of all these reporters and newsreels.
Hey, what is
Oh, why?
Listen, the thing's a washout if it gets out.
Just a minute, Mrs. Tidball.
You can't write a binding contract with this guy. If Metro finds out you've got him, they'll have him in Culver City by tomorrow morning.
But how?
The guy's been dead 3 centuries. He's public domain.
Oh, I never thought of that. Tommy, clear these guys out of here.
Oh, Lord. Gang, I'm terribly sorry, but I'll have to ask you to leave.
I'm terribly sorry, Arthur, but ectoplasm just won't stand up in court.
Ah, that's okay, Maury. You're right.
Well, I guess I'll be getting back to the legal department.
Maury, don't go away. All right, I'm coming, Mrs. Tidball. Give me a hand, Maury. All right.
Mr. Green, I should like to present Mr. Shakespeare.
Hey, Arthur.
Yes.
Where are we taking him?
The Beverly Wilshire. I've reserved a suite for him.
Hey, don't you think it's kind of strange? He hasn't said anything.
Give the guy a chance, will you? Listen.
Gentlemen, I beg your forgiveness. I've been through a most harrowing experience. It seemed almost that I had been dead.
But you...
Maury, how are you feeling, Mr. Shakespeare?
Strange. Quite strange. What manner of conveyance is this?
Why, this is an automobile. You didn't have these in Stratford-on-the-Avon, did you?
This is not Stratford. What place is this?
Wilshire Boulevard.
Yes, we're in Beverly Hills.
In England?
Oh, no, in California, the United States of America.
I have never even heard of these places. In what direction do they lie from England?
Why, west.
Not Ireland.
Oh, far to the west, across the ocean.
The New World?
Yes.
But I thought there were only savages here. Do they know of this in England?
Here we are.
Now, you'll be very careful, sir. The sidewalk's very slippery.
To what king does this palace belong?
Come right inside.
Why, it's like day.
All right, go over to the desk and register. It's room 704. We don't want to attract any attention in the lobby.
Don't worry about his clothes. Any place else in the country, yes. But in Hollywood, they'll just think he's another dress extra. I'll see you upstairs.
This way, Mr. Shakespeare. The elevators are back here.
Elevators?
Yes. And now, I know that this is going to seem very confusing to you. I can offer no explanation, but this is the 20th century.
20th century?
Well, somehow we've been able to bring you back from the past. I hope you're not angry or annoyed.
Angry? Why, this is the greatest thing that ever happened to me. What an idea for a play.
Going up. 7, please.
What's happening?
We're going up.
Well, hey, nonny.
7 out.
Does this contrivance also descend?
Yes.
I should like to descend.
Descend, please.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
That's far enough. Back to 7,
Yes,
please.
I like this. Now.
This is our floor. This is where we get out.
Oh, no, please. I want to elevate some more. Elevate and descend. Elevate and descend. All night.
know? Where is he?
You know as much as I do. We sent a car over for him at 10 o'clock. He'd already left the hotel.
It's simple. He's a phony. He got scared.
I got his name on a contract last night. I had a handwriting expert and 2 Shakespeare scholars over this morning to look at his signature. There's no doubt about it. He's the McCoy.
It's 1 o'clock. Does ectoplasm eat?
I don't know. All I'm afraid of is that Xana got a hold of him. Come in.
Hi.
Who are you?
Well, don't you recognize me with my beard off?
Why, Mr. Shakespeare. Well, where did you get those clothes?
You like them? I've been shopping. This doublet is so much more comfortable than the old-fashioned ones, and look at the colors.
Yes. This is the head of our story department, Bill Mosher.
Hi.
Hi.
This is the most wondrous town I have ever seen.
Have you had lunch?
Already I have had strange and toothsome sweetmeats. Nut burgers.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Shakespeare?
Thank you.
Now, I would like to tell you a little about our business here. We produce motion pictures.
Motion pictures?
Yes, it's a lot like the Globe Theater, Mr. Shakespeare, only we can do anything you can imagine with sound and color and music. And we could show the same performance at the same time in 500 different cities.
Nothing in your world would astonish me.
Well, you understand, of course, that your reappearance, shall we say, is of a very startling nature. Now, for your sake, we want to keep it quiet so that you can enjoy your return. We think it's best to keep your name and your identity a secret.
Whatever you say.
Now, while you're here, you're on your own. Write what you want to write anytime you want to write it. Now, we're sure that it will be box office.
The studio has a lot of confidence in you, Mr. Shakespeare.
Do you mind if we call you Bill?
I prefer Will.
Mosher, show our new writer to his cottage and introduce him to his secretary. We expect great things of you, Will.
Here's Act 2 of Spencer Tracy's favorite story. We rejoin our star, Vincent Price, as he brings to life the somewhat confused author of the Comedy of Errors. A peculiarly talented woman named Mrs. Tidball has managed to bring William Shakespeare back from the past, and he finds himself under contract to a big motion picture studio. However, the Bard of Stratford-on-Avon seems to be causing the studio executives a great deal of trouble.
I finished typing what you gave me, Mr.
Just Will.
It's quite difficult working for someone when you don't even know his last name.
Oh, last names are a nuisance. I wish your name were only Anne.
It is.
But nothing else. I once knew a woman named Anne.
You loved her.
It was a long time ago. Here, now, let me see that manuscript.
Oh, I like it. It's a beautiful sonnet. Nobody writes them anymore.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's so strong. It's almost Shakespearean.
What did you say?
It's like Shakespeare.
How did you know?
Well, I studied him in school. I've read everything he wrote.
You studied me in school?
I beg your pardon?
Where did you pick up that name, Shakespeare?
Everybody knows Shakespeare.
Do they?
Certainly, right here in your own bookcase. Here, look at it.
The complete works of William Shakespeare, illustrated and annotated. For the love of heaven, where did they ever dig up this stuff? The Tempest, Coriolanus, Measure for Measure, that old wheeze. Romeo and Juliet. Say, as I remember, that one wasn't so bad. Twelfth Night, Hamlet. I used to play the ghost in that. I was sensational. Now, where the devil did they get a hold of these folios? I never even had copies of some of these myself. Look, here, in As You Like It. I remember when I made up this scene. It sagged in rehearsal. I thought up these changes and gave them to Burbage, and he memorized them. I never even set them down on paper. Oh, no. This part they have wrong. This isn't the way we used to do it. What the deuce is this? Titus Andronicus, indeed? I never wrote that tripe. Oh, Anne. And you think I'm mad?
No.
I can't explain. You're crying.
What would my mother back in Elyria, Ohio, say if she knew that I was secretary to... You see, the only other job I ever had in Hollywood was working for Stanley Roberts on an Abbott and Costello picture.
Well, what's wrong with Abbott and Costello? I wish I had him at the Globe.
May I come in?
Oh, come on in, Mr. Green.
How are you doing?
I've just finished something for you.
Oh, you have, huh?
Yes, here it is. See what you think of it.
But this is poetry.
Great poetry.
Well, it's very nice, but we have no use for poetry.
You told me to write whatever I pleased.
Well, what we need from you is plays, screenplays, something commercial.
Plays? I never wanted to write plays. I'm a poet, a sonneteer.
But it's not box office. We've got to have something to show in movie theaters.
Oh. After 3 centuries, I thought maybe people would learn to appreciate beautiful words by themselves without having them strung on stale plots. I was wrong. Anne, take a tragedy. Let me have another cup of coffee, mine host.
Cream and sugar?
No, black. Very black. Spike, you're an intelligent citizen. I might even say a man of distinction. Suppose you were walking down Hollywood Boulevard. You see in bright lights in front of Grauman's Chinese, Romeo and the Cat People. What would you do?
Is Simone in it?
Granted.
I'd go.
Would it influence your behavior at the box office to know that Romeo and the Cat People was based on an omelet by William Shakespeare?
Here's your coffee.
Romeo and the Cat People. Oh, hello, Anne.
Will, everybody at the studio's been trying to find you.
Welcome to Barney's Beanery, milady, the Mermaid Tavern with a jukebox.
Where did you go after they finished showing the rough cut?
Anne, where would any intelligent man go after seeing that picture?
But everybody at the studio's very happy with it. All they want's a little rewrite on the ending. That's why I've been looking for you.
Just a little rewrite on the ending. And you know better than that. They should throw the whole thing out and start afresh. Especially that title. The Capulet Family. I could take almost everything except the scene where Judge Capulet has a man-to-man talk with his son.
They want a sequel.
Oh, I'll give them sequels. Romeo's Blonde Trouble. Romeo and Juliet Haunt a House. Romeo's Swing Fever. Romeo and the Cobra Woman. Can I interest you in some black coffee?
I liked your first script. It's a shame they brought in all those other writers.
Have you seen today's Variety? The studio is dickering to sell my story on the radio as a summer replacement for Milton Berle. They want to call it A Date with Juliet.
Will, don't give up. You know why they do things like this, because they're afraid. They know these things work, and they're afraid to try anything else. But you can show them how.
Your lip rouge is... it's on crooked.
Will, you're 400 years away.
300.
Don't go back.
Give me the script. I'll fix the ending.
I'll see you in the morning. I'd better go.
What's her trouble?
She's in love.
With you?
No. No, she's in love with a state of mind. She hasn't found the body to go with it.
Oh, she's lovely. She's the kind of gal you like to write about. She's alive, you know?
You a writer?
I think so. Hey, listen to this. I just wrote it down. The jukeboxes mourn us. You like it?
Good line.
You a writer, too?
Yes. How old are you?
22. Oh, I don't know where I get off calling myself a writer. I never sold anything. But it's all there. As if I had it in my fist. Words and lines they want to sing.
Do you put them down?
I got a closet full of them. But there's no beginning and middle and ending. They just flow
Nobody buys that kind of stuff.
Well, then give them what they want to buy.
I don't know how to write plots. Stories, that's what they want, but I can't come up with any new storylines.
You know why? There aren't any. Ever read any Shakespeare?
Sure.
That guy never had an original plot in his life. The Comedy of Errors is a steal from the Menachmi by Plautus. As You Like It is straight out of Rosalind by Tom Lodge. Hamlet's just a rewrite job. Romeo and Juliet was lifted title and all from a dull little dilly by Arthur Brooke called Romeos and Juliet. But do you know what he gave that old stuff? He gave it heat. And a few good lines.
Yeah.
You know what Shakespeare had when he was 22? The same thing you have. A fist full of words.
My name's Jimmy O'Neill. What's yours?
Me? Oh, call me Francis Bacon.
Call for Mr. Hellman. Mr. Jack Hellman. Telephone, please.
Ah, well. Good evening, Mr. Will. Welcome to the Brown Derby.
Good evening, Chilius. How are you?
Never better. You use your table, sir?
No, not tonight, Chilius. You can put me up front, right here.
So, we put you right here.
Thanks. You're holding my other reservation?
A table for two, Mr. O'Neill, right?
That's right. And, Chilius, put them in your famous corner booth across the dining room.
Ah, eavesdropper, eh?
No, I'm playing puck tonight, and I want to hear what goes on. The way every word from that booth carries clear over here is one of the wonders of Hollywood. What a great acoustical accident.
You think it was an accident?
Oh, see, there's Jimmy and Ann now. Be sure they get the right table.
Leave them to me.
Thank you.
Here we are, Mr. O'Neill. A table for you and the young lady.
Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot.
Waiter, a menu for Mr. O'Neill. Everything is set. How's the reception, sir?
Fine. You know, the first time I saw you, you hit me smack between the eyes, you know? But, well, I never thought we'd ever have a date like this.
You haven't told me yet how you got my phone number.
Well, that's a secret. Let's order. They have pot roast
Can you
on the
see
wagon
them from
with
where
potato
you're standing,
pancakes.
Chilius?
Yes.
Are they sitting close to each other?
Well, so. Food, a foot and a half, maybe.
I'd like to order from the wagon, too.
Oh, we like the same kind of things. That's good.
What else do you like, Jimmy?
Oh, spaghetti, open cars, Joe Stafford, all kinds of things, lots of things, almost everything.
Great Dane?
Oh, love them.
Chilius, how far apart are they now?
Oh, 8, 9 inches, maybe.
You've seen a lot of couples come and go, Chilius. To your expert eye, do those two look like star-crossed lovers?
I don't know. This young lady still needs a little defrosting.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Chilius, I want to close my account as of tonight.
Oh, you're going away?
Yes, I'm going away.
Flash, they're about 4 inches apart now.
You know what kind of poetry I like? I'm a sonnet man myself.
Well, what do you know?
I like the real old sonnets best.
Me too. This one's my favorite. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Hey!
Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a day.
They're holding hands. No inches now.
The old stuff still works. By heavens, I'm still in there pitching.
Well, there you have it. An approximate idea of what might happen if William Shakespeare had tried to write for the movies. Jerome Lawrence and Robert E. Lee imagined this fantasy called Mr. Shakespeare, and Spencer Tracy chose it as his favorite story. Vincent Price, who always gives such fine performances, gave us one more in the role of William Shakespeare. Vincent, we've really enjoyed having you with us on Favorite Story.
Thank you, Ronnie. It was a pleasure to be with you here on Favorite Story. You know, a lot of actors have the opportunity to play Shakespearean roles, but it's not very often an actor has a chance to play Shakespeare.
By the way, Vincent, Our listeners may be interested to know that your secretary in this favorite story was Betsy Blair of the Broadway stage, known in these parts as Mrs. Jean Kelly. And the actor who played Chilius, the famous head waiter of the Hollywood Brown Derby, was Chilius, the famous head waiter of the Hollywood Brown Derby. Our thanks to all the cast, to Claude Sweeten for his splendid music, and to Spencer Tracy, who will soon be seen in another picture from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the studio which films so many of your favorite stories. Next week, a special treat for all you baseball fans, Casey at the Bat, the exciting and nostalgic story about the good old days in the Bush Leagues. It's the favorite story of the baseball immortal Tris Speaker, and it will star Lionel Stander as the mighty Casey and sports commentator Hal Berger as the manager of the Mudville Nine. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. If you've ever cheered a home run hitter or sunned yourself in the bleachers of the great American game, you'll enjoy this week's favorite story. It's Casey at the Bat, a yarn that's full of laughter and memories. It's based on the celebrated poem by a newspaper man named Ernest Lawrence Thayer, who wrote the Chronicle of Casey back in 1888 when he was grinding out a daily sports item for the San Francisco Examiner. Nobody was more surprised than Thayer himself when his poem turned out to be an American classic, the favorite of every schoolboy and baseball fan. He thought it no better and no worse than his average daily item. As a matter of fact, shortly after he wrote it, Thayer quit the newspaper business altogether and became a successful manufacturer of woolens. But nobody's forgotten the saga of the mighty Casey and the Mudville Nine. Grantland Rice once said that he'd take his chances on fame and immortality if he had written Casey and nothing else. 100 legends have come down the years about the real Casey, the swinging hero of the Bush Leagues. We're presenting a yarn about Casey as this week's favorite story. It was chosen by a baseball great, one of the few players in baseball's Hall of Fame, Tris Speaker. He is the goodwill ambassador for the Cleveland Indians, and copped the pennant for them as their manager back in 1920. Like Casey himself, Tris Speaker is a baseball immortal. We have an unusual cast. The stage and screen star Lionel Stander will play Casey, and baseball announcer Hal Berger will play the manager of the Mudville Nine. So here it is, Tris Speaker's favorite story, Casey at the Bat. Play ball!
Hi. My name's Nickerson, Hank Nickerson. I'm the manager and part owner of the ball team in Mudville. Yeah, there's a big frog in a little pond for you. Well, now, don't get me wrong. I like Mudville. It ain't Indianapolis, mind you, or Terre Haute, but it's a friendly place. And in my day, I've seen some of the best of them. The great Christy Mathewson himself pitched an exhibition game here once. And one day I shook hands with Larry LaJoy. That's right, the great Napoleon LaJoy himself. Yes, sir. But when you come right down to it, the most colorful ball player I ever seen was a member of this here team, Casey. What a sweetheart of a ball player, I tell you. You want to sell tickets to a ball game? Give me a character like Casey every time. Take any summer day. This one, for example. The Mudville fans were out, screaming their tonsils out for this big silly goof who knew the format for popping them right over the center field fence onto the roof of the hand laundry.
Okay, boss, where do you want it?
Any place you want to put it, out of the field.
I consider that an order.
And watch that pitcher. He's got a low one that's mean, and that ump doesn't like you.
Why, that pitcher hasn't any more on that ball than September morn wears. Batter up! Don't rush me. Boss, take that worried look off your face. That pitcher is out there on the mound with nothing but a belt buckle and a prayer. Casey, I said batter up! I got ears, I heard you. Don't get sassy. Okay, let's get this over with. And try putting the ball somewhere inside this county. And
quit badgering the pitcher. Play ball!
Keep your eyes open, ump.
You take care of your job, Casey, and I'll take care of mine.
All right already. Stay right! What? Strike! You crazy or something? That ball was so low it would have to reach up to touch bottom. What kind of idiots do they send to this league anyhow?
Casey, keep your big mouth quiet. If the gentleman behind the plate wishes to be a stupid, no-good, blind numbskull, let him. But leave us not insult him.
I can see that we got to beat 10 men today, and one of them's blind. Okay, Timmy, this one's for you.
There she goes. It's up, and over. Don't hurry, Casey, don't hurry. They'll never find that ball. Do I need to tell you that we won that game? 3-1 the score was. Casey made 2 home runs and a long 3-bagger. On the triple, he stole home. And was that ump ever mad when he had to call him safe? Like I say, Casey was batting way up in the 400s in the ballpark. But with his misses, he was batting a fat 0, 0, 0. And when I seen his kid, Timmy, in the stands, I knew we'd be having a visit from Mrs. Casey. She was a swell gal. But you'd get a little distemper, too, if you was married to a big walrus like Casey. Sure enough, she storms right into the locker room.
Where's that baseball player?
Mrs. Casey, please. There are gentlemen in various stages of undress. Ladies are not permitted in the locker room.
Where's Timmy?
Your boy Timmy? Why, Mrs. Casey. What makes you think he'd be here?
Miss Abernathy at the public school said that Timmy didn't return to class after lunch.
Mrs. Casey, I am very perturbed to hear this. But your boy is definitely not
like
here.
I say, Timmy. Watch those pitches. The good ones and the bad ones, too.
I got
Sometimes you can learn as much from the bad ones about what not to do. Hello, honey.
Hi, Mom. Don't talk to me, either of you.
Well, gee whiz, if you didn't want to talk, why'd you come all the way to the ballpark for? Huh, honey?
Don't honey me. Timmy, look at me.
Yes, Mom?
Did you play hooky again this afternoon?
Well, Mom, I didn't exactly.
I told him he could. There was a pitcher he hadn't ever seen, and I figured as
Just
how to...
as I thought. Timmy, how do you ever expect to be educated?
I don't want to be educated, Mom. I want to be a baseball player.
You see? Are you listening, Casey?
I hear good. I heard him.
Oh, Timmy, what am I going to do with you?
But, Mom, what good's long division? I want to learn how to pitch an outside curve.
Miss Abernathy don't know a thing about curves.
Oh, Casey, you big dumb ox. I don't think I mind Timmy running off from school, but I can't see you're encouraging him. I just can't see it.
Kiss her, Pop. That'll do the trick.
Oh, honey. Honey,
But
come here.
what do you want?
You got the prettiest hair of any girl I ever seen. And the nicest smile. And the cutest little crazy nose. And the bluest eyes.
Oh, Casey. Casey, what am I going to do with you?
Look, honey. Timmy and me'll never cut school again. Will we, Tim?
Well, if you say so, Pa.
Casey, I wish I could tell you to go jump in the Mudsville Pond, but I can't. I just can't. Because I love you too much.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I gotta put on some pants.
Well, in long woolen underwear, you're the strangest Romeo I ever seen.
Hank, you're a card. Ain't he a card, honey? Make like a hoop and roll away, boys. That's it. A good laugh never hurt nobody.
Me, I wasn't laughing. Because I saw the look in that doll's eyes. She wanted to get Casey out of Mudville. She wanted to get Timmy closer to culture. And in this town, they've taken that word out of the dictionary. Her folks were in Philadelphia. And I tell you, every time I even saw her looking southeast, I got visions of losing my cleanup man. Mind you now, I liked her. But in my book, she was like another opposition team on our schedule. And I had to figure her tactics the same way and try to match 'em. The way I heard it, things began to come to a boil one Saturday afternoon when we didn't have no game. Casey gets awful bored when he just sits around. Well, it happened like this.
I'm going to the meeting at the church.
Fine, Peg, fine.
Now, Timmy, keep practicing your piano for an hour.
Okay, Mom.
Casey, you see that he does, understand?
Oh, sure, honey. Timmy, you stick to that piano.
I will, Pa.
Well, I'll be back in a couple of hours. Behave yourself.
What's that you're playing, Timmy?
Let me see. It's called Scales.
Scales, huh? It ain't much, is it?
No. You want to hear a piece?
Sure.
You like that, Tom?
Sure.
It's called Flight of the Butterflies. That's awful sissy stuff, isn't it?
No, Timmy. Butterflies have got to live, too.
Yeah.
Timmy, I can't stand it. You and me, we're ball players.
You said it, Pom.
Come on, son, grab your glove. I'll show you how to throw an out drop.
Gee whiz, will ya? Come on.
Butterflies.
Yeah.
Okay, throw me a couple. Then I'll show you how to put something special on it.
Here we go.
Get that left leg up. Wind up slow. Atta boy, let it go. A good one, a strike in any man's league.
Swell.
Keep working, Timmy, and you'll be a great pitcher someday.
Over my dead body, you'll be a pitcher.
Jiggers, it's mine.
Hey,
I guess
honey.
baseball is the only language you understand, Casey. So you better know this right now. As far as I'm concerned, you're up to bat. And just now you swung hard for strike 2.
Hey, you just
One
admit
more
it.
strike, champ, and you're out. And I'm going home to Philadelphia. One more strike, and I'm leaving you for good.
Timmy, your mother has the soul of an umpire.
Have you ever looked into a dame's eyes when she gets a big idea? It's kind of wild, frenzied look. She starts fizzing like a sparkler on the 4th of July. Well, Peg got a big idea. She'd get to go to Philadelphia and have Casey, too. It was near the middle of the season. Timmy was there because school was out for the summer. And Mrs. Casey, with a smile on her pan from here to center field, charges into the locker room.
Casey!
It's your missus.
What do you suppose I've done now?
I don't think anything. She looks happy.
Oh, Casey. Oh, there you are, honey.
Hi, Peg.
Hi, Mom.
Oh, Casey, I just received a telegram from Philadelphia.
Anything wrong?
Everything's very right. It's from my dad.
Oh, well, how is the old prune how is your father?
Oh, he's fine. Well, Dad's got a good friend in the sporting goods business named Ben Shives.
Honey, stop right there. I don't want to go into no sporting goods business.
Oh, no. Ben Shives bought a baseball team there, together with a young fella named Connie Mack.
Mac, That name sounds awful familiar.
Yeah, sure. He's a catcher, yeah, with the Milwaukee. Owns part of the Milwaukee team, too. Used to catch for Pittsburgh. Good kid.
Sure. Well, what about it, honey?
Well, Dad told Mr. Shive and young Mac about you, and they're sending a scout down to see you tomorrow.
That's great, honey. Why's your old man doing all this?
Because you'd be stuck in Mudville all your life if somebody didn't pull you up by the bootstrap.
Peg, don't count on this. Scouts sometimes look at you cross-eyed, and sometimes they don't like the color of your hair or something. Just don't count on it.
Well, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, Casey. You get in there tomorrow and play your heart out. And the first thing you know, we'll be living in Philadelphia.
We're ready to go back to the days of wide-brimmed hats and bustles, mustachios and bicycles built for two. One of the great players of American baseball has chosen Casey at the bat as his favorite story, Mr. Tris Speaker. The deep-voiced Lionel Stander is playing the mighty Casey in our radio dramatization, and baseball commentator Hal Berger plays manager Hank Nickerson. Now, if you'll slip back into the locker room of the Mudville clubhouse with us, we'll continue with the saga of Casey at the bat.
Well, that day in the locker room, I looks at Casey, and he looks at me. He sits there for a long time in his woolen underwear, after everybody else has gone home. He just sits there, looking at that telegram from Philadelphia. Hey, you better get dressed, Case.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Philadelphia's a big town.
Yeah.
Imagine they pay well at that ball club.
Imagine so.
I was thinking, Case, any scout that sees you is sure to want to sign you. You like the color of your hair, all right.
Nah.
You know, I ain't got nothing in writing with you, Case. But even if I did, I wouldn't stop you from bettering yourself. You know that, don't you?
That's real generous of you, Hank.
You're like my own brother, kid. I wouldn't stop you from getting into the majors. They're starting these World Series things. They'll be real fat pickings.
I don't stand a chance.
Of course, I got to admit this won't be the same team without you. Won't be the same town. And without you, we can toss in the towel right now in our big playoff game with Midtown. Flynn and Blake, they're no darn good.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to miss that game, boss.
A scout sees you, he wants to sign you. He'll want you right away in a couple of weeks, maybe.
Ah, go on.
And Philadelphia's a good town, yes, sir. Of course, you can't raise your voice there. Gotta talk in whispers all the time, you know.
Can't raise your voice?
No. Gotta wear a necktie everywhere. Can't go into a restaurant for a cup of coffee if you don't have on a necktie.
You're kidding.
No, I've been there. High society stuff. Anybody you meet on the street, you bow to them.
Bow?
Yeah. Last time I was there, I bowed so much I got the lumbago.
That doesn't sound very tasty.
Say, I didn't tell you. I had a talk with Hagan, you know, the Midtown pitcher. He says he's going to strike you out in the playoff game.
He said that?
Those were his words.
Hank, I don't want to go to Philadelphia. I like Mudville. I like you. I like playing here. Maybe I'm a dope or something, but this is where I belong. I'm real happy here.
Why, Casey, whatever made you come to that decision? The next day, sure enough, a stranger shows up in one of the good reserved seats. And he has on a necktie and a wing collar. Now, me, I've never been to Philadelphia, but I spotted him. He was the scout, all right. I was watching him out of the side of my eye when the officials from the field made an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, a substitution in today's lineup for the Mudville Nine due to injuries sustained in warm-up. McClanahan for Casey. Oh.
I strolled into the locker room to kind of comfort the wounded Casey, when in comes a tornado. It was Mrs. Casey doing a slow burn. You could almost see the smoke up pouring out.
Casey, why aren't you in today's lineup?
Well, I got a sore knee, honey.
You got a sore knee like I got $1 million.
Oh, honey, just a minute.
You don't want me to have anything I want. You want to stay in Mudville all your life.
Now, what's that got to do with my sore knee?
I know your tricks. You just don't want that scout to see you, so you're playing possum. Well, you've just swung hard for strike 3. You're out. O-U-T, out. I'm taking Timmy, and we're going to Philadelphia.
Honey, just a minute. Oh, honey.
Do you know that dame packed up and went home to mother? Can you match that? Well, you never saw a batting average go down so fast in all your life. It's like I always say, you gotta think home runs before you can hit 'em. And Casey was walking around in a daze, like a lame bunt. The day of the big game with Midtown, I gives him a pep talk.
Yeah, it's no use, Hank. I might just as well get a job in a sporting goods store. I'm through.
So the gal walks out on you. Try to forget her.
I can't, Hank. I'm in love with Peggy. And I miss Timmy awful.
This one day, try to forget her. It's the big game, Case. We need you. We need you with your old spirit. Try to be spunky, Case. Give the fans their money's worth. They like their old cocky, swaggering Casey.
Yeah, I guess I have been letting the fans down, Hank. I guess I've been letting my own troubles make me a bad ball player. And like you always said, boss, the fans the most important part of the game. I'll swagger today, plenty. But I wish I felt more like swaggering. My old ticker.
Well, you all know what happened that day. It was a pretty famous game. It got that way because a newspaper man named Thayer set it all down in sort of a poem. The way he says it was much better than the way I could say it. So if you don't mind, I'll borrow his stuff. It looked extremely rocky for the Mudville 9 that day. The score stood 4-6, with but an inning left to play. And so when Cooney died at first, and Burroughs did the same, a pallor wreathed the features of the patrons of the game. The straggling few got up to go, leaving there the rest, with that hope which springs eternal within the human breast. For they thought if only Casey could get a whack at that, they'd put up even money with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, and likewise so did Blake, and the former was a puddin', and the latter was a fake. So on that stricken multitude a death-like silence sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey's getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and the much-despised Blake tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and we saw what had occurred, there was Blake, safe on second, and Flynn, hogging third. Then from the dreading multitude went up a joyous yell. It bounded from the mountaintop and rattled in the dells. It struck upon the hillsides and rebounded on the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing and a smile on Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded as he wiped them on his shirt. And while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance gleamed from Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered spear came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped.
That ain't my style.
said Casey.
Strike one!
The umpire said. From the bleachers black with people, there rose a sullen roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore.
Get it! Kill the umpire!
Shouted someone from the stand, and it's likely they'd have done it had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, and he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and again the spheroid flew. But Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said,
Strike two!
Fraud! Fraud! Yelled the maddened thousands, and the echo answered, Fraud! But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey would not let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched with hate. He pounds with cruel violence his back upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Somewhere in this favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band's playing somewhere. Somewhere hearts are light. Somewhere men are laughing. Somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has stuck out.
Hank, I'm awful sorry. I'm sorry I let you down. You and the fans.
Forget it, Casey, forget it. Turn around. See who's here. Huh?
Hi, Pop.
Timmy! Oh, Timmy! When you get back from Philadelphia? You shouldn't have run away from your mother.
Well, Pop, I'll tell you how it happened. Mom and me, we were sitting in Philadelphia. I was practicing the piano. I guess she didn't like Flight of the Butterflies either, because she started to cry. So I went up to her and I said, Mom, no good ball player only gets one crack at the plate. Why, even Ty Cobb himself strikes out once in a while. I guess she agreed, because she came back with me.
Is she here, Timmy?
Right there in the stand.
Hiya, Casey! Oh, gee whiz. Gee whiz.
Go on, kiss her, Pop. Hey, Pop. Hey, Casey. Hey, Champ. Batter up.
You've been listening to Casey at the Bat, an original story concocted by Jerome Lawrence and Robert E. Lee from the famous poem by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. One of baseball's immortals, Mr. Tris Speaker, named Casey as his favorite story. Our stars were Lionel Stander and Hal Berger, and we want to tip a baseball cap to Ann Stone, who played Mrs. Casey, and Tommy Bernard, who played Timmy. So we file out of the baseball park with regret. It's been great fun for all of us here to have a good grandstand seat to watch Casey at the Bat. It was during my school days in England that I first became fascinated by the rousing tales and verse of Rudyard Kipling. One story in particular deeply impressed me, and many years later I was lucky enough to take part in the production of The Light That Failed. Next week we bring it to you on Favorite Story, when once again I will play the part of Dick Heldar. Miss Heather Angel will provide both love interest and hate interest as the unpredictable Bessie. Next week on Favorite Story, Rudyard Kipling's The Light That Failed. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. The favorite story you're about to hear is something which you will never forget. It was chosen for you by a woman who is a keen judge of unforgettable stories, the co-director of the Theatre Guild, Miss Teresa Helburn. Under Miss Helburn's guidance, the Theatre Guild has brought the American stage some of its greatest triumphs. Oklahoma, Carousel, the Eugene O'Neill plays, the hit productions of Helen Hayes, Alfred Lunt, and Lynn Fontanne. So, when Miss Helburn chose a favorite story, we knew it would be a good one. Perhaps the most dramatic short story ever written in America. To star in this famous dramatization, we called upon one of the theater's best young leading men. You remember him for his distinguished portrayal of the title role in The Little Minister, and as the sergeant in Broadway's Voice of the Turtle. Now, I'm going to let him tell you something about this favorite story. John Beale.
Thank you, Ronnie. First, let me say that it's a great honor to appear with you on this favorite story broadcast.
It's our pleasure, John.
Thank you. You know, Miss Helburn's favorite story is an old favorite of mine, too. It's The Man Without a Country by Edward Everett Hale. The story of the unfortunate Philip Nolan, a young American lieutenant who forfeited his right to have a home or a country.
All right, John, we're all eagerly awaiting your performance as Philip Nolan, so we'll raise the curtain on Teresa Helburn's favorite story, Act 1. This is a legend, this story of the man without a country. A legend of the early days of the American Republic, when each new year saw more and more stars added to her flag, when the pioneer spirit was at its fullest flood, and when the coast of California was as remote and strange as the South Pole is today. In those days, when the veterans of 1776 were not yet gray about the temples, a young man boarded the American corvette, the Intrepid. He wore the uniform of a lieutenant in the United States Navy, with one singular exception. The buttons of his uniform were plain. They did not bear the familiar seal of the United States of America.
Mr. Nolan?
Yes, sir?
Welcome to the Intrepid.
Thank you, Captain.
The stateroom has been prepared for you, Mr. Nolan. I shall be pleased to have you dine at my table this evening.
I'm honored, sir. But I find this rather difficult to understand. Am I not a prisoner?
The Secretary of the Navy has given me explicit orders concerning the treatment to be accorded you, Mr. Nolan.
I see.
You are to suffer no indignity. You are to be treated at all times as an officer and a gentleman.
Well, that's very generous, Captain. Am I to understand, then, that I am subject to no punishment whatsoever?
No punishment, Mr. Nolan, save that which you yourself have asked for. Did you find the dinner satisfactory, Mr. Nolan?
Faultless, sir. I enjoyed it immensely.
It is my feeling that a good story always tops off a fine meal. Does anyone feel in a storytelling mood? Lieutenant Masterson.
Yes, sir?
Would you favor us with an account of one of your adventures?
I should be honored, Captain. During my second year at the Naval Academy, I was taking my holidays at a small fishing village along the New England coast of the United States.
One moment, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
When Mr. Nolan is present at our table, the country whose name you have just mentioned does not exist. You find this amusing, Mr. Nolan?
I find it a farce, Captain. Do you seriously propose to carry out this ridiculous court-martial? Do you consider it a punishment, sir, to snip off the buttons from my uniform and stop your lieutenants from telling me dull stories of their holiday adventures? It's absurd, preposterous. Do you know why I was sentenced, gentlemen? Do you know the circumstances, Captain?
I know only the orders which have been forwarded to me from Washington.
I'll tell you then. I am condemned as a man without a country because I had the courage to follow a great man.
Who, sir?
Senator Aaron Burr.
A traitor, sir.
I denounce any man who calls Aaron Burr a traitor. He was my friend. He had a dream of building our nation into something beyond a flimsy federation of backward states.
Sir.
Aaron Burr would have given us the strength of steel, and I pledged him my loyalty, gentlemen, to build an empire.
What did we fight our revolution for, Mr. Nolan? Was it not to free ourselves from the chains of empire?
Well, what do we have instead? A government of farmers and shopkeepers, and men like Aaron Burr, who were born to rule, are cast out by this government.
All men are born equal, Mr. Nolan. No men are born to rule, not even Aaron Burr.
I suggest that we adjourn to our staterooms, gentlemen.
No, wait. I beg you, Captain. I must finish my story. Just picture me, if you will, on trial as a traitor. A court-martial finds me guilty. And do you know what I told this court-martial?
We do not wish to know, Mr. Nolan.
I said it once and I repeat it now. Curse these United States. I wish I may never hear of the United States again.
Your wish has become the sentence of the court, Mr. Nolan. I have been solemnly instructed in the name of President Jefferson to prevent you from seeing or hearing any intelligence from your native land. All of the officers at this table are under oath to help me carry out this order. Shall we retire, gentlemen?
This atlas is incomplete. The maps of Europe are accurate enough, but on our side of the world, this book only shows Canada and the Spanish territories.
I believe certain pages have been removed, Mr. Nolan, in accordance with the ruling of the court-martial.
So, they're serious about this thing, aren't they, Masterson? And so distressingly thorough.
That is the tradition of the service, sir.
I know. I've not been permitted to receive letters from that country, or to send any. I'm never allowed to see a newspaper which hasn't been cut to shreds by some censor. And now my own atlas has been shorn of its United States. Am I to be denied all contact with my homeland?
It is my understanding that you did not want a homeland.
Oh, see here, Masterson, this is really quite childish. Look, you're a reasonable man. Let me borrow your atlas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nolan.
Well, at least give me some occasional bits of news from home.
I'm under orders. That would be violating my honor as an officer in the service of the of that country.
Then, Masterson, will you please have the goodness to be my friend?
Yes, sir. That I will be, Mr. Nolan. And gladly.
I'm surprised, Captain, that you let the prisoner come ashore.
You are not a prisoner, Mr. Nolan. You never have been a prisoner. Have a good time here in Naples. Enjoy yourself, Nolan.
Thank you, sir.
Of course, I must ask that at all times you remain in the company of one of our ship's officers.
And yet you say I'm not a prisoner? May I have as my companion Lieutenant Masterson? He's the least objectionable of my jailers.
I shall ask him to join you. Will you excuse me now, Mr. Nolan? I have the next dance with Lady Hamilton.
My congratulations, Captain. I beg your pardon, madam.
Yes?
Aren't you... Oh, no, it's not possible.
What's not possible, Lieutenant?
You are. Miss Rutledge of Savannah, Georgia.
I'm not Miss Rutledge any longer. I'm Mrs. Graff. Have we had the pleasure of meeting?
Yes, many years ago at an officers' ball in Vicksburg. I'm Philip Nolan.
Oh, yes. You are Philip Nolan.
I hope you haven't forgotten me. May I have the honor of dancing with you?
Well, I shall be pleased.
Thank you, madam. Tell me, Mrs. Graff, we hear so little news on shipboard. What do you hear from home?
Home, Mr. Nolan?
Yes, I'm hungry for news. I could read it in the papers, of course, or in letters, or in dispatches, but I want to hear it from you. Mrs. Graff, what is the news from the United States?
Is there such a country?
So they've told you, too. They've told everyone.
But, Mr. Nolan, I thought you were the man who never wanted to hear home again.
Thank you, madam, for complying so rigidly with my request. So that's why there's been no talk of home tonight. No flags in this ballroom. No Virginia Reel, no Old 13. Well, I shall spare you, all of you, the discomfort and embarrassment of catering to my requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, stop the music. Officers and ladies all, listen to me. I am sorry to have inconvenienced you by my presence here at this ball. I am sorry that because Philip Nolan has been among you, it's been necessary for you to refrain from discussing subjects which must be very dear to your hearts, as they are to mine. It will no longer be necessary for you to pretend that that country does not exist. You can talk of it, sing its songs, tell each other of its news. I am returning to my ship. You will no longer be plagued with the presence of the man without a country. Lieutenant Masterson?
Yes, Mr. Nolan?
We should be coming to home port soon, shouldn't we?
Well, the ship will be in port on Thursday. However, we have a rendezvous at sea first with the corvette Warren.
For what purpose?
To disembark a passenger.
Philip Nolan?
Philip Nolan.
I've counted the weeks and months that our sails have been set for the waters of that country. And now, when its very shoreline hangs just below the ridge of the sea, I find I am not going home. All others go home, to family and friends, but not Nolan.
You mustn't brood over these things, Philip. I have a new volume of poems here.
I'm not interested in poems.
By Sir Walter Scott. I know you like his writing. Read me some of these verses, Philip. You read them so well.
I know none of these. I can't read them.
Well, they'll take your mind off your troubles, Philip. Open the book at random. I'm sure we'll find Scott with something worthwhile to say.
All right. Here. This is from the Lay of the Last Minstrel.
An interesting title.
Canto 5. Breathes there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, this is my own, my native land, whose heart hath ne'er within him burned, as home his footsteps he hath turned from wandering on a foreign strand. If such there breathe, go, mark him well, for him no minstrel's raptures swell. High though his titles, proud his name, boundless his wealth as wish can claim, despite these titles, power and pelf, the wretch consented all himself. Great God. How long, Masterson? How long?
Come back with us, if you will, a century or more, to the days of sailing ships and horse-drawn carriages. For that is the era of our favorite story, chosen by Teresa Helburn of the Theatre Guild. It's Edward Everett Hale's The Man Without a Country, starring John Beale as Philip Nolan, with William Conrad as Masterson. years came and went, and Philip Nolan, Lieutenant Plain Buttons, was shunted from one outbound ship of the United States Navy to another. His hair turned iron gray. He touched 100 foreign ports, but not once did he catch sight of the country of his youth. No news of it reached him, except indirectly.
One thing I've been curious about, Captain Wilkes.
Yes, Mr. Nolan?
When I was a young man, I used to visit the Texas country. I roped cattle there with my older brother. It's a fine piece of land down there, the Italy of our continent. What's happening with that part of the Spanish territory?
Mr. Nolan, Texas is out of the map, as far as you are concerned.
Out of the map? As far as I'm concerned. Oh, I see. Our country must be growing, sir. It must be growing.
There are countless legends told of Philip Nolan, how he manned a gun in a battle with an enemy man of war during the conflict of 1812. He's mentioned by name in the dispatches of that encounter. How he helped a boatload of lost savages to return to their African homeland, while he himself had no homeland to which he might return. Another legend reports that Philip Nolan came face to face with Aaron Burr in one of his Atlantic crossings. And Nolan is said to have condemned him in the fiercest language as a traitor to his country. Many a kind-hearted skipper sent his plea to officials in Washington, urging that Philip Nolan be pardoned, but nothing ever came of it. Old Plain Buttons grew older. His hair changed from gray to white, but he endured his punishment with silence and dignity. And when in the spring of 1863 Masterson and Nolan found themselves face to face, it was a touching reunion.
Masterson!
Huh? No. No, it can't be.
You don't recognize an old friend. Have the years changed me so much?
Yeah, the years change all of us, Mr. Nolan. You'll notice I have my white thatch, too.
Am I to be your guest for this voyage?
Yeah, that is the plan, Philip. I'm a captain now. Have my own ship.
Splendid, splendid.
Yeah, how long has it been, Nolan, since that first voyage?
I don't know exactly. 1 billion waves have come and gone. 1 million clouds have crossed my sky. 10,000 suns have risen and set. More than that, actually. Salt water has been my home for 50 years.
Philip, you know I appealed directly to the president.
I'm deeply grateful. But their punishments have taught me this, Masterson. If I were a young man again, I would give my life, my every breath, to the service of my country.
Captain Masterson.
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Nolan, sir. Old Plain Buttons. He's been calling for you from his stateroom.
What?
I think there's something wrong with him. I think he's very sick.
Oh, has the doctor been in to see him?
Well, you know how he is, sir. He won't let anyone come into his quarters. But now he's asking for you.
Take over, Ingham. I'm going to see him. Nolan?
Hi. Good evening, Captain.
Well, what's the matter with you, Philip? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Look about you. I know the light is dim. But you see, here in my stateroom, I have a country.
Yes, I see.
A picture of Washington. And the flag. I made that myself. And see the map with the eagle above it. I drew that, Masterson. I think it's rather good. Don't you?
I'll go get the doctor.
No. I want to be alone with you, sir. I want you to tell me something. Something of home. I'm dying, Masterson. Surely it can do no harm now.
Well...
No. There cannot be a man who loves the old flag as I do. Or prays for it as I do. There are 34 stars in it now, Masterson. I thank God for that. Although I don't know what their names are. There has never been one star taken away. I thank God for that. I know from that there has never been any successful Aaron Burr. But tell me something. Tell me everything, Masterson, before I die.
Surely it can do no harm now, Philip. Where shall I begin?
Oh, bless you. What are the names? The new stars in the flag. The last I know is Ohio. My father lived in Kentucky, but I have guessed Michigan and Indiana and Mississippi. But where are the new ones? You haven't cut up any of the old ones, I hope.
No, they're all to the west, Philip.
To the west?
Uh-huh. Missouri, Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin.
And what about Texas?
It is one of the stars on the flag.
I'm glad about Texas. It must be one of the biggest stars, huh? One of the biggest.
California is a state too, Nolan. And Oregon, out on the Pacific coast.
From ocean to ocean. From sea to shining sea. Go on.
Well, they've discovered gold in California.
Yes?
At Sutter's Mill. And there's a railroad almost all the way across the country now.
With steam engines on them, Masterson?
Yeah?
That doesn't seem very practical to me. I've always been afraid those boilers would blow up.
And we have a telegraph now.
Telegraph?
There's a machine to send messages instantly across hundreds of miles.
It's impossible. How is it done?
With electricity.
Electricity, huh? Old Ben Franklin's plaything. They finally put it to use, did they? Oh, what else? Whatever happened to Aaron Burr?
He's dead, sir. These many years.
In disgrace?
In obscurity.
As it should be. For him, obscurity would be worse than disgrace. And tell me, who is president now?
A man named Abraham Lincoln.
Lincoln? Oh, I know. That must be old General Benjamin Lincoln's son.
No. Abraham Lincoln was just a backwoods lawyer. He worked himself up from the ranks.
Good for him. I was worried about the danger of keeping up those regular successions of the first families. Abe Lincoln. I like the sound of his name. You know, Masterson, they've thought to keep me separated from any contact with my country. But they failed. Because, you see, my country is people. And I have always been close to the people of the United States of America. The sailors on our decks, and the officers like yourself, Masterson. You are America. And through knowing men like you, I have known my country. And known that all was well with her.
Philip, what's the matter?
I'm just getting sleepy. Before I go, open my Bible, where the bookmark is, and read me the text.
Of course, Philip. They desire a country, even a heavenly one, wherefore God is not ashamed to be called their God. For he hath prepared for them a city.
Masterson, bury me in the sea. It's been my home, and I love it. But would you ask someone to set up a little stone for my memory? At Fort Adams, maybe? Or New Orleans? So that my disgrace may not be more than I ought to bear.
What shall it say, Philip?
Just say on it, in memory of Philip Nolan, Lieutenant in the Army of the United States. He loved his country as no other man has loved her. But no man deserved less at her hand. I'm going home, Masterson. I'm going home.
You've heard John Beale as Philip Nolan in the favorite story production of The Man Without a Country. My warmest congratulations to John Beale and all the cast and orchestra for a thrilling radio half hour. And our thanks to Miss Teresa Helban, who chose The Man Without a Country as her own favorite story. Next week, one of the most beautiful and tragic stories of all history, Mary, Queen of Scots. It will star two very fine actresses indeed, Edna Best as Mary and Benita Hume as Elizabeth. You've seen Miss Best on the screen as the wife of the late George Apley and in dozens of other stage and screen roles. Benita Hume was a popular star of London's West End, and you may have heard her on the radio in this country with her husband, Jack Benny's neighbor, R. Coleman. Mary, Queen of Scots was chosen as the favorite story of the one and only Bing Crosby. We count this a red-letter radio play, so we hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. Whenever Bing Crosby picks something, it's news. It seems that everybody's interested as soon as the groaner picks a ball team or a racehorse or a song. This week, Mr. Crosby has picked a story, his favorite story, and it happens to be true. The woman who figures in this adventure really lived. Her name was Mary Stuart. She was Queen of Scotland, Queen of France, and missed by a whisper being Queen of England. Bing Crosby thinks that the adventure of Mary Stuart is one of the most unforgettable happenings in all of history. And that's why he chose Mary, Queen of Scots as this week's favorite story. Now, in addition to being a great admirer of the high drama of this story, I have a personal interest in the radio play you're about to hear. Both the leading ladies are wives of mine. No, there's nothing bigamous about me. No, Miss Edna Best, who stars as Mary, was Mrs. Apley in the late George Apley. Benita Hume, who co-stars as Queen Elizabeth, happens to be Mrs. Coleman. Now, after you've heard this favorite story, I think you'll agree with an opinion I have long held, that these are two fine actresses indeed. Here are Edna Best and Benita Hume starring in Bing Crosby's favorite story, Mary, Queen of Scots.
It will not do. It is the wrong color.
It matches your gown, Your Majesty.
If a queen tells you that her petticoat is the wrong color, even though she lived in a dungeon on the last night of her life, it is the wrong color.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Bring me some cloth to match this.
No.
Promptly. A needle and thread and thimble. It pleases me to sew my own petticoat, since it is the last I shall ever wear. I did not call you. The material is quite satisfactory. I need no help with my sewing.
You have a visitor from the King of Scotland.
From Jamie. Have him enter.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Seaton!
Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
You may rise, my Lord Seaton. My son is well.
In good health, but weeping at his mother's fate.
You lie. My son never wept as a child or as a king. What message does he send me?
His undying love, and the miserable regret that he can do nothing to save you.
Again you lie, my Lord Seaton. Jamie could save me. He could confront the Queen of England with 500,000 men, and dear cousin Elizabeth would be forced to spare me. But Jamie would become the enemy of England, and would forfeit his right to the English throne. Better his mother should die by the headsman's axe, my lord, and he should inherit the throne of his mother's murderer.
Have you pleaded with Elizabeth?
Does one queen plead with another? Oh, stop this weak sniveling, my lord, I command it. I will not be wept over like some soft animal about to be relieved of its misery. Remember me, sir, not as the poor shape you see here stitching on a petticoat, but as Mary, Queen of Scots, Queen Dowager of France, and rightful heir to the throne of England. Remember me, my lord, not as a prisoner in a dungeon awaiting the axe, but as your queen, holding court in full majesty in the halls of Holyrood Castle. My Lord Maitland?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Seaton?
Your Majesty?
We will hold court. Who is here to ask audience?
Our religious leader, Master John Knox, a bearded zealot who cries out against you and your rule. I advise you not to see him.
I will see whom I will. Who else?
Lord Darnley, Your Majesty.
He comes at my bidding. Have him wait. No one else?
Yes, Your Majesty. One Bothwell.
Do you refer to the Earl of Bothwell, my Lord Maitland?
Some call him that.
Pray do not cloud your service to me with your petty quarrels. I will see Master John Knox. Send him to me.
Very well, Your Majesty. Master John Knox, your queen will see you.
I come.
Bow, sir. Bow before your queen.
I do not bow to such as sits before me.
No.
I come to you, Mary Stuart, with a message from your people. They do not want you. They do not wish the rule of a Frenchish, pleasure-loving child of Satan.
I am amazed at you, Master Knox, for I have heard that you were a just and honest man, whereas you call me a child of Satan. You know me to be the daughter of James, who was King of Scotland before me. If my manners are French, it is not my fault that I was child-wed to the late King of France. And if I love some pleasures, it is merely that I desire a good life for myself no more than for my people, of whom you, Master Knox, are one. I pray you, do not condemn me until you have just cause. Be the friend of your queen and her counselor.
They told me you would speak soft words. Temptress.
I merely ask your help in ruling a difficult race, whom you know far better than I. Come now, Master Knox. May we pledge our faith in each other?
Very well, I will be your counselor, but I will also be your conscience, Mary Stuart. And if you fail your people or your God, John Knox will be the first to denounce you.
So be it. Farewell, Master Knox.
The Lord be with you, Queen Mary.
My Lord Maitland, summon the Earl of Bothwell.
The Earl of Bothwell summons himself.
Oh.
Good morrow, good Majesty.
Your Majesty, we will temper this brashness.
Say the word and we'll deal with this popinjay. Take your hands off me, and have the kindness to remove your unpleasant faces from this room.
Your Majesty.
Go, my lord.
Yes, Your Majesty.
As you wish.
My Bothwell.
Mary.
My bad-tempered, tactless, adorable Bothwell.
It infuriates me to see these weaklings fawning about you, running your kingdom and your life.
You're wrong. By now you should know that no one runs the affairs of Mary Stuart, save Mary Stuart.
And no one runs the affairs of Bothwell, save Bothwell.
Oh?
And his queen.
Better.
Mary, how much longer must we keep up this ruse, this play-acting? How many months now has my heart laid siege to your throne room? Don't you know that I love you? And you love me. You love me fully as much as I love you.
I love you.
Then why this eternal delay? Or would you forswear love and be a withered-up old maid like your cousin in London?
I will never be like Elizabeth. She rules by steel and ice. I prefer to rule by warmth and
by Botswood.
We shall see. There are pressing matters of state, my lord.
I'm leaving. Love me, Mary.
The woman in me loves you and would marry you in a moment. But the queen is undecided.
Eve Perth, a woman.
God be with you. My Bothwell. Seaton, Maitland.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Majesty.
Would you summon Lord Darnley?
I shall call him, Your Majesty.
Seaton.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Will the world remember me as a Queen of Scotland or as the wife of my husband?
The Queen will live, Your Majesty, long after the woman has passed away.
Do you remember when you told me that, my Lord Seaton, those many years ago?
Yes, I remember.
I acted on your advice, Seaton. If I had followed my heart instead, I might never have needed a petticoat this color. Ah, there. The hem is finished. I do not blame you, my lord. I thought of Scotland first, myself second. I knew that Bothwell, however much I might love him, was too fiery to rule a Scotland not at war. And so...
Darnley?
Yes, I married Darnley. The high-born oaf, the boor, the contemptible fop, I chose him. Darnley instead of Bothwell, a cur instead of a man.
Your Majesty, you speak of the father of Scotland's king.
Do I? I also speak of my husband. I could not remain married to Lord Darnley. After Jamie was born, my son, with Scotland in his right hand and England in his left, I knew that I must get free of Darnley.
I beg you, Your Majesty, do not tell me things which you may regret later.
How much later can I regret anything, my Lord Seaton? I think the headsman will cut short my regrets with tomorrow's sunrise. No, I have no regrets about Darnley. I know only that I prayed to heaven for deliverance from his hateful company, and I know that my prayer was answered.
Majesty.
Why do you come to me at this time of night?
You're free.
Free?
Darnley.
Dead?
Twice dead. Hands about his throat and gunpowder beneath his bed.
Who did this?
A man who could not bear to see the woman he loved tortured by a hopeless marriage to a prince of fools. You're free again. To marry the man of your choice.
Bothwell.
Ask your heart, my queen. Trust your love, Mary. Love and be loved. And be happy.
Oh, yes.
You will marry me.
Yes, Bothwell, yes, yes,
A
yes.
kiss. A kiss to seal the bargain.
With all my heart.
Shall I return later?
Master Knox.
What do you want here?
I come with news, but perhaps it has preceded me.
What news, Master Knox?
Is the Earl of Bothwell ignorant of what happened less than an hour past at Kirkafield? That Darnley was strangled and his body blown asunder?
How shocking.
Shocking indeed. You know none of these things, my Lord Bothwell. That is not the mud of Kirkafield on your boots.
The Earl of Bothwell has been with me the entire evening.
Indeed?
And furthermore, Master Knox, now that the Queen is widowed, she intends to take a new husband.
I shall marry Bothwell.
You are a man of religious works, Master Knox. We will let you marry us, if you will.
I would sooner be hanged from high Dumfries Hill than wed this woman to a murderer.
Hold your tongue, John Knox. I am accountable to no one for my deeds.
I told you once, Mary Stuart, that I would not denounce you without cause. But here is cause. Your true husband, who lived at Sundown, is now but broken clay at Kirkafield. Here is the man who did the deed. See, he does not deny it. You would run to his arms and embrace him as your husband.
I love him.
Love. All Scotland will retch at your love. Marry this man and you will be hounded out of the country. Marry this man and every decent human being north of Solway Firth will rise up against you. Marry this man, Mary Stuart, and you will lose your throne.
We're ready for Act 2 of this week's favorite story, chosen by one of the world's favorite personalities, Mr. Bing Crosby, with Benita Hume as Queen Elizabeth and Edna Best as Mary, Queen of Scots. In the tower of an English castle, Mary Stuart sits in the half-light, sewing on a petticoat. Yesterday, the throne of Scotland and France. Tomorrow, the headsman. In the shadows opposite her stands the man named Seaton, listening to the words of the woman who was his queen.
Do you think it's strange, Seaton, that a queen should sew her own petticoat? This is a very special petticoat. It is almost done.
Yes, Your Majesty.
You were at my wedding, Seaton. You saw me married to the Earl of Bothwell.
An evil day.
You will not judge me, sir. I shall be judged soon after sunrise. Well, the prophecy of Master Knox came true. My husband and I were forced to flee from Scotland. I slept on the ground. But I was with him, with Bothwell. I think a woman remembers best the first time she sees a man she loves, and the last time. This was the last time. The fog seemed to be everywhere, a blanket of it stretching across Scotland and south to England. It was a cold fog, but I was warm because he was there. One more day and we would find refuge with our cousin in England. Refuge. From a giant prison called Scotland to a tiny prison called Shrewsbury. It was very silent. He kissed me.
Mary, try to sleep.
Tomorrow we will travel a few short miles, and I will be an alien in an alien land.
It will be a queen wherever you go.
Oh, my Bothwell. How rare it is for a queen to have a husband she loves.
Listen.
Who are they?
The Scottish lords, no doubt. Maitland and the rest.
I will not see them.
We may have no choice.
Hold there! He is our quarry.
Your Majesty,
Maitland, I am displeased. I did not wish to be followed.
I came to rescue the Queen of Scotland from a brigand.
This is my husband.
The man who stands beside you, Your Majesty, is your husband's murderer.
Your insults grow tiresome, Maitland. I shall require you to answer for them.
May I remind you, my Lord Bothwell, that 18,000 men wait within sound of my voice?
Then send forth your bravest fighter, Maitland. I will match him in combat. Let this be a fair fight. 1 against 1. If I win, I am free to go with Her Majesty, my wife. If I lose, you may name your own terms.
I forbid it.
No need, Your Majesty. We do not match terms with men such as Bothwell.
You are speaking, my Lord Maitland, to the Queen of Scotland, your queen, and to the man your queen loves. Must I remind you to speak with respect?
Your Majesty, beyond that hill lies England. The moment you step foot across the border, you abandon your country and your rights to the throne.
I go to England on a mission of state, my Lord Maitland. The throne of Scotland is in need of an ally. My cousin Elizabeth will give me aid in this moment of need.
Your cousin Elizabeth is your enemy. She's the enemy of Scotland.
She is my own blood.
Your very existence threatens and endangers Elizabeth's throne. Do you look for charity from her? Generosity, perhaps?
And if I remain here, my lord, what then?
You will be asked to abdicate.
I will not abdicate. I am Queen of Scotland. What must the Queen do, Maitland, to get a night's sleep now? And a free passage to travel where she likes?
If you're determined, Your Majesty, to proceed to England, we'll not stop you. But we will not permit this man to go with you. He is our prisoner.
No.
Mary, do as they say. We are helpless.
I will not go without you.
In which case, Your Majesty, we will regretfully have to consider you our prisoner as well.
It will be a few short days. Elizabeth is a woman, too. She will understand. I will return with help.
Yes, Mary. My Lord Maitland, I am your prisoner.
Bothwell, I love you. For the months that we have had together, I would ransom 100 kingdoms. Goodbye, my love. You see, Seaton, how neatly I sew my petticoat, stitch by stitch. Do you suppose she could sew such a petticoat? Elizabeth? Elizabeth. The politics of all Europe have turned on the hinges of my prison door. Do you know how she came here? My cousin. I was her prisoner. Oh, but I tell you, I have won. We came face to face. The Queen of England and the Queen of Scotland.
My dear cousin.
Elizabeth.
Yes.
Welcome, cousin, to this cell that you have fashioned for me.
Don't be bitter, Mary. I come to offer my hand in friendship. Won't you take it?
Why, yes. Thank you.
You're lovely. As they said you were.
Your words are finer than your accommodations. Why am I being kept here?
It is not my personal wish.
Then open the iron doors. Let me out. I would like to get one look at this English sky about which your poets write so eloquently. You need only raise a finger and I am free.
It is not so easy. You are beautiful, and men will follow you. Men will die for you.
Of course, I am a queen.
This is a tight little isle, my cousin. 2 queens are one too many.
And so you keep me here, imprisoned because you are afraid of me.
Oh, come now, cousin. Let us forget old suspicions. I come on a mission of goodwill to set you free. If you will listen to reason.
If. That one word echoes strangely around this cold room. What are your terms?
My privy councillors will bring a parchment. Sign it, and you will be free.
And what is this parchment?
A simple agreement. Abdication from the throne of Scotland, and renunciation of all rights by yourself and your son to the throne of England.
A simple agreement. Only a queen, a childless queen like you, Elizabeth, could offer such terms. That will set me free. Of what will my freedom consist?
You may stay in my court. You may lead a full life here in England.
And not go back to Bothwell.
No.
Remember, cousin, I am more than a queen. I am a woman, too, and I love as a woman should love.
My terms go so far, no farther. You would not be permitted to return to Scotland.
That is proof that you're afraid of me. You are afraid of Bothwell and me together. We would be strong. We would be a sword hanging over your precious throne.
Your own people have turned on you.
With good, substantial help from England, Your Majesty. And if I don't sign, cousin?
If you don't sign, then...
You don't have to say it. I can see it in the coldness of your eyes. I will have an appointment with a gentleman in a high collar whose aim is surprisingly accurate. They told me about you. When I was very young, I heard about Elizabeth, Queen of England, who would go to any lengths to protect her throne, to keep that coronet secure. I didn't believe them then. Maliciousness and gossip were the vogue. But now I know it's true.
You're very young, Mary. The years teach you it's wiser to be a queen first, and a woman second.
Yes? They also told me once of you and Lord Essex, how you might have known a man's love and how you threw it away, because it didn't fit in with your plans and your ambitions.
How little you know of being a queen.
I know you, Elizabeth.
Nobody knows Elizabeth except herself.
You lost a chance for love.
I held a throne.
Because you lost your love, you'd see me lose mine, too.
Silence! I do not like to raise my voice to you, cousin. I offer you your freedom, Mary. I offer you your life.
I am overwhelmed by your generosity, my dear, dear cousin. But take your freedom. I don't need it. Don't you see? I've had it already. Now, and 1,000,000 years from now, I will be freer than you.
You don't know what you're saying.
You've made a prison out of your life. But I've loved Elizabeth, and I have lived 1,000 years for every moment. I have a child. And his children and children's children will drink in the sunshine when all you stand for is dust.
You're writing your own death sentence.
Oh, no. My son will be your heir. I will live in him. My son, my blood, my flesh will be your heir. Keep me in prison. Bring on your headsman. I'm still a queen, my cousin, for I am first of all a woman. The last stitch, the very last stitch in my petticoat.
Your Majesty, there is still time. I will cross the border and try to raise an army.
No, Seaton, there is not time. But your queen thanks you.
You cannot die like this, Your Majesty.
Tomorrow, when I die, 10,000 ships will sail from Spain. An entire armada will remind Elizabeth that I am the winner. You see this petticoat? Red. Red so that it will not show the blood. The people of England will not see the blood of the Queen of Scotland. Remember, she is the mother of their next king.
You've been listening to Bing Crosby's favorite story, Mary, Queen of Scots. 2 distinguished British actresses were our stars. Edna Best was Mary, and Benita Hume was Elizabeth. Our thanks to all the members of the cast, to Claude Sweeten, who composed and conducted the music, and to Lawrence and Lee, who wrote and directed. Incidentally, this is all documented history, including the fact that Queen Mary sewed her own red petticoat. It's been a real pleasure for the entire company assembled here to bring you Mary, Queen of Scots, as Bing's favorite story. At one time or another, each of us dreams of growing young again. Remember the old Spanish explorer who spent all his life wandering through the Everglades of Florida, looking for the fountain of youth? Well, next week on Favorite Story, you're going to hear what might happen if someone discovered a fountain of youth. It's Nathaniel Hawthorne's absorbing tale of Dr. Heidegger's experiment. And it will leave you wondering whether you would really want to be young again. It's a memorable story with a distinguished cast. Next week at Favorite Story Time. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. We're going to take you for a ride. No, not the kind of ride you might get from a gangster. That could be a very relaxing experience compared with what happens on this ride. You'll be accompanied by a headless horseman, the woman in white, and every moaning and groaning ghost of the eastern seaboard. As you may have guessed, our favorite story this week is Washington Irving's Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Before this half hour is over, Ichabod Crane will again shiver through the Sleepy Hollow graveyard on the most frightful mission of his life. Yes, the adventure of Ichabod Crane is one of the finest stories from the early days of this republic. And we were very happy when our good friend Walter Houston chose it as his favorite story. Walter has brought to life many of the characters of colonial days, among them Rip Van Winkle and Peter Stuyvesant in Knickerbocker Holiday. Now, are you ready? We're going to the one spot in these United States which is a collector's item for lovers of good nightmares. Its name is Sleepy Hollow. It's a small glen on the east bank of the Hudson River, not far from Tarrytown, New York. One of the quietest places in the world, and on summer afternoons, one of the loveliest. But on dark nights, it changes. You can hear strange music and voices in the air. The stars fall and meteors shoot more often across this valley than in any other part of the country. Listen. Well, maybe it's the wind, maybe not. But folks from Tarrytown will tell you it's a British major, Andre by name, who was caught by the Americans with the wrong papers in his boots, on the wrong side of the lines. He's there to this day, all bloody with a great rent in his uniform, hanging from a tulip tree in Sleepy Hollow. Oh, that? Well, it might be the sound the brook makes as it eddies past that rock. Or it might be the woman in white who perished a century ago in the snow, in the dark, in Sleepy Hollow. Why don't you visit there some night when the sky is black? It's at Raven Rock you'll find her. And if you listen well, you'll hear her soft voice wailing in the darkness. You'll hear her soft voice wailing in the darkness. But the most famous of all the legends of Sleepy Hollow concerns a Hessian soldier who, for £3.10 a month, came to this quiet valley to fight for King George III. And that sound? Well, maybe it's thunder. Maybe. Or it could be an ancient echo of a cannonball. A blast which hit that Hessian trooper in the days of the Great Revolution and carried away his head. And anybody who's been within 100 miles of this famous hollow will tell you that the Hessian trooper, the headless horseman, rides in search of his head. Not far from Sleepy Hollow, there's a schoolhouse. And early in our country's history, it had a schoolmaster, name of Ichabod Crane.
All right, children, repeat after me. A penny saved is a penny earned.
A penny saved is a penny earned.
Very good, very good. Next, a stitch in time saves 9.
A stitch in time saves 9.
Excellent. Now, honesty is the best policy.
Why? Why is honesty the best policy?
Why, young man? Why, indeed? Because the honest man sleeps at night with no ghost to haunt him. Now, let us have this maxim, and all together now. Honesty is the best policy. That was very good, very good. Now, if you'll turn to...
Hey, give me that.
Aha!
Ow!
No spitballs in my classroom. You'll remember that, boy, and thank me for it the longest day you live. Now, class, we will... Yes, who is it?
Mr. Ichabod? Can I see you, Mr. Ichabod?
Certainly, certainly. Children, I'm stepping out of the room for a moment. You will turn to page 74 in your book of maxims and begin to memorize the first 3 on the page. In silence. Oh, you're the hired man over at the Van Tassels, aren't you? Has Katrina sent me a love message?
Miss Katrina and her papa sent me over to tell you that you were supposed to come over to their house tonight.
They do?
Yeah.
I mean, I am?
They'll be holding a quilting frolic.
Oh, how lovely. How perfectly lovely. Who else is invited?
Well, let's see. There'll be the Muellers and Crosses and Mr. Van Ripper and Mr. Brow and his lady.
Yes. Anyone else? Any other men?
If you mean Mr. Brombones, is he coming?
Yes, is Brombones coming too?
He'll be there, sure. Saw him currying his horse a little while ago. Sure looks good on that horse, don't he, though? He's the handsomest fella I ever did see.
Yes, that's all. That's enough. I know all about Brombones. Katrina and her father want to see us both together. That's so they can perceive how much more desirable I would be for a husband and son-in-law than Brombones. Yes, that's it. That's exactly it.
Starts early, right at sundown. Miss Katrina said she shouldn't be late.
Oh, I'll be there on time, in plenty of time. And ahead of Brombones, too. Mr. Van Ripper.
Huh? Oh, you startled me, Ichabod.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What do you
Mr.
want,
Van
you
Ripper?
scarecrow? Whatever you want, the answer's no.
Mr. Van Ripper, I'm going to a quilting frolic this evening.
Where?
At Mr. Van Tassel's farm.
And the old boy invited you?
Yes.
You must be crazier than I thought.
I fancy he's invited me for his daughter, Katrina Van Tassel.
Then he has gone crazy.
There's one favor I want to ask you, Mr. Van Ripper. I'll be returning rather late this evening, and Van Tassel's is quite far, and I should like to borrow a horse.
Oh, you would?
Yes.
Well, my first answer would be no.
Oh.
But if I lend you a horse, there is the possibility that you might fall out of the saddle and break your neck, which would end the plague of Ichabod Crane in the whole countryside. So, for the possible betterment of the community, I will lend you a horse, Ichabod.
You will?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's very generous of you, Mr. Van Ripper. What horse am I to use? The large roan with a white forehead? The gray mare?
No. I have a much better horse in mind for you, Ichabod.
Really?
Gunpowder is the horse for you.
Gunpowder?
That's right.
But he's slightly swayback, isn't he?
Better for speed.
And a little blind?
Sharp ears, that horse.
Doesn't he limp?
Best for riding in hilly country. Knows his way around.
Oh, yes, but perhaps if you could let me have a different horse.
You mean you don't want to accept Gunpowder?
No. Certainly not indeed. No,
Well, then it's all settled. You ride Gunpowder.
Yes, I ride Gunpowder. A beautiful afternoon, Gunpowder. A beautiful afternoon. Oh, steady. Oh, and tonight. Oh, tonight. Katrina Van Tassel and I will dance and eat and... do you know what else? Oh, but of course you couldn't. No, no. You're just a horse. Tonight, Gunpowder, I'm going to kiss Katrina. Oh, you're wrong, Gunpowder. I am. I definitely am going to kiss Katrina tonight. Oh, Katrina and I will be married. Married, married. Katrina and I will be married. Before the winter's up. Before the winter's up. Katrina and I will be married. And I will be rich. Yes. Nice, nice. Yes, very nice.
Welcome, one and all.
Nice party, Mr. Benson.
Such a nice party. Nice to do
Yes, enjoy yourself, my friends. Everyone have a good time.
What broiled shad?
And queen cake.
And ham and smoked beef.
And sweet cakes and joy cakes and ginger cakes and honey cakes.
And apple pies and peach pies.
And pumpkin pie.
Fall to and help yourself, friends. Fall to everyone. Help yourself. Oh, yeah. Everyone enjoy.
Father.
Yes, Katinka.
Has everyone arrived? Are all the guests here?
Why, yeah, I believe so. Yes, I believe so. Oh, you mean...
I'm worried. He wouldn't be late, especially for the food.
Ah, my greetings, Mr. Van Tassel. And a sweet good evening to you, Katrina.
Oh, Ichabod. You're here at last.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome, schoolmaster, welcome. Help yourself to anything.
Oh, thank you very much. I believe I shall. Katrina, would you join me at the table?
Of course, Ichabod. Of course.
Oh, thank you, Katrina. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Hello, Katrina.
Well, Mr. Brombone.
Good evening, Brom. Good evening.
Say, Ichabod, is that yours, that thing in the stable?
Oh, you mean Gunpowder?
Gunpowder? Gunpowder? Is that what you call him?
That's right.
Careful he doesn't explode, school teacher. That horse should be stuffed and put in a museum. Did he really get you here?
He certainly did. He most very certainly brought me here.
I'm glad you're here, Ichabod.
Oh, well.
Miracle. Absolute miracle.
Brombones, you can't talk that way about Ichabod's horse.
Hans von Ritter says there's more lurking devil in Gunpowder than in any young filly in the country. And I believe him.
Well, Katrina, are we going to eat?
Ichabod and I are eating together.
Yes. Yes, Katrina and I are eating together. Together.
Dance, Katrina?
Ichabod has just asked me to dance with him. He's a very good dancer. Ichabod, this is our dance.
Oh, yes, this is our dance. Come along, Katrina. See you later, Mr. Bones.
Schoolmaster is doing pretty well, Bron. No offense. Wonder how that undernourished little suckling could dance off with the prettiest girl here.
Undernourished. That school teacher has the appetite of a baby elephant. I watched him at the table, and he didn't stop until he completely demolished one whole hind quarter of the 2-year sow.
Plump as a partridge, she is. Fresh 18. Prettiest foot and ankle in the country around. Father's rich, too. Any man marry her, do himself fine for life.
She's taken a fancy to that goose of a schoolmaster.
Why don't you get rid of Ichabod?
Kill him? I couldn't do that.
There are less drastic ways of getting rid of people, but just as permanent. Brom, I wonder if the schoolmaster believes in ghost stories.
Well, what if he does?
Seen him hurrying home a night, scared of his own shadow. Trembles. Always trembles.
Yeah? What does that to do with me?
There's one answer for you, Brom boy. Scare him out of town. Think it over, Brom. Scare him out of town.
Scare him out of town.
The rest of the boys will help you. We'll all help you. Scare him out of town.
We're bringing you Walter Houston's favorite story this week, Washington Irving's Legend of Sleepy Hollow. And it brings us into intimate acquaintance with the slightly objectionable schoolmaster, Ichabod Crane. And since Ichabod is making eyes at one of the most beautiful young ladies in the neighborhood, certain envious young gentlemen from thereabouts would like to get rid of Ichabod. And they're going to work on him right now, in the sitting room of the Van Tassels. Here's favorite story, Act 2.
Now. You know, it's all right to be with women for food, dancing, singing. But when it comes to storytelling, well, no women.
Don't need women for storytelling.
You, Hans, you always have a good tale to tell.
Yes, Van Ripper, tell us.
Yes, tell us, Mr. Van Ripper.
Well, that tulip tree in the center of Hollow Road, Major Andre's tree. You know it, Ichabod?
Major Andre's tree? Yes.
I've seen him. All bloody, with a great rent in his uniform, hanging on that tulip tree.
Oh,
And some nights, if the wind's just right, and the air's cool, and you haven't your wits about you, you'll hear his great voice throwing out his mighty curse. Stay! Stay here with me! Forever!
Forever? That's a long time.
But what about the lost woman?
The lost woman?
Yes, at Raven Rock. You'll find her of any evening. Just as she was that night when she perished in the snow. And she comes back, oh yes, and you'll hear a soft voice wailing in the darkness. Wailing in the darkness.
My, what an unpleasant thing to do, isn't it?
Gentlemen, there's no story to compare with the one about the headless Hessian.
Headless Hessian?
His body was buried in the churchyard. But every night he goes riding, looking for his head. Gallops all over the countryside. Galloping Hessian.
Galloping Hessian?
Headless horseman.
Headless horseman?
Been seen lately, too. On his black horse. All in black. And no head.
No head. My.
No head. Just moonlight where his head should have been.
Wasn't more than 2 months ago I met this galloping Hessian.
You did, Brom?
He had his head with him, but he was carrying it under his arm.
What did you do?
Do? Why, I just looked right at him and where his head wasn't, and I told him my horse Daredevil could outrun any horse in the valley, and I offered to race him.
To actually race the headless horseman?
Sure, I raced him, but he gave up, because he knew he couldn't beat my horse Daredevil.
Weren't you frightened?
Mr. Brombones frightened me? I'm not scared of anything.
Not even of ghosts without heads?
With or without a head. No ghost can scare me.
I don't think I'd be frightened either.
Katrina and I are very glad you could come. Again, maybe soon we'll do the same thing. For a special occasion.
Papa.
Good night, my friends. Good night.
Katrina. Oh, Katrina, I must see you.
Ichabod, I thought you'd
Oh,
left.
Katrina, I heard your father speaking, and Katrina, could we get away from the others just a moment?
Oh, Ichabod, I'm surprised.
Please, I have something very important to say to you before I leave here tonight. Please.
Well, in the cloakroom. No one can see us there.
Oh, good, fine, excellent. Oh.
Now, Ichabod, we're alone.
Yes, Katrina, alone. You and I, for the first time this evening.
You said you had something very important to say to me, Ichabod. What is it?
Oh, it's very difficult to speak when you're so near to me, Katrina. Very difficult.
Ichabod Crane, you aren't going to take advantage of me, are you?
Oh, no, indeed, my dear Katrina. I should say not, no, indeedy, no. But I can kiss you.
Kiss me?
Oh, after tonight, I know it is only a matter of a very short while until you and I are married.
Ichabod Crane, don't you come a step nearer.
And now I know that you love me, and Katrina, my love.
I'm not your love. I never was, and I never shall be.
But tonight you acted
You
so
were
that
invited tonight only to help Mr. Brom Bones make up his mind about me. And I never...
Bones? You only wanted me here to make him jealous. To make
No!
Now, Mr. Van Tassel...
So this is what you're doing, Ichabod Crane.
Now, Mr. Van Tassel, Katrina and I were only...
Out, Mr. Ichabod Crane,
Now,
out!
please,
Out!
But I was only...
Out, I say!
Mr. Van Tassel.
And here is your hat. And your coat.
But I only was...
And your umbrella.
Oh, but I only...
And never come near my daughter again.
Oh.
And get that broken-down old plow horse out of my barn.
Come on, you old flea-bitten nag. We're leaving here. Well, horse, come, move. Spend all your time dreaming of mountains of corn and oats and whole valleys of timothy and clover. Oh, move. We must get home sometime tonight. Oh. What was that? What? Oh. Just a hoot owl, I guess. Gunpowder, don't waste time. Let's get home. We must get home. Oh, Katrina and I won't be married. Why do you stop, horse? Move. It's Major Andre's tree. Oh.
I've seen him. All bloody, with a great rent in his uniform, hanging on that tree.
Oh, gracious me.
And some nights, if the wind's just right and the air's cool, you'll hear his great voice throwing out his mighty curse.
Oh, dear.
Stay! Stay! All you souls, stay here with me forever.
Oh, my goodness. Move, Gunpowder. Get a move on. Oh. What's...
It's a Draven Rock, you find her of a winter evening, just as she was that night she vanished in the snow.
Oh, merciful heaven.
And she comes back, and you hear her soft voice wailing in the darkness, wailing in the darkness.
Oh, move, horse, move. Oh, my goodness. We're at the churchyard.
His body was buried in the churchyard, but every night he goes riding, looking for his head.
Lord, protect me.
I looked right at him where his head wasn't, and I told him that my horse, Daredevil, could outrun any horse in the valley, and I offered to race him.
Gracious me.
No head, just moonlight where his head should have been.
Oh.
Headless horseman of Sleepy Hollow.
Oh, dear.
Galloping goes.
Galloping?
No head.
No head.
No head at all.
No head at all.
Headless.
Headless.
Headless horseman of Sleepy Hollow.
Oh, there he is. Gunpowder, if you ever lived up to your name, do it now. Gunpowder, this is no time to stand still. Move, you old bone bag. Oh, he's coming. Closer. He has no head. It's the headless horseman. He's carrying his head under his arm. No, don't throw it. If you ever were a human being, don't throw your head at me. Don't throw your head at me. Oh, no!
He didn't come home from your party the other night.
Ichabod? He left in a great hurry, too.
Funny thing. Found Gunpowder, the horse I lent him, grazing in my far pasture the next morning.
I wonder what became of Ichabod.
Well, hello, Brom.
Hello.
Just telling Katrina I haven't seen hide nor hair of Ichabod Crane since the party the other night.
No?
Telling her how I found his hat in the pasture by the church. Oh, yes, and a squashed pumpkin.
Hat and squashed pumpkin?
Yeah, well, Brom, I don't understand.
Hat and squashed pumpkin, and no Ichabod Crane.
No Ichabod Crane. Guess we'll have to get a new schoolmaster.
Yes, I guess we will. Katrina and I will want our children to be educated.
Brom. No one is supposed to know we're going to be married.
I think it's all right. Did you say squashed pumpkin about the size of a man's head?
Why, yes.
Now, do you suppose that had anything to do with the strange disappearance of Mr. Ichabod Crane?
To this day, legend has it in Tarrytown, New York, that Mr. Ichabod Crane took a very sudden trip. When last seen, he was headed west in a great hurry. Nobody knows just where he stopped traveling west, but if you should drop into a schoolroom in the city of San Francisco, you might hear the children to this day saying,
"Honesty is the best policy."
And in a school in Hawaii, an island that lies far to the west of Sleepy Hollow and Tarrytown, New York, you can hear other children say,
"A penny saved is a penny earned."
And travelers will tell you, on good authority, that somewhere in a mission school in central China, about as far west as you can go before you start heading back towards Sleepy Hollow again, certain Chinese children recite this maxim.
A stitch in thought, saves none.
And so we take our leave of the legended schoolmaster of Sleepy Hollow. The young man who played Ichabod in our favorite story is not only one of Hollywood's best young character actors, but also a famous songwriter whose popular tunes you've heard many times over your radio. His name is Sidney Miller. Claude Sweeten conducted the favorite story orchestra, and Walter Houston chose The Legend of Sleepy Hollow as his particular favorite story. Next week, Cloak and Dagger. Yes, we have a real swashbuckler for our next favorite story broadcast, The Three Musketeers of Alexandre Dumas, chosen as the favorite story of the former heavyweight boxing champion of the world, Mr. Gene Tunney. If you tune this way next week, you'll meet the indestructible D'Artagnan and many other old friends from the pages of The Three Musketeers. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. Several hundred of the world's most illustrious people have been kind enough to choose their favorite stories for us to broadcast on this series. They come from every walk of life, from every corner of the globe. Here on Favorite Story, we come upon a real cross-section of 20th century celebrities, ballerinas and baseball players, painters and novelists, explorers and opera stars. This week's choice comes from a man who fought his way to one of the highest titles in the field of sport, heavyweight boxing champion of the world. His name, Mr. Gene Tunney. This great American athlete chose as his favorite story a novel which is packed with as much action as Madison Square Garden on fight night. It's the Three Musketeers of Alexandre Dumas. So, for an American musketeer who used boxing gloves, here's an adventure from the days when men used rapiers. Jean Tunney's favorite story, the swashbuckling tale of the Three Musketeers. Paris, the year 1629. The King of France is Louis XIII, and his men-at-arms are known as Musketeers, the King's Musketeers. By far the most famous of these are Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. Three-handed gentlemen with a sword. Or to be more exact, with three swords. They have a battle cry that rings through the streets of Paris. One for all and all for one. If you should happen to be strolling down a cobblestone street in Paris some April morning in 1629, you might find them, sword blades in hand, tuning up the instruments of their trade.
Hurry! What the? Porthos, look out! That young fellow running this way!
Pardon, monsieur. Forgive me, monsieur. Oh, idiot. You've knocked the blade from my hand. Do you think you can run into my friends and me and run away with a simple book? But I'm in a great hurry. I must see Monsieur Treville, captain of the King's Musketeers. That is no excuse. On guard, young man. I've no time to explain. Out of my way, gentlemen.
Come back, fool! Come back! You can't go in there! That's the captain's office!
Well, what's this? Pardon the intrusion, Captain, but
Well, speak up, young man.
Well, my name is D'Artagnan. I'm from Gascony. I had a letter of introduction.
Well, then let me see it.
Oh, this is why I've rushed in, Captain. My letter was stolen. A lady in a carriage at the town of Meun.
Just a minute. Try to tell it in sentences. It'll make better sense.
Yes, sir. I was riding through Meun when I was stopped by a lady in a carriage. She asked why I hurried so. I explained I wanted to see you. Then she saw the letter I carried and asked to see it. She said she was an agent of the king. She stole the letter.
And what did this lady look like?
Well, she was very beautiful.
Well, describe her, monsieur.
Well, she had black hair, coal black, a mole on her chin.
Never mind the rest. It's as I suspected. Guards! Send in Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. Oh, yes, and send a messenger for Mademoiselle Constance.
Yes, sir.
And now, monsieur, what was in that letter?
It was a letter from my father, sir. You see, he was a musketeer.
Well, if you want to become a musketeer, young man, you're off to a very poor start. However, we shall see what we can do.
You wanted to see us, Captain?
Certainly. Come in. Gentlemen, I have here a young Gascon, D'Artagnan. Well, it seems you've met before.
Briefly. Very briefly. We're anxious to know him better.
The Gascon has a story which might interest you. But first I have another matter to settle. Tell me, my three inseparables, what is the meaning of this latest news I hear about you? This fight with the Cardinal's guards.
Captain, we were minding our own business.
When along came 4 of the Cardinal's guards. And what could we do?
Well, did you have to kill them?
Only 2 killed, Captain. 1 got away.
Oh, too bad. But what about the odds? Since when do 3 musketeers fight only 4 of the Cardinal's guards, huh?
We considered using only our left hands to make it more even.
Well, what is done is done. But let me tell you... Yes?
You sent for me, Captain.
Yes, my dear. Monsieur D'Artagnan, this is Mademoiselle Bonacieux, one of the Queen's ladies in waiting and one of our best friends.
Oh, how do you do, mademoiselle?
Very well, thank you, monsieur. Thank you, monsieur.
You can quit looking at each other now. Constance, this young Gascon has confirmed our last reports.
She is in Paris?
D'Artagnan met her on the road from Meun.
Well, then we must be more than alert. When Milady de Winter is in Paris, there is a plot afoot.
De Winter?
Then the Cardinal she-devil is back.
Yes, it looks that way. D'Artagnan.
Yes, sir.
I will explain briefly to you. Milady de Winter, who stole your letter, is an agent of the Cardinal. France is divided into 2 factions, the King's and Cardinal Richelieu's. It is our duty to back the King. Do you understand these things?
Yes, sir.
Well, then live by them, monsieur, and someday you may become a musketeer. Well, that's all, my friends.
Oh, one tip, young Gascon. Stay away from dueling. It's against the law.
Adieu, monsieur.
Adieu, Constance. Constance.
Monsieur d'Artagnan, may I see you a moment?
Oh, yes, Monsieur Porthos.
You insulted me when you knocked the sword from my hand.
But, Monsieur, I apologized. I was in a hurry to see Captain Treville.
Are you afraid to fight?
Of course not. At your pleasure.
Good. Behind the Luxembourg. At noon.
Good day. At your service, sir.
Pardon me, young Gascon.
Yes, Monsieur Athos?
I regret to say you've offended me with your clumsy feet. I don't appreciate a man who trips me, particularly while I duel.
But I've apologized.
You think apologies will mend such an error?
No, I suppose not.
Then name the time and the place.
Behind the Luxembourg at 1.
Very good. I'll await you.
Monsieur d'Artagnan?
You too?
I do not understand.
Never mind. What time would you like?
Monsieur, in Paris it is the custom to defend one's honor with one's sword. Therefore, I must ask
Behind the Luxembourg at 2.
Splendid. Oh, and Monsieur d'Artagnan, feel honored that when you die, it will at least be at the hands of a musketeer.
Our young friend is waiting. But I didn't expect the three of you at once.
As a matter of fact, Gascon, none of us knew the others would be here, so we shall act as Porthos seconds until our turn comes.
Good. En garde, Monsieur Porthos. You are first.
Aye, but the youngster is in a hurry. So young to die. Very well, Monsieur. En garde. You will learn quickly, my young Gascon.
No, you think so?
Stop, I say, in the name of His Eminence the Cardinal. Stop this duel! Monsieur Jussac and his guard.
Ignore him, gentlemen.
Cease dueling immediately. It is against the law.
Monsieur Jussac, you waste your time and hours. Begone, and take those rat-coated dummies with you.
You insult my men. You refuse to stop dueling. In that case...
Just a moment, Jussac. Surely even you wouldn't attack 3 men with your 5.
What about the man you duel with?
Well, he does not count. He is not a musketeer.
With him it would be 4 to 5.
All right. He's young. Call it 3.5 to 5. D'Artagnan, would you care to join us while we kill this rude person?
I am honored.
En garde, musketeers.
En garde! Hurry then! What's that? So, I fight you, Monsieur Picarat. Congratulations on your recent appointment to the Cardinal's Guard. I hope you live long enough to receive a promotion. At least one promotion. Too bad. No promotion.
Young man, you fight very well. Your name?
D'Artagnan.
You are a Gascon? Ah, a silent Gascon. Good. I like to kill Gascons. Watch out! Ah!
Nice work, D'Artagnan. Poor Jussac was getting old. Come back! Come back, gentlemen! There are still 3 of you left!
It's no use, Porthos. They've had enough.
Well, it was very dull anyway. Let us go home.
Monsieur d'Artagnan, you've dueled nobly. I, for one, would like to become your friend.
And I.
Thank you, gentlemen. I would be proud to be your friend.
Good. We have again lessened the number of the Cardinal's guards. Gentlemen, God save the King
and the Musketeer!
D'Artagnan, may I see you a moment?
Of course, Constance. If it's about the
No,
rent...
it's not about the rent. I need your help.
I'm at your service. I have been since the moment I met you.
Thank you. I think I've known that. That's why I've come to you.
Then you also know how I feel?
Yes, D'Artagnan, I know. But there is something that must come first.
The king. D'Artagnan, there is a plot against His Majesty.
Who would dare plot against the king?
Milady de Winter.
The woman who stole my letter.
Yes. And the Cardinal's best spy. This is a matter of utmost secrecy. You can tell no one. Can you meet me tonight at St. Cloud's, 10 o'clock?
I would meet you at the end of the world.
Constance. Quickly.
My love.
Oh, D'Artagnan, I'm afraid.
Why, my dearest?
Here tonight we were to get the information we needed to rid us forever, Milady de Winter. Forgive me for bringing you into it, but I was afraid to come alone.
Constance, I'm glad you asked me. You must stop this dangerous work, though. I'm glad I'm here. I want to protect you. I want to protect you always.
Suddenly, I feel so cold.
Let me hold you.
I have tried so to be a good citizen, a loyal subject to my king. But so often, my D'Artagnan, I find I'm just a woman.
The loveliest, the most beautiful woman I have ever known.
We must be careful. We may have been followed.
Surely no harm can come to us when we're together. Like this. Oh, Constance, I love you.
Oh, I'm not afraid anymore. D'Artagnan, what is it?
Quickly, follow me. In here.
Stop! I can see you in that archway. Don't throw your sword, young fool. It'll only mean death to your lady.
You were the woman who stole my letter.
Of course. Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is De Winter. It's been quite a while since our tete-a-tete at Mune. I regret I've been too busy to renew the acquaintance.
If you were a man, mademoiselle...
Come, young Gascon. I have no time for heroics. Jacques, put the woman in the carriage with me. Renee, take the young man's horse. You must hurry.
In with you.
Well, my young meddling Constance, did you expect protection from this young fool who is not even a musketeer? I regret we must take this young lady, monsieur. You two seem to be getting along so well. But we feel she knows too much to be allowed her freedom. And now forward. Au revoir, Monsieur D'Artagnan.
Come back! Come! I'll find you, Milady de Winter. If it takes my life, I'll find you, and I'll kill you.
Have you recognized the voice of the young man who plays D'Artagnan in our favorite story? Well, it's one of radio's most famous voices, and it belongs to Howard Duff, who seems to be making quite a name for himself in pictures these days. Mr. Duff and his fellow actors are all ready to take us back to the romantic France of Alexandre Dumas the Elder, who wrote this week's favorite story. You know, Monsieur Dumas wasn't a very economical gentleman in matters of money or words. He threw away one fortune after another, and he tossed off historical novels almost as fast as he went through his fortunes. People in Paris used to call Alexandre Dumas' house the writing factory, and one of the high-powered products to come off his assembly line was the Three Musketeers, chosen as this week's favorite story by Jean Tunney. Well, Milady de Winter has carried off D'Artagnan's beautiful young sweetheart, Constance. And it's a very sad cadet of Gascony that we find in the barracks of the Musketeers.
Musketeers, attention! Musketeers! As you know, for some time our king has planned the siege of La Rochelle. The battle is now near at hand. Musketeers, prepare to fight for king and country. Every musketeer is expected to equip himself. Procure horses, uniforms, and provisions. Battle is not news to you. I expect only that every man upholds the honor and reputation of the company. Dismissed.
D'Artagnan,
Why so despondent? Is this the way to go to war?
Oh, no. Aramis, I'm sorry.
Are you thinking of Constance?
Yes, I've searched the country. Still no sign of her. Athos, what can a man do?
You must go to war, as we must all. You love Constance, of course, but your country must come first.
Well, it's easy to talk that way, my friend.
No. It's not easy. I know.
What do you mean, Athos?
Few people in all the world know this, but I can trust you. Once I was married. I had a large estate. My wife was the most beautiful woman in all France. I thought I loved her, yet I never knew her. One day, while we were hunting, she fell from her horse. As I stopped to help her, I noticed the bandage she always wore on her shoulder had come loose. Then I saw what you've been hiding. Underneath it was the brand. The fleur-de-lis.
Branded as a common thief?
Yes. When she discovered I knew her secret, she tried to poison me. She failed and fled. I've never seen her since.
And you can't forget her?
I know my wife to be a fiend of unutterable evil. I know of all her crimes, yet I can't forget her. Still I search. Someday... I've told you this story for a purpose, D'Artagnan. You are like me. Our thoughts are elsewhere. But we can't enclose ourselves in a prison of love or hate. We can't ignore the world, for this is something greater. Our country.
You're right, Athos. I'll heed your advice and guard your secret.
D'Artagnan.
Porthos, how good to see you.
I have news.
About Constance? Have you seen her? Where?
We have not seen Constance, but we have seen that woman.
Milady de Winter?
Yes, Milady de Winter.
Then I must find her immediately.
It is more complicated than you think. She is not alone. We saw them on the road to Armentières.
Yes?
Milady de Winter and the Cardinal.
And Constance?
She was not with them.
But we must find her. Every minute counts.
Wait. We are your friends, D'Artagnan. The 3 Musketeers will help you find your Constance. And the first thing for us to do is to call on Milady de Winter. Where have you been, Athos?
I brought a friend.
Why the hood over his head? Does he refuse to acknowledge himself?
He has valid reasons. Believe me, he's our friend.
Gentlemen, forgive my secrecy. My business requires this hood. I shall reveal myself at the proper time.
If Athos says you are a friend, we accept you.
Look, Cardinal is leaving.
Sword ready. Now, we make our way into the inn.
Pray God Constance is here.
Quietly, my friends.
Constance. Constance, where are you?
Quiet. Listen.
Maybe somebody is a prisoner in that room. Try the door.
Help me break it down, my friends, please.
All together. Now.
Oh, my darling. Quickly. Help me.
Oh, my D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan.
What have they done to you? Are you hurt?
Oh, no, dearest.
I searched everywhere for you.
Oh, my D'Artagnan.
Constance, I love you. I've always loved you.
I knew you'd come. I knew and I prayed. And now that...
Children, we know you're in love. But we must find Milady.
Be careful, my Musketeers. She is a dangerous woman.
Be alert, men.
I know where she is. I will lead you to her.
No, I can't let you endanger yourself.
You have saved me, and now I must help you trap this evil woman. Come. Up these stairs. Carefully, but we must hurry. The Cardinal's guards will soon return. We must be swift if we would live. She is in there,
altogether, Musketeers. You too, D'Artagnan.
Well, Milady de Winter,
What's the meaning of this? How dare you break in here?
we will ask the question.
I do not answer to ruffians.
She will not be so haughty when I reveal myself.
Who is this man in the hood? What right have you to question me? It may interest you to know that the Cardinal is outside at this very moment. You'll be severely punished for any action against me.
I regret to inform you, milady, that the Cardinal is gone, and that you are quite alone.
You lie.
No, milady, we do not lie. Now, gentlemen, shall we proceed with the charges?
Ha! Charges. You are putting me on trial.
We are. Gentlemen, I ask you to step forth with your indictments against Milady de Winter. We shall judge them fairly and pass verdict. Monsieur D'Artagnan.
I accuse Milady de Winter of the kidnapping of Constance Bonacieux and of conspiracy against her king and country.
Monsieur Athos.
Milady, do you recognize me?
No.
Think, milady, or shall I call you Comtesse de la Fère?
Who are you?
Look at me. Try to remember a man who you tried to poison. His name, Comte de la Fère.
It's not true. None of it's true.
Yes, it is, milady. Quite true. So, I accuse you of attempted murder.
Lies! All lies!
Gentlemen, you have stated your accusation. What is your verdict?
The punishment of death.
Death. Death.
Wait. You have no truth, no reason. You call yourselves honorable men, yet you'd condemn a defenseless woman only on your own opinions. There is not one man who can prove your fantastic lies. Justice, gentlemen, justice.
Monsieur Executioner, the proof.
I shall remove my hood now, milady. Then perhaps you'll see. Yes, I am the executioner of the town of Lee. I am the man whose brother you murdered. And I am the man from whom you escaped 10 years ago. But not before I could brand you with the sign of the thief.
No, don't come near me.
You have asked for proof. Now you shall have it. There, gentlemen, on this woman's shoulder, the brand of the fleur-de-lis. The brand I was ordered by law to burn on this shoulder 10 years ago.
The verdict has been stated, Monsieur Executioner. We shall leave you to perform your duty.
Gentlemen, I'd like to congratulate you for your superb conduct in the service of your country. The king himself has ordered me to commend you, Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, and Mademoiselle Constance. The king is pleased with your loyalty and devotion.
Thank you, Captain.
And one more item. D'Artagnan.
Yes, sir.
The king has ordered that you be officially appointed a member of His Majesty's Musketeers. Well, speak up. Do you accept? I'm observing the desires of the king. Do you care to contradict these desires?
No, sir.
Very well. It is the will of Louis, King of France.
Oh, congratulations, my D'Artagnan. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, dearest. And thank you, my three friends, for your help in finding my Constance.
All for one, D'Artagnan. And one for all. Gentlemen, a toast. To the king. God save the king.
And the Musketeers. The 4 Musketeers.
As long as a word for chivalry lives in any language, as long as a man's pulse quickens at the challenge of a duel, fairly fought and fairly won, and as long as there are lovely ladies to inspire young cavaliers to scale the heights of heroism, that long and no longer will we remember the names of the Musketeers, Athos, Porthos, Aramis, and the keenest blade of all, D'Artagnan. Next week, Favorite Story invites you to share an adventure in terror. It's a story made famous by the late Alexander Woolcott, as well as Mrs. Belloc Lowndes and other lovers of savory yarns. It's called The Mystery of Room 323, a tale of a woman and a hotel room that vanish into thin air. George Burns and Gracie Allen have named it their favorite story, and Janet Waldo will star as a lost young lady. It promises to be a memorable half hour, so we hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. Somewhere in the archives of the Paris police, there's a story about a vanishing lady and a hotel room that disappears into thin air. By word of mouth, this tale has traveled around the world. Many a time has this yarn been spun on shipboard across the 7 seas, in clubs, around campfires, and in a score of different languages. Many accounts of it have been set down, one by Mrs. Belloc Lowndes, and more recently by the late Alexander Wolcott. There was even a scholarly essay published about it, which claimed that the reason for the international fascination of this legend was that it's a common nightmare, shared by people in every part of the world. George Burns and Gracie Allen have long been mystery fans, and they told us the mystery legend which has intrigued them most is this week's favorite story. As our terrified young heroine, we present one of your favorite actresses, Janet Waldo. Now, if you wish, you may turn down the lights and listen to the mystery of room 323.
That nightmare again. The same one. Why must I relive that awful day over and over? It happened so long ago. But I still wake up at night thinking about it, screaming. Do you wonder why I scream? Do you wonder why one day in my life has caused this terror I cannot lose? Then listen, and put yourself in my place. We'd lived in India for 10 years, my mother, my father, and I. Dad was a representative of an American firm in the district north of Madras. He traveled a great deal in strange territory. One day, we received word that my father had died quite suddenly, somewhere in the wilds of the hill country. The officials were so mysterious about it, we thought maybe they could be wrong. We waited months. We sent a party into the hills. They came back with ample proof. My father was dead. So Mother and I started for home. During the long, monotonous voyage through the Suez and across the hot Mediterranean, Mother was ill in her stateroom. She assured me it was only grief and seasickness, so I never called the ship's doctor. She was so much better when we reached Marseille that Mother suggested a side trip to Paris. We were so close, and I'd never seen that great city. I remember how she laughed for the first time in so many weeks. Laughed at the longing look in my eyes. Paris. To a young girl, it was a magic word. Paris. Paris. It was the opening day of the Great Paris Exposition. What a time to be arriving in the Queen's City. We pushed our way through the crowds to our hotel, L'Hotel Marquis. Now, just sit right down in this easy chair, Mother. Oh, thank you, Ellen. Don't worry about me. I'll take care of everything. Before you know it, we'll be in a nice, comfortable room. This looks like a very friendly hotel. I'll go register.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
You do speak English, don't you?
Oh, but yes, mademoiselle. It is a special service to our British and American guests.
I'm glad. I'm afraid I have a little difficulty. We wired for reservations from Marseille. The name is Roberts.
Oh, yes, here we are, a party of two. We have reserved a very lovely room for Mademoiselle Roberts. Room 323. Would you register here, please?
Yes. There.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Roberts.
Our baggage will be arriving from the station. Would you have it sent up, please?
Oh, a pleasure. Enjoy your stay in Paris, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you.
Chasseur, ces dames au 323.
We're all set, Mother. And they were very nice. Yes. What? You're ill, Mother. Just let me catch my breath. I'm certain I'll be fine in a moment. Oh, what a pity I have to be a burden on you, especially your first day in Paris. I helped Mother into the elevator. We traveled up to the 3rd floor. I remembered the elevator operator. He was a tremendous man with the kind of warm, jolly face you usually find on fat people. He seemed concerned. He was nice enough to help me support Mother as we walked toward our room. Room 323. Here's our room, Mother. Oh, thank you very much, sir. Merci beaucoup. There we are. Now just slip off your shoes and take a nice sweet nap, right? Ellen, I don't mean to alarm you, dear, but you'd better phone for a doctor. I quickly phoned the desk. They told me there was a house doctor and that he'd be up in a moment. I made Mother as comfortable as I knew how. While she was resting, I had an opportunity to examine the room. It was an unusual room, one you couldn't easily forget. The wallpaper was red, almost blood red. The furniture was Louis XIV. The chandelier was glass with pendants of crystal hanging down which looked like large icicles. The carpet was cream-colored. There are moments in our lives when impressions are keener than ever. And I knew this room so well, I could have drawn a picture of it. It was the kind of room nobody could forget. Yes?
C'est le médecin, mademoiselle.
Oh, what? Oh, come in, doctor.
No.
Mother hasn't been well, but she's been fine for the last few days.
Huh?
Then suddenly she took sick again this noon.
Mm-hmm.
Oui. Open the eyes, madame. Now the mouth. La fièvre est très forte. Cœur très affecté. Oh non, alors, pas ça. Que faire? Mademoiselle, my English is not too good, so I speak to you avec difficulty. It is very necessary for you to get medicine, a very special medicine.
Anything at all, of course.
It is a long way from here. It is at the place where I live.
Oh, can I phone for it or send a messenger?
Oh, this is not possible. I will give you the direction and a note for my wife. It will better be if you go you yourself.
Oh, I don't like to leave Mother.
I will stay with your mother, yes. Here. There is a carriage just outside the door of the hotel. Give this note to the driver. He will take you to the house. Alors, retiens cette demoiselle le plus longtemps possible. Here is another note for my wife. She will prepare the medicine. Now, quickly, go.
Well,
it is urgent. It is very necessary. Go.
I hesitated for just an instant. Mother seemed to be in pain. I had to go. I ran for the elevator. The fat operator sensed I was in a hurry, and the car sped to the ground floor. I ran out into the street. The carriage was there. I handed the driver the note. We started through the crowded streets. It was at the height of afternoon traffic, and we seemed to crawl. The trip took hours. We wound through every back alley in Paris. I seemed to lose all sense of direction. The wheels of the carriage seemed to be going slower and slower. I thought I'd go crazy. Hurry! Oh, please hurry! The snail pace of the carriage made me want to scream. It was a calculated monotony, slow torture. It's very important that you hurry. Please, please, please. At last we came to the doctor's house. I rushed up the stairs. Oh. Hello? Is anybody home? Oh, please come to the door.
Oui?
Here's a note from the doctor. Are you his wife?
Entrez, s'il vous plaît.
I followed her into a sitting room, and she motioned me to a chair. I waited. I started to count my heartbeats. Every breath I took was a clock tick. How long could it take to fill a prescription? The first 10 minutes felt like 10 years. The next 10 minutes seemed like an eternity. After a half hour of waiting, I couldn't stand it any longer. Where are you? Where's the medicine? Where did you go? My mother is sick. I need that medicine for her. Please, please. The house seemed to be completely deserted. Was I awake? Was this a terrible dream, a nightmare? Help! Help me! It was an hour and 10 minutes after I entered that house before the woman returned to the sitting room.
La médecine, mademoiselle.
She handed me a small wrapped parcel, and I rushed from the house. I had told the carriage to wait, but it was gone. I couldn't blame the driver. I ran through the streets looking for a cab, a carriage, anything. I was lost. Finally, I found an old carriage. L'Hotel Marquis, please. And hurry. It was just a few blocks away. The first driver had taken me in a wide circle completely around Paris. Clutching the medicine in my hand, I rushed in the hotel. I didn't wait for the elevator, but ran up the stairs just as fast as I could. The door was locked. Doctor! Doctor, I'm back with the medicine. Let me in.
Que désirez-vous, mademoiselle?
What are you doing in this room?
Je ne comprends pas, mademoiselle.
Where's my mother?
Pardon?
There was a complete stranger in our room. I quickly glanced at the door. It was room 323. There was no mistake about that. I rushed to the end of the hall. Outside the window, I saw the huge sign, L'Hotel Marquis. I ran down to the lobby. The same clerk was there. What's happened to my mother?
Pardon, mademoiselle. Nous ne parlons pas l'anglais ici.
Speak English. You spoke English this afternoon. Where's my mother? What's a strange man doing in our room?
Excusez, mademoiselle. Je ne comprends pas.
Where's my mother? Where's my mother?
Je ne comprends pas.
Where's my mother?
Je ne comprends pas.
We're ready for Act Two of The Mystery of Room 323, the favorite story choice of the famous comedy team, Burns and Allen. Janet Waldo stars as the confused and lost young lady. So we return to the lobby of the Paris Hotel. Let's see if we can unravel the mystery of Room 323.
I stood at the desk of L'Hotel Marquis, pounding my fists. The clerk looked at me archly as if I were a child. A few hours earlier, the very same clerk had spoken such good English. Now he just stood there saying...
Je ne comprends pas.
Don't say that! Don't keep saying that!
Je ne comprends pas, mademoiselle.
I looked at him, begging him to understand me. His eyes were cold. The elevator boy. The fat one. He'd remember. He was kind to me before. He'd help me now. I rushed toward the elevator and rang the bell. Hurry. Oh, please, hurry. The elevator descended so slowly. Have you ever waited a whole lifetime for an elevator?
Mademoiselle?
The elevator boy was thin. Thin as a rail. There's been some mistake. Some terrible mistake. It's possible I went to the wrong room. I must get this medicine to my mother. The doctor said it was urgent. When we reached the third floor, I rushed to the room. 323. 323. Here. Mother! Doctor!
Une minute.
A man's voice, not the doctor's. Oh, please.
Mademoiselle, il n'y a personne, seulement moi. Qu'est-ce que vous désirez?
The same man stood there in a robe dripping from his bath. I've got to see this room.
Mademoiselle, c'est pas permis.
I shoved my way past him into the room. The wallpaper was green, not red like it was before. The furniture was modern. The carpet was different. There was no chandelier. The whole room was changed. And no sign anywhere of my mother or of the doctor. And I thought I was out of my mind. I turned to the man. I needed help. I needed help so desperately. Monsieur, help me. Do you know, is there another Hotel Marquis in Paris that looks just like this one? Something's happened to my mother. I'm alone in Paris. Please try to understand me. Please try to help me.
Mademoiselle, connaissez-vous un peu de français?
Could I say it? Could I shape the words? Ma mère.
Votre mère
est malade.
est malade.
Oh, I don't know the words. Est-ce
qu'il y a
un autre hôtel en Paris de la nom de Marquis?
Nom de Marquis? Je ne comprends pas. Un autre hôtel?
Oh, dear Lord in heaven. Somehow I found my way back to the lobby, feeling the way with my feet, not seeing because of the blur of tears. I knew I had to get control of myself. The register. This noon I signed the register. I didn't wait to ask. I didn't try to struggle with my bad French. I just walked up to the desk and grabbed the book.
Mademoiselle, je vous en prie.
My name was not in the register. You, clerk! I registered in this book. I remember distinctly. You were very gracious. What have you done with it? Tell me, for the love of heaven, tell me. He just stood there looking at me, shrugging, bowing, with the expression on his face that he didn't understand a thing I was saying. It must have been the wrong hotel. But how could I find the right one? The doctor. If I could find the doctor, he could tell me where the hotel was. His name would surely be on the medicine. Quickly, I tore off the paper wrapping. The medicine I had traveled halfway around Paris to get was just a bar of soap. I don't know how I ever managed to get to the office of the American consul. I remember people laughing, music in the streets. I remember stopping people who looked like Americans or Englishmen and trying to explain. But who was interested in a young girl looking for a lost old lady on carnival night in Paris? If I could find one kind face, someone to help me get rid of this nightmare. The office of the American consul was locked for the night. It was just by chance that a young assistant had returned for some papers. Feverishly, I told him my story.
You're going to be all right. You're just overwrought.
I'm not overwrought. Oh, you must believe me. Tell me, is there another Hotel Marquis in Paris? One that looks just like the other one?
No, there's just one.
Well, then what could have happened? What? help me, please.
You're certain of the room number 323?
Yes, I remember it distinctly. 3 has always been my lucky number. Lucky.
Well, could it have been 333 or 233 or 332?
No, it was 323. I remember the rhythm of it. What? I know you think I'm out of my mind, but this happened. And don't you understand? Something criminal has happened. This isn't just the lapse of memory by a silly girl. They sent me halfway around Paris for a cake of soap. Why?
If we can wait until morning, I'm certain the ambassador will get the entire Paris police on this.
We can't wait until tomorrow. Something's happened to my mother. Please, please, please help me find her.
Miss Roberts, I believe you. And I'm going to do what I can to help you.
We went back to the hotel. The clerk gave us nothing but a shrug and a blank stare. So we went to the police. The young consul attaché spoke to them for a long time, arguing with them, pleading with them in my behalf. Finally, he gave up and turned to me. What did they say?
Habeas corpus, or the French equivalent. Show them a body or a crime committed and they'll go to work.
But my mother is missing, disappeared. Surely the police can do something about that.
Well, they've put her name and description under missing persons.
Put down her name.
Miss Roberts, I see only one way to attack this problem. I'm going to believe you completely. I'm going to go along with you on everything you've said.
You must.
Fine. Then let's take the simplest ingredient of your story. Room 323 at l'Hotel Marquis had red wallpaper.
Yes.
That paper is now green. If that premise is accurate, there's a paper hanger involved in this someplace, and we're going to find him.
I guess we woke every paper hanger in Paris. The consul attaché pounded questions at them. It was frustrating. We kept running up blind alleys until at last we found a decorator who protested too much.
No, absolument pas.
This one knows something about this, all right. Listen, you. Je suis de l'ambassade américaine. Vous avez tapissé une pièce de l'Hôtel Marquis.
No.
Keep after him. He looks as if he knows something.
I'm going to try some money. 1,000 francs ought to do it. Écoutez. Est-ce que vous avez travaillé cet après-midi à l'Hôtel Marquis?
Non, monsieur.
I don't know why he's holding back. Voici 1,000 francs.
Mais le directeur de l'hôtel m'a dit que pour le bien de tout Paris, je ne dois rien dire.
What did he say?
He did it. They told him not to talk.
Mais je n'étais pas seul, vous comprenez. Il y en avait d'autres avec moi.
There were other men working there, too.
Well, then you see it did happen. But why? Why?
We're going back to that hotel, and that's what we're going to find out.
The consul attaché confronted the clerk with the facts. The paper hanger had admitted changing the furnishings of room 323 in a hurry during the time I was gone. The clerk sighed and motioned us into a room. He spoke very quietly, almost in a whisper, his eyes averted.
Monsieur, que de millions et de millions de francs.
He speaks English. Make him speak English.
Very well, mademoiselle. I wished only to spare you.
Spare me? What's happened? Tell me quickly. Where's my mother?
Permit me to say something first. You understand that millions and millions of francs have been spent to attract tourists to Paris for the exposition.
Where's my mother?
If news of your mother's sickness leaked out, Paris would be emptied in the space of an hour. We would all be ruined.
I don't understand.
Where's my mother?
She's dead. She died a few minutes after you left the hotel. It was necessary to do something drastic.
You killed her.
Oh, no. She died peacefully and naturally. The doctor knew the moment he entered your room how sick she was, and that is why he sent you away.
But the room, the furnishings...
We changed them, monsieur. We did everything to make the young lady think she never came here.
But why? What was wrong with my mother?
Can you tell us?
La peste.
La peste.
What does that mean? Tell me.
Miss Roberts, your mother died of the Black Plague.
And now you know. Now you know why in the dead of night I wake up shivering, screaming. Mother! What have they done to you? Mother! Mother.
Well, that's the mystery of room 323, one of the most famous legends of the century. Many researchers into the realms of the mysterious claim it's a true story. Alexander Wolcott even traced it down to an actual newspaper account, published in the summer of 1889. Well, whether fact or fiction, it's still a great yarn. And we want to thank our star, Janet Waldo, Claude Sweeten, who composed the score, and George Burns and Gracie Allen, who named it their favorite story. How dear to this heart are the scenes of my childhood, when fond recollection presents them to view. The orchard, the meadow, the deep tangled wildwood, and every loved spot which my infancy knew. So, next week on Favorite Story, Mark Twain's Tom Sawyer. This famous saga of the Mississippi has been chosen by Broadway's actress-playwright Miss Ruth Gordon as her favorite story. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. Half a league, half a league, half a league onward. All in the valley of death rode the 600. Forward the light brigade, charge for the guns, he said. Into the valley of death rode the 600. Well, that's how Alfred Lord Tennyson described the noble and tragic charge of the light brigade. A band of heroes was the light brigade, but perhaps the greatest hero of the Crimean War to come down through history was a heroine. The Lady of the Lamp, Florence Nightingale. She may indeed have bound the wounds of some of the dying 600. Our favorite story this week tells you about Florence Nightingale, the woman. Mr. Robert Young asked us to present this as his favorite story, and the distinguished British actress Edna Best will star as the Lady of the Lamp. Today, nursing is an honored profession, but in Miss Nightingale's time, nurses were little better than menial scrubwomen, and hospitals were a far cry from the immaculate white-walled institutions of today. Yet it was this drab, thankless business of nursing which the young gentlewoman named Florence Nightingale chose as her life work, to the everlasting gratitude of all mankind. And that's our favorite story this week, The Lady of the Lamp.
course, Florence. What did you do then?
Well, we found that the driver had misunderstood my bad French, and he'd taken us halfway back to Paris again.
What an experience.
Oh, Florence, it is good to have you home with us and to sit at the supper table together.
Tell me, whose brilliant idea was it to invite Mark?
It was my own idea. I invited myself.
Oh, I'm so happy that you did. It wouldn't have been a real homecoming without you.
Shall I ring for more tea, Mrs. Sandhurst?
Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Nightingale. I've had sufficient.
Tell me, Florence, when you were in Italy, did you call on my old friend Count Sforza?
No, Father. The Bracebridges spent 3 days with the Sforzas, but I had to go on an important errand.
An important errand? My dear Florence, what could possibly be more important than calling on Count Sforza?
Well, I paid a short visit to the south of Germany.
Whatever for?
I wanted to visit a school that they have there, on the Rhine. A nursing school for Protestant deaconesses.
Nursing? Nursing, indeed.
Now, Mother, you mustn't be upset.
Why, Florence, why do you suppose we sent you on this journey, if not to get your mind off that hateful subject?
Oh, you may not call it a hateful subject, Mother.
I'd better leave.
No, Mark, please don't go. I'm surprised at you, at all of you. Do you think that I'm a schoolgirl who can be dissuaded from something by a mere change of air? Do you think my interest in nursing is a whim, a fancy?
It's been a source of great pain to your mother.
I don't want to run your life, Florence, but why must you choose an interest so repelling, so ugly, so menial? Nursing is no business for the well-bred daughter of a well-to-do family. Why, it's not respectable.
Is it not respectable to help people who are in pain, people who cannot help themselves?
You know my feeling. I will not argue about the subject.
But, Mother,
No, I will not hear another word. I have prayed, Florence, every night that you've been away, that you'd come back to us with refined, genteel interests. It is not ladylike to be interested in sickness and ugliness and disease. Oh, it seems I was wrong.
What do you want to make of me? A shallow do-nothing who spends her days trying on dresses and going to parties. I would rather die.
Florence.
I would, Father, I would rather die. I'm sorry if I displease you. But somehow, I think that God expects more of us than our own enjoyment. This is a good world he's given us, a rich and beautiful world. And as thanks for all this, I think we're expected to make the world a little better.
By living graciously.
Oh, Mother, that is not enough.
Oh, I don't know what we're going to do with her. I don't know. Where have we fallen short?
There now,
What have
Mother.
we done
You
wrong?
lie down for a
How has she come to be this way?
Well, Mark, I seem to have succeeded in one thing. I have convinced my parents that they have the most ungrateful daughter in all England.
You disappoint me too, Florence.
Then my record is complete. You don't approve of my interest in nursing, do you, Mark?
I came here tonight thinking, as your parents did, that the voyage must have changed you. And I planned to ask you a question. But I see there's no need to ask it now. Good night, Florence.
Oh, no, wait, Mark. I'll walk to the gate with you. Oh, look. How bright the Little Dipper is. I think the stars shine more brilliantly in England than anywhere else in the world. Don't you?
Oh, Florence, the stars revolve, and so does the world, and we become old before the spring. True. Will you marry me, darling? I promise you a good life. No worries, Florence, nothing for you to do but be beautiful and be loved.
And be useless.
Oh, for the love of heaven, Florence, what do you want? Do you propose to become a hospital scrub woman, a maid of all work for the halt and the blind?
Is that such a disappointment to you?
It isn't the life I've pictured for my wife.
I love you, Mark. And that is why I cannot spoil the picture for you.
Miss Nightingale, how in the name of heaven did you get here so quickly? You must have flown through the air.
Well, I merely...
Begging your pardon, sir, you'd better sign this immediately.
What? Oh, the deployment of troops along the Turkish frontier. Yes.
And Mr. Secretary, Sir Admiral Greaves has been waiting 30 minutes to discuss routes of supply for the
Oh,
main
Mr.
convoy.
Herbert, perhaps it would be better if I came another time. I'll leave.
Leave? After all the trouble I've had locating you. Come into my office, Miss Nightingale.
Mr. Secretary, Colonel Belknap must see you immediately.
Then he'll have to wait. I shall be in conference with Miss Nightingale and cannot be disturbed. Not even for the Prime Minister himself. Sit down, Miss Nightingale. Oh, it's good to see you. I'm still correct in calling you Miss?
Yes, I have not married.
That's an incredible achievement in itself for a woman of your beauty. Do you know why I sent for you?
You sent for me?
Yes, you got my message.
Well, why, no.
Well, then why are you here?
Mr. Herbert, I have been reading the dreadful things they say in the newspapers, and I thought possibly I could be of some help.
Oh, dear Florence, you've grown older since we used to be neighbors, but your heart hasn't changed. I remember when you were a little girl, I used to watch you taking care of broken dolls and mending the other children's playthings and putting splints and bandages on them.
You remember the talks that we used to have, Mr. Herbert, about the goodness of helping others when they were sick or injured.
Never could make your parents see our point, could we?
They still don't.
Well, Florence, we're at a time now in the history of England where more people need more help than ever before.
Is it true what happened after the Battle of Alma?
It's all too true. Hundreds of men who should be alive today will never come home again because there were almost no medical provisions. Tragic aftermath of victory. Of course, I have to take the blame for it as Secretary for War.
The Times said there were not enough surgeons, no nurses at all, no linen for dressings and bandages. Oh, Mr. Herbert, how could such a thing happen?
You can't explain what happens in a war. Men and rules break down on the battlefield. Our generals are competent enough as generals, I suppose. But I'm not altogether certain that they qualify as human beings.
You said that you sent for me. What is it you want me to do?
Florence, I need someone to go out there to the Crimea. Someone who knows about nursing and health and the care of the sick.
Since you are our neighbor, Mr. Herbert, I have learned many things. I have studied with the Sisters of St. Vincent de Paul in their hospital in Alexandria, and I spent 4 months with Dr. Friedner in Germany.
Then you are precisely the person. The one person to take charge of hospital conditions in the Crimea.
But there may be one disadvantage. I am a woman.
So is Victoria. This is a woman's work. Will your family object?
When do you wish me to leave?
God bless you, Florence. 10,000 suffering soldiers will thank you for your humanity.
Now, I must stay in London long enough to arrange for all the medical supplies. And I shall need to take some nurses with me, 30 or 40 at least.
I shall arrange at once for your transportation to our military base at Eupatoria. Aren't you afraid, Florence?
I am terrified. But wars are terrifying for everyone, Mr. Secretary. And there is a task to be done. Mark, I have come to say goodbye.
So you're off to the wars with your petticoat brigade, eh?
There is nothing else for me to do. I am needed in the Crimea.
From the latest news, I think we're all needed in the Crimea if the war's to be won. Well, this should cure you.
Or kill me, as the saying goes.
Why can't you be like other women, Florence? Why must you put yourself at the head of a crusade? Do you know what you're getting into? There'll be nothing but filth and stench, cold and bad food and blood and fear.
It will be no worse for me than for the others.
There's no hope of dissuading you.
None.
Then Godspeed, both of us.
Both?
You have your work to do, Florence, and I have mine.
Army of women? 38 of them? Gad, what's the army coming to? Haven't we enough trouble in the Crimea with the Turks and the Cossacks without bothering our heads with a grist of jabbering females? Well, send them back.
Mr. Purveyor General.
Oh. Are you the commander-in-chief of this long skirts brigade?
I am Florence Nightingale. I have been ordered here by Mr. Sidney Herbert, Her Majesty's Secretary for War, to assist in the care of the wounded.
Oh, so those infernal newspapermen got the whole of England stirred up, I suppose, after the battle at Alma. And you're the answer. Miss Nightingale, is that your name? Cabbage heads in the War Office don't know what war is like down here.
If you will allow me...
Don't you realize they've packed you off as a gesture to appease the irritation of the British people after the press got them all riled up? War correspondents, troublemakers, all of them. Well, don't you understand? You can go back. You and your other petticoats. Don't even unpack your luggage. I'll have it consigned immediately to shipboard. Oh, Lieutenant, have their
Mr. Purveyor General, I have not traveled 3,000 miles with my staff of nurses, merely to be sent back like a bad child who has run away from home.
Oh, you haven't. Well, I'm in command here.
You do not command me. I have authorization from the War Office to perform a task here. And not you, nor the combined military might of Turkey and the Tsar can stop me from performing it.
Well, really?
Lieutenant, my ladies and I shall require some help in finding our quarters. Will you assign some men to help us? Look sharp, please.
Now, the second act of Robert Young's favorite story, The Lady of the Lamp, starring Edna Best as Florence Nightingale. The fearful Crimean War labored on. A war without reason, except that it had started and no one knew exactly how to stop it. The Light Brigade charged. Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, cannon in front of them, and perished. And the little troop of nurses from England set about the serious business of saving lives. By sunlight and by lamplight, they worked in the makeshift hospital wards.
Give me the bucket and the brush.
Oh, I can finish. I'm not too tired.
No, give it to me, Sister Caroline. I will finish cleaning this floor.
You must be as weary as I am, Miss Nightingale.
Oh, there are many ways to be weary. To be tired in the body, that is nothing, sister. I am only concerned when we grow tired in our hearts. Now, words will not clean floors. I'll finish this.
Nurse! Nurse!
What is the matter, soldier? Go to sleep. Rest.
I can't rest. Oh, it hurts.
Where does it hurt you?
My side. My side.
Let me look. Why, this bandage should have been changed days ago. How long has it been since they dressed this wound?
I don't remember. It hurts.
Caroline, have none of the dressings been changed in this ward?
There are no new bandages to redress them.
And why are there no new bandages?
None have been brought in.
You have reported this?
Several times.
And 100 wounds fester because medical supplies are not brought in. Believe me, there will be clean bandages tomorrow. Mr. Purveyor General, I demand to know why no clean dressings have been delivered to the supply rooms of our hospital barracks.
And I demand to know why you interrupt me at my work in my office.
Because this is your work. You are charged with the responsibility of supplying this army with its needs.
My responsibility, madam, not yours.
Quantities of medical supplies are aboard ships at dock less than half a mile from here. Why have they not been unloaded?
Because the shipping orders have not been properly authorized. These supplies came here through the most unusual channels.
Granted. Most of those supplies, General, were purchased by me from my own private income in England, and through the generosity of certain of my friends. They have not come through the customary channels. They have no military purchase order.
Then this port cannot touch them.
And what will become of the supplies?
Well, they will be shipped back to England, naturally.
Along with the corpses which will result from your stupidity?
Will you leave this office?
I will not leave. In the months that I have been here in the Crimea, Mr. Purveyor General, I have met with nothing but scorn and pig-headedness from this department.
Look here.
In every way, General, you have sought to block me and prevent me from bringing aid to the sick and wounded men who need my help. If not my help, help from someone.
Great saints in heaven, woman, have you no reverence for the army regulations?
None whatsoever, when those regulations cause unnecessary suffering and death.
You may not know this, Miss Nightingale, but wars and armies are run by regulations.
I have no right to comment, sir. But if this war and this army are intended to display the quality of our regulations, we are utter fools to abide by them. I have never in my entire life seen a group of so-called intelligent men so thoroughly befouled by red tape, outworn tradition, petty vanity, and blind stubbornness. There is more order in Bedlam.
But I have no authority to land those supplies.
Very well, then. But you have no authority to stop me from landing
But
them.
I do.
I defy you to exercise it. I am not fool enough to ask for your help. I merely ask you, sir, to withhold your hindrance.
I shall do my duty and abide by regulations.
May God pity you. Lieutenant, will you come in here, please?
Did you call me, madam?
Pay no attention to her.
Lieutenant, You are to order your men to unload the schooner Kaiserworth, which is at berth 49. Have the supplies transported to our hospital warehouse.
On whose authority?
On my authority.
If you so much as move one crate from the hold of that ship, Lieutenant, you will be called before court-martial.
I ask you to risk the court-martial, Lieutenant. Look through this window. Do you see the billets along that ridge in the moonlight? The sleeping men there are sick or injured. Your comrades, Lieutenant. You might be one of them. Without these supplies, dozens of those men will not live to moonrise tomorrow. With the aid of these supplies, God may see fit to let them return in health to England. In the name of humanity, I beg you to do as I ask.
Madam, if you will get yourself some rest, I promise that the supplies will be at your disposal when you wake in the morning.
God bless you, Lieutenant.
Miss Nightingale, must we leave these men out here in the open?
There's no room inside, and not enough tents. I had no idea there would be so many coming from the battlefield.
Oh, it must have been a dreadful slaughter.
We must do what we can. Bring blankets, sister. I am afraid the starlight will not keep them warm. Cover this lad. His uniform's torn to shreds.
Yes, Miss Nightingale.
Here, hold my lamp while I bandage this wound.
Yes.
Poor boy, he's lost so much blood. Hold on. Hold on, Sergeant. If you get through this night, the rest will be easy. Now be brave.
Oh, God save you, ma'am. God save you, ma'am.
And you can give this blanket to someone else, Caroline. This boy will not need it any longer.
Rest in peace.
Lady with the lamp.
Yes?
May I have a sip of water, please? I'm
That
so
voice.
thirsty. My throat.
Mark Sandhurst. Is it possible?
Is it the lamplight, or do you have a halo?
Oh, lie down, lie back. Sister, the canteen.
Who is it?
An old friend. Oh, Mark. Drink this. Oh, Mark, when did you come here? I didn't know.
Florence.
Yes, it is Florence. Oh, don't try to raise your head. Rest. Lie back.
Oh, look. Right above our heads. There's the little dipper, Florence. It's upside down. It's shining almost as brightly as it does at home.
Oh, Mark.
When shall we be married, Florence? When will you give up those dreadful ideas about...
Oh. Sister, cover him carefully. I'm going to get help.
Dr. Blakely says he's in a very bad way.
Oh, no.
Possible internal injuries. Calls for an operation immediately.
Oh.
Does he mean a great deal to you?
We were once engaged to be married.
I have a plan, Miss Nightingale. A fast steamer leaves just before dawn. It will be in England in 10 days. I'll get the roster changed and have Mark Sandhurst put on board. That way we can get him to England at once for expert surgery.
No. No, it is not fair.
What?
50,000 other women are waiting for their soldiers to come back. And why should my soldier go before the others? No, Lieutenant. Mr. Sandhurst's name must not go on that roster. He must wait his turn. But tell them that...
Miss Nightingale, what's the matter?
So warm.
Madam, you're burning with fever. You should be in bed. Sister, doctor, Miss Nightingale is ill.
We've got to hurry, Miss Nightingale. We haven't much time.
Ever since I came back to England, Lord Herbert, I have been waiting for this boat train. I must meet it.
Our next engagement is rather important, too.
Oh, it cannot be more important than this.
Oh, but some of your patients being brought back from the Crimea.
Yes, one particular patient. I should never have left him.
You know perfectly well, Florence, that you were a very sick woman. Why, if we'd not brought you back immediately,
We might have lost you.
They're coming. They're coming in from the train.
How many of these lads do you think would be coming home if it weren't for you? Half as many, I dare say.
Miss Nightingale. Oh, Sister Caroline, where is Mark? How is he?
Miss Nightingale, I did everything I could. I tended him every moment.
Oh.
But the voyage was so rough. And Mr. Sandhurst is...
No.
We did everything. We all tried. We tried to do as you would have done, Miss Nightingale. But he slipped away. Forgive me.
How can I forgive you, sister? For what is not your fault. No tears, please, Caroline. I know that you did your best. Now, Lord Herbert, it seems that my business here is completed. Where is our next engagement?
Miss Nightingale, we are expected at Buckingham Palace.
Lord Herbert.
Your Majesty, may I present Miss Florence Nightingale?
Your Majesty.
It is a great satisfaction for us to welcome you home to these shores and to convey to you the gratitude of all our empire. We know of no person within this island for the past 100 years who has voluntarily encountered dangers so imminent in so pure a spirit of duty towards God and compassion for man. Miss Nightingale, your Queen and your countrymen thank you. Are those tears, Miss Nightingale? They told us that you never wept.
Your Majesty, one can endure great happiness or great sadness when each comes alone. But when they come together...
Oh, Florence, your lamp brought light to so many in that dark corner of the world. Why did the shadow have to fall on you?
God's will be done.
This has been our favorite story impression of one of the world's greatest women, Florence Nightingale. Robert Young suggested the story, Jerome Lawrence and Robert E. Lee dramatized it, and Edna Best gave us a memorable performance as the Lady of the Lamp. It will be mystery time next week, and our favorite story will be one that Alexander Wolcott considered the best whodunit ever written. The distinguished playwright, Mr. Russell Krauss, chose it as his favorite story, The Moonstone, by Wilkie Collins. What is the moonstone? Well, perhaps the largest diamond in the world, worshipped in India as the all-seeing eye of the goddess of the moon. Now, what happens to the moonstone and to those who touch it are things you'll find out on Favorite Story next week. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. According to that connoisseur of mysteries, Alexander Wolcott, the story we're bringing you in this half hour is the best whodunit ever written. Mr. Russell Krauss, the distinguished playwright, chose it as his favorite story, The Moonstone of Wilkie Collins. In certain parts of India, there are rumors in hushed tones about a certain yellow diamond, larger than the Koh-i-Noor, more perfect than the Cullinan, more richly storied than the Sancy, which once hung about the throat of Queen Elizabeth of England. The earliest known traditions of this gem describe it as gleaming from the forehead of the four-handed Indian goddess of the moon. From its color, which grew and faded in brilliance with the waxing and waning of the moon, it became known as the Moonstone. In a shrine inlaid with precious stones, under a roof supported by pillars of gold, sits the moon goddess, her eyes closed, the ever-wakeful diamond in her forehead, looking out over the bowed heads of worshippers in her temple. The Brahmins say that Vishnu, the preserver, breathed divinity into the moonstone, and whatever mortal shall touch that sinister stone will find disaster and sudden death. Genghis Khan tried to carry the moonstone back to Xanadu, but he died before it reached his caves of ice. The Islam conqueror Mahmud of Ghizni tore the stone from the statue's forehead and was found strangled in his sleep at the dark of the moon. For another awesome adventure of the Moonstone, I commend you to Mr. Wilkie Collins.
Mr. Franklin Blake.
What is it?
I must have words with you.
You'll have to excuse me. My boat sails in an hour. I have very little time.
Oh, Mr. Blake, you have no less time than I, and no more. Here in India, you must have learned that time is as endless as the river Ganges, which cannot be hurried in its course and cannot be stayed.
Who are you? Why do you come uninvited to my hotel room?
I've come to warn you your life is in great danger.
Why?
You have offended the goddess of the moon.
I have no time for superstitious ravings. Now get out. I have bags to pack. I'm leaving for England.
You will die, Franklin Blake.
Very well, I shall die. Men do.
You and whoever touches it shall be cursed. It will wither you as the frost withers the lotus in the desert night. To touch it is to go mad.
To touch what?
In the Hindu temple of the moon in the province of Kathiawar sits the granite image of the moon goddess, her forearms stretching toward the four corners of the earth. And for 11 centuries she has worn in her forehead the moonstone.
I know nothing of this.
You know nothing of a yellow-white diamond which shimmers with the luster of the Queen of Night?
Get out!
You do not know that the shrine of Kathiawar has been robbed, desecrated, and the diamond snatched from the forehead of the moon goddess?
You accuse me?
I accuse no one. But do you imagine, Franklin Blake, that the moon goddess will suffer to lose her moonstone on revenge?
Don't prattle to me of moon goddesses.
Do you fancy that the priest of Kathiawar will rest until the moonstone again reposes in its sacred shrine?
If you do not leave me, I shall ask the hotel authorities to remove you forcibly.
I shall go. Have a pleasant voyage to England, Mr. Blake. For I promise you, it is a voyage to disaster.
Franklin, darling.
Rachel, my sweet.
Precious,
I want a
adorable
kiss for
Franklin.
every hour I've been away from you.
Oh, it's been an eternity.
Yes.
You have no idea how difficult it is for a girl, Franklin, to be 10,000 miles away from the man she's going to marry.
But I'm home, darling. That's all that matters. We'll publish the banns immediately. And in a month, the Church of England will miraculously transform Miss Rachel Verinder into Mrs. Franklin Blake.
Now you must tell me what's in the boxes.
Presents for the loveliest young lady in the British Empire. Here, this one's from me.
Oh, It has the scent of India about it. Oh, Franklin, it's precious.
It's a good luck Buddha. Rub his tummy, and he'll bring you the best luck in the world.
Guaranteed?
So the natives say.
Oh, thank you, dear. I shall treasure this always. What's in the little black box?
I don't know. It's from your great-uncle Jonathan.
Uncle Jonathan? But he's been dead for 3 years.
Well, his solicitor in Calcutta said I must deliver this to you.
How odd.
He warned me to take particularly good care of it, so I didn't trust it with my trunks. I kept it with my personal things.
From Uncle Jonathan. Whatever could it...
Good Lord.
Can it be real?
I don't know.
I've never seen a diamond so yellow. See how it glitters in the candlelight.
I had no idea I was carrying anything so priceless.
Oh, it must be worth a fortune.
Wait, there's a note. What does it say?
It's from Uncle Jonathan. It must have been written just before he died. To my dearest Rachel, I bequeath my love and the moonstone.
The moonstone? What was that?
Oh, my little good luck Buddha. It's split in two.
Staggeringly beautiful.
Do you think it's genuine, Mr. Ablewhite?
Yes, Godfrey. Do you think it's real?
Oh, unquestionably. I'm quite a judge of gems, especially diamonds. I purchased a valuable pendant as a Christmas present for the late Mrs. Ablewhite. May God rest her. Cost me 200,000 guineas, but this stone, why, I would estimate it is even more perfect than the Koh-i-Noor and of greater size.
Worth, how much would you say?
My dear Franklin, I'm not a diamond merchant. I'm a mere dabbler in charities. But I should guess this moonstone of yours, Rachel, would fetch £1 million. £1 million? Possibly £1 million, too. A handsome dowry, I must say.
I'm a very fortunate young lady, Godfrey.
And Franklin is a very fortunate young man.
Ablewhite, I trust that you don't insinuate I would marry Rachel for her fortune.
I insinuate? You gave the thought words, Mr. Blake.
See here, I won't be insulted by anyone who pretends
Gentlemen, stop this bickering. Franklin, I'm surprised. Cousin Godfrey said nothing to offend you. Now shake hands and say you're sorry.
I'm sorry. Forgive me, Ablewhite. Didn't mean to say anything out of line. I've just been, a little jumpy since I got back from India.
That's all right, old man. Well, I'll say good night.
Good night, Cousin Godfrey.
Have to get some sleep, you know. That's what you need, Blake. Sleep.
Sleep? Oh.
Poor Franklin. What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing but India fever, darling. A few more weeks of bracing English air, a few more weeks of being with you, and I'll be myself again. But I've had the most dreadful time sleeping.
I promise you shall sleep tonight.
Oh, if I only could.
Rosanna! Rosanna!
Yes, Miss Rachel?
Will you bring a packet of sleeping powders for Mr. Blake?
For Mr. Blake?
If you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Strange child. Is she new to the household?
No, Franklin. Don't you remember her? Before you went away to India.
Little Rosanna? Oh, she's quite grown up now.
Quite.
Now, darling, where are you going to keep the moonstone?
I don't know. In my jewel casket, I suppose.
Oh, but you mustn't.
Well, why not?
Or would you leave £1 million where any servant girl could pop it under her apron while she dusted your room?
Well, would you have me lock it up in a safe?
Naturally.
Oh, how distrustful you are, my dear. This is not a hotel. No one's going to run off with my diamond.
But a little caution, Rachel, after all.
Why are you so concerned about the moonstone, Franklin? It's mine, darling, not yours.
Well...
Mr. Blake?
Oh, the sleeping powders, Franklin.
Oh, thank you.
Here you are, sir.
Why, Rosanna, how your hand is shaking.
Why, it's nothing. I'm quite all right. Forgive me, sir. Forgive me, Mr. Blake.
Well, what's wrong with her?
Don't you recognize the symptoms, my dear?
No.
The girl's falling in love with you. Go to bed, darling. Sleep well.
What on earth is...
What would a servant girl be doing howling about there?
Good heavens, what's wrong here? What time is it?
Past 3 a.m., Blake.
Godfrey saw Rosanna on the stairs, so he wakened the whole house.
Well, perhaps she was sleepwalking. Were you sleepwalking, child?
I hardly think so, Blake, because I saw her coming out of your bedroom.
What? I've been sound asleep, had a heavy dosage of sleeping powders. I would have... Good Lord, the Moonstone. Where did you put it, Rachel?
You know where I put it.
Your jewel casket. Quick! We must find out if it's still there.
No, Franklin, don't go in my room.
I must. Darling, if your diamond has been stolen... Good Lord.
What is it, Blake?
Look in the jewel casket.
I know. The Moonstone is gone.
I'm a respectable gentleman, sir. I refuse to be questioned like a common thief.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ablewhite, but the priceless diamond belonging to Miss Rachel Verinder has vanished. You were in the house at the time it was stolen. The government authorities insist that you cooperate with us in attempting to locate the gem.
I do not understand how this is any concern of the government authorities.
I called Sergeant Cuff into this investigation, Rachel. He's here at my request.
You had no business calling him, Franklin.
I would gather from your tone, Miss Verinder, that you have no desire to recover the Moonstone, as it's called.
I refuse to answer.
Was the gem insured?
No. I just arrived with it from India. We hadn't had time to insure it.
Could it have been mislaid? Miss Verinder, with your permission, I'd like to look through your closets and wardrobe, just to make sure.
No.
Rachel.
Sergeant Cuff may not examine any part of my wardrobe.
But well, this makes things rather difficult. What about the servant girl, Rosanna?
You may search my room, sir. I don't know anything about the diamond. Not anything. I didn't even know there was such a thing in the house.
Mr. Ablewhite?
I am a wealthy man, sir. I've no need to steal diamonds to increase my fortune.
Mr. Blake, what have you to say?
Well,
What's that?
There was Faith. I saw Faith near the window.
Night prowler.
Quick, Sergeant, out the back way.
Whoever it is, we must hold them. Question them.
Stop, whoever you are.
Don't try to run away. We'll fire on you.
The Indian.
May I introduce myself? My name is Baru, priest of the goddess of the moon. Ah, Mr. Blake. I believe we have met before in your hotel room in Calcutta.
What are you doing here?
My mission is identical with the one that concerns you, Sergeant Cuff. I, too, am looking for the Moonstone.
Whenever a jewel disappears, there you have a story. Whether it happens in the daily news, a novel by your bedside, or on this program. A gem belonging to Miss Rachel Verinder, the Moonstone, has vanished, and the eminent Sergeant Cuff of Scotland Yard is on the trail of the famous diamond. We bring you Act 2 of Mr. Russell Krause's favorite story, The Moonstone.
How do you do, Mr. Blake? How's Miss Verinder this afternoon?
I don't know, Sergeant. She won't see me. She won't speak to me. She's locked herself in her room.
Why?
I don't know. I have no idea. Came back here to England expecting to be married at once, expecting to find happiness. Instead...
What's the matter, Mr. Blake?
The Indian. This is exactly what he predicted. A voyage to disaster. Where is he? Do you have him in custody, Sergeant?
Our Indian friend, of course not.
But don't you suspect him of the robbery?
Oh, I suspect everyone, Mr. Blake. I can't throw every suspect into prison. And frankly, I don't think that the Indian could possibly have stolen the Moonstone.
But he followed me all the way from Calcutta. He had every reason to steal the diamond.
Yes, he has every reason to depart for India the instant the diamond's delivered into his hands. He's still here. Therefore, I conclude he is not the thief.
Then who did steal it? Where is the diamond now? It's your responsibility, Sergeant, to have it returned to Miss Verinder.
Even though the lady herself shows no interest in helping us find the stone. Such is the lot of a British detective. But no matter.
Rachel.
I will answer no questions.
Rachel, for the love of heaven, don't treat me like a stranger. What have I done to you? Why are you so cold?
I will answer no questions. I'm leaving the house for London immediately.
Miss Verinder.
Yes, Sergeant Cuff.
This, unseemly haste cannot help arousing certain suspicions.
You suspect me of stealing my own diamond?
I only suspect that you know a great deal more about the disappearance of the Moonstone than you're willing to tell.
I have nothing whatsoever to say. I shall be in the garden, Franklin. Will you call me when the carriage arrives?
Yes, of course, Rachel.
Now, come with me, Blake. Hurry.
Where?
To Miss Rachel's room. This may be our only chance to find what she's hiding from us. Locked.
Of course it's locked.
Rosanna.
Miss Verinder's things are all packed and ready to be taken to London.
Rosanna, we must find Miss Rachel's diamond. You have a key to your mistress's room, haven't you?
But you can't have it. I won't let you in.
But for the sake of recovering a fortune, Rosanna. Something worth £1 million has been stolen.
I won't let you in. Please don't ask it. Please, Mr. Blake. For your own sake.
For my sake?
Hello.
What is it, Sergeant?
This door. Has it been freshly painted?
Why, yes, I believe Rachel said something to me about it. The door to her room was freshly lacquered just yesterday evening.
Then the paint would not have been dry at the time the robbery was committed.
Quite right. This sort of lacquer takes about 12 hours to set, I believe.
And this paint smear by the edge of the door may very well have been made by the person who stole the Moonstone from Miss Verinder's jewel case.
No, don't listen to him, Mr. Blake. He's talking nonsense.
Quiet, Rosanna. Why, you're quite right, Sergeant. The paint is smeared.
And if we can find a garment with a paint smear on it, the chances are excellent that the owner of that garment is the person who stole the Moonstone.
Rosanna, come back!
Stop her! Don't let her get away!
Rosanna!
Oh, you're hurting me.
What do you know about this? Tell me.
Don't threaten her, Blake. Get the keys from her if she has them.
No, I beg you, Mr. Blake. Don't go into Miss Rachel's room.
Give me those keys. There you are, Sergeant.
Here's her luggage. Let's go through it together, quickly.
All right. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything here.
Keep looking in the other bags. Look for a garment with a brown paint smear on it.
Ah, here's something.
No,
That's
please.
what she's been hiding.
A dressing gown.
Uh-huh. The paint smear seems to match. Are there any initials on it? F.B.
Sergeant Cuff. This dressing gown belongs to me. This is ridiculous. I couldn't have stolen the Moonstone. I was asleep.
Were you, Mr. Blake?
Certainly. I didn't wake up until I heard Rosanna scream in the hallway. Let me think. I'd complained about not sleeping, and Rachel rang for the servant, and Rosanna came and brought me some sleeping powders.
Ah.
I remember her hand shook as she handed me the glass. I thought it was curious, and Rachel offered the absurd explanation that poor Rosanna was infatuated with me.
Mr. Blake, I think I have a solution to this mystery.
You know who stole the Moonstone?
Not exactly, but I have a plan which may tell us how the diamond disappeared. It is very kind of you to postpone your trip to London by this one night, Miss Verinder.
Kind. You left me no alternative, Sergeant. You take complete charge of my own house, refuse to summon me a carriage.
It's for your benefit, Miss Verinder, that I've asked you to watch with me here tonight.
What do you expect to see?
I don't know precisely. But we've tried this evening to reenact, as nearly as possible, The events which took place on the night the diamond was stolen. Mr. Blake is retired at the same time as he did on that night. He took exactly the same sleeping potion. We have placed a paste replica of the Moonstone in your jewel case. And now we have nothing to do but wait, watch the hallway, and see what happens.
Sergeant, no matter what happens, no matter what you see, I want you to know that Franklin Blake is not a thief.
We'll soon know. The door to his room is opening.
Franklin!
He's wearing the dressing gown. He's going straight to your room.
His eyes are so glassy.
He's sleepwalking. He doesn't know what he's doing. Now, see? He brushes against the door of your room, the door which was covered with wet paint.
He'll take the diamond out of the jewel box, just as he did before.
You saw him steal it then, the night the Moonstone disappeared?
Yes.
But you wouldn't tell anyone because...
Because I love him. Oh, if he'd steal from me, he could never be a faithful husband, so how could I marry him? But I could never accuse Franklin as a criminal.
He's not a criminal. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's completely asleep.
If Franklin took the diamond in his sleep, then what became of it?
That's what we hope to find out.
But how can we find the...
Put the diamond in a safe place.
It's an anxiety complex. He's worried about your leaving the Moonstone in a jewel box unlocked.
Get the diamond and lock it in the safe.
That's exactly the way he did it. He lifted the lid of my jewel box and took the stone out. But I didn't know he was sleepwalking.
What did you do after that?
Well, I noticed the paint smear on the door, and I knew Franklin's dressing gown must have done it. I knew this would incriminate him, so I called my maidservant.
Rosanna?
Yes. She went into Franklin's room and took his dressing gown, and I hid it among my things.
And Abel White saw Rosanna leaving Blake's room. But where was Abel White?
Abel White. Cousin Godfrey. Where are you? You were here before.
Godfrey?
You took the diamond, Godfrey.
He's dropped it.
Just as he did before. Only Abel White was there to snatch it away.
But why would Cousin Godfrey steal my diamond?
Why? Because he was desperate for money. His philanthropies were just a cover-up, Miss Verinder, the whitewash for his financial manipulations. He'd suffered bad reverses. He was seriously in debt. He was in the hall that night, waiting to steal the gem himself, when Blake became his unknowing accomplice. Yes, Abel White is the man who stole your Moonstone.
Oh, thank heaven it wasn't Franklin. Franklin! Oh, my darling.
What is... I don't understand. What am I doing here?
You've been sleepwalking, Mr. Blake.
I have?
Oh, Franklin, darling. And I thought you had stolen my diamond.
You can understand, I think, how delighted I was to have Rachel embrace me, to know that the marriage I'd looked forward to during the long months in India was soon to take place. As for the Moonstone, well, Godfrey Ablewhite took it to London, then attempted to leave with it for Amsterdam. But he was found murdered, and the gem was taken from him. The murderer was never discovered, but Sergeant Cuff uncovered evidence that the man was of swarthy complexion and answered to the description of the Hindu high priest who had followed me from Calcutta to England. No one knows where the Moonstone is today, but travelers from the inland plateaus of Kathiawar tell me that there stands behind a curtain of trees a shrine to the goddess of the moon. On a high throne is the dreadful statue, its 4 arms reaching toward the 4 corners of the earth, and in its forehead, the gleaming yellow diamond called the Moonstone.
Is it still there, the Moonstone? I do not know. The years pass and repeat each other. The same events revolve in the cycles of time. What will be the next adventures of the Moonstone? Who can tell? You've been listening to The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, the favorite story of Mr. Russell Crouse. Sergeant Cuff was a versatile young man from Chicago named Marvin Miller, And from Weems, Scotland, equally versatile, came Thomas Freeburn Smith, who played Franklin Blake. We all hope you enjoyed our favorite story production of The Moonstone. If you dial this way next week, you'll hear Jane Austen's touching and amusing story about how a mother succeeded in marrying off a house full of daughters. Pride and Prejudice, the favorite story choice of the famous American artist and scenic designer, Mr. Oliver Smith. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. This week's favorite story recalls a conflict as old as human nature, the struggle of woman for her rights in what we sometimes call a man's world, her right to vote or follow her own profession. And it wasn't so many years ago that a woman was frowned upon for writing novels. Then suddenly the literary world found itself with a bloodless revolution on its hands. Fewer ladies of leisure, more and more ladies of letters. And far from London, in a country parsonage, was Jane Austen, who had a warm heart, a wise heart, for all her 19 years. Jane had a winning smile, too. Yes, and many suitors to boot. Jane could have married any one of them if there hadn't been something she wanted to do first. And while others were noisily asserting woman's literary rights, our Jane was quietly proving them. Oh, not too convincingly at first, perhaps, to suit the publishers in London, for they promptly returned Jane's youthful manuscript, First Impressions, and it was consigned with many tears to the very bottom drawer. It wasn't till many years and many tears later that our Jane, now Aunt Jane, who might have married but never did, reached into that bottom drawer and pulled out her first impression of life. The manuscript, First Impressions, became the novel, Pride and Prejudice, rewritten with the understanding of that heart still young, but so much wiser, with all the warmth of that winning smile, and written by a woman. What did the gentleman have to say about it? Well, Sir Walter Scott said he'd rather have written that one book, Pride and Prejudice, than all his noisy novels put together. And the Prince Regent asked Miss Austen, please, wouldn't she dedicate her next novel to him? Pride and Prejudice is a comedy of first impressions, of the flaws in all of us, which, after all, make us human. The famous American painter and scenic designer, Mr. Oliver Smith, chose this as his own favorite story. So here's Act One of Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice.
Lizzie, where is she?
Mother, calm yourself, or that fan will fly out of your hand.
Oh, what matter when I'm about to fly out of my head? Where is she? Where is she?
Who, Mother, who?
Who, indeed? Jane, of course. Have some compassion on my nerves, Lizzie.
I'm full of compassion, Mother, but I haven't the faintest idea where Jane is.
Well, she must be found. The first bachelor in months with a fortune to boot, and Jane disappears. Oh, how will I ever find husbands for my daughters if they won't cooperate?
Jane.
Go away. Go away.
Oh, my poor Jane. Aren't you ashamed, hiding in the library?
Oh, Lizzie, I can't bear it. Being thrown in a man's head this way, it isn't proper. It isn't fair.
Of course it isn't. But don't blame Mother. Sometimes she gets a little frantic with 5 daughters on her hands.
But why must I be sacrificed? You escape because you're not afraid to stand up to Mother. You have spirit and courage. If only I had a little. Then I could stand up to her, too.
Why don't you anyway? It'd be good for you. Now, here's what you do.
Jane, Jane, there you are, you wicked child. How could you do this to your mother? And you, Lizzie, why didn't you tell me at once?
Mother, Jane has something to tell you.
Oh, time now. Another dance just started. Come along, Jane.
Mother?
That's it, Jane.
Mother, I don't want to marry Mr. Bingley.
What? How do you know you don't? You haven't met him yet. Come along, dear. Come along.
Lizzie, help me.
Oh, Mother, won't you listen to me, then? You be about finding a partner for yourself, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. It's high time you had a husband and children. Oh, 2 dances wasted already. Come on, Jane. Don't dally.
What's that? Who's there?
Excuse me, I really couldn't help it.
How long have you been in that chair? I consider you very rude.
For chuckling?
For eavesdropping.
But supposing I'd interrupted that tender display of motherly love with a cough or a sneeze or a snore, you'd never have forgiven me. I'd never have forgiven myself.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself.
Well, until that scene a moment ago, the evening's been such a bore. I'll never forgive Bingley for dragging me down here from London.
Oh, then you're a good friend of our host?
Yes, my name is Darcy, his closest friend. As such, I really ought to warn him, to be on guard. But knowing him so well, I'm sure there's no danger.
Of his falling in love with my sister?
Of his falling in love with anyone. Old Bingley couldn't be guilty of such bad taste.
Men of excellent taste have been known to fall in love.
But not in such provincial surroundings. Whereas every such ball as this becomes a bazaar for promoting marriages. For that very reason, I took refuge in the library.
You consider yourself in danger?
In greater danger than Bingley.
Oh?
You see, I'm worth a great deal more money. That would make a difference to the provincial mind, I believe.
It seems to me the difference is more in your own mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't make such a point of it.
Well, your sister was right a moment ago when she said you had spirit.
But I haven't an even temper to go with it. I'd better return to the ball.
Ending our acquaintance so abruptly.
I see no reason for prolonging it any further.
But I can think of nothing more delightful.
And I can think of nothing more distasteful. Good evening. Jane, I'm ashamed of you. Have you no pride? No principles?
Pride? Principles?
What about the stand you were going to take?
But that was when I didn't think I could fall in love with him. So now I need your help. Mother means well, but...
But what?
Well, she's rather forced me on Charles. Oh, not that he minds. But there's his friend, Mr. Darcy. Charles thinks very highly of him. A moment ago, when Charles went to get the punch, Mr. Darcy talked to him for quite a while. I could tell he was talking about us.
Us?
Well, our family.
Jane, how do you know?
Well, he wants Mr. Darcy to meet you.
Oh, no. I mean, Jane...
You will come. Oh, please, you must. This Mr. Darcy's approval, I can tell it means everything. And you can so help to counteract the bad impression Mamma made.
Oh, Jane, dearest...
Oh, yes, you can. Please. You have tact and...
Tact?
And a way of putting things.
Yes. I certainly have.
But hang it all, Darcy, I've fallen in love with a girl. What do I care about her family?
You've a family of your own in London, Bingley. Friends there, too. Now, if I'm able to take back glowing reports of this family, well...
Oh, all right. But this could prove embarrassing.
It should prove interesting.
Oh, hush now, they're coming.
Mr. Bingley, may I present my sister? Miss Bennet, Mr. Bingley. Miss Bennet, Mr. Darcy.
Your servant, madam.
What? Oh, your servant, Mr. Darcy.
My sister means she's so happy.
I'm sure that's what she meant.
Darcy.
Lizzie.
Oh, there goes the music. Well, Miss Bennet?
Of course, Mr. Bingley.
You two will want to get better acquainted. Well?
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 We're quite at your mercy, aren't we? My sister and I.
How do you mean?
Well, you were in the library when... Oh, you haven't told him what you overheard. I mean...
I had planned to wait.
Yes?
And let my decision rest on my impression of the, sister.
Oh. And what is your impression?
I'm afraid a further acquaintance will be necessary.
I see. Mr. Darcy, Jane's happiness means a great deal to me.
Ah, well, in that case, I want to be fair. Now, I imagine Bingley will be a frequent caller at your home. You won't mind if I come along?
But... No. Of course not.
Good. That way I'll have more time to form an impression of the, sister.
Why won't you tell me? Why won't you tell me?
Lydia. As Mother would say, have compassion on our nerves.
But Mama's not here, and that's what's suspicious. I want to know why Leslie got Mama to go visiting today, and why Jane is so nervous today. I'm not nervous, Lydia. Oh, yes, you are. It's when you're nervous that you always hit the wrong keys. See? Oh, Lydia, please. Then I'm right. It's today Mr. Bingley's going to ask Jane. Oh, at last. At last. He's only been calling for a week. Oh, yes, but what a miserable week it's been for me. I used to receive George Wickham every day until Mr. Darcy started coming to the house.
It will only be for a little while longer, Lydia.
But George's regiment won't be stationed here forever. And you can't blame my Wickham for wanting to stay away. After all...
Lydia, I prefer not to be reminded.
But in all fairness, I do think we should hear Mr. Darcy's side of the story before we go leaping at conclusions.
I, for one, would not be inclined to believe anything Mr. Darcy had to say.
Oh, here they come. Oh, Jane, Lizzie, they're just now coming through the gate.
Oh, where's my shawl? I left it.
Lizzie, you're not going to leave me. What will I say to him?
You'll know when the time comes.
What will I do? Should I be playing when Hill shows them in?
Yes, do anything. As for me, I'm ducking into the garden to avoid Mr. Darcy.
She always ducks into the garden to avoid him because she knows that's the first place he'll look for her.
Lydia.
Your shawl, sister dear.
Miss Bennet. I say, Miss Bennet. I thought I might find you in the garden.
Indeed?
I mean, I'd hoped I might. You see, I'm going up to London tomorrow.
You... Oh, what a pity. We shall miss you, Mr. Darcy.
I wish you really meant that, Miss Bennet. Because I shall miss you very much.
Then I take it I succeeded in conveying a favorable impression?
Very favorable.
In that case, I trust you'll stick to your end of the bargain.
My end?
To carry a good report of our family to London.
I assure you I will.
We appreciate your kindness. And now...
I'll take my leave, of course. But first...
Yes?
I really don't know how to begin. You see, I've struggled, but in vain. Quite against my will, Miss Bennet. I've fallen in love with you.
Oh.
Miss Bennet, in the house, a proposal is taking place.
While in the garden, let me see now. Loving me against your will, you want to marry me? Surely against your better judgment?
I didn't mean that... forget what I said.
But there's so much I'd have to forget. For example, your treatment of George Wickham.
Wickham? What's he been telling you?
Your father's godson. And yet you've withheld every penny your father set aside for him to study law.
That's the story he tells everyone.
You presume to deny it?
No, I don't deny it because it's the truth. But not the whole truth. George Wickham hadn't the least intention of studying law with that money. His whole life has been one of complete idleness and dissipation. I've paid his debts and covered his losses for so long.
How generous of you.
It's not that. I naturally feel responsible for his actions. But what's the use? I can see from the look in your eyes you don't want to believe what I'm telling you. Simply because his story fits in better with your preconceived notions of me.
I believe you came into the garden to say goodbye. We got a little off the subject, Mr. Darcy.
Elizabeth, you must believe in me. Because I love you.
The original subject, Mr. Darcy.
Elizabeth,
Lizzie, he's after Mr. Bingley's after Jane, and... Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt anything.
You didn't, Lydia. It's quite all right. Mr. Darcy and I were just saying goodbye.
Before we go on with Act 2 of Oliver Smith's favorite story, let's have a look at the evening paper. Well, a change in women's styles is certainly with us. The new fullness in skirts, particularly. It says here more freedom of movement will be necessary, as the waltz is definitely replacing the minuet. And here's another official note. It has been announced by the Lord Mayor that the streets of London will have gas lighting this year, for the first time in history. But here's welcome news. Napoleon's armies routed at Leipzig, as the tide continues to turn against the Emperor's forces. And now that we've scanned the front pages of this evening paper for the year 1813, we can turn to the literary section on the back page and read that the bookstalls are running out of copies of the bestseller Pride and Prejudice by the new young authoress Jane Austen, which reminds us that we must return to the Bennet household. And there we come face to face with the old war horse, Mrs. Bennet, that is, in high dudgeon.
Lydia, where is she? Where is she, girl?
Where's who, Mamma?
Lizzie, your sister Elizabeth, child. Tell me where you saw her last.
In the morning room. In the drawing room. No, upstairs.
Oh, don't shatter my nerves. I'll look for her myself. No, don't go away. You'll have to help her pack.
Pack? Where's Lizzie going, Mamma?
Yes. Where am I going? Oh, there you are, Lizzie. I just received a letter in the post from your Aunt Gardner, Lizzie dear. She asked if I could spare one of my doves for a week. If I could spare one.
But, Mother...
come, we must get you packed. You leave for London in the morning.
London? Oh, no, Mother.
Oh, just think. You'll have a whole week there, dear. Look what your sister Jane did in a week.
You mean you're sending me there to...
Well, surely you know what a wonderful place London is to catch a husband.
Mother!
So come along. Don't dally, dear.
Mother, I can't go to London.
Can't go? You must go.
I can't, I tell you.
Why can't you? Oh, I get no cooperation. First, you let Mr. Darcy slip right through your fingers. I know you could have gotten a proposal if you'd half tried. And now...
It's no use, Mamma. She simply won't do what's best for her. So, why don't I go in her place?
You? Oh, but you're so young.
Not too young.
But, would you know how to act?
Oh, I promise to be on my best behavior. Most of the time.
Very well. You may go.
Oh, Mamma, thank you. Lizzie, do you hear?
Mother, are you sure London's the place for Lydia?
Mamma, don't listen to her. She's just afraid now I'll catch her husband before she does.
Lydia.
Lydia. Oh, all right. End up an old maid. See if I care. As for me, I'm going to London.
Oh, No. I can't believe it. Oh, it's too horrible.
Mother, get hold of yourself. Uncle Gardner writes that they're doing everything they can to find them and bring them back.
But how will they know where to look? Oh, that dreadful George Wickham running off with my dove Lydia. And we don't even know if they're met. Oh, dear.
The captain of his regiment has offered to help, Mother. Apparently this has happened before.
Oh, my poor Lydia. But we've always thought so highly of Mr. Wickham. Why, I remember you used to say...
Yes, I remember what I used to say.
Well, this certainly proves one thing. You can't rely on first impressions. Now, can you, my dear?
No, Mother. No, you can't.
Yes, tell me. What is it, Hill? Is there a letter?
Beg pardon, madam.
Oh, no mail. Still no word.
And what is it, Hill?
There's a Mrs. Wickham to see you.
Mrs. Wickham?
We don't know any Mrs. Wickham. Unless she's a relative
What's that? You mean you don't even know your own daughter?
Lydia! Oh, my homing pigeon. Are you married?
Married.
Oh.
Mama, I've got my Wickham outside in the carriage.
I think it might be just as well if he stayed there.
Mama!
Lizzie, I'm dying to meet my son-in-law.
Let's just be thankful he is your son-in-law.
Mama, make her stop.
How much did he settle for?
Whatever do you mean?
You know what I mean. How much did Uncle Gardner have to pay him before he'd marry you?
Why, Lizzie, what a thing to say. Oh, I believe he did give him a few £100 for traveling expenses.
I thought so.
Well, a married man needs more money than a single one.
Elizabeth, how will we ever pay your Uncle Gardner back?
I don't believe we'll have to. Because we all know Uncle Gardner hasn't that much money in the first place. Come now, Lydia. Who supplied the money?
You tricked me into telling you one thing that was supposed to be a secret. You'll not trick me again. Let's talk about my wedding instead. Oh, really, it was most thrilling.
Beg pardon, Miss Bennet.
Yes, Hill, what is it?
The Lady Catherine de Bourgh is here to see you.
To see me?
Doesn't anyone want to hear about my wedding?
I ushered Lady Catherine into the library.
Well, you can usher her right out again. Tell her I'm, too ill to see her.
Oh, it was most exciting.
Elizabeth,
Really, it was.
Are you out of your mind? Mr. Darcy's aunt here. But of course you'll see her.
Considering it almost didn't come off.
I know why she's come.
Uncle Gardner was called away on business, you know.
You'll have to tell the Lady Catherine.
Mr. Darcy might have to take his place and give me away, but
Lydia.
He came.
Lydia. What was that again, dear? Mr. Darcy was at your wedding?
Yes. Did I say that? Oh, I did, didn't I?
Why would Mr. Darcy be there for your marriage? Unless he had some special interest in it.
Well, now, let me tell you about my journey here.
No. First, you'll tell me about Mr. Darcy.
But there's no reason to tell, really.
Except it was he who supplied the money that made your marriage possible.
Oh, Mama.
Oh, there, Lydia.
What should I tell her ladyship, Miss Bennet?
Don't tell her a thing. I'll go in and see her. I'll see her. But if he sent her to try and make me change my mind...
Oh, Mama, aren't you proud of me? Married and everything. And you were right. London is a simply wonderful place to catch a husband.
Good morning, Lady Catherine.
Good morning. Doubtless you know why I've come.
Yes, I know.
Then I take it you're willing to set aside your own feelings in the matter.
But I've made up my mind, Lady Catherine. No matter how much you may plead for Mr. Darcy...
Oh, then he has proposed.
Why, yes, of course. Lady Catherine, just what did you come here for?
Why, to prevent your marrying my nephew. What else?
To prevent it? Well, I see.
You can see how impossible such a marriage would be. The family could not afford such a catastrophe. Therefore, I must ask you to stop encouraging him.
Lady Catherine, your nephew can assure you that encouragement is the one thing I most certainly have not given him.
Then my fears are groundless?
Until a few moments ago, I'd have said they most certainly were. Lady Catherine, I am indebted to you for your visit here this afternoon. You've made me see something for the first time.
Why, whatever do you mean?
I mean, Lady Catherine, that if you still intend to save your nephew for posterity, you're going to have to act fast. You're going to have to get to London before I do, if you want to avert a catastrophe. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Darcy. Oh, excuse me. Mr. Darcy.
Elizabeth.
Oh, excuse me, please. Oh, I thought I'd never catch up with you. I'm all out of breath. I was so afraid I'd be too late.
Too late?
Yes. Too late to be forgiven. Because I do love you.
What?
Before I was afraid to admit it, even to myself. Now I'm proud to admit it.
Oh, Elizabeth, my dearest.
I know what you did for Lydia.
Oh, but look here, if you think I did it just...
No. I know why you did it. Because you felt responsible for Wickham's actions and wanted to atone for them. All the Lady Catherines in the world can't destroy a sense of honor like that.
Oh, Lizzie.
Mr. Darcy, putting your arms around me here in public?
My arms belong around you.
But your pride. Remember your pride?
Pride is a thing of the past, Miss Bennet. I'm going to kiss you, Lizzie.
Right here?
Right now. Unless you have a prejudice against men who kiss women in public.
Prejudice is a thing of the past, Mr. Darcy.
Oh, Elizabeth.
Besides, Londoners must be used to this sort of thing.
You mean it happens all the time?
Why, what a foolish question, Mr. Darcy. Surely you know what a wonderful place they say London is to catch a husband.
That's Pride and Prejudice, Jane Austen's excellent advice on how to catch a husband. Such good advice, in fact, that Miss Austen never took it herself, for she died a spinster at the early age of 42. Verna Felton played Mrs. Bennet, Helen Craig of the Broadway stage was Lizzie, and William Conrad the ingratiating Mr. Darcy. Maestro Claude Sweeten created an early 19th century atmosphere with his customary skill, and the famous artist, Mr. Oliver Smith, chose Pride and Prejudice as his favorite story. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. Whom the gods love die young. And this seems to be true of the author of this week's favorite story, for Robert Louis Stevenson, fighting a lifelong battle with illness, died in the South Seas at the early age of 44. Frail in body, but strong and adventuresome in spirit, his imaginative genius roved among treasure islands of romance. In Samoa, where he finally found better health and happiness, "The whole tale of my life is better than a poem," he wrote. He ended his days amid the devotion of his family, a few friends, and a host of natives. Chiusitala, they called him, teller of tales. In gratitude for his devotion to their own interests, the native chieftains with their own hands cleared the jungle and built the road to his island home and planted it with an avenue of trees. They called it Road of the Loving Heart. On his death, they themselves dug a grave on the highest point on the island and with superhuman efforts carried his body up to the peak. Thereafter they tabooed the use of firearms on the hillside so that the birds might sing undisturbed. Life to him was one great adventure, and nothing surpassed his love of nature unless it was his love of people, I think we all belong to many countries, he wrote. I am a Scotchman. Touch me, and you will find the thistle. I am a Briton, and live and move and have my being in the greatness of our national achievements. But am I to forget the long hospitality of that beautiful and kind country of France? Or has not America done me favors to confound my gratitude? Nay, they are all my friends. I love them all dearly. And should they fall out among themselves, which God in his mercy forbid, I believe I should be driven mad with their conflicting claims upon my heart. Of Stevenson's many tales of the islands, we present this week one of the best, The Bottle Imp. And it is the favorite story choice of Mr. Edwin. If someone should offer to sell you a certain bottle very cheaply, don't buy it. The bottle I mean is round-bellied with a long neck. The glass of it is white as milk, with changing rainbow colors in the grain. And inside of this bottle something obscurely moves, like a shadow, like a fire. I want to tell you a story about this bottle. It began one afternoon in the city of San Francisco. A young man was walking along a certain hill on which there are many fine houses. A young man named Q, from the island of Hawaii.
What fine houses these are. How happy the people must be who live in them.
Not happy, boy. No, not happy.
Oh, I did not see you. I was talking to myself. Who are you?
A gardener. I work in the earth.
But how can a man help but be happy? See this house here. The steps shine like silver. The windows are as bright as diamonds.
And yet, the man who lives inside of it would trade places with you in an instant.
With me? You're joking.
You see? He's standing in his window, admiring you.
So he is.
Be careful, son. He is a strange one.
Young man, I see you're admiring my house. Would you care to see its interior?
Yes.
Be careful. Be careful.
Come in, young man.
What a fine house. Marble and tapestries. The most beautiful house I've ever seen. Why do you sigh, sir? If I lived in such a beautiful house, I would laugh all day long.
There is no reason why you should not have a house exactly like this, or even finer if you wish. You have money, I suppose?
I have $50, but a house like this will cost many, many times $50.
I'm sorry you have no more, for it may cause you trouble in the future. But it shall be yours for $50.
The house?
No, not the house. The bottle. For I must tell you, although I appear to you so rich and fortunate, all my fortune and this house itself came out of a bottle not much bigger than a pint.
With all due respect, sir, I believe you are out of your mind. I beg you to excuse me. I will return to my ship.
One moment, young man. Let me show you this amazing bottle. Here in this cabinet.
I do not care to see it.
Look.
What a strange bottle.
Yes. Strange and wonderful and terrible.
What's in it? Moving like a liquid shadow.
You will know soon. Take the bottle, young man. Dash it on the marble floor.
It's too beautiful a bottle to break. The colors in the glass are marvelous, like 20 rainbows.
Go ahead. Try to break it.
If you say so. It does not break.
An imp lives in this bottle. That's the shadow you see moving inside of it.
An imp?
If any man buys this bottle, the imp is at his command. All that he desires, love, fame, money, all are his, as if this bottle were Aladdin's lamp.
And yet you talk of selling it yourself.
I have all I wish, and I'm growing very old. There is one thing the imp cannot do. He cannot prolong life. There is another drawback to the bottle, and it would not be fair of me to conceal it from you.
What drawback?
If a man dies before he sells it, he must burn in Hades forever.
That is why you sell this bottle so cheaply.
Long ago, when the devil first brought it on the earth, it was extremely expensive. It was sold first to Prester John for many millions of gold pieces.
Millions?
But it cannot be sold at all unless sold at a loss. If you sell it for as much as you paid for it, it comes back to you again like a homing pigeon.
Oh.
So the price has kept falling through the centuries, and the bottle is now remarkably cheap. I bought it myself from one of my great neighbors on this hill. I paid him $90. I could sell it for as high as $89.99. But not 1 penny more, or back the thing must come to me.
I think this is all made up like a story. These things do not exist. A bottle cannot have such power.
You doubt? Try it. Give me your $50. Take the bottle and wish your $50 back into your pocket. If it does not happen, I pledge you my honor I will cry off the bargain and restore your money.
You're not deceiving me?
I give you my solemn oath.
Well, I will risk that much. It can't do much harm, surely. There you are, my $50.
The bottle is yours.
How does it work?
Just say, imp of the bottle, and make your wish.
I'll try it. For a lark. Imp of the bottle, I want my $50 back. The $50 is back in my pocket. This certainly is a wonderful bottle.
Now, good day to you, my fine fellow, and the devil go with you.
Hold on, I don't want any more of this fun. Here, take your bottle back.
No, sir. You have bought it for less than I paid for it. It's yours now, and all I care to see is your back. Get out! Get out of my house! Yes, young man.
Tell me, sir, do you buy as well as sell in this shop?
Yes, all sorts of curios, antiques, rarities.
I have here a very rare bottle.
I have no use for bottles.
Look at this one.
Ah. Yes, it's a beauty. Yes, most curious.
It's yours for $100.
My dear young man, I am not a millionaire. I will give you $5 for it.
Examine it again. It's an unusual bottle worth more, much more.
I cannot imagine where this glass was blown.
$75, and we shall close our deal.
Young man, I will not pretend that I do not want this bottle. Here is $60. That is the most I can offer you.
Good. It is sold. And I am going back to my ship with a feeling of great relief. And that is the story, Lopaka. The bottle gave me a clear profit of $60, and the man on the hill had the wildest imagination of all. He said that if I sold it for more than I bought it, the bottle would come back to me.
Running after you like a little lost sheep, perhaps. You've been dreaming.
I didn't dream about the money being back in my pocket, the $50.
The man was a magician. The hand is quicker than the eye.
Perhaps so. Well, I'm going to turn in, but really I don't think that all this... Lopaka.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Look here in my locker. The bottle. It's come back to me.
My favorite sight from shipboard is the coastline of Hawaii. We're home, my friend.
Yes, Lopaka, home.
Why are you so sad, then?
I am worried.
The bottle?
Yes, the bottle.
If you're worried about still owning it, I'll buy the bottle from you. I've always wanted a schooner of my own. Say, have you made any wishes with the bottle yet?
Yes. I wished for a beautiful house and garden on the Kona coast where I was born.
Come, Q. Let's touch our feet on dry land once more.
Can you tell me, please, if a young man named Q has come down the gangplank?
Who is asking for me? I am Q.
Ah, young man, my deepest condolences.
What's wrong? What's happened?
Your uncle has died quite suddenly.
No.
I am his attorney. I've come to tell you that you are his only heir.
My dear uncle. Oh, Lopaka. It was he who raised me from a small boy.
Perhaps this is the doing of the bottle. Perhaps with this money, you can build your house.
Oh, no. My uncle did not have much money.
You're wrong, my boy. While you were gone, your uncle came into a great deal of money, and he built himself a fine house, which is the envy of the islanders.
A house? Where is this house?
On the Kona coast.
No.
I have pictures of it here in my briefcase, and the architect's drawings. There.
Lopaka. This is the house I pictured. Identically. This is the house brought to me by the bottle imp.
Now, Act 2 of Edwin's favorite story. This bottle imp, as imagined by Robert Louis Stevenson, is rather a handy thing to have in your possession. You have but to grasp the bottle firmly by its tapering neck and ask the imp within to do anything you may desire. Your wish will be granted. And it can, of course, bring great happiness and great tragedy. The man named Q from the island of Hawaii moved into his beautiful new house. It stood on a mountainside, almost touching the clouds. Below, the black lava fell in cliffs where the kings of old were buried. And below lay the sea and the coral reefs and all the sunlit beauty of the island.
Are you happy, my friend?
I am the happiest of men. The house is even more beautiful than I dreamed it could be. But that is not all, Lopaka. I have seen a girl.
A girl?
Every day as I ride down the hill, our eyes meet. I have found out her name.
What is it?
Kokua.
Have you spoken to her?
Not yet. But today she smiled at me, and her eyes shone.
Why, I believe you're in love.
Yes. And it came with no help from that bottle. You see, I don't need it anymore. I have the finest house in all the islands, and I am in love.
Then I shall buy the bottle from you. I'm a little short of ready money. Will you sell it for $25?
It is yours, my friend. Wish for your schooner. Then sell the bottle quickly. For many warm evenings, Kokua, I have come here to be close to you, to look into your eyes, which are like the stars. And my heart has gone out to you as swift as a bird.
But still you have not told me your name.
One question first, Kokua. Does your heart have a fullness as mine does when we are together?
When you're gone, I hear your voice in the surf. In my dreams at night, you are there.
Kokua, I will tell you now. My name is Q.
Q. The fine house on the hilltop is yours.
Yes, my darling. I would not tell you at first, for I feared you would think too much of the house and too little of the man who loves you. I know better now. Will you marry me, my beloved?
Oh, yes. I wish to be with you until the end of my days.
Oh, I am indeed the happiest man on earth.
Lopaka! Lopaka! Lopaka, where are you? Presto! Lopaka, for the love of heaven, don't sail! I must see you urgently!
Q, what are you doing here? Look, the most beautiful schooner in all the Pacific. Mine.
Help me, my friend. Help me.
What's the matter with you?
Don't come any closer.
Why, you're shaking all over. What's wrong? I thought you were to be married this week.
My friend, I must have the bottle back. It is the only thing that can cure me. Otherwise, they will send me away from my beautiful house and my beautiful bride.
You're sick.
I have leprosy. Here is money. Quickly, sell me back the bottle.
Oh, my friend. I sold the bottle 6 days ago.
No.
But come, I shall help you find it.
How many times has the bottle changed hands? Lopaka, we must keep searching. This man must have the bottle, to be sure. Young man.
Yes.
Stop sobbing. I have come to purchase the bottle. What is the price?
It has dropped a great deal in value.
How much did it cost you?
2 cents.
2 cents? Why, then you can only sell it for 1 cent. And he who buys it...
For heaven's sakes, buy it. You can have all my fortune. I bought it for 2 cents because I embezzled some money and would have gone to jail if I could not make it good.
Give me the bottle. Here is your penny.
Take the bottle and gladly.
Yes. Imp of the bottle, I wish myself clean of this disease. Clean and well and whole again. It's gone. See my hands, my arms. It's gone. And now I can marry Kokua.
My husband.
Yes, Kokua.
This should be a time of great happiness. We are together in this fine house. It's the time of our honeymoon. Yet all day your face is filled with sadness. And when you sleep, you moan and toss as if someone had a grip on your soul. What is wrong, my husband?
Oh, Kokua. Do you know of the bottle? The bottle of the imp?
All the islanders know of it. It's an evil thing.
I was a leper. Unclean.
No.
I purchased a bottle to wish myself well again so we could marry. But I bought it for the least price a man can pay. 1 penny.
You did this for love of me. Oh, my dear husband.
And if I moan at night, it is because my soul is sick with what lies ahead.
No. You paid a penny, but all the world is not American. In France, they have a small coin called a centime. These are about 5 to a penny.
5 to a penny?
Come, my husband. We will go to the French islands, to Tahiti, as fast as ships can take us. There we will have 4 centimes, 3 centimes, 2 centimes, 1 centime. 4 possible sails to come and go. And 2 of us to push the bargain.
Oh, heaven be praised for this woman. It is no good, Kokua. The tale of evil has traveled across the ocean. Every native of this island knows of the bottle. They treat us like witches and devils. I shall carry the bottle with me to the grave. I am lost.
Try to sleep, my husband. We shall find a buyer.
Sleep. I can never sleep again.
You sleep, my husband, but so troubled. And you took this upon your soul because of me. It is I who must do something. I will take the bottle and lift its heaviness from your heart. Old man, forgive me for stopping you.
What do you want?
The night is so black. The whole island is asleep. I need help.
I am old and poor.
Will you help a daughter of Hawaii?
Ah, so you are the witch from the 8 islands. And you were trying to entangle even my old soul. I have heard of you. I defy your wickedness.
If you have heard of the bottle, listen to me. I wish to buy it from my husband, but he would never sell it to me. But if you go, he will sell it eagerly. I will wait for you here. You will buy it for 4 centimes, and I will buy it back again for 3.
You would do this for him?
Yes.
I cannot refuse such nobility of heart, but if you mean falsely by me, I think heaven would strike you dead.
Oh, it would. Be sure it would. I could not be so treacherous. Believe me. Please believe me.
Where is the house?
I will show you.
Give me the 4 centimes. I will do it. I have done your bidding.
Oh, thank you.
Now, Here is the bottle.
Before you sell it to me, take the good with the evil. Ask to be delivered from your cough.
I am an old man, and too near the gate of the grave to take a favor from the devil.
There is your money. Give me the bottle.
God pity you, child.
Kokua, wake up. I have wonderful news. The bottle is gone. We're free of it.
Oh, good. That's good.
An old man came during the night. He bought the bottle with no hesitancy. Where were you? I wish to share the news with you.
I had difficulty sleeping. I was walking in the garden.
Right afterwards, I fell asleep. The first peaceful sleep I've had in months.
I'm glad my husband...
The bottle was hot enough to sell it 4 centimes. At 3, it will be impossible. Whoever has that bottle now will carry it to the pit.
Then say a prayer for that person.
Don't be so melancholy. Come, we must celebrate.
My husband, I'm ill. I'm out of heart. Excuse me, I can take no pleasure.
Your husband has just been saved from eternal ruin, and you can take no pleasure. Kokua, you have a disloyal heart. I must celebrate. Bring out all your delicacies, my host, and serve everybody on the island who will be my guests. For this night, Q of Hawaii celebrates.
So you are the fabulous Q, eh?
Yes, my friend. Won't you join me? This party is mine, and the refreshments are free.
I've heard of you, and I've heard of your bottle.
It's gone now. What is your name, my friend?
The name is Haoli. And to save more questions, I'm a man of bad reputation. I've murdered for food. I've stolen, and just about everything else in the book. You see, nobody ever gave me a bottle that would fetch and carry.
I tell you, my friend, you are better off without the bottle.
I met an old codger this morning who told me he had the bottle.
You met the old man, eh? What did he do with the bottle? I've been anxious to find out.
Do? Nothing, the fool. He sold it right back to the woman who talked him into buying it. Some idiotic female who said she was making the whole transaction to save her husband.
Good Lord. Kokua.
What's the matter with you?
For the love of heaven, help me out. It was my wife who did this for me. Here are the 2 centimes. Go to my house. Offer her these for the bottle. She will give it to you instantly. Bring it to me and I will buy it back from you for 1 centime. Will you do it?
Why not?
Whatever you do, don't breathe a word to her that you have come from me.
You're not making a fool of me.
I promise you I am not. Now, quickly, let us go.
Well, I've got the bottle, all right.
I see you have. I am prepared to fulfill my end of the bargain. Here is 1 centime.
Stay back. Take a step near me and I'll smash your mouth. You thought you could make a cat's paw of me, did you?
What do you mean?
Mean? This is a pretty good bottle, this is. That's what I mean. How I got it for 2 centimes, I'll never make out. But I'm not going to let you have it for 1.
You mean you won't sell?
No, sir.
But I tell you, the man who has that bottle will roast in Hades.
I figure I'm going to roast anyhow. Now get moving.
I don't believe it. Kokua. Kokua, my beloved. We're free.
You've just heard The Bottle Imp by Robert Louis Stevenson. Jeff Corey was Q, Mary Jane Croft was Kokua. And our congratulations to both Jeff and Mary Jane for fine performances. Jerome Lawrence and Robert E. Lee wrote the script and directed it. And Mr. Ed Wynn chose The Bottle Imp as his own favorite story. Mr. Henry Fonda chose next week's favorite story, and it's the work of one of the greatest playwrights of our century, and indeed of the last century, too. I refer to the immortal Irish nonagenarian and vegetarian George Bernard Shaw. The story is Cashel Byron's Profession. Quite a remarkable profession, I might add, the way Mr. Shaw has written it. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. The captain of an 18th century sailing ship was absolute dictator, with life and death authority over the men he commanded. His word was law. There was no appeal. And the man who disobeyed could be hung by his neck from the highest yardarm as a warning to others who might contemplate mutiny. Our favorite story this week is a true adventure, probably the most famous mutiny in the history of sailing ships on the seven seas, the Mutiny of the Bounty. The records of the British Admiralty depict Captain Bligh as a great hero. He received the gold medal of the Society of Arts. He was honored by Lord Nelson for his heroism, and he attained the high rank of Vice Admiral of the Blue. But despite the official records, there are reasons for believing that William Bligh was one of the most hated men who ever sailed the sea. Here are some of the facts of mutiny aboard the Bounty. The favorite story choice of the distinguished motion picture producer, Mr. Walter Wenger.
Peter, is everything ready? Your luggage is all packed?
Mother, you don't call it luggage. It's my sea chest.
Oh, I hope you have enough woolen stockings.
I'm sure I do.
Perhaps he won't come. Perhaps he's decided that you're too young to go on such a voyage. My little boy going off to sea.
Don't talk as if I were still a child, Mother. And please don't be crying when Lieutenant Bligh comes.
So young, so young. Oh, that must be Mr. Bligh coming up the walk. Peter, are you certain this is what you want to do?
Mother, you want me to be proud of me?
Oh, yes, yes. Well, if you must go, you must. Mr. Bligh seems a strange-looking man. With all the work there is to do on board a ship, how can the captain grow so fat?
The Deemster says Mr. Bligh is one of the finest sailors in His Majesty's Navy.
I don't like his face.
Mother.
Yes, I'm coming. I'm coming. Lieutenant Bligh?
Your humble and obedient servant. You, madam, I presume to be Mrs. Haywood?
That is correct. Well, will you come in, Mr. Bligh?
Thank you. Your son is ready to depart with me?
I'm all ready, sir.
So this is Peter Haywood.
At your service.
Stout lad. I shall be happy to have you serve under me aboard His Majesty's ship Bounty.
You don't think that Peter is too young?
Madam, no age is too tender for a man to begin a seafaring career. I myself first shipped as cabin boy at the age of 9 years.
Well, will there be danger, Mr. Bligh?
Mother.
There is danger in any voyage, Mrs. Haywood. Now, Mr. Haywood, do you have everything in readiness to depart?
Aye, sir. My chest is all ready. Goodbye, Mother.
Peter. Here is your father's Bible and my prayer book. Take them with you. Be a good boy, and God speed you home again.
This is Mr. Haywood, who will serve as midshipman during the voyage of the Bounty. Mr. Haywood, these are your fellow officers.
I'm Morrison, bosun's mate.
I'm pleased to know you, Mr. Morrison.
And this is Mr. Fryer, the ship's master.
Your first voyage, Mr. Haywood?
That's correct, sir.
Well, lad, you could not serve under a better captain than Lieutenant Bligh.
And this is our first mate.
Fletcher Christian. Welcome aboard the Bounty, son. If you need any help or any advice, call on me.
Thank you, Mr. Christian.
That is all, gentlemen. You will return to your duties. Have everything in readiness to sail at sunrise. Good day, gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Bligh.
Well, Mr. Christian?
Aren't you going to tell us the purpose of our voyage, the cargo, our destination?
I am captain of this ship, Mr. Christian, and I shall tell my crew only such information relating to my orders as seems, in my opinion, to concern them. Is that clear?
Are we to infer that you do not trust us with this information?
You may infer whatever you like. You will sail the course which I prescribe. When it is necessary for you to know certain things, Mr. Christian, I shall tell you. You are all dismissed.
Lieutenant Bly.
Dismissed!
Yes, sir.
Mr. Haywood.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Haywood, before the Bounty sails, do you think it would be fitting for me to go ashore to bid farewell to my good wife, Mrs. Bly? Mrs. Bly.
I shall attend to it, sir.
Stop that. We shall get on, Mr. Haywood.
Mr. Christian, I know where we're going.
Oh?
The captain told my mother just as I was leaving home.
Well, it's common knowledge, lad. I don't know why old Fuss and Fury won't tell us about it. When we round Cape Horn, we'll cross the Pacific to Tahiti. Then we'll load the hold with a cargo of young breadfruit trees.
Breadfruit trees?
Then we'll carry them to the West Indies, plant them, and set the Bounty's course for England again.
Why do they want breadfruit trees in the West Indies?
Well, the breadfruit's a cheap diet. Grows all the year round. The British plantation owners in the West Indies can feed breadfruit to their workers and their slaves and save the expense of growing potatoes for them.
Oh, I see.
People in the West Indies will be cursing us for centuries. Ever taste of breadfruit?
I think even breadfruit would taste good to me right now.
You don't like the food the old man's giving us?
Does anybody?
Well, if you're hungry, at least you have the satisfaction of knowing that 44 other men aboard the Bounty are just as hungry as you are. As for the 45th man, well, I think old Bly keeps his gullet pretty well filled.
I've never tasted such bad mess. The dried beef must be horse meat.
Mule, more likely.
Christian!
Yes, Lieutenant Bly.
Have all hands drop their work. Some of the officers and men send them aft. I want to speak to everyone.
Aye, sir. Mr. Haywood called the hands from below.
Aye, Mr. Christian.
All hands on. All hands above deck. The captain wants all hands on deck.
All hands on deck.
All hands reporting, sir.
Hear me. Every man jack of you. Is there grumbling on board the Bounty? Is anyone dissatisfied with his provisions?
Yes, Lieutenant, we are dissatisfied.
Be so good as to make your complaint, Mr. Christian.
The pumpkins you've ordered us to eat instead of bread, sir. They're all spoiled.
No?
The beef is too tough for a man to cut with his teeth.
I see.
And your oatmeal, sir, is thinner food than salt water.
Do other officers and men share Mr. Christian's views? Well, speak up! Tell me, Mr. Christian, who is captain of this vessel?
You are, sir.
Then the vessel will be run according to my orders with no questions asked. It is needless for you to complain to me, for I am the fittest judge of what is right and what is wrong. There shall be no redress, and I shall flog the first one who dares to make any complaint to me.
But, Mr. Bly...
Mr. Christian, you will give that man 15 lashes? I will have no insubordination aboard a vessel in my command. As penalty for this grumbling, rations will be reduced to 2/3. Butter will no longer be served to officers or men.
This is very harsh, Lieutenant.
I'll make you eat grass, sir, or anything you can catch before I've done with you, Mr. Fryer.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Mr. Fryer. What was it you reported to me about the cheeses?
2 of the large Yorkshire cheeses are missing, sir.
They were obviously stolen by some member of the crew.
But, Lieutenant Bly, those are the 2 cheeses that you...
Stolen, Mr. Haywood. Your captain tells you they were stolen. Unless the man who has taken those 2 cheeses from the ship's store returns them, there will be no more cheese served to the officers or men for the remainder of the voyage. Silence! Do you dare grumble at me? Now get to your stations, every blasted man jack of you. With a fair wind, we can round Cape Horn tonight. Mr. Christian?
Aye, Lieutenant.
This is your watch?
My watch, sir.
Will we raise our Tahiti the 3rd day from now, Mr. Christian?
Unless this wind makes us haul down the topgallant sails.
You expect a storm, Mr. Christian?
I expect a storm, sir.
A severe storm, Mr. Christian?
By every indication, Lieutenant, we are in the track of the worst storm you or I have ever remembered.
Good night, Mr. Christian.
Good night, Mr. Bly.
HMS Bounty. While we were in port at Tahiti, we all purchased coconuts from the natives. I was among you. Some of the coconuts which I'd purchased have been stolen from my cabin. Mr. Fryer.
Aye, sir.
How many coconuts did you obtain in port?
11, sir.
Mr. Haywood?
6.
Mr. Mawson?
14 coconuts.
Mr. Christian? Mr. Christian? State the number of coconuts now in your possession.
I really do not know, sir.
How many did you purchase?
Several. I don't recall exactly. Surely, Mr. Bly, you don't think that I would be so petty, so small as to steal some of your coconuts?
Yes, I do think so. You must have stolen them from me, or you could give me a better account of them.
You accuse me?
Yes, I accuse you. Why am I plagued with such officers? Thieves, all of you. You're in league with the men to rob me. You'll steal my yams next. I'll flog you, Mr. Christian, and make you jump overboard before we reach the Endeavour Straits.
I am not accustomed to such language or such treatment, sir.
No? Well, you'll grow accustomed to it under my command. Mr. Samuel, confiscate all coconuts on board ship. Cut the allowance of yams to 1/2 pound per person.
What?
1/4 pound if any are missed. Is that understood? Now go below, all of you.
Mr. Bly.
What are you doing in my cabin?
Get out of bed. Get dressed.
I give the orders here, Mr. Christian.
No longer.
Mutiny?
Call it what you like. I have taken command of the Bounty. And if you interfere with me in any way, I shall not hesitate to fire a ball directly through your head.
Favorite Story is bringing you an eyewitness account of the mutiny aboard HMS Bounty, based on the diary of one of her officers, Mr. James Morrison. William Conrad is Lieutenant Bly. Lon McAllister is Peter Haywood. We are now in the wastes of the South Pacific, in that gray half-light before sunrise. The sea is utterly calm, the sky slate gray, and they blend at an unseen horizon. The sails of the Bounty hang dead and lifeless, and she looks like a painted ship upon a painted ocean. But this is the morning of April the 28th, 1789, and there is something stirring below decks aboard the Bounty.
Mutiny?
Seamen and officers of the Bounty, gather aft. I have something to say to you.
This man is no longer an officer of this vessel. I have stripped him of his command.
Correction, Mr. Bly. It is you who have been stripped of your command.
Must I stand here with my hands fettered behind my back while you drag me about by a cord? Like a dog on a leash? I'll not undergo this indignity, sir. I'm an officer in His Majesty's service.
Mamu, Mr. Bly, Mamu.
And what does that mean, Mr. Christian?
In the language of the people of Tahiti, sir, it means silence or death will be your portion. All hands, hear me. I, Fletcher Christian, have taken command of the Bounty. We shall carry Lieutenant Bly as a prisoner to England to answer for his maltreatment of officers and crew.
Huh? It's a warm welcome the Admiralty will give you at Plymouth, Mr. Christian. They have ropes for mutineers.
We have just complaint against you, sir.
You have no complaint, Mr. Christian. My word against yours. Which do you think they will believe, captain or mutineer? Now untie my hands, set me free.
No, Lieutenant Bly. I've borne all the insult and degradation I can take from you. I'll not be starved and sworn at for another year. What say you, men?
Mr. Christian, if you do this thing, you can never go back to England.
So I shall never go back. Churchill, keep a weather eye on the carpenter. He's up to something. I want to avoid unnecessary bloodshed.
Where's the arms chest, Mr. Bly? We'll raise a party and retake the ship.
Good man, Mr. Fryer.
The arms chest is in my possession, gentlemen. And all firearms are in the hands of men who are loyal to me. Mr. Bly, you will prepare yourself to leave the Bounty.
What?
Mr. Morrison, lower a boat.
Aye, aye, sir. Mr. Christian, you would set me out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in an open boat?
You have brought this on yourself, Lieutenant.
Such an act is murder. I'll have no part of murder.
Very well, Mr. Fryer. You shall go with Lieutenant Bly in the cutter.
No, we will die for sure.
Take your choice. I leave it to every crew member, officer, or man, whether he wants to throw his lot with Mr. Bly or with me.
Mr. Christian, This is a joke, Mr. Christian. A game you play.
You may go below, sir. Your hands will remain tied. Take which supplies, provisions, personal effects you may wish. The men will help you stow them in the boat. 15 minutes from now, you will be master of a vessel again, a vessel 19 feet long, and with no first mate whom you can curse and smear with petty charges. Churchill, take him below.
Mr. Christian, what shall I do?
Follow your conscience, Mr. Haywood, as I follow mine.
I want to stay with you, Mr. Christian. I hate the captain as much as you do. But I can't be a mutineer, sir.
You're not a mutineer, lad. I'll swear on the highest court of England that you're as innocent of mutiny as I am guilty.
Will they have a chance in the open boat?
They'll have a chance, a bare chance. It's a large ocean, Mr. Haywood.
Shall I go or stay?
It is a great pity, lad, that this should happen to you on your first trip to sea. You're not out of your teens, are you?
No, sir.
Then I say choose life. You'll be closer to life with us on the Bounty than you will be with Bligh in an open boat.
I beg you, reconsider, man.
I've considered and reconsidered, Mr. Fryer. There's a basic dignity to living creatures. And those who flout that dignity and trample it deserve less favor from their fellow men than we're granting the lieutenant.
Some respect, sir.
Have you made ready, Mr. Bligh?
Aye.
Now, down the ropes with you, sir. Let's have this business done with.
Mercy, Mr. Christian.
Your boat is waiting, sir.
Upon my honor, Mr. Christian, I'll give my word never to think of this if you let me stay.
Your word, your honor. If you had any honor, Lieutenant, things would not have come to this extremity.
Consider my wife and family.
If you had any regard for your wife and family, you should have thought of them sooner.
For blessed human charity.
What do you know of human charity, Mr. Bligh? Help him down, mates. Cast off. Have done with it.
Yeah, that's the lieutenant. I've done with it, old man.
God save you, Mr. Bligh.
God save you, Mr. Christian. Journal of Lieutenant William Bligh. Entry of Wednesday, April 29, 1789. Reached the island of Tafoa. The shore is so steep and rocky that it is impossible to land. Entry of Saturday, May 16. Dark, gloomy weather. I've resolved to try to reach the Dutch settlement at Timor, which is a full 1,200 leagues distant. This night has been truly horrible. Not a star to be seen, so that steering was uncertain. Journal of Lieutenant William Bligh, entry of Friday, June 12. Sighted the island of Timor, bearing from west-southwest to west-northwest, 41 days after having been set adrift by the mutineers of the Bounty, and having traversed 3,618 miles. I'm extremely weak. My legs and arms are swollen. I have allowed myself only a teaspoonful of water per day, and my lips and tongue are parched with thirst. Sunday, June 14. This is the happiest day of my life. After hard rowing, arrived at the town of Kupang, and slept the sweetest sleep that man ever enjoyed. Shall embark immediately on board a Dutch packet boat bound for England.
Lieutenant Bligh.
Captain Bligh, madam, your humble servant.
Where is he? What happened? We got such confused reports here in England.
You will forgive me, madam. I do not seem to recall your face.
And Mrs. Haywood, Peter Haywood's mother. How is my boy, Mr. Bligh? He is well?
Madam, I have most distressing news for you.
Not dead? Oh, not dead.
I suspect that your son is alive.
He was not one of the mutineers.
One of the ringleaders of the mutiny?
No. Oh, not Peter. Not my Peter.
It causes me untold anguish to reveal that your son's conduct aboard the Bounty, his ingratitude to me, was of the deepest dye, for I was a father to him in every respect.
Oh.
I beg you, Mrs. Haywood, to think of your son Peter as one who is dead.
Where is he? Will I never see him again?
I have no doubt that Mr. Haywood returned to the island of Otaheite with the other mutineers. The Admiralty has dispatched the frigate Pandora, 24 guns, 160 officers and men, to scour the islands for the Bounty and its crew. They will be brought back to England. Your son, perhaps, among them.
What will happen to him?
What usually happens to mutineers? He will be hanged. Good day, madam.
This court-martial will proceed now to investigate the charges against the prisoner Peter Heywood, late midshipman of His Majesty's ship Bounty. To wit, that he aided and abetted Fletcher Christian and other members of the crew to take over the Bounty from its rightfully appointed Captain William Bligh by violence and force. The prisoner will stand.
With your permission, Mr. President, may I give my testimony without standing?
Why, Mr. Heywood?
My imprisonment on board the Pandora during the return to England was so confining that I'm afraid my health was affected. I've been quite ill.
Is this true?
Yes, Your Lordship, it's true. The boy is very ill.
Permission granted. The prisoner may testify from a sitting position. Mr. Heywood, describe your actions on the morning of the 28th of April, 1789.
Well, when I awoke, Mr. President, I came up on the deck of the Bounty and found considerable confusion. Mr. Bligh had been bound and disarmed by the first mate, Mr. Christian.
Were you armed at this time, Mr. Heywood?
I carried no firearms at any time on the day of the mutiny.
But Captain Bligh deposes under oath that you forced entrance into his cabin with a loaded musket.
With all due humility, sir, Captain Bligh is lying.
Mr. President, would you take the word of this mutineer against mine? If this man was a loyal officer, why did he not raise a party and retake the ship on my behalf?
Great saints in heaven, sir, how could I?
He is only a boy of 19 years, Mr. Bligh.
Why didn't you retake the vessel yourself, Mr. Bligh? Mr. President, I plead my innocence in this cause. If I acted wrongly, please attribute it to my confusion and my inexperience.
In the light of your testimony and other evidence, Mr. Heywood, this court will exercise the greatest clemency in your case. We have only one other question. What of Mr. Christian? Why did he mutiny?
Because he was too much of a man to suffer the indecent treatment given him by the captain.
Again, I object, Mr. President. Who is on trial? The mutineer for myself?
Silence! Mr. Heywood, if this court releases you as a free and honorable citizen of the British Empire, which we are minded to do, tell us this. Would you help us find Fletcher Christian?
No, sir.
Where do you think Mr. Christian is at present?
On some island of the South Pacific, off the seaways. Perhaps on some coral rock, unmarked on our navigational charts. Mr. Christian is a man of resource, gentlemen. Though this may be held against me, I was proud to consider him my friend. He was as generous and tolerant as Mr. Bligh is bigoted and tyrannical.
Again, I ask on my own trial, Mr. President. I am the reading stop die. Objected to this matter of treason. Silence! Furthermore, I consider it ill-advised to pursue this inquiry.
Silence, Mr. Bligh! Continue, Mr. Heywood.
I say Fletcher Christian would have no defense before this court-martial for the rash act which he committed 2 years ago. And for this one tragic action aboard the Bounty, he must live out his life in exile and shame, 10,000 miles from England. But I should not presume to say which man, Mr. Bligh or Mr. Christian, would fare best before that last and highest court which judges us after death. I can only say that before my Maker, I would throw my lot, as I did aboard the Bounty, with Fletcher Christian. May God help and protect him, as few men need divine help and protection. Amen.
This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. Imagination is as good as many, many voyages, and considerably cheaper. And the imagination of a child is a wondrous thing indeed. For without grown-up reality to stand in the way, a young gentleman of 10 can be Charlemagne riding to victory, or heavyweight boxing champion of the world. The magic casements are very wide. Time and space are dissolved. Anything can happen inside a kid's head. That's the title of this week's favorite story, an original radio yarn. Classrooms and clubs have taken quite a fancy to this story, and it has been published in many anthologies. Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. happened on it while searching for film material and named Inside a Kid's Head his favorite story. This personally conducted tour through the brain of a 10-year-old was written by Jerome Lawrence and Robert E. Lee. Right this way, please. Just follow the guide.
Ladies and gentlemen, will the members of the tour please stay together? That's better. We are now standing inside the brain of Richie Price.
Oh.
This is not usually included in the 55-cent tour, but, excuse me, sir. Don't stand too close to those nerve centers. High voltage, you know.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Right now, Richie is in his history class in grade 5B at Hazeldale Elementary School. We are standing at the medulla oblongata, looking up into the cerebellum.
Pardon me, guide, but what's all that over there? It looks like wool.
Oh, that is wool, madam. This boy has been wool gathering quite a bit lately. You'll notice that the walls here are lined with gray matter, which absorbs any ideas that may be floating about.
Oh, my goodness.
What was that, guy?
Oh, that was just an idea going in one ear and out the other. We're now coming into the cerebrum, the largest section of the brain. On the right, you see the master control panel for the automatic functions, such as heartbeats, digestion, breathing, and so forth.
Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale.
That must be the breathing mechanism.
That's right, ma'am. And here's the digestion control.
4 more licorice drops coming past the epiglottis.
Okay. Better turn on a little more gastric juice.
Right, Chief.
Master Control, go ahead.
Oh, stomach calling.
Roger, stomach. Over to you.
Look, Chief, I'm going to be upset if this eating between meals isn't cut out. I haven't even digested those peanut butter sandwiches that came down for lunch. We got to get some rest down here.
Well, I'll shoot a memo up to the Common Sense Department, see if we can't get them to conserve on the food intake. We haven't been getting much cooperation from Common Sense lately. Do the best you can.
Wilco, Chief.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, it's quite a complicated apparatus. Now, folks, we've installed an observation booth on the second floor of the cranium, right up these stairs. From this booth, you can see and hear everything that goes on in this boy's head. Through this doorway, please.
Oh, this is nice.
Plush chairs and everything. Can we smoke?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, sir. The Board of Health says no smoking. It might cause a fever. Just a moment. I'll turn this loudspeaker on the main thinking channel.
And children, don't forget that up to this time, King John was the absolute monarch of England. Anything he said
That's
was
his
law.
history teacher talking.
But King John wasn't a good king. He mistreated his subjects, and that's why his barons made him sign the Great Charter. Now close your history books, children, and
Well, the reception isn't very good. I'm afraid this boy Richie Price isn't paying much attention to his teacher. Oh, the imagination is coming in on the same wavelength. Oh, this ought to be interesting.
Now look here, King. You've been acting awfully bossy lately, and we barons are getting pretty sick of it.
What dost thou propose, Sir Richie? Thou hast no right to challenge the King of England.
Well, now, Your Majesty, we barons have been talking this over, just between ourselves, and we come to the conclusion the people ought to have something to say about what's going on.
Please, Father, why don't you do as Sir Richie asks?
He's so handsome.
This is none of thy concern, Princess Mary Jane. My liegemen, this is treason.
Just get down off your high horse, King John. All we're asking you to do is put your name on this hunk of paper, so those folks won't have to worry about you not treating them right. I happen to have a fountain pen right here in my suit of armor. Now, if you'll just sign on the dotted line...
I refuse. Thou art a traitor.
We mean business, King John. You better sign or we'll have to get tough.
Sir Richie is right. Sign, Father.
You better if you want to keep on being king around here.
Very well, Sir Richie. Give me the pen. There. Take your old paper.
Sir Richie, you're so wonderful.
Oh, it was nothing. Gentlemen, we shall call this the Magna Carta.
3 cheers for Sir Richie.
Hurrah for Sir Richie! Richie!
Richie?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Miss Ludlow?
Well, will you stop daydreaming long enough to answer the question I just asked?
Why, King John?
In 14 years of teaching, that is the first time a pupil ever told me that King John invented the sewing machine. Wait, class. For tomorrow, study Chapter 8 in your general science book. Class dismissed. Oh, Richie.
Yes, ma'am?
Richie, what do you think we should do with a boy who doesn't pay attention in class?
I don't know, ma'am.
Do you think we should give him a note to take home to his parents?
Do we have to do anything that severe?
I'm afraid so. And there you are. I want you to take this home, have your father sign it, and bring it back to me.
Yes, ma'am. Mary Jane! Hey, Mary Jane!
Go away, silly. I don't want to be seen walking with you.
Gee whiz, Mary Jane. What's the matter?
'Cause you're silly, that's what you are. Why don't you ever study your lessons?
I do, but I just forgot or something.
You needn't ask me to walk home with you. Billy Winkler's already asked me.
Him? Oh, gee. Gee whiz.
Oh, what's that, Guide?
Keep your seats, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing to worry about.
Sure.
That low gray fog you see rolling in from the cerebellum is nothing but gloom. Pure gloom.
Richie, just wait until your father sees this note from Miss Ludlow.
Do we have to show it to him?
Complete lack of classroom spirit, it says. Oh, your father will be furious.
Maybe we hadn't ought to bother him when he's so worried about the election.
Well, when those boys and girls go home and tell their folks the kind of boy you are, do you think they'll vote for Daddy next Tuesday?
I don't know.
Oh, good heavens, your father will be home any minute. Be sure to brush your hair and clean your fingernails, Richie, before dinner. Your father's invited the Winklers over.
Billy, too? Is he coming?
Yes, and I want you to be a little gentleman.
Oh, nuts.
After all, Mr. Winkler's one of the most important men in the county.
He's fat, that's what.
And if we want Daddy to be elected state assemblyman, we'll have to be very nice to the Winklers. Let me warm up your coffee, Mr. Winkler.
Thank you very much. Go on, Price.
Well, as I was saying, J.B., we all know how badly the State Highway Commission has been run. Now, if I'm elected state assemblyman, that graft is going to be stopped.
A lofty sentiment, Price.
Now, I have the facts on this highway swindle that'll blow the opposition to bits. It's all typed out here in this article. But Jeff Green's newspaper won't print it. He's on the other side of the fence politically.
Well, what's your idea?
Now, why don't we get an appropriation from the party funds to print up a copy of this expose and mail it to every voter in the county? The election would be in the bag.
Why don't we all go into the living room and finish our coffee there?
Oh, good idea. Richie?
Yes, Dad?
You take Billy up to your room and show him your electric train. Huh?
Oh, does he still play with electric trains?
Run along, Billy.
Okay.
Now, this may run into some money, J.B., but as I see it, it's the only sure way to get the votes we need.
Come on.
Okay.
This is my room.
Gee, it's small. Let's see your train.
It's all set up over here. It's got a variable speed rheostat, automatic signals, and it'll stop on a dime. Watch. See? Isn't that keen?
Nah, it's punk. That's for kids.
Kids, huh?
What else you got?
I got some boxing gloves. Here, try 'em on.
I don't like boxing gloves.
Come on, I'll show you something.
No, I don't wanna.
You said you didn't like kid stuff. Well, this ain't kid stuff. Come on, put up your dukes.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't you hurt me.
It's easy, see? You lead with your right and then with your left.
Hey!
Like this.
Ouch,
One,
look out!
two. One, two. One, two.
And another. It's the old 1-2-1-2. Dempsey's in rare form tonight. It's the fight of his life. Oh, the challenger just launched a terrific left to Dempsey's chin. He's rearing. The champ's against the ropes. And there's the bell, folks, that ends the round. The seconds are helping Dempsey back to his corner.
How are you, Richie? Are you all right, boy?
It was nothing, Mac. Give me the towel.
Don't forget, Richie Dempsey has never lost a fight.
Don't worry, Mac. I won't let you down.
It's not just the world's heavyweight championship that's at stake, or that $1 million purse. But Mary Jane has promised to walk home from school with the winner of this fight.
Did she really say that?
And what's more, she's out there in the audience right now cheering for you.
Mary Jane here?
Hooray for Richie Dempsey!
Let me at that Billy Purple.
They're coming out of their corners. Oh, with the first punch of the round, Richie Dempsey knocks the challenger out cold. Mr. Dempsey, won't you say something to our radio audience?
Gentlemen, I am happy to be the heavyweight champion of the world.
Richie, what happened? What's Billy doing there on the floor? Wake up, son. Wake up.
We was just playing.
The boy's out cold. Mother, get some smelling salts.
Oh, dear.
Huh? What happened?
Never mind, Mrs. Price. He's coming too. Are you hurt, son?
Oh, my chin hurts. He hit me on the chin.
Richie, would you mind getting our coats? I'd better get the boy home.
But, J.B., what about the election?
We'll have to forget the whole thing for now. And Price, if that was my boy, he'd get a good talking to. Good night.
Good night, J.B.
I guess Mr. Winkler was sort of mad. Wasn't he, Father?
Richie,
Yes, Dad.
you wanted me to be elected state assemblyman next Tuesday, didn't you?
Sure, Dad.
Well, there isn't a chance now. Mr. Winkler was the only man who could get that article of mine published and circulated.
Would you like to take away my allowance for a week?
Richie, your mother and I are going to give you just one more chance. If I hear of your misbehaving just once again, something drastic is going to happen.
Gee whiz.
Is there any aspirin, Ella?
Yes, in the medicine chest.
I'm going to lie down for a while. I feel terrible.
Mom,
Yes, Richie.
did you give Dad that note from Miss Ludlow yet?
I gave it to him, but he just stuffed it in his pocket. I don't think he's read it.
You don't, huh? Mom, was it in his suit coat pocket or his overcoat pocket?
We're ready for Act 2 of Douglas Fairbanks Jr.'s favorite story, Inside a Kid's Head. Richie Price, age 10, is a young man with a powerful imagination. All of a sudden, he's a knight in armor at the court of King John. Or Richie Dempsey, the finest boxer who ever stepped into a ring. Of course, if you're of a practical turn of mind, you'll probably call this just plain and fancy daydreaming. Well, maybe it is, but let's see what happens as we continue this guided tour inside a kid's head.
Good gracious, guys, what's that?
That's a 3-alarm warning from the conscience.
What's going on?
Is there any danger?
Can't tell exactly yet. Evidently, young Richie's up to something he shouldn't be doing. I haven't heard a racket like that from his conscience since he cribbed in an arithmetic exam back in 43.
Say, Guide, isn't it getting fainter?
Yes, I'm afraid he isn't paying much attention to it.
Uh-oh. What's happened?
Let's tune in on the visual channel and see what he's up to. Do you see what he's doing? He's sneaking into his father's closet. He's reaching into his father's coat pocket. He's groping around in the dark. He's taking an envelope out of the pocket and slipping it under his sweater. Hang on to your chairs, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing to worry about. Richie's just going downstairs 3 steps at a time. Now I think he's going into the local newspaper office.
Hi, Mac.
Hi, Richie.
Putting the paper to bed, Mac?
Yeah.
Got much more to linotype?
Oh, just the editorials, and we were all washed up.
Will you let me type some?
Maybe. Well, spill it.
Huh?
Spill it. What's on your mind?
Oh, gosh, Mac, nobody understands me, except you. You're the only friend I've got in the world.
Trouble at home?
Trouble every place. I guess I dinged my dad's chances of being state assemblyman. I got bawled out at school, and Mary Jane doesn't like me anymore, and everything.
Mm-hmm. Where were you running from just now?
Home. I said King John invented the sewing machine.
Oh, no.
And Miss Ludlow gave me a note to take home to my dad. And all kinds of terrible things happened at home.
Uh-huh.
So I took the note out of my dad's pocket so he wouldn't see it. And, well, here I am.
You mean you went through your pa's pockets?
Well, I didn't steal anything. I just borrowed the note for a while, so he wouldn't see it and have more to worry about.
Let me see the note.
Here.
Miss Ludlow write this?
Yeah.
I charge that the State Highway Commission is rife with graft and corruption.
Holy jumping Jupiter, I got the wrong paper.
I kind of wondered if Miss Ludlow was going into politics.
Oh, Mac, my dad'll skin me. Oh, everything's wrong now. Gee whiz, Mac, what'll I do?
Now, look, Richie, things will work out all right. What you got to do is get your mind off of your troubles. Why don't you go over and knock out a few lines in the other linotype?
Can I, honest?
Yeah, sure. But watch out. Don't get a shock.
Well, thanks, Mac. Gee, thanks. Gosh, now I wonder what I'll write. Oh, Miss Mary Jane.
Yes, Mr. Franklin.
Bring your notebook in here. I want to give you some dictation for Poor Richie's Almanac.
Yes, Mr. Franklin.
Take a maxim. A penny saved is a penny earned. How do you like that, Miss Mary Jane?
A lofty sentiment, Mr. Franklin.
You may call me Richie if you like.
Oh, you're so clever, Richie.
And here's another one that I thought of yesterday afternoon while I was inventing the rocking chair. A stitch in time saves 9.
Oh, you're so clever, Richie Franklin.
Take these down to the press room and see that they get in this issue of Poor Richie's Almanac.
Yes, Mr. Franklin.
I have a free hour. What do you suppose I ought to invent?
You're the clever one, Mr. Franklin.
I know. It's an idea I had while I was in France last year buying Louisiana. Thought I'd call it the harmonica.
I'll take these maxims right down to the print shop.
Very well. Now, let me see. Here. There.
Is there anything else, Mr. Franklin?
Well, it's all finished. Listen.
Oh, it's wonderful. You're so clever, Richie Franklin.
Oh, it's nothing, really. Come in.
Mr. Franklin, I have a scoop for Poor Richie's Almanac. A scoop.
Oh, now, just calm down, young man, and tell me what this is all about.
Mr. Franklin, I charge that the Continental Congress is rife with graft and corruption. Here, this paper will explain everything, sir.
Miss Mary Jane, would you please hand me my bifocals? Thank you. Continental Congress, right. Why, this will blow the opposition to bits.
Every voter in the American colony should see a copy of this expose, sir. And you're the only man who can publish and circulate it in Poor Richie's Almanac.
It's very fortunate that yesterday I invented the linotype machine. Otherwise, we can never get this out in time for today's issue. Come with me.
What an amazing machine. Where did you ever get the idea?
It came to me like a flash while I was signing the Declaration of Independence. Give me that expose. I'll set it up myself. What was that?
It's beginning to thunder and lightning out, Mr. Franklin.
Lightning, that's just what I've been waiting for. Miss Mary Jane, get me my kite.
Here it is, Mr. Franklin.
I'll help you launch it, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, son. There she goes. Now, hand me that key, Miss Mary Jane.
Here you are, sir. Oh, I wonder what he's going to invent now.
I think the kite's up high enough. Now, watch carefully, everyone. I'm going to touch this key to the kite string. Oh. Gentlemen, I have decided to call my invention electricity. Ow! Oh, gee.
After all the times I've let you play with that linotype, you ought to know better.
Gosh, I burned my finger, and it hurts.
Oh, here. Let me see.
Ow!
Yeah, kind of a bad burn. We better go next door, and I'll give you some first aid. Oh, Joe, lock up that editorial page, will you?
God, what's happening now? I can't see a thing.
Nothing's happening, ma'am. The boy's asleep. And he's not even dreaming.
How come?
I think he's blown a fuse in his imagination. Besides, he's had a pretty tough day. But something ought to be happening soon. You see, it's morning already.
Richie, wake up.
That's his mother calling him now.
Wake up, Richie.
Huh? Say, what's going on downstairs?
Put on your bathrobe and come down. Just about everybody in town's here. Your father's so excited he can hardly talk.
Gee whiz, now what have I done? Doggone, the sleeve's always wrong side out.
Bryce, that's the cleverest political move that's ever been made in this state. You're as good as in office right now.
Thank you.
That editorial of yours has blasted the State Highway Commission wide open.
What I can't understand, Price, is how you got the opposition paper to print that editorial of yours.
Well, sir, you're not the only one that doesn't quite understand that, J.B.
Mom, what's happened?
Well, that article of your father's is in the morning paper.
Oh, gee. Hey, what's Mary Jane doing here?
She came over with her father. Oh, dear, I wish I'd put those new curtains up yesterday. Everybody in town's here to congratulate your father.
A brilliant article, Price, brilliant. Frankly, though, I didn't quite get that reference in the last paragraph to the Continental Congress.
Well, there are a number of people here who didn't understand that.
Ralph, I'm so proud of you. But how did that article get printed in the paper?
Darned if I know, Ella. Somebody must have just taken it out of my pocket. Say, Richie,
Yes, Father?
you didn't happen to take anything out of my pocket last night, did you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did. But I just meant to get the note from Miss Ludlow because you were so upset. I got your article by mistake, and I was going to put it back. Honest, I was.
But how did it get into the paper?
Well, I went down to see Mac, and he let me play with the linotype machine, and I guess I set up your speech, and I guess Joe put it in the form, and I guess it got in the paper. Please don't be mad.
Mad. Folks, I want you to meet my boys.
Who is?
If I'm elected on Tuesday...
You will be, Ralph. You will be.
Thank you. Well, then, all the credit goes to Richie here. Why, if it weren't for what he did, I wouldn't stand a chance of being state assemblyman.
Oh, Richie, I'm so proud of you.
Gosh, Mary Jane, you kissed me. Gee whiz, you kissed me on the cheek.
You know, I'd like to make a prediction right now. I'll bet dollars to donuts. My boy Richie will be one of the great political leaders of his day.
Gentlemen, I shall be very happy to speak at Gettysburg.
Lawrence and Lee, who wrote this yarn, tell me it was taken from life. Hazeldale School can still be found in a shady little corner of the city of Cleveland, And they are certain that, like themselves at the age of 10, many Richie Prices still sit at the well-worn fifth-grade desks, dreaming of standing up on a Pennsylvania hillside to recite 7 years ago. Our thanks to Jerry Farber for playing Richie Price so well, to Claude Sweeten, who composed the score, and to Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., who named this his favorite story. I think it was Montaigne who said, marriage is somewhat like a bird cage. The birds outside are trying to get in, and those inside are trying to get out. Now, Monsieur Montaigne was rather bitter, perhaps, but there's more than a grain of truth in what he said. And next week's favorite story is a fascinating study of the bird cage known as marriage. The great Norwegian playwright, Henrik Ibsen, didn't call it a bird cage, however. He called it a doll's house. And it's a favorite story you shouldn't miss. Mr. Alfred Wallenstein, the eminent symphony conductor, chose it, and we will have a fine cast. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. The play you're about to hear is A Doll's House by the great Norwegian playwright Henrik Ibsen. When it was first presented on the stage, the conduct of the principal character, Nora, was fiercely debated and criticized. Heated arguments took place as to who was to blame for this domestic tragedy. The wife, the husband, or Mr. Ibsen himself? Well, every man to his own opinion. A distinguished American musician, Mr. Alfred Wallenstein, suggested that we present A Doll's House as his favorite story. John Beale, Janet Waldo, and William Conrad, all of them favorite story favorites, are among the voices you will hear. And Claude Sweeten now gives the overture to Act One.
Is that my little lark I hear twittering so prettily?
Yes, it is.
Is it my little squirrel bustling about?
Yes.
And when did my little dove come home?
Just now. Come in here, Torvald, and see what I bought.
I can't be disturbed just now, Nora. Bought, did you say?
Yes. Look at all these things, Torvald.
Nora, has my little spendthrift been wasting money again?
Yes, but this Christmas we can really let ourselves go a little. Just a little. Or you're going to have a big salary and earn lots and lots of money.
Yes, after the first of the year. But it will be a whole month before the salary is due.
Oh, we can borrow till then.
Nora.
Why not? You're going to have a big position at the bank. You'll be the head of the bank in just 2 more weeks.
Yes.
So why shouldn't we borrow a little to give ourselves the brightest Christmas in the world?
My same little featherhead. Nora, how many times have I told you? There can be no freedom or beauty about a home life that depends on borrowing.
Yes, Torvald.
We two have kept on the straight road so far. We are in debt to no man, and we must keep it that way.
Yes, Torvald. But to give the children a happy Christmas?
No.
As you please, Torvald.
Now, come.
My little skylark mustn't droop her wings.
Why is it so important? Other people borrow money.
Yes, but-
Sometimes you need it. You must have it.
No.
Remember, Torvald, when you were so sick 2 years ago?
Yes.
The doctor said you must go to Italy for the winter or die.
And I thank God your father was able to give us that money.
That was borrowing.
It was not, although we would have paid him back if he'd lived.
Oh.
That was an emergency, Nora.
Well?
This is no emergency. Next year will be the best and richest year of our lives so far. But this Christmas, we shall celebrate as we always have and be thankful.
Yes, Torvald.
That's right. But what does my little squirrel want for Christmas? Hmm?
Oh,
What does my extravagant little person want for herself, huh?
For myself? You might give me money. Only just as much as you can afford. Then someday I'll buy something with it.
But
oh,
Nora.
do, dear Torvald. Please, please do. Then I shall wrap it up in beautiful gilt paper and hang it on the Christmas tree. Wouldn't that be fun, Torvald? Oh, there's the bell. Someone at the door. What a nuisance.
We'll have a servant someday just to answer the doorbell for you.
Will we, Torvald? Oh, it's lovely to hear you say it.
Go answer it, dear. I'll be in the study, but I can't be disturbed by any callers.
All right, Torvald. I'll send them away. I'm coming. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Helmer.
Oh, my husband is not here. He cannot see any callers.
I'm not here to see your husband, Mrs. Helmer. I came to see you.
To see me?
Yes.
It's not the first of the month yet.
No. In a few hours, it'll be Christmas Eve, and it's up to you what sort of a Christmas you will have.
What do you want? Today it is absolutely impossible
Will you
for
have
me...
the courtesy to invite me inside your house, please?
No, I'm very busy.
Then
with
I
the-
shall come in without the invitation.
Please, Mr. Krogstad, you have no right... Why, you're only one of my husband's subordinates. When anyone is in a subordinate position, Mr. Krogstad, they should really be careful to avoid offending anyone who...
Who has influence?
Exactly. Although I am a woman, I should hope I have a tiny bit of influence with my husband.
Mrs. Helmer, you will be so good as to use your influence on my behalf.
What?
You will be so kind as to see that I am allowed to keep my subordinate position in the bank.
I don't understand. Who's going to take your position away from you?
Your husband, Mrs. Helmer, has never liked me.
But you're old friends.
Old acquaintances. Perhaps that is why he's never liked me. I've known him too long.
Mr. Krogstad,
On the first of the year, your husband will be promoted to the position of bank manager. I have little doubt that one of his first official acts will be to give me notice of my dismissal. I must ask you to use your influence to prevent that.
Mr. Krogstad, I have no influence.
No? You just told me you had. Listen to me, Mrs. Helmer. If necessary, I'm prepared to fight for my small post in the bank as if I were fighting for my life.
So it seems.
It's not only for the money, for the salary. There's another reason. I may as well tell you. I dare say that you know that once, many years ago, I was guilty of an indiscretion.
I think I've heard something of that kind.
The matter never came into court, but every way seemed closed to me. After that, finally, I found this poor position in the bank. I've tried to win back as much respect as I can for the sake of my sons. They're growing up. I want them to have some pride in their father. But now your husband is going to kick me downstairs again under the mud.
You must believe me, Mr. Krogstad. It's not in my power to help you at all.
Then it's because you don't want to. But I have a way to compel you.
You won't tell my husband that I owe you money?
Suppose I did tell him.
Oh, you couldn't be so ugly. It would put me in a horribly disagreeable position.
Only disagreeable? Either you have a very bad memory, Mrs. Helmer, or you know very little of business. Perhaps I should remind you of a few details.
Details?
When your husband was ill, you came to me to borrow $1,500.
The doctor said he must go to Italy.
I promised to get you that amount.
Yes, and you did.
On the condition that your father should put his signature on the promissory note as co-signer for my protection.
I sent the paper to Father, and he signed it. Why must you talk about this horrid matter?
There is a curious thing about your father's signature. He was very ill at the time, wasn't he?
Yes. He died soon afterwards.
I wonder if you can, by any chance, recall the day of the month your father passed away.
Papa died on the 29th of September.
Isn't it curious that he signed your promissory note 3 days after his death? Your father died on the 29th of September, but here on the promissory note, your father has dated his signature the 2nd of October. Isn't it odd? Another curious thing, I know your father's handwriting from various documents he signed at the bank. And this signature doesn't resemble his at all. It has a more feminine quality. Of course, I know your father was very weak, very ill. might account for it. And he might easily have mistaken the date. That happens sometimes, doesn't it? The big question is the signature. It is genuine, I suppose, Mrs. Helmer? It was your father himself who signed his name here.
I signed it. I wrote Papa's name.
Are you aware that this is a dangerous confession?
You shall have your money soon. I couldn't send it to Papa. He was so ill. I couldn't worry him, and we had to have the money to go to Italy.
Do you realize, Mrs. Helmer, you were guilty of fraud?
I did it to give my husband a vacation. He was suffering from overwork.
The law cares nothing about motives.
Then it's a foolish law.
It is the law, nevertheless, and I can assure you that my one false step, which lost me all my reputation, was nothing more and nothing worse than what you've done.
You can't frighten me, Mr. Krogstad.
No? Then think about this over your Christmas holiday. If your husband discharges me from the bank, I shall be obliged to disclose your carelessness in a court of law. Goodbye, Mrs. Helmer. Merry Christmas.
Merry.
Nora,
Yes? Yes, Torvald?
who was my little skylark talking with out there?
No one, Torvald. No one you'd be interested in. No one at all. Torvald, look at me.
Oh, I must shield my eyes. My little skylark is dressed like a queen.
This is my new dress for the party at the Sternborgs tomorrow. Do you like it, Torvald? I must know if it pleases you. Is it all right?
How much did it cost?
Almost nothing. I made most of it myself. With a little help from the dressmaker.
Why, it's beautiful.
What are all those papers?
Bank business.
Already?
I've got authority from the retiring manager to make a few staff changes.
I don't suppose you're going to dismiss anyone?
Only one man.
Who?
A clerk.
What's his name?
Krogstad. Now, that finishes everything. I'll take these letters out to post, and then we shall have our dinner. Huh, little skylark?
It seems a great pity
What?
to give a man, a poor clerk, his dismissal on Christmas.
Krogstad has had this coming for a long time, Nora. He's a bad sort. He should have been dismissed long ago.
Why? What did he do?
He forged someone's name. Have you any idea what that means?
Perhaps he was driven to do it.
Perhaps. But when I am manager of the bank, I can't risk having a dishonest employee. So I'm letting him go.
Is that the letter?
This? Yes, this is the letter that will tell Mr. Krogstad we no longer require his services.
Don't send it.
What?
Please. Don't mail that letter.
What is this?
For the sake of your love for me, Torvald, I beg you.
Nora.
Do not mail that letter.
Henrik Johann Ibsen was a lonely man. He had no close friends. He exiled himself from his native country because the government declined to give him a poet's pension. But he was a playwright whose words and ideas seem as alive today as they did when he first scratched them on paper 50-odd years ago. And the problems of a doll's house are reenacted with variations almost every day in every city of this Western world. Nora, who has forged her father's name to a promissory note, is being blackmailed by her creditor, Nils Krogstad. But her husband is about to discharge Krogstad from his job. Nora is trying desperately to keep her husband from dismissing the man. Here is Act 2 of Alfred Wallenstein's favorite story.
Tell me, little Skylark, has it been a Merry Christmas for you?
Oh, yes, indeed. A perfect Christmas, Torvald. And the children, my babies, they enjoyed it so.
And my little doll wife enjoyed it too, didn't she?
Oh, yes, Torvald.
And tonight you shall wear your new dress to the Sternborgs' party, and you'll dance and laugh and delight everyone.
Torvald? If your little squirrel were to ask you for something very, very prettily...
What then?
Would you do it?
I should like to hear what it is first.
Your squirrel would run about and do all her tricks.
Nora, surely you don't mean that request you made of me yesterday?
Yes, Torvald. I beg you earnestly.
Have you really the courage to open up that question again?
Oh, yes, dear. You must do as I ask. You must let Mr. Krogstad keep his post at the bank.
No, I don't want to hear Niels Krogstad's name again in this house. The matter's settled, finished, and done with. By now, he's already received the notice of his dismissal, and we're through with him for good. Isn't that true, little Miss Obstinate?
You say it is true, Torvald. So it must be true.
Good evening, Mrs. Helmer.
Speak low. My husband is at home.
No matter about that. You know, I suppose, that I've got my dismissal.
I couldn't prevent it, Mr. Krogstad.
I have written a letter to your husband.
Telling him everything?
In as lenient a manner as possible.
Oh, he mustn't get the letter. Tear it up. I'll find a way to get you the money.
Mrs. Helmer, I'm no common blackmailer. I can't be bought.
What do you want, then?
I want only to rehabilitate myself. I want to get on. I want my family, my children, my friends to be proud of me. To see me on the street and say, there goes Nils Krogstad. He holds a responsible position at the bank. Instead of saying, poor Nils Krogstad, he made a mistake once. Now he can't hold a job.
But is this any way to start over? Do you intend to build your new life of honesty on the blackmailing of me and my husband? Mr. Krogstad, I understand your feeling. I have children, and I love them as much as you must love yours. But this I know. If you really seek a new, good life, Mr. Krogstad, how can it come from bullying me and threatening my home?
Mrs. Helmer,
This is evil. You know it's evil. From roots such as this, how can you grow anything that is good? How?
Mrs. Helmer, my letter is already in your mailbox.
We must get it out.
You have a key?
No. Torvald never gave me a key to the mailbox.
He has a very trusting nature, your husband.
Your letter tells him everything.
Everything.
And it's lying there in the box. Oh, yes, I see it. And I can't reach it. Mr. Krogstad, why have you done this to me?
I'm sorry. I have not meant to hurt you, but I've been hurt. I'm not an evil man, Mrs. Helmer, but I've followed the only course that I could see open to me. Good night, Mrs. Helmer.
My little singing bird was a tremendous success tonight. What an evening, what an evening.
Oh, Torvald, what are you doing out there in the hall?
Nothing, my dear, just emptying the mailbox.
No, Torvald, not tonight. This is Christmas night, our party night. You don't want to spoil it by getting stupid old letters out of the mailbox.
Well, there'll be no room for the newspaper in the morning.
But, you're not going to read the letters tonight, are you, Torvald? I know how tired you are.
I better glance through them, see if there's anything important.
Torvald, watch. I'm going to dance for you, Torvald. Look at me, Torvald. Your little skylark is dancing for you. Watch me whirl, Torvald, whirling round and round and round.
Stop.
Round and round. Yes, Torvald?
You know what's in this letter.
Yes, Torvald.
Is this true? No. Oh, it's not possible. It can't be true.
Let go of me, Torvald. Oh, yes, it's true. I've loved you above everything else in the world.
Let's have any silly excuses.
I take all the responsibility. You shall not suffer for my sake.
No tragedy heirs, please. I require an explanation. Do you understand what you've done? Answer me. Do you understand what you've done?
Torvald.
After 8 years, the girl who was my joy, my pride, a hypocrite and a liar. Worse than that, a forger, a criminal.
I didn't do it for myself.
You ruined my future, destroyed all my happiness.
But
Now be silent. You've put me in the power of an unscrupulous man. He can do what he likes with me. Give me any orders he pleases, and I dare not refuse. Do you understand what you've done?
Yes. Now I'm beginning to understand thoroughly.
It's incredible. I can't take it in. Take off that foolish dress. Take it off, I say. This matter must be hushed up at any cost. As for you and me, it must appear that everything between us is just as it was. But naturally, only to the eyes of the world. You'll still remain in my house. That's a matter of course, but I shall not allow you to bring up the children. I wouldn't dare to trust them to you. All that concerns us now is to save the remains, the fragments, the appearance. Oh, now, who would that be at this hour? Go to the door, Nora. Answer it.
Yes, Torvald. There's no one here.
That's odd. I heard the bell. Didn't you?
There's something in the mailbox.
Oh, so there is.
It's addressed to me.
No, you'll not have it. It's from Krogstad. I'll read it myself.
Read it, then.
I'm afraid. This may be the ruin of both of us. Nora. No, it can't be. It's true. I'm saved. Nora, I'm saved.
And I?
Oh, you do, of course. We're both saved. Look, he sends you back your note. He says he regrets. He's going away to start his life all over again. You see, he's a coward. He's afraid.
Give me the letter.
He says 2 wrongs cannot make a right. Oh, much he would know of right and wrong. Oh, we're saved, Nora. And this hateful paper. There now. This whole thing should be nothing but a bad dream to me. Your promissory note doesn't exist any longer. It's all over. Don't you realize it, Nora? Why such a cold, set face? You want my forgiveness. I forgive you, Nora.
Thank you. It's very kind of you.
Well, don't go. What are you doing in there?
Taking off my fancy dress?
Yes, do. Get ready for bed, my little squirrel. Everything will be cozy and warm and... Nora, why are you getting dressed again?
I shall not sleep tonight.
But, my dear Nora...
Sit down, Torvald. You and I have much to say to each other.
Why, Nora, I don't understand you.
That's just it. You don't understand me. And I've never understood you either until tonight. Torvald, you've never loved me.
I've never loved you.
You only thought it pleasant to be in love with me. I've been your doll wife and lived in this doll's house. I've existed merely to perform tricks for you, Torvald, to dance for you at parties and be your little singing bird.
How ungrateful you are, Nora. Haven't you been happy here?
Not happy. Only merry. We've played a merry game together, Torvald, you and the children and I. That's why I'm leaving you.
What are you saying?
I must stand quite alone. I'm leaving the house tonight.
I forbid it.
It's no use forbidding me anything any longer.
You would desert your children?
I've been told I'm not fit to bring up my children.
Your sacred duties to the home and family. To me.
I have sacred duties to myself.
Before all else, you are a wife and a mother.
I don't believe that any longer. I believe that before all else, I'm a reasonable human being, just as you are. Don't worry about me, Torvald. I'll find work and support myself.
There can be only one explanation. You don't love me anymore.
That's exactly right, Torvald. I don't love you anymore.
Nora.
It's very painful for me to say it, but it's true. For 8 years, I've been living here with a strange man, and I've borne him 3 children. But not once, Torvald, not once in 8 years have you and I exchanged a word on any serious subject. I've been your doll. You've been my master.
Nora, I would gladly work day and night for you. Bear sorrow and want for your sake.
But you'd cut me off from my children because I was foolish enough to sign my dead father's name to a shred of paper.
Nora, you can't leave me.
As I am now, I'm no fit wife for you.
I have it in me, Nora, to become a different man.
Perhaps. If your doll is taken away from you. Good night, Torvald.
Nora, then I can never be anything more than a stranger to you?
Oh, Torvald. The most wonderful thing would have to happen.
Tell me, what would that be?
Both you and I would have to be so changed that... Oh, Torvald, I don't believe anymore in wonderful things happening.
But I will believe. Tell me. So changed that what?
That our life together would be a real marriage. Goodbye, Torvald.
Nora! Nora! The most wonderful thing.
So ends A Doll's House. We have no way of knowing what happened to Torvald and Nora after their separation. But there's a ray of hope, at least, as Torvald ponders what his wife has said. The most wonderful thing of all would have to happen. Did it happen? I think Mr. Ibsen left it for each of us to guess. We must thank John Beale, Janet Waldo, and William Conrad for their excellent performances. And, of course, our thanks to Mr. Alfred Wallenstein, who chose A Doll's House as his favorite story. Next week, a moving story of an old man and a lovely child. It's Reza Stevens' favorite story, The Crime of Sylvestre Bonnard. Crime, however, is rather a strong word for the well-intentioned transgression of Monsieur Bonnard. This adventure was written by Anatole France, who for 30 years dominated French literature. No reputation since Voltaire has been found comparable with his. It was his first novel, and in many ways his most delightful. We hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. Most of the writing about George Washington is as exciting as a wet Monday morning. I doubt if there was ever a great man in history whose life has come down to us so much as a legend and so little as a human being. The distinguished American actress Miss Ethel Barrymore suggested that we present as her favorite story a play about President Washington which would show him more as a real person, less as a statue in a museum. The Messrs. Lawrence and Lee, who write and direct these favorite story programs, began a research into the life of George Washington, the man. Their play, entitled The Young Years, is the result. So we ask you to journey backward in time to the young years of the American Republic, to the days of its dawning, when Colonel Washington was an obscure Virginia tobacco farmer with brownish hair and an uncommonly long nose. William Johnstone and Jimmy Lydon are co-starred as Washington and his young aide-de-camp in our radio production of Ethel Barrymore's favorite story, The Young Years. Here's Act One.
Good afternoon, Colonel. It's very good of you to give us some of your precious time.
On the contrary, Mr. Cresswell, I'm sure you are a much busier man than I am.
That may be. I've been looking forward to this meeting, Colonel. Been looking forward to it for a long time. This is my son, Tom. He's learning my business. That's the reason I brought him along.
It's a pleasure to know you, Tom.
I'm honored, sir.
Now, why don't we go out on the veranda? We can have tea served while we're talking.
Capital. You know, Colonel, I think we're going to get on together, do a lot of business together.
At least we can be good neighbors.
We aren't quite neighbors yet, you know. My property up the river is separated from yours by the old Morley place, the boat landing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know what I should want with that old Morley place. It's worthless, but I've just got a hankering to have a boat landing.
And Mr. Cresswell, how does this involve me?
Well, I'll tell you my thought. If Morley knows I'm after his place, I figured he might set the two of us bidding against each other in order to get his price up higher. And since we're both sensible men, Colonel, I thought that, we might settle on a price and agree not to bid against each other.
Oh?
That way I can get the property from Morley at a rock-bottom figure. A man's got to watch his money these days, what with the taxes as high as they are. Seems to me the government takes everything. Man can't call his life his own.
Oh, Patsy.
Yes, Daddy George?
Patsy, this is Mr. Cresswell and his son, Tom.
How do you do, man?
How do you do, Long Living?
Would you ask Biddy to serve us tea out here in the veranda, please?
I'll be glad to.
And perhaps young Tom would like to look around Mount Vernon. Why don't you show him about the place, Patsy, while his father and I are talking business?
Would you like to see some of the plantation, Mr. Cresswell?
Oh, indeed I would. Is it all right, Father?
Yes, of course, Tom, but come back and join us for tea. Now, Colonel, I can't see where you should have any objection to such a plan.
Did you arrive by carriage, Mr. Cresswell?
Oh, no, we rode in by horseback. Father loves to ride, so do I.
Then I'll have to show you our stables, if we have time. Daddy George is very proud of our breed of horses.
Well, I'd like to see them, Miss Washington.
Oh, that's not my name. I'm Patsy Custis.
Custis?
Custis. It's rather an odd name, isn't it? You see, Mother was married before.
Oh, then Colonel Washington's your stepfather.
Oh, but never the cruel kind like in the fairy tales. Daddy George has always been like a real father. But Mother doesn't want us to forget that we had a real father once, so we call him Daddy George. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Cresswell. Oh, Biddy, will you serve tea on the veranda now? They're waiting. Forgive me for prattling so. Now I'll show you through the house. It isn't just terribly big. Not nearly so big as the house we used to have.
Isn't Colonel Washington rich?
Well, he's rich, but, not as rich as Mother. We call this the game room. This is where Daddy George plays billiards and cards, especially on rainy days.
Oh, do you play cards at your house? My father says it's wicked.
Oh, we don't think so. You see that big fish mounted on the wall? Daddy George caught that 2 summers ago in Chesapeake Bay.
You know, you really must have a happy life here, Patsy.
Why, yes, I suppose we do.
Don't you have a happy life, Tom?
Well, I guess I should be happy. I can have anything I want. My father has at least a dozen farms and plantations. He buys property and then he sells it. I'm going into the business with him next year. It'll be Cresswell and Son.
Oh, won't you be proud?
No. No, I don't like it. I don't like my father's business.
What does your mother say?
Oh, she's been dead for 10 years. You know, I don't know what I want to do. A friend of mine works in a printing shop. I think I'd like that, but I'm not sure.
Tom, would you like to talk things over sometime?
Well, I haven't anyone to talk with except my father. And he's so stiff, it's like talking with a fence post.
You could talk things over with me.
Could I, Patsy? Could I come and see you sometimes?
Oh, anytime. I'd love to see you again.
Will you teach me to play cards? It isn't really wicked, is it?
Oh, of course not. Oh, there's Biddy with the tea. We better go back on the veranda.
That's not all I have to say to you, sir. I consider your conduct in this matter
Oh, they're
extremely
arguing.
unethical. A moment, Mr. Cresswell. Unbusinesslike and unethical, Colonel Washington. I will be roasted in the fires below before I'll have any more dealings with you.
Unless you can hold your tongue and your temper, sir, I shall have to ask you to leave.
I'll hold neither, but I'll be thankful to leave your house. And I tell you, Washington, there'll be a time when you'll be sorry for this. Come, Thomas, we're leaving.
Yes, Father.
But what about tea?
We'll drink our own tea, thank you.
Good day to you, sir.
What's the matter, Father? What happened?
I came to him fair and above board to make a deal about buying that boat landing from old Morley. And he'd already bought it for himself.
Well, what do you care about an old boat landing?
Care that tobacco barges start coming down the river this spring, and whoever has that boat landing can make himself a tidy little fortune.
It seems to me like Colonel Washington just outsmarted you.
I don't need any lessons from you on how to run my business. Washington. Promise you're never to go near that house, understand? Have nothing to do with him.
But, Father...
George Washington is a thief and a scoundrel. I'll settle things with Colonel Washington.
Thanks for the ride, Hope. How come you're driving into town tonight?
There's a meeting of the Sons of Freedom. Why don't you come with me?
Oh, my father doesn't approve of such things. He's very loyal to the king.
I'm loyal. Really I am, Tom. But if you asked whether I was an Englishman or an American, I'd have to say I was an American. And when the king's ministers treat us like dirt, I think we ought to do something about it.
Oh, there's somebody in a hurry.
Hey! Why, you almost pushed us off the road.
Well, it's the next turn up ahead.
I know the way. Get up, boy.
You know, I don't understand all this talk about trouble with the king.
It all depends on how you look at it, Tom. You're well off, but a little farmer over in New Jersey with a 5-acre garden patch isn't so lucky. He can't even elect a man to the parliament that votes the taxes on him.
It doesn't seem fair.
Of course it's not fair. Whoa, boy. Whoa. Well, here's Mount Vernon. You want a lantern?
No, I can find my way up the path in the moonlight. Don't let my father know I came here. He doesn't like the Washingtons.
I won't tell anybody.
Hope.
Yeah?
Do you think there might be fighting in the colonies?
Who knows?
Well, my father says that the continent...
Cresswell, you know, well, you want to know what's wrong with you? You've been wearing your father's suspenders too long. It's time you learn to keep your pants up by yourself. Get up, boy. Get up.
Good night, Hope.
Who's that?
Huh?
Why, it's Tom Cresswell, isn't it? Yes, of course.
Oh, Colonel Washington.
Yeah, surprised to see a Cresswell at Mount Vernon. Did your father send you over to buy another boat landing?
Well, my father doesn't know I'm here. I came to see Patsy, if you don't mind, sir.
You're welcome any time, Tom. I'll walk up to the house with you. I dare say Patsy's watching for you out the window. Did she know you were coming?
Well, we made plans in a way.
Oh, how long has this been going on?
Oh, several months, sir. Ever since that afternoon my father was so rude to you. I'm very fond of Patsy.
So am I. Young love. I'd almost forgotten what it's like. I feel like Methuselah, Tom, with 1,000 years of thoughts in my head. I can't think indoors, you know. I have to get outside to think. Well, there's a moon in the ceiling.
Is something worrying you, sir?
Same thing that's worrying everyone else, I suppose. Isn't your father concerned about the trouble up in Boston?
Oh, he says the Boston people should look after themselves.
Oh? And if your father's foot were run over by a coach and four, would he expect the foot to look after its own hurt, eh?
Oh, I don't know, sir.
Is that you, Daddy George? There's a man waiting here to see you, and he says it's terribly important.
I'll be right in. Who is it, Patsy?
Good evening, Washington.
Cresswell.
Father.
Well, what are you doing here, Thomas?
Well, you see, sir,
We'll have time to explain later. Colonel, have you heard?
No.
It's happened. I just got news by courier from Philadelphia. It'll be all over the countryside by sunrise.
Bloodshed?
A pitched battle at Lexington between the British regulars and the Massachusetts rabble.
Who fired first?
The regulars, they say, but with a good cause.
Now we're in for the full of it.
Washington, I'll tell you why I've come here. We've had our differences, but I respect you, Colonel. And this is a crisis. The men of influence in these colonies must stay together. We must stop this thing. It's revolution.
Yes, revolution.
Must be stamped out. Treasonous. A crime against the throne. Outrageous flaunting of the forces of justice.
Justice, Mr. Cresswell? We've had precious little justice from George III.
We must use all of our influence, Colonel, to stop this spread of the revolution. It will be the ruin of us all.
No, Mr. Cresswell, no. Our ruin lies in being a cockboat to the British man of war. Our destiny lies in freedom.
You're out of your mind, Washington.
Am I? Look over your shoulder, sir.
Huh?
What's in back of you? 3,000 miles of the richest country on earth. And it's never going to grow from being whipped and bled by a stupid German king.
You would support the revolution?
Yes.
You'll be hanged?
Then I'll be hanged. But I'll be in good company, sir. Better company than you'll be in. I've dreaded this and feared it. But now it's happened. I can see it was inevitable.
Nothing was ever gained by fighting.
Nothing was ever gained by letting yourself be kicked either. There's a certain basic dignity that's worth fighting for. Patsy,
Yes, Father?
get my carpet bag down from the garret. I'm going to Williamsburg.
Tonight?
Have to raise the House of Burgesses. Get them to send some relief to Boston. And Patsy, tell Stephen to saddle the mare.
Yes, Father.
Colonel, I am sorry for you.
Mr. Cresswell, I'm sorry for you.
Come, Thomas.
Good night, Father.
Good night.
I'm not going home with you.
You're what?
Colonel Washington, if I can be of any help or service, I pray you, sir, let me go with you.
You're a good lad, Tom. I'll be proud to have you with me. We'll need every man we can get, for God only knows what lies ahead of us.
We bring you the second act of Ethel Barrymore's favorite story, The Young Years. William Johnstone is Washington, and Jimmy Lydon is Tom. And our old friend Bill Conrad is the Tory Cresswell. Now, try to forget the history books and think of these people as they really lived, of these events as they really happened. After Lexington and Concord, there was no turning back. The 13 American colonies, total population less than 3 million, had pitted themselves against the greatest military and naval power in the 18th century world. 13 puny, disorganized colonies against the might of the whole British Empire. The Continental Congress made Colonel Washington a general, not because anybody wanted him particularly, but as a political trade to get Virginia to support the revolution. The beginning of his campaign was brilliant. He frightened Lord Howe out of Boston, made the famous surprise attack on Trenton by crossing the Delaware Christmas night. But then things began to go badly. New York fell to the British, so did Philadelphia. And after a stinging defeat at Brandywine, General Washington pulled the pieces of his little army across the border into Pennsylvania.
Tom?
Yes, General?
What do you think of this place?
Well, sir, it seems to be a good spot for an encampment. The rear is protected by the hills. The river water's good.
Till the river freezes.
We can always thaw the ice.
If we have firewood. All we can do is pray for a milder winter. And pray that our good friends in the Continental Congress will trouble themselves to give us a little help.
The men have been grumbling, sir. I don't suppose you hear these things, but they've been complaining about not being paid.
22 cents a day. That's what we promised these poor beggars for risking their lives to make a republic. And Congress won't even pay that, except in paper money that isn't worth the ink it's written with.
Well, a good many of the soldiers are deserting, General, going back to their homes.
It's a miracle to me they don't all desert. Why don't you go home, Tom? Call the whole blame thing a bad job and go home.
Well, I believe in the cause, sir, and I'm loyal to you. Besides, I don't have a home to go to.
Your father still holds a grudge?
I'm afraid it's more than that. He's disowned me. He says he doesn't have a son.
No. You disowned him, Tom, and he deserved it.
General Washington, I don't want to go home to my father. But if we're going to be encamped here at Valley Forge all winter, could you give me a few days' leave to visit Patsy?
Tom, there isn't a man, Jack, in this army that doesn't want to see his sweetheart or his mother or his wife. But if I gave him leave, how many do you think would bother to come back? No, I can't let them go. And I can't show favoritism to you, Tom.
Well, is it so terribly important that we stay together through this winter? There won't be any fighting till spring.
We must have a rallying point, son. Even if only a handful of us stay together, we'll have the beginnings of an army in the spring. Otherwise, there'll be no ranks for the summer soldiers to come back to.
I understand, sir.
It's like a carriage going through the mire, Tom. As long as we can keep the wheels turning, it's all right. But once we stop, we're stuck for good.
General, there's something else I feel you should know. I suppose it's not right for a son to tell tales about his father, but, well, this has to do with all of us and the Republic.
I know your father's pulling against us.
Well, that's not all, sir. He's left Philadelphia and his British friends. He's pretending to be sympathetic to our cause, but, well, he's using all his influence and his money, sir, to get members of the Congress to turn against you.
Tom.
I know my father's to blame in part, at least, for the way they've ignored all your requests for money and supplies.
Are you sure this is true?
I'm positive, sir.
I can understand the man hating me, but when his hate is wrecking an army and a nation, it must be stopped. Tom, I'm going to see your father. Mr. Cresswell.
Yes, what is it? Well, Colonel Washington. No, I beg your pardon. It's General Washington now, isn't it? General of the Ragamuffins.
Mr. Cresswell, it is because my men are in tatters, without shoes in the cold, their very feet bleeding, that I came to you. We need help.
I do not happen to be a member of the Continental Congress. I will not be so modest, however, as to indicate that I do not have strong influence on quite a few of the members of that body. Some of them are men with sense. They see, as I do, the complete hopelessness of your so-called revolution, and they are working, as I am, to restore sanity to these colonies.
They are not colonies, Mr. Cresswell. We have declared our independence quite openly. Or hadn't you heard?
They will be colonies soon again, Washington. Why don't you call this whole thing off?
Oh, where does the patriot become a traitor and the traitor become a patriot? I wish I knew.
I don't take sides, either side. You know how I stand. I came to you in the early days of this. I told you what I thought.
Men can fight and die and freeze to death because one man like you sits on a fence. Help us and we can win. Fight us in this way and we have nothing to fight with.
Why fight? You and your army of farmers and tinkers have already lost us New York and Philadelphia. Do you want all of us to lose our homes and our necks? No, Mr. General, I intend to use my money and my influence to put a stop to this crazy stalemate, to stop all of your madmen.
Thank you, Mr. Cresswell. I'm sure someday you will be applauded for your courage and vision. Good day to you.
Oh, Washington. One thing. How is Tom?
Why would you want to know that, sir? He's one of those revolutionary madmen. the matter with you, Tom? What's happened to you?
It was the bad snowstorm, General Washington. Last week while you were away, I loaned my boots to a boy who was walking sentry barefoot. And he ran off.
Don't worry, don't talk, son. Just rest.
Did you see my father?
Yes.
And he's going to help us now?
I wish I could say yes to that too, son.
But he must help us, sir. Does he know? Does he realize what we're going through here at Valley Forge?
Tom, we're going to make him realize.
General, I insist on seeing my son.
Mr. Cresswell, you will insist on nothing. I am in command here.
This was a pretext. My son is not ill, and you've dragged me to this God-forsaken Pennsylvania town in dead of winter on a pretext.
If it's any satisfaction to you, sir, your son may be dying.
What? Dying?
We don't know. There aren't enough doctors in this Continental Army to care for 1/10 of the men who are sick, thanks to the cheapness of you and your friends in the Congress. We haven't had money enough, or food enough, or clothing enough, or medicine enough, or anything enough.
Don't blame me, sir. This is your fault. You took Tom away from his home and his father.
Children are not chattel, Mr. Cresswell. They reach an age. They make their own decisions. The young years are over for your son. He's a man now. And he's suffered more than a man ought to suffer.
Let me see him, sir.
In here.
Tom? Tom? Tom, boy, are you all right? I've come to get you, boy. Come to take you home.
Take me home?
No more of this ragged cold, boy. No more. I'm sorry what they've done to you, but I'm taking you out of this.
No. I won't go.
What?
They need us. Every man. Rallying point.
A rallying point? For what? Tom. Sir, get a doctor.
What doctors there are have duties with men who are in worse pain than your son, sir.
General Washington, sir, I've been trying to do what I believed was right as I saw it. I admit it. I tried to starve you out of here. I've used pressure and influence. I've done everything possible to make your army fall apart so we could stop this useless war and get back to normal. Back to normal living again.
How could you have the egotism, Mr. Cresswell, to set yourself up as almighty judge, to determine whether this American Revolution should succeed or be starved to death?
I'm no different from you in that respect, sir. You've made yourself the almighty champion of this fruitless cause.
No, the cause of freedom is a great deal bigger than we are, Mr. Cresswell. And even though you kill your son by negligence and 10,000 other men's sons, because it would be pleasant to get back to normal, even so, this dream of freedom is going to be realized.
Son, are you all right?
Please, go away. I don't want to see you.
Tom, it's not too late, Mr. Cresswell. Your boy's going to be all right. The doctors say he's past the crisis. If he were in great danger, sir, believe me, I'd have every medical man on my staff in attendance, few as they may be.
If Tom believes so hard.
He does. And a few thousand other men, ragged and discouraged, are sticking it out here in Valley Forge because they believe just as hard as Tom does. You can't sell short a faith like that. You may set us back, Mr. Cresswell, but you can't make us give up this American independence.
What do you want me to do, sir?
Get us some help here. Use that precious influence of yours to persuade the Congress to vote enough taxes to support an army.
I'll do what I can, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Patsy?
You'll see Patsy again. With good luck and good help, it may all be over soon. Tom?
Yes, General.
Tom, your father. Your father's going to help us.
I'm going to help raise money, Tom.
That's good. You're going to be well again, Tom. And we'll have some peace for a change. They say the young years are the hardest. The borning, that's the difficult thing. But when the borning is over, then comes the living. And I think the living is going to be good in this new country of ours.
I believe it was Samuel Adams who said during the early days of the Revolution, "This freedom will seem an easy thing someday when no one dies to attain it." It is interesting to see how torn and divided the colonies were during those trying days of the 1770s and 80s. For the United States arose from fires of dissension and conflict, fires which perhaps tempered the new nation for its future strength and greatness. We hope that Ethel Barrymore's favorite story, The Young Years, has given you a vivid picture of the beginnings of the United States and a clearer view of the man who was its first president. Next week, we invite you to hear an adventure in a world of rare loveliness and quiet sunlight, one of the most touching in all literature, W.H. Hudson's Green Mansions. Miss Dinah Shaw has named it her favorite, and we think you will hear a story glowing with a beauty that makes it almost poetry. Next week at Favorite Story Time, when we bring you Green Mansions, we hope you'll be listening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. The man named Anton Chekhov was a great playwright. The Russian Shakespeare, they called him, and a master of the short story. He was a gentle soul with an unusual understanding of the heart of man. And in this week's favorite story, you'll find he proves himself a great searcher after truth. Charles Boyer selected Chekhov's The Bet as his favorite. Claude Sweeten has added the unusual instrument called the theremin to his orchestra, and John Beale and William Conrad are our leading players. Here's Act One of The Bet. Yellow square of light in the corner of the garden. It is the window of a gardener's cottage, woven across with vines which show black against the square of light like veins in the hand of an old woman. There is no moon. The garden looks like a jungle in the starlight. It wasn't always so, for there was a time when this estate had gardeners to care for these grounds. But there are no gardeners now. So the vines and plants and shrubs have overgrown each other and covered the little cottage, all four walls. Even the door is laced across with intertwining vines. Yet there is a light inside. There is a candle burning inside that garden cottage. And there must be someone there who lit the candle. We can't see him. The window is too high up on the wall of the hut. But he is there. No one has seen him for 15 years. But he is there. Tonight, the owner of this estate, the man named Stakovich, will call on that man in the cottage to kill him. 15 years ago tonight, it was different. There was laughter in this house.
That is a very amusing point of view, Sergei.
I don't think it's an amusing subject.
Well, our young lawyer speaks.
Tell us, Semyon, why is it not an amusing subject?
To take a man's life, that's murder.
Well, for the individual to do such a thing, yes, for the individual private citizen. But for the state to take a man's life, that is another matter. Now, are you going to try to tell us that when a criminal is convicted in a fair trial by a court of justice and is ordered to be hung by the Tsar's executioners, that is murder?
The state is not God, Stakovich. It has no right to take away something that it can't give back. And for that reason, I insist that it's wrong for the state to take away a man's life.
So, my friend, you would allow murderers to wander in the streets unmolested?
There are prisons.
True, but is not the prison a means of taking away life? The result is the same. Execution kills instantly, imprisonment kills by degrees. Now, who is the more humane executioner? One who kills you in a few seconds, or one who draws the life out of you incessantly for years?
Well, then they're both wrong. But if I were offered my choice between capital punishment and life imprisonment, I would certainly choose the prison. For it's better to live somehow than not to live at all.
Is life so priceless? 1,000 men take their own lives every day.
Well, then they're fools.
Perhaps not. You see, Semyon, I am a very wealthy man. If you were to ask me how many millions I am worth, I could not tell you. Everything which has meaning in my life has been purchased by these millions. My houses, my wardrobe, my carriages, my stables, the good food and drink you've enjoyed with me tonight. Now, take away my fortune, and I would as soon you took away my life as well.
I'm sorry for you.
Your empty talk about life in a prison. Now tell me, can you imagine what it's like? The dismal, dreary days, the nights without end, the gray walls blending into the gray earth and the gray sky. You would prefer such a life to the repose of the grave?
You speak as one who has seen the inside of a prison.
And you speak as one who has neither manners nor common sense.
Sorry.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I will bet 2 million rubles that you could not endure even 5 years in a prison cell.
Are you serious?
Perfectly.
If you mean this, seriously, I'll bet that I can stay in the confinement of a prison, not 5 years, but 15.
15?
Yes.
Done. I stake 2 millions, you stake your freedom.
Stakovich, this is absurd. This is insanity.
It's agreed. You stake 2 million rubles, I my freedom. If I remain confined in one room, a cell...
Completely alone, no one to see, no one to talk with.
In solitary confinement, then for 15 years... You will pay me 2 millions, is that correct?
That's correct.
The most ridiculous bet I ever heard.
We're both gentlemen of honor. There's no need to put this in writing.
Sergei is our witness.
I want no part of this matter.
All right, now, here is how we do it. There is a brick hut at the foot of my garden, a one-room cottage where we keep some of the gardening tools. Now, this will be your prison.
Agreed.
You will be under strict observation. The door will not be locked. But if you so much as set 1 foot past the threshold, you shall have lost the bet.
Gentlemen, you cannot mean to go through with this.
Wait, I must have books, pen and ink, writing paper.
All right. You may write letters, but you may not receive any in reply. No letters, no newspapers. You are not to see any living people. You are not to hear a human voice.
The terms are not so harsh in a prison.
However, he may have any books he wishes, whatever food he likes, a musical instrument, perhaps.
A piano. I should like a piano.
Granted.
But if I can speak with no one, how shall I make my wishes known?
Yes, I believe there is one window in the hut, yes, high up on the garden side. Now, you will write a note with your requests, leave it on the windowsill. The books you want, the food you wish, these will be left for you by my servants on the same windowsill.
When shall this begin?
Whenever you say.
As soon as possible. Midnight tomorrow night, the 19th of May. And at midnight on the 19th of May, 15 years hence, you will pay me 2 million rubles.
If you remain in confinement, which of course you will not.
Gentlemen, come to your senses. This is a joke, my friends. Let it pass as such.
No. I have made an agreement. I intend to abide by it.
No, seriously, Semyon, Sergei is right. This is foolishness. 2 million is nothing to me, but you stand to lose 3 or 4 years of your life. Now, I say 3 or 4 because you'll never stick it out any longer. And don't forget, young fellow, that voluntary imprisonment is much harder to endure than forced imprisonment. You will be your own jailer. A simple, muscular movement, a few footsteps, and you can be as free as any other man. Now, are you foolish enough to think that you could keep this bargain, even for 2 million rubles?
I shall be at the gardener's cottage 10 minutes before midnight tomorrow, according to the terms of the bet.
Why did I make this bet? What is the good? My young friend loses 15 years of his life, and I throw away 2 millions. For what? Will it convince people that the gallows are any worse or better than imprisonment? No. No, it's all foolishness. On my part, it was the cruel joke of a well-fed man. On the part of my young friend, well, greed, I suppose. Greed for 2 million rubles.
Why did I make this bet? Well, the answer's simple. Is there anything a man in my position would not do for 2 million rubles? But no, it's not the money alone. It's not the promise of wealth and complete independence when I'm free again. It was a challenge that was beyond my power to refuse. Something enormous, something irresistible forced me to accept this bet. The time, Sergei?
3 minutes until midnight.
3 minutes to live, Semyon. To see stars overhead, to smell the wind fresh off the meadow. 3 minutes and you go to your death. A slow, tortuous death in life. That little hut is going to be your grave, my young friend. But an open grave that you can leave any time and rejoin the living. You think you will refuse? You think you have the faintest chance of winning this bet?
The time. 2 minutes before midnight.
Semyon, consider, I am not pleading with you because I wish to save paying you 2 millions. That is only 2 grains in the sands of my fortune. But I cannot bear to be the instrument of this useless gesture. Semyon, how old are you? 30? 28? Or 29, more likely. 15 years from tonight, when you come out through that door, you will be past 40. And you will look... How do you think you will look, my friend?
1 minute?
Less than that.
Wait. Semyon, I cannot let you do this thing. You are young and foolish, but you are my friend. If it's money you need, I will give you 20,000 rubles. 20,000, and we will forget this foolish bet, huh? 30,000. 30,000 if you will not go through that door. I cannot have it on my conscience. 30,000. 40. 50,000 rubles. When the door closes behind him, and he looks at the 4 walls which will close him in, day and night, night and day, for 15 years, what does a man think about when the door closes behind him?
We're ready for Act 2 of Charles Boyer's favorite story, The Bet, by Anton Chekhov. Dramatized and directed by Jerome Lawrence and Robert E. Lee, and starring John Beale and William Conrad. What does a man think about when a prison door closes behind him? When he sees the four walls which will be the boundary of his world for 15 years, what does he think? Ivanov heard the door close, the latch snap, and then he felt nothing but numbness. He had sentenced himself. He had undertaken this fearful confinement as a bet. If he could last out 15 years, it would bring him 2 million rubles. 2 million rubles. What is 2 million rubles? He blew out his candle and felt his way along the brick wall to his bed. Fully clothed, he lay down and immediately fell asleep.
I awoke with a start. Daylight. I didn't know where I was. And then I remembered and began to take stock of my surroundings. A straw-filled mattress, a chair, a table, a bucket of water, and a piano. What pity I'd never had time to learn to play. I could study now. Now I would have time to learn. I would send for a manual of the piano. I would teach myself. I placed a note high up on the window ledge and waited. Shortly it was drawn out of my sight by an unseen hand. And in due time, some food and a book appeared on a tray there on my windowsill. And I ate, and then began practicing the chords and scales in the piano manual. And then I was terrified. The square of sunlight from my window had scarcely moved. With all that had happened, my note, the breakfast, my clumsy fingering of the piano, less than an hour had passed. Since I awoke, that patch of sunlight had moved less than 6 inches. That morning was the longest morning of my life.
And what do you hear from your guest at the bottom of the garden, Stakovich? Does he seem contented?
Here, read his notes.
Ah, my dear jailer, please send me coffee and gruel and a manual for the study of the pianoforte.
That was his first note 2 weeks ago.
You complied?
At once. Read some more.
My dear jailer, make me laugh. Send me a book which will make me laugh. How pitiful.
Yes. Read this. He sent it an hour ago.
I beg of you, dear jailer, when the servant brings my coffee tomorrow, let him say good morning. I must hear the sound of a human voice. Well, Stakovich, what will you do?
The prisoner will be served in silence. Those were the terms of the bet.
You who just put the tray in my window. Say something. Speak to me. Say, here is your breakfast, Semyon Ivanov. Or just say, God be with you. Is that too much to ask? Curse me then. Only let me hear the sound of a human voice. I can hear a human voice. I can hear all the human voices I like. I have only to go to the door, touch the latch, step outside, and I'm as free as other men. I will. My fingers reached the latch, but I did not go out the door. Something stopped me. I went back to my piano. Hour after hour, for days and months on end, I sat at my piano keyboard until I knew I was master of the instrument. I sent for books till they were stacked to the ceiling of my cell. The great writing of all time. The philosophers. Aristotle, Socrates, Confucius. In the second year, I read 600 volumes. In the third year, I approached the realm of the natural sciences. Chemistry, biology, astronomy. I set about the study of languages. Latin, Greek, French, German, even Sanskrit, and Aramaic, and early Egyptian. These studies occupied 7 years of my confinement, so that no season which passed seemed half so long as that first morning in the gardener's cottage.
Oh, Sergei, I'm very glad to see you.
I came as quickly as I could, I will. What is wrong?
At a time such as this, a man needs someone to talk with. My friend, since sunrise this morning, I have lost 50 million rubles.
50 million rubles? How did it happen?
How? Small loss. I try to recover it with a larger investment. I lose again, double the stakes, and so on.
Did you lose?
Everything? No. No, Sergei, I have a few millions remaining.
What about the bet?
I can't afford to lose it now. I can only hope that my visitor at the foot of the garden will choose to escape before the 15th year. Either to escape or to die.
These events were not known to me, only guessed at. My books came in cheaper bindings. The food was plain now. I could see the vines growing wild across my little square of sky. I became terribly depressed. My 10th year in that prison cell was a nightmare. My mind refused to grasp. My eyes refused to read. My tongue to taste. And my legs ached to walk a long distance. And then one day, I found on my windowsill a book I hadn't requested. The Holy Bible.
For 2 years, he has read nothing else.
You still supply whatever he asks for?
I place everything on his windowsill myself.
What of your servants?
I no longer keep any servants, Sergei. Things have gone very badly with me on the exchange. Still more losses.
And if you lose the bet?
I'm still a gentleman, a man of honor. I've given my word, and I shall keep it. By selling all my property, even my clothing, I shall be able to raise 2 million rubles. There is the square of yellow light, crisscrossed with vines, like veins in the hand of an old woman. An hour from now it will be midnight, and he will have won the bet. An hour from now he will have 2 million rubles, and I will have the coat on my back. That is all. There is nothing left. The man must die. Semyon. Gone. He's gone.
No, my friend. I'm here at the piano. Put away your gun. It's not yet midnight. You haven't lost the bet. Not yet.
Semyon, I must tell you, I do not intend to lose it.
There is something I must say to you before this business is concluded. What music is appropriate? What shall I play? The Danse Macabre? In a few moments, Unless you choose to put a bullet through my head, I shall be a millionaire twice over, and a free man after 15 years in a solitary cell. These 15 years, I have studied earthly life. In your books, I have spanned continents, sung songs, hunted deer in the forests. Through the magic of your poets, beautiful women, like clouds, ethereal, have whispered wonderful tales to me that made my head spin. I have climbed to the summit of Mont Blanc and seen the sun rise, and watched it turn the rim of the ocean red at twilight. I saw from there how lightning cleaved the clouds. I saw green forests, fields, rivers, lakes, cities. In your books, I cast myself into the emptiness of space, worked miracles, preached new religions, all inside this prison cell. The sum total of human thought is compressed into a little lump in my skull, and I despise your way of life. Everything in your existence is void, frail, a mirage. You have taken falsehood for truth, ugliness for beauty. As I read your books, I am appalled at how you could have traded heaven for earth. And to show you my contempt for what you live by, I hereby give up my claim to the 2 million rubles. What? I give up this fortune, which I once considered paradise, by leaving this cell at 5 minutes before midnight. Isn't that the time now? Yes, 5 minutes before midnight. Then I shall wish you good night, my dear Jane. And may God be with you.
I brushed by him on the path.
Yes.
But it is not yet midnight. You are saved. You're still a rich man. Laugh, my friend. You've won the bet.
I'm not sure, Sergei, whether I've won or lost.
Perhaps you have the answer. Did the man named Stakovich win or lose? At any rate, the bet is a great story. Our thanks to John Beale and William Conrad for their performances, to Claude Sweeten and Dr. Samuel Hoffman, who supplied the unusual music, and to Charles Boyer, who chose Chekhov's moving yarn as his favorite story. Next week, we're presenting an old American favorite, probably the most popular one-act play ever written, The Valiant. You've probably played in it yourself at high school or college. And it's the particular selection of one of America's favorite personalities, Bob Hope. We have an unusual cast in this moving story of a condemned man. We hope you'll be listening.
When we think of Howard Hughes and other pioneers who have flown around the globe in a matter of hours, 80 days seems a very long time in which to make the same journey, especially if we are doing it to break a record, for a wager. Yet the flying ace of 2 world wars has told us that this week's story is his favorite story. I refer, of course, to Mr. Eddie Rickenbacker, and the story is Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne. Before we start, I ask you to bear in mind the period of our adventure. Those leisurely mid-Victorian days of 75 years ago, when to travel far afield, say to China or the South Seas, was in itself a considerable undertaking. But the journey of our friend, Mr. Phileas Fogg, whom I shall be representing in just a few moments, is a fast and exciting narrative. And I believe our condensed version may persuade many to read, or perhaps read again, this famous old tale. Oh, Sweeten, strike up the band and let's go. Around the world in 80 days. Your name, my good fellow?
Passepartout.
French, no doubt.
French, Mr. Fogg.
You are applying to go into service as my valet, huh?
If you please, sir.
Now, tell me, Passepartout, what are your qualifications as a gentleman's gentleman?
I have been a circus rider, a professor of gymnastics, a traveling troubadour, and a sergeant fireman in Paris. However, I have long desired a more peaceful and tranquil life.
And why do you seek this position with me?
I have heard that Mr. Phileas Fogg was the most exact and settled gentleman in the United Kingdom.
Exact, eh? All right, let's see. Passepartout, what time is it?
My watch says 22 minutes after 11.
Yes, it's a bad start. You are 3 minutes and 18 seconds slow.
Oh, mon Dieu.
No matter. I want you to understand that I arise at precisely 8 in the morning, Greenwich Mean Time. Tea and toast at 23 minutes past 9. At 11:30, I leave for the Reformed Club. Is this clear?
Quite clear, Mr. Fogg.
My previous valet was required to leave my service because he brought my shaving water at 84 degrees. Fahrenheit, of course. Instead of 86. I trust you will not be so careless as to make a similar error.
Mr. Fogg, this is just what I have always wanted. A domestic, methodical existence. Regularity. Oh, I am sure we shall get on together, Mr. Fogg.
That is how I hired Passepartout as my valet. On the morning of October the 2nd, Anno Domini 1872, I shut the door to my house on Savile Row, placed my right foot ahead of my left foot 575 times, my left foot ahead of my right 576 times, bringing me to the Reform Club at my usual hour. I had my usual cup of tea, sat down in my usual chair to read the London Times, as usual.
Well, Mr. Fogg, what do you make of the robbery?
Which robbery?
Why, the chap who strolled into the Bank of England yesterday and walked off with a package of banknotes to the value of £55,000.
Do you think they'll ever catch the robber, Phileas? Oh, the Times publishes a description of him. Let's see. Here we are. I quote, the thief who stole the £55,000 was well-dressed, medium build, and appeared to be a well-to-do English gentleman.
That description could as well apply to any one of us as to the robber.
Then perhaps one of us stole the money.
Oh, really, Phileas?
Well, who knows? Well, gentlemen, it's time for our usual game of whist. Shall I deal?
Pray do. Tell me now, where could a robber escape? What country would be safe for him?
Oh, the world is big enough. Was once. Will you cut the cards?
What do you mean it was once? Has the world grown smaller?
Certainly.
Oh, absurd.
I agree with Mr. Fogg. Why, one can circle the world 10 times more quickly than 100 years ago.
Oh, does that make the world smaller? Because you can go around it in 3.5 months, 100 days?
80 days.
What?
In 80 days, according to my careful computations, a man can circumnavigate the world. I bid 2 hearts.
But that doesn't take into account bad weather, contrary winds, shipwrecks, railway accidents, and so on.
All included.
I'd like to see you do it.
I should like nothing better. I will bet against anyone who wishes that I will make a tour of the world in exactly 80 days. I will wager £20,000.
Oh, I say £20,000, which you would lose by a single unforeseen delay.
The unforeseen does not exist. Your deal, sir.
But to make such a record, you must jump mathematically from trains upon steamers and from steamers to trains.
I will jump mathematically.
Oh, you're joking.
An Englishman, especially a Fogg, never jokes about so serious a thing as a wager. Gentlemen, I am willing to gamble £20,000 that I can circle the globe in 80 days. Do you accept?
Yes. Among all the members of the Reform Club, we'll match you. Shilling for shilling. We accept.
Good. The boat train leaves for Dover at 9:15. I shall be aboard.
This very evening?
This very evening. As today is Wednesday, the 2nd of October, I shall be due in London in this very room of the Reform Club on Saturday, the 21st of December at 9:15 p.m. You may expect me to join you at that time to make a fourth at whist. Please have the cards ready. If I fail to arrive, the £20,000 shall belong to you. Now, 2 hearts was my bid. Be so good as to play, gentlemen. Passepartout.
Mr. Fogg, you are home early.
Yes, pack a carpet bag. We are going around the world.
Certainly, sir. A carpet bag. We are... What? Going around the world?
In 80 days, on a wager of £20,000. We leave for France in 10 minutes.
And I thought at last I had found a peaceful, methodical life.
Hurry, Passepartout.
I am coming, Mr. Fogg. I am coming.
Gangplank there.
Huh? Are you addressing me?
Yes, the fellow who went aboard ship just ahead of you. Who is he?
He is my employer, Mr. Phileas Fogg.
Oh, I'd like to have a few words with him.
Oh, that will be impossible. We are in a great hurry to be off on a long journey to the Suez and India.
For what purpose, may I ask?
I cannot say. It is a very risky matter and involves a great deal of money.
Aha. Operator, I want to send an urgent telegram. To Rowan, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. Am following an English gentleman named Phileas Fogg, who departs from England tonight in a great hurry. Fogg answers the description perfectly. Am certain he is the bank robber. I will stay on his trail. Send warrant of arrest to Suez without delay. Signed, Fix, Detective. If there was anything amiss at the outset of our trip, I didn't know of it. Passepartout and I crossed the Channel to Paris, sped by rail to the coast of Italy, and there boarded the steamer Mongolia for Suez. The voyage across the Mediterranean proceeded exactly according to schedule, and I arrived with my valet at the entrance of the canal on Friday, October the 9th at 11 a.m., 158 and a half hours after leaving London. We had no time to waste sightseeing. The wonders of Egypt, with her age-old pyramids, and her mute and sleepless sphinx crouching in their shadow, all this was lost to us. We saw only the sea-washed deck of our steamer and the grimy windows of railroad trains. We noticed one thing which surprised us, however. I say, Passepartout.
Yes, Mr. Fogg?
Do you see that fellow standing by the door of the steamship office? Doesn't he look familiar to you?
What? Why, yes, Mr. Fogg. That is the same man who spoke to me on the gangplank of the boat train.
In England?
Yes.
Oh. Then how did he get here?
You're not the only person who can cross Europe to Africa in 6 days, Mr. Phileas Fogg.
Oh, how do you know my name?
I expected to have a message for you here in Suez, Mr. Fogg. But there seems to have been some delay in the cable connection.
A message for me?
Pray do not be concerned about it, sir. I promise to deliver it later.
I must say I was somewhat annoyed by the man's sinister behavior. However, Passepartout and I had little time to worry about this stranger. There was £20,000 to be won, and the vast continent of Asia to be crossed. So my faithful valet and I set out to accomplish in half a month the journey which had taken Marco Polo half a lifetime. before I knew it, we were in India, and comfortably seated in a train of the Great India Peninsula Railway. But as our train wound through the foothills of Pune, across the Khandish, and into the cavernous defiles of the Satpur Mountains, I found myself wondering what incidents might possibly occur to delay us, and how I should cope with them. Presently, my worst imaginings came true.
Mr. Fogg, what is happening?
Oh, we shall find out at once. Conductor, why has the train stopped here?
Because this is the end of the line.
You are leaving us here in this dismal jungle?
Tracks go no further, sir.
The London papers announced that the railway was completed all the way across India.
The London papers were wrong. There's a stretch of 50 miles from here to Allahabad where the railroad resumes again.
Mr. Fogg, we have lost.
Oh, no. This was foreseen.
You knew all along that the railway was incomplete?
I anticipated such an obstacle. Never fear, Passepartout. We shall reach Calcutta in time to board the steamer for Hong Kong. There is merely one small errand which I wish you to perform.
And what is that?
I want you to buy me an elephant. At a nearby native village, Passepartout found an elephant, which we purchased for the outlandish price of £2,000. I mounted the back of this sturdy beast, along with my valet and a young Indian guide. I found the elephant a surprisingly comfortable mode of travel. Just as we were nearing Allahabad, we saw in the distance a long procession of Brahmins, marching through the jungle in ceremonial dress. Our native guide tethered the elephant in a clump of bushes and cautioned us to make no sound. If the Brahmins knew we were looking on during their sacred rites, it would have cost us our lives. Passepartout stood beside me in our hiding place, scarcely daring to breathe.
Mr. Fogg, what is that ugly red statue with the four arms?
I believe that is Kali, the goddess of love and death.
Of death, perhaps, but of love, that ugly old hag? Oh, never.
If it is beauty you wish to gaze on, Passepartout, observe the young woman who is coming into the clearing.
Look at her face, Mr. Fogg. Her skin is as fair as a European.
Strange.
They are tying her hands and putting her on that huge pile of sticks. Why, Mr. Fogg? What are they going to do to her?
It's incredible. I've read of such barbaric things, but I had no idea they were actually practiced in this enlightened age.
Mr. Fogg, I believe they are going to burn that beautiful young girl alive.
Passepartout, we shall try and save her. I am still 12 hours ahead of schedule.
Why, you are a man of heart.
When I am 12 hours ahead of schedule. Before our very eyes, this lovely creature was to be sacrificed on a funeral pyre, dying in the same flames which would consume the lifeless corpse of a late husband. Such is the ritual of the Brahmins. When a Raja dies, the most beautiful of his wives must perish with him. However, I had a plan, a daring scheme. When I confided it to Passepartout, his eyes fairly bulged from their sockets.
Mr. Fogg, if we are caught...
Do exactly as I've told you, and we won't be caught. Later, when the funeral pyre had been ignited and the flames were about to reach the poor girl, a miracle seemed to happen. The body of the dead Raja began to move. In the weird firelight, the corpse rose to its feet. The fanatic Brahmins fell back in a frenzy of fear. In this confusion, I dashed upon the funeral pyre. Flames danced about my ankles. Give me your hands. I'll cut the cord.
Help me.
Quickly. Throw your arms around my shoulders. There's not a moment to spare.
Where are we going?
I have an elephant nearby. There's always room for one more on an elephant.
Wait for me, Mr. Fogg.
All right, hurry, Passepartout. Don't bother to give back that costume you borrowed from the dead Raja. We're on our way. I Are you ready for Act 2 of Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days? Well, here it comes.
This is the favorite story of the famous airman, Mr. Eddie Rickenbacker, and starring in the role of the intrepid Phileas Fogg, who makes this remarkable journey, is your favorite story host, Ronald Coleman.
There I was in the middle of darkest India, and in my arms the most beautiful woman in the world.
You have saved my life.
I have done no more than any gentleman would do, especially a Fogg, under the same circumstances. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Phileas Fogg.
And I am Aouda, unhappiest of women.
With your permission, Miss Aouda, I shall take you away from your unhappiness. But first, tell me, how is it that you speak English so perfectly?
I was educated in England, Mr. Fogg, but I am an orphan. And I was married against my will to the old Raja of Bundelkhand. Oh, they will try again to kill me. I am in great danger.
Ah, madam, you are in perfect safety. You are with Phileas Fogg. So it was that our little party became 3 instead of 2. The lovely Miss Aouda, my valet Passepartout, and myself. Now, if I were to tell you all our adventures and misadventures, it would take 80 days of telling. Let me only say that we crossed India, arrived by steamer in Hong Kong, and managed, by an extremely narrow margin, to connect with an ocean liner which was departing for San Francisco. One thing struck me as very strange. The man named Fix always seemed to be about. I thought at the time that he was just a traveler like ourselves. Passepartout found out his real mission.
You know who I am, Monsieur Passepartout. I have my suspicions. I think you are an agent for the Reform Club, tagging along to see if my master really goes around the world.
You are wrong. I am a police detective.
A detective?
Mr. Fogg's wager is only a pretext. He's the man who, on the 28th of September, stole £55,000 from the Bank of England.
You are a scoundrel and a liar, and deserve a punch in the face, which I have every intention of delivering to you right now. Oh.
On the 3rd of December, we entered the Bay of the Golden Gate. We had reached the American continent. And so began our trip by rail. From ocean to ocean, from sea to shining sea. A great deal happened on that trip. Herds of buffalo delayed the train. Sioux Indians attacked us. Snowdrifts delayed us. But the most unusual incident of all occurred at the spot called Medicine Bow. Miss Aouda, I am delighted to have discovered that you play whist. And you play an excellent game.
Thank you, Mr. Fogg.
I play a heart. Oh, I believe the train is stopping. Passepartout, see what's the matter, will you?
Yes, Mr. Fogg.
You can't pass. The bridge at Medicine Bow is shaky. It won't bear the weight of the train.
Medicine Bow, huh? Oh, I note by my guidebook that this is a suspension bridge thrown over some dangerous rapids.
Several of the iron wires of the bridge are broken. It's impossible to cross.
Passepartout, get the engineer.
Yes, sir.
Signalman, is it possible to get across by boat?
No, sir. The only ford's 10 miles to the north of here.
Here is the engineer, Mr. Fogg.
I'm very sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Engineer, for $1,000, will you try an experiment?
What sort of an experiment?
By putting on the highest possible speed, we might have a chance of getting over.
I won't allow it.
Here, signalman. Here's $1,000 for you. It's very important that we get across.
Well, at full speed, there's a 50-50 chance that you might get across.
Engineer, will you try it?
We'll try it.
Good.
Forward!
Miss Aouda, shall we continue with our game of whist?
Oh.
I have just played a heart. The engineer backed up the train for nearly a mile, retiring like a jumper in order to take a longer leap. Then we began to move forward. The train increased its speed, and soon its rapidity became frightening. The whole train, rushing on at 100 miles an hour, hardly touched the rails. Like a flash, no one saw the bridge. The train leaped from one bank to the other. And a moment after, the bridge fell with a crash into the rapids of Medicine Bow. Miss Aouda, shall we continue our game of whist? The North American continent was spanned, but we missed the boat from New York to Liverpool. I was obliged to purchase a steamer in order to make the trip. All in all, the 80 days cost me £20,000. So it was imperative that I reach London by 9:15 on the evening of Saturday, December the 21st. I had to win the wager to break even. We set foot on English soil at noon on December the 21st. But the moment we disembarked on the Liverpool dock, only 6 hours from London, the man named Fix put his hand on my shoulder.
Phineas Fogg?
Yes?
I arrest you in the Queen's name.
What possible charge?
For stealing £55,000 from the Bank of England.
Liverpool prison. Back in England, only hours from London, and I was being delayed in a prison cell. My wager was lost. And then, suddenly...
Mr. Fogg! Mr. Fogg! We have wonderful news. Hurry, blast you, Fix.
What? Well, what is it?
Come, out with it, man. Tell him.
Sir, forgive me. I followed you around the world because of an amazing, an unfortunate resemblance. The real robber was apprehended 3 days ago. You are free, sir.
Have you ever seen an Englishman run? Especially a Fogg. We ran as fast as we could to the nearest station. Hired a special train. Put on full steam. But we arrived in London at 10 minutes before 9 on Saturday evening, the 21st of December. Having made a tour of the world, we were 5 minutes late. We were 3 wretched people, Miss Aouda, Passepartout, and myself. We suffered through a dismal, silent Sunday. But on Sunday evening, I knew I had to talk to Miss Aouda. She looked at me with deepest sympathy.
I wish there was something I could do, Mr. Fogg.
There is nothing, Miss Aouda. We are victims of time. Will you forgive me for bringing you to England?
Forgive?
Oh, please let me finish. When I rescued you in India, I was a man of means. I counted on placing my fortune at your disposal. But now, I am penniless.
I ask you in turn, dear Mr. Fogg, to forgive me for having followed you, and perhaps delaying you, thus contributing to your ruin.
Oh, but you couldn't remain in India. Tell me what I can do for you now. I have little left, but it is yours.
But what will become of you, Mr. Fogg?
I have need of nothing.
Your relatives?
I no longer have any relatives.
Oh, Mr. Fogg, solitude is a sad thing. They say, though, that misery itself, shared by 2 sympathetic souls, may be borne with patience.
They say so, madam.
Mr. Fogg, do you wish at once a kinswoman and friend? Will you have me for your wife?
Miss Aouda, I believe you did not see me waver once during all of our harrowing voyage, but this moves me deeply. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were as good and noble as you are beautiful. And though I appear to have a heart shaped like a clock, it ticks only for you. That is to say, it is filled with love, Miss Aouda.
Ah.
Passepartout! Passepartout!
Yes, Mr. Fogg.
Go quickly. Notify the Reverend Samuel Wilson that we wish him to perform a marriage ceremony. When shall it be, Miss Aouda?
Tomorrow.
For tomorrow, Monday. Now, off with you, Passepartout.
Fogg! Mr. Fogg!
What's wrong, man? What's the matter?
Marriage, impossible.
Impossible?
Impossible for tomorrow.
Why so?
Because tomorrow is Sunday.
Monday.
No. Today is Saturday.
Impossible.
We have made a mistake of one day. The Reverend said something about an international deadline. It is Saturday, the 21st.
Good Lord! I have calculated everything. Ship sailings and the rate an elephant runs. And I, most meticulous of men, forgot that we gained a day by crossing the international dateline. Oh, Fogg, you fool, you.
Mr. Fogg, it is 20 to 9.
20 to 9. We have 5 minutes to win the wager.
It's 16 minutes until 9. I believe Fogg will not appear. It is my belief, members of the Reform Club, that Mr. Phileas Fogg will be 20 days late. 15 seconds to go. He wasn't on the steamer that arrived in Liverpool. 10 seconds. I believe we can count the £20,000 won, gentlemen. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2...
Here I am, gentlemen. Deal me in. I had won the wager. I had gone around the world in 80 days. To do this, I had employed every means of conveyance. Steamers, railways, carriages, sledges, elephants. Everything, in fact, except flying through the air. Which is, of course, absolutely absurd. Financially, I was even. So, what had I gained for all my trouble? What had I brought back from this long and weary journey? Nothing, you say? Nothing but a charming woman who made me the happiest of men. For that, any man, especially a Fogg, would go around the world 100 times.
We have called on the greatest personalities of our time to gather selections for these favorite story broadcasts. But the play you are about to hear could not be called the favorite choice of any one person. It is the best-loved chapter of the best-loved book of all time. It has been translated into more languages, read by more eyes, told by more tongues than any other story ever written. 20 centuries have made it the world's favorite story. Now, here's Journey to Bethlehem.
Will she live?
Will the moon go behind a cloud?
She's so young. Lucius, you call yourself a physician. Save her.
I'm doing what I can.
Well, why don't you bleed her? The priest of Apollo said a good bloodletting was all she...
Good bloodletting. She's chalk white now from lack of blood. Would you have me draw off what little there is left?
I'm sorry, Lucius. You know how much my sister means to me. The only family I have in this world.
You must remember how much she means to me, Theophilus.
Oh, I know, good friend.
Oh, she must live. To become my wife. The chill is starting again.
Huh?
Theophilus, get more blankets. We must keep her warm. Hurry.
Yes, I'll bring them.
Oh, Apollo, Athena, Father Zeus, gods on Olympus, hear me. I shall burn offerings in your temples, if only you will spare her life. Hear me, gods. Hear me!
Why do you cry out, good doctor?
Who are you?
I was passing by in the street. I heard your voice. You seem to be in distress, so I'm here.
You are a messenger from Olympus. Hermes, Prometheus.
I am no god, no messenger of gods. I am a man, like yourself.
If you would help me, sir, then pray with me. Pray that this dear girl will not die.
What is her name?
Lydia. If she lives, we are to be married.
Come, my brother. Let us kneel together by the side of her couch.
Very well.
Dear God, who art in heaven, I do beseech thee to look down with loving kindness on thy servant Lydia.
Sir, do not pray only to one God. The others will be angry.
Patience, good doctor. There is but one God. Do you not know that in your heart? Hear this prayer, Almighty Father, and grant that this cup of sorrow may pass away from our beloved Lydia and those who love her.
I have brought all the blankets I can find, Lucius.
Quiet.
We ask thy mercy, Father, in the name of thy only begotten Son, Jesus of Nazareth, who sits at thy right hand. Amen.
A strange prayer.
I have done all that I can do. Have faith, my brothers, and God's will be done.
I have never heard of a God named Jesus of Nazareth. Who was that fellow, Lucius? A priest?
I don't know who he was or where he came from. But I know that a miracle has happened. Look at your sister, Theophilus.
There seems to be color in her cheeks.
Her breathing is regular. The heartbeat is strong. The chill is passing away. I believe she'll live.
Praise be to the gods.
No. Praise be to God.
You are a strange suitor, Lucius. I do not think you love me.
My dearest, my heart, Atlas will spill the world off his back before I stop loving you.
And yet on the first day I'm strong enough to sit in the garden, you tell me you're going away.
I must go.
Why?
Lydia, do you think I saved your life?
Theo has told me you never left my side.
On the night you almost slipped away from us, a strange man came and prayed that you be spared. He asked it in the name of the Son of God, whom he called Jesus. The prayer was answered.
And now, my Lucius?
I must know more about this Jesus.
Was it he who prayed?
No, one of his friends, a disciple, I think, a man who knew him.
And you cannot rest until you know him, too.
I'm afraid he's dead. I talked with a centurion of the post. He says there is a record of a certain Jesus who was killed 9 years ago, crucified as a criminal.
Oh, it cannot be the same man.
He was a Jew. He died in Jerusalem. And Jesus is not a common name. Lydia, there is something here stronger than any of us.
Stronger than our love.
I must know, Lydia.
Lucius, I'm afraid.
Why, my dear?
If you go on this journey, I know in my heart you will never come back to me.
My dear Theophilus, my precious Lydia, I am writing you this letter from Caesarea. Tomorrow I shall journey overland to the village of Bethlehem, which I am told is the birthplace of this man called Jesus. I pray in his name that your health grows stronger, Lydia, and I shall write you all that I learn about this great healer, for I know in your heart that you seek him with me.
A man called Jesus?
Yes, I was told that by stopping at this inn I might learn something about him.
Are you a Christian?
I am a physician, a Greek. I've traveled a long way to speak with someone who knew this Jesus of Nazareth.
What do you think, Father?
The man has an honest face. He will do us no harm.
I can pay you well for your services. I have money.
Ah, a gentleman of means. I shall be happy to tell you all I know about the mighty Jesus. I can show you the very room where this holy prophet was born. Follow me, please. Behold, in this very chamber, in this spacious apartment, the King of the Jews first saw the light of day. And is it not a chamber fitting for a king? Note the rich tapestry, the velvet carpeting, very expensive, and the lofty ceiling.
So this is where Jesus was born. How long ago was it, good innkeeper?
It was 42 years ago. 42 years this December.
Father, keep your dirty sandals off the carpet. Yes, the birthplace of the Savior, or so they call him. Fortunately for you, good sir, I can make this room available to you. The rate is 5 pieces of silver per day?
Oh, why am I cursed with a wretched liar for a son?
Father!
Why do you stuff this gentleman with falsehood?
I thought it was agreed that I should run the business.
This business I shall run.
Very well, then. Make paupers of us all.
Oh, forgive me, good doctor. I'm an old man, but I can tell you what you wish to know.
Is this not the place where Jesus was born?
No. Never in his life did Jesus of Nazareth live in such splendor. He might have been born here. The husband begged me to find a bed for his wife. She was great with child, and her hour was near at hand. Every room in my inn was taken except this one. I was holding it for one of the government officials who never arrived.
Then where was the child born?
Would you like to see the luxurious apartment where the Son of Man breathed his first breath?
Oh, I would.
Then come this way. Hold your breath, good doctor, if you want to visit the sweet-scented chamber where the prophet Jesus was born.
Here? In a manger with mules and cattle?
Aye, observe the rich tapestries, the deep carpets, the lofty ceiling. And pray do not soil the straw with your sandals. My son will be annoyed.
Do you remember what happened the night Jesus was born?
'Tis a memory I shall never forget. The husband was a craftsman with big hands. Carpenter, I believe.
What about the mother? What was she like?
Her name was Mary, I think. Yes, that was it. Mary. I've never seen a woman who looked so beautiful and pure. There was a great light in the sky. I remember that. Brighter than 10 moons. Just before the babe was born, some shepherds who had been tending their flocks came here to find what was happening. One of them, Dacia's son. He'll tell you about it.
Tell me this, old man. You saw him born. Do you believe the things they say about him?
They say many things about him. Some hold them true, some untrue. When they brought the news from Jerusalem that he was dead, I couldn't believe it. They shouldn't have killed him. I'm an old man. I don't understand these things, but that was wrong. This much I know. Do you hear me, Doctor?
I hear you.
It was in my power to give perfumed silks to the Christ child, but I gave him corn husks and stale straw.
What did you call him?
The Christ child, the Messiah, the Son of God. He was born in the light of my lantern, but I didn't recognize him.
Father! Father, are you still out there prattling away about nothing?
Yes, I'm still prattling away.
Well, bring the gentleman back to the inn. He wants a room.
Come, good doctor. Scratch my son's hand with a piece of silver, and you shall have what I refuse to give the King of Kings.
My light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?
Honorable sir.
Yes, my friend.
Are you one of the priests called Pharisee?
I am a Pharisee, yes. Men call me Saul of Tarsus.
I am not a Jew. Am I welcome here?
This is the house of the Lord. All men are welcome.
I have come to ask your account of the coming of the Messiah.
The coming of the Messiah?
Yes. Did you know the Messiah? Jesus of Nazareth, when he walked the streets of Bethlehem?
Are you a follower of Jesus of Nazareth?
I am a seeker after truth.
Then know this truth. Jesus of Nazareth was no Messiah. He was a false prophet. His followers are troublemakers, all of them. But Saul of Tarsus knows how to make trouble for the troublemakers. I have written authority to seize any suspected followers of Jesus Christ and eliminate them. We'll put out this little flame of Christianity, this 10-year wonder. And who are you to come inquiring about the false Messiah?
My name is Lucius. I'm a physician from Philippi and a Roman citizen.
Well, attend to your medicines, physician. Your life will be happier and longer if you forget you ever heard the name Jesus of Nazareth.
Dear Theophilus, and Lydia, my beloved, it is a voyage of opposites, this journey to Bethlehem. The reports on this man called Jesus are at odds with each other. In the house of the Lord, a high priest condemns him as a fraud. But an old innkeeper points to his birthplace in a dirty stable and swears this Jesus was the Son of God. I don't know what to make of it. This afternoon I shall go to call on some other people who knew this most loved, most hated man who ever lived.
Go away. Leave me. I won't talk to you.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid of questions. I'm afraid of answers. And I'm afraid of fear.
But I am a friend.
You are a friend, but you are not a follower.
I need instruction. I need help.
You need faith.
That is easy for you to say. You have touched him, cooked for him. You can remember how his eyes looked at you, how his voice sounded when he urged you to believe.
And still the believing comes hard. Oh, it frightens me to think of the millions who must find faith without having known him as I have. Still, there were some who had faith in him while he was yet unborn. The wise men knew, and had faith that they knew. On camelback they set out across the desert of Kedar, and traveled I know not how many weeks or moons.
Did they arrive here in Bethlehem?
The night Jesus was born, they arrived in the city of David. And they went to Herod and asked, "Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him." Herod was angry, for he called himself the King of the Jews, and he would have killed the wise men and the Christ child too. But their star led them secretly to the stable where Jesus slept. And the wise men worshipped the newborn child. So great was their faith.
Was it his divinity, or what was it about Jesus that made him irresistible?
I cannot say. He taught us all loving kindness to one another. Through him I found serenity.
Does life seem hard and empty to you since he died?
No. No, good doctor. He has not died. He lives.
Thank you. Faith is much easier because of you, Mary.
What does it mean to call me Mary? There were so many Marys in his lifetime. Remember me as the Mary from Magdala, or use the name he gave me.
What is that?
Mary Magdalene.
What do you want?
Are you Dacius' son?
I am Dacius, son of Dacius. You are the doctor from the West Country who writes down what we say about the Master. They said you would come to see me.
Can we talk here for a few moments while you watch your sheep?
Why do you want to fasten what I say on the paper?
Other people will want to know about the Master from you.
People like Saul of Tarsus.
I know that Saul of Tarsus hates all of us who love the Master. I promise you, Dacius, no Pharisee will read the words you tell me.
The Master said to trust.
Do you remember the night he was born, Dacius?
I was a little boy. My years were as the fingers of one hand. My father and I were grazing our flock on the slope below the old well both there.
Yes, I see.
The sky was growing brighter, and brighter and brighter.
Were you afraid?
Sore afraid. Then an angel came and said, "Fear not. I bring you tidings of great joy.
Did you hear the angel, Dacius?
As clear as you speaking to me.
Do you still remember what the angel said?
Let me think. If I hurry, I lose it. The angel spoke, "For unto you is born this day, in the city of David, a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be
a token?
No, let me think. A sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger." Then the angel was no more. We went and saw the baby Jesus in a manger, and he didn't cry. My father made me kneel down and pray. Out of the window, we see the sky full of heavenly host. From the great bear to the dog star, they all say, "Glory to God in the highest." On earth, peace, goodwill toward men.
Did you ever see the Master again, when he was a man?
Once, twice, from far off. I do not have to see him, doctor, or hear him. He is in my heart from the night he was born.
Are you a Christian, Dacius?
To say I am a Christian is to ask for death. If one of my sheep carries the word to Saul of Tarsus, he will have me on the tree at sunrise, but I trust my sheep. And I trust you, doctor. And I am proud to love the Master. I am a Christian, not like some people. My head does not understand all the parables and the long words, but in the heart I am a Christian, and the Master looks only into the heart.
Dear Lydia and Theophilus, I have left Bethlehem in the land of Jesus the Nazarene. Words have been told me which make it a certainty that Jesus was the greatest prophet of our world. I gladly forsake my old gods to follow in the way of Christ the Savior. I am returning home by the overland route which goes through Damascus. Until then, your dear friend, Lucius.
Well, a most interesting document.
What does this mean? Is the private correspondence of a Roman citizen to be ripped open without respect for the seal?
Sealing wax melts and Rome is 1,000 miles away. Sir, I congratulate you on your prose style. Concise, fluent, quite touching in parts. An admirably written death warrant.
I do not understand.
So few Christians have your literary ability, sir. They are, for the most part, a pitifully unlettered crew of fishermen, carpenters, and miscellaneous beggars. It's difficult to find evidence of their Christian heresy, but you, good sir, have provided it with eloquence.
Who are you?
Would you recognize me if I wore my robe of Pharisee?
Saul of Tarsus.
Your companion for the remainder of your journey. You go to Damascus? Good. So do I. And you will travel back to Jerusalem with me. In the company of a dozen other wretches like you who are festering with the sores of Christianity.
You arrest me? On what authority?
By authority of Herod, Tetrarch of Judea.
I shall appeal to Caesar.
And Caesar will answer your appeal after you've been crucified. Stop dragging your feet, physician. I must get into Damascus before nightfall.
May God in heaven be merciful with you.
Beg mercy for yourself, Christian. Saul of Tarsus can settle his own accounts with God. Saul of Tarsus needs no one to hinder.
Why do you hesitate? You who are in such a hurry to get to Damascus?
What is that light? Where is it coming from?
What light? The sun is almost set.
Like noonday it is. There's a throbbing in my temples.
What's the matter with you?
Who calls my name?
No one calls your name.
Here I am. Who wants me? Who calls?
There's no one here.
Lord, you vex me. I persecute in the name of righteousness.
Saul, what do you see? Who is it you are talking to?
Tell me, Lord, what will you have me do? Gone. Vanished.
What's the matter? Look at me.
Look at... Where? I can't see. I'm blind. Help me. Help me.
I am here. I am still with you.
Who are you?
Your prisoner, Lucius of Philippi.
Lucius, you're no longer my prisoner, but stay with me. Help me. Everything is in darkness.
Saul, tell me, what did you see that blinded you?
You heard his voice.
I heard nothing. Who was it that you saw?
The Messiah. The Son of God. Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world.
It is a miracle how the blindness came and passed.
3 days of darkness.
I think I would have welcomed the darkness. I would have sacrificed sight for all eternity to have had one glimpse of Jesus as you have.
He did not appear to you, Lucius, because you did not need him as I did. You had taken him into your soul. I had cast him out. The blindness of the eyes, Lucius, is a little thing. But the blindness of the soul, that is despair. Where go you now, Lucius? You're a free man again. You know that.
I do not know for certain. Where go you, Saul of Tarsus?
I go where he leads me. Look at me, Lucius. What do you see? A Pharisee, Saul of Tarsus, persecutor of the Messiah? No. I cast away that life. I cast away my robes as Pharisee. I cast away my persecutings. I cast away my name. No longer will I be Saul of Tarsus, but henceforth men shall call me Paul, the apostle of the true Christ.
They will stone you in Jerusalem.
Then I shall go elsewhere. I shall travel to the four ends of the earth, spreading the word of Jesus Christ as he himself bade me. Farewell, good Dr. Lucius. Perhaps our paths shall cross again. Forgive me for my cruelties to you.
No. No, Paul. Not farewell. I am going with you. My precious Lydia, my excellent Theophilus, I am writing this letter to you on shipboard as we are bound for Corinth. Paul, my brother worker and brother Christian, is here beside me. We are making plans to found a church among the Corinthians, who have already traveled far on the road of the Savior. Lydia, do you remember what you said when I left on the journey to Bethlehem? You were right. We cannot be husband and wife now, Lydia, but we can be brother and sister in Christ. I shall write you often, and I pray that you will keep my letters in a safe place, for who knows, others may find pleasure and comfort someday in reading this gospel of the ministry of Jesus. And as Saul has become Paul, I shall close this letter with a signature which is strange to you. Not your old friend who is called Lucius, but your new friend who is called Luke. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth, peace, goodwill toward men.
You have been listening to the world's favorite story, Journey to Bethlehem, starring Byron Kane as Lucius. Until next Tuesday at 9, this is Lyle Bond saying good night and Merry Christmas from Bullock's.
We paid a call on Mark Hellinger, author, motion picture producer, and newspaperman. And we said, Mr. Hellinger, what's your favorite story? He told us he liked yarns about New York City. And one of his prime favorites is a radio play by one of the pioneer writer-directors of the broadcasting industry, Irving Reese. The story is one that made history on the Workshop series, where it was first broadcast 10 years ago. We are proud to produce it again. Mark Hellinger's favorite story, Meridian 71212.
Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, one of America's great stores, proudly originates this radio program for the nation. Favorite story.
This is the program which stars the story. And that means our star this week is the radio classic by Irving Reese, Meridian 71212.
Mark Hellinger's favorite story, Act 1.
The time will be 11:30 and 1/4. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:30 and 1/2. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:30 and
3/4. Laundry service is one of the best. And look, why can't I get it? Let's see.
Huh? Well.
Oh, hello, Jim. I didn't know you were here.
I wasn't. I just came back to pick up some things I left. What are you doing here so late?
Oh, I'm stuck for about 500 words to fill the comments page. My mind's gone completely blank.
Huh? Anything I can do?
You can give me a cigarette. I finished the third pack an hour ago.
Sure. Here.
Thanks. Maybe this'll be the camel that broke the straw's back.
Ooh, very bad. You need some sleep.
Sleep? I've got to have the copy in the hands of the printers at 9 tomorrow morning.
That's tough.
Hey, what time is it anyway? Probably missed the last train connection.
I don't know. I left my watch home. Call up.
Call up what?
Meridian 71212.
What's that?
Telephone time service. Oh, excuse me. I forgot you were a commuter.
Meridian what?
71212.
Oh. Well, that's something new I've learned today. Boy, am I tired.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:32 and 1/4.
11:32. I've been trying to get an idea since... Hey, I've got it.
Got what?
My story. Oh, brother, this is unnatural.
What are you talking about?
Why didn't I think of this before?
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:32.
Hello, operator. This is the editorial department of the Manhattanite magazine. I'd like to ask you about your telephone service.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:32.
Yes, I know, and 3/4. Yeah, listen, girlie, but this is important. It'll only take a minute. Look, I'd like to ask how many people call in every...
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:33.
Hello. She won't listen.
Maybe it's a phonograph record.
No, I heard her cough. Listen, Jim, help me out, will you?
Sure, if you tell me what it's all about.
I think there's a swell story there. Hop a cab and run down to the Times Service office. Must be right around here someplace. Get all the dope you can. You know what I want.
Sure.
Oh, you're a lifesaver.
Forget it. I'll be calling you.
Good luck. Let's see. Meridian. 71212.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:33 and 1/2. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:33 and 3/4. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:34.
Okay, Dad, I'll relieve you now. Thanks, Peggy. I'll be right back.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11.
What's the matter, kid?
Oh, just a headache, Helena. I'll be all right.
Sure it's just a headache?
Of course. Why?
Oh, look here, kid, I can tell when something's wrong. Now, you lie down here.
What? All right.
Now, out with it. I know something's wrong, and honest, it helps just to talk about it sometimes.
I can't.
Oh, all right, dear, forget it. Where do you come from, Doc? I mean your hometown.
Oswego.
Oh, that's in New York State, isn't it?
Yes.
Why don't you call up home? But do a long-distance call. Maybe that'll help the spirits.
Oh, no.
Employees get a big discount.
I'm not homesick, Helen.
Oswego. It's an Indian name, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Queer sound to it. I mean, it sounds familiar. I heard it recently. Oh, yes, I know. It was in the paper this morning. That kid Lambert that's going to be electrocuted at Sing Sing tonight. Oh, gee, kid, I put my foot in. I'm sorry. Oh, please don't cry. Do you know him?
He's my brother.
Your brother?
Oh, Tommy. They're going to kill him at 12 o'clock tonight, and I can't do anything. I can't do anything except sit here and call off the time every 15 seconds. The last in Tommy's life, and he didn't do what he couldn't have. He wrote me that he was in the bank when it happened, and somebody swore he handed a gun to the man that did the killing, but he had nothing to do with it.
Listen, kid, I'm going to see the supervisor. We'll both get the night off. You come home with me.
Oh, no, Helen, I'd die if anyone else knew. I'm so ashamed I'm even sorry I told you.
But we don't have to tell him why we're going. I'll just say you're sick and I'm taking you home.
Oh, no, please. I'm better off working. I'd go mad just sitting around and thinking about it. I'd go mad. Please, let's go back now.
Mr. Bradley?
Yeah?
I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour. My name is Fawcett, Manhattanite Magazine.
Well, glad to know you, Mr. Fawcett. I'm a Manhattanite fan myself. It's a swell magazine.
Thanks. That'll make things easier.
What can I do for you?
We thought there's an interesting article on your telephone time service.
Oh, good. We won't mind the publicity. Just what did you want to know about it?
Well, you know the comments page in our magazine, interesting facts about all sorts of things. We'd like to do one like that on the time. How many calls you get, how many times an hour, how do you pick the girls? You know what I mean.
Oh, yes, of course. Now, suppose we go right into the operating room. You can actually watch the girl on duty work, and I'll explain it all as we go along.
Oh, fine. You know, lots of people think you use phonograph records.
Oh, no. This way, Mr. Fawcett.
Do the girls just sit there and wait for the calls to come in?
They have no way of knowing whether anyone is on the line or not. They call time every 15 seconds regardless. You hear them, but they can't hear you.
Yes, I know. We tried to question the girl, but she paid no attention.
Here we are. You see the girl in the glass-enclosed office? She's the time service operator. It's all soundproofed, so no noise gets through.
Say, how about that girl that just went in? Is she going to relieve the girl at the board?
Oh, yes, I guess so, but they usually change on the hour. Miss Tanner.
Yes, Mr. Bradley.
How is it you're getting relief now?
Oh, it's Miss Day's trick. She wasn't feeling well. I relieved her a few minutes ago. Now she's back to finish up.
I see. Thank you.
May we go right into the office? I'd like to listen for a while.
Certainly, but we'll have to talk below. If you want to talk to me in there, it might be picked up on the microphone.
Oh, of course.
The signal, the time will be 11:40 and 1/4.
Sit down, Mr. Fawcett.
Thanks.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:40 and 1/2.
Mr. Bradley, is it possible for us to trace a few calls? I'd like to find out just why people use the service.
When you hear the signal, the time will
Calls
be
come in on the dial system, and you can't trace dials.
Oh, that's too bad. It'd be interesting to know.
Yeah, time plays an important part in the lives of people in a big city. We get several hundred calls an hour. Maybe people trying to make a train connection, or somebody who's too lazy to get out of bed and look, and somebody with a watch that stopped.
If you don't mind, I'd like to just listen.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:41 and 1/2. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:41 and 3/4. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:42.
11:42.
Hotel operator.
Will you get me Bell Harbor 44642 now, please?
Yes, sir. I'm getting Bell Harbor 44642.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, Greg.
Oh, John, where have you been? We've been worried to death.
I'm in town, darling.
John, why didn't you call and say you'd be late? Where are you?
I'm at a hotel, dear.
What are you doing at a hotel?
I've got something very important to tell you, Grace.
Oh, please save it and come right home.
It can't wait.
But it's so late, dear, and we've been worried all day.
I've been pretty busy.
I know, but...
Grace, my insurance policy expires at midnight.
Oh, that doesn't matter, John. You'll get another when things pick up.
There isn't a chance, dear. I'm all washed up.
Darling, I won't have you talk that way. Please come right home. You can still get dinner. I've got a swell roast, and I've kept it warm. You'll feel better after you've eaten. We'll find some way out. We still have each other.
If it were only us, I wouldn't care, dear. It's the kids I'm thinking of. It's not fair to them.
Priscilla got a medal at school today, John. She stayed up just to show it to you. Please, please come right home.
My policy is $50,000, Grace. It expires in about 18 minutes.
John, what are you thinking of? I won't listen. I won't listen.
I'm going to leave you, darling. Please take care of Priscilla and Jim.
John, don't, John! Hotel operator.
Operator, get me Meridian 71212. And stay on the line.
Yes, sir. Meridian 71212. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:44 and 1/4.
Did you hear that, operator?
Yes, sir. She said it was 11:44 and 1/4.
That's right, operator. Remember that.
I beg your pardon, sir.
I said remember that. Stay on the line.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:44 and 1/2.
In a moment, Act 2 of Mark Hellinger's favorite story, Meridian 71212.
Beyond being of unusual interest itself, Meridian 71212 has an interesting technique. It is a product of the Radio Workshop, constantly on the lookout for new ideas in radio entertainment. It is an example of the modern trend in radio writing: clean, clear, simplified presentation. A trend which carries through all modern thinking, and which is especially evident in the design of home furnishings. Bullock's Downtown has made a special effort in accumulating for you modern home furnishings that are examples of the finest in this new design. Bullock's Modern Shop displays a coordinated selection of these new styles for every room of your home. Furnishings that are bright, gay, eager to please, and pleasant to live with, that make something special of your rooms, give them life and color, personalities of their own. Modern furnishings are especially desirable for Southern California homes. They're designed with an expert eye to making them adaptable and functional. They can be regally formal or casually carefree, reserved or gay, making them advantageous to either the large or the small home and giving them that rare quality of easy rearrangement. With sectional sofas that can be broken into units and grouped in many interesting combinations, pull-up chairs, usable in dining area, living room, playroom, or bedroom, cabinets, simple in line, yet great in storage space, many doing double duty as end tables or lamp tables. In the Modern Shop, Bullock's expert decorators are available to help you with the proper selection of color, design, material, and style to create the best setting for your home. Consult them when you visit the Modern Shop, where you will find only the finest in modern home furnishings. Just another of the many reasons why Bullock's Downtown is home furnishers to Southern California.
Act 2 of Mark Hellinger's favorite story, Meridian 71212, by Irving Reese, with Janet Waldo as the time operator.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:44 3/4. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:45. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:45 1/4.
Tell me, Mr. Bradley, there wouldn't be any reason for anyone outside of New York City to call Meridian for the time, would there?
Oh, no. You see, each city has its own local time service because of the difference in time. In Chicago, people call Cathedral 8000, and in Los Angeles, Eldrick 8900. It'd be very silly for someone in Chicago or any place outside of New York to call here for the time, don't you think?
Gentlemen, everyone in London is in bed at this hour. It's quite late.
Listen, it's never too late for another drink.
Gentlemen, don't you think you had better go to your rooms? It's nearly 5 a.m.
Don't you think you'd better go to your rooms? I should say not. We should say not. We want another drink. Right. And we ain't gonna go to our rooms till we get it.
Attaboy, you tell him, old pal. Send us a drink.
Sorry, gentlemen. You're in London, you know. Yeah. It's against the law to serve intoxicating spirits at this hour.
But we don't want intoxicating spirits. We want scotch.
That's a good one. We don't want intoxicating spirits. We want scotch.
Gentlemen, you'll awaken all the guests. Please, gentlemen, please.
You bet you will wake up all the guests if you don't get us a drink.
You said it, little pal. A drink to the king.
Oh, no. We've been drinking to the king all day. Hey, let's drink to the queen now.
That's right, little pal, that's right. This one is to the queen. To the queen. Hiya, Queenie.
But, gentlemen, I'm only the desk clerk. I have nothing to do with liquor.
Well, call up the Queen and tell her Joe and his little pal Stuff from little old New York want a drink.
That's right. Give me the phone. I'll get buckets of them pals.
Oh, no, please. The Queen's asleep now, gentlemen.
Well, then get us a drink.
Yeah, get us a drink.
But, gentlemen, it's 5 a.m. There are rules.
Listen, Percival. It ain't 5 o'clock in little old New York, is it?
Why, no, sir.
Well, we're from little old New York, and we abide by their rules. Not these, you see. Nah. fine way to treat a guest.
Hey, you tell him, pal. We go by New York rules, not these. Why, it's only 11 o'clock in New York. A little New York.
No. That's where you're wrong, Townsend. That's where you're wrong. It's 12 o'clock in New York. A little New York.
Oh, yeah. How's it about daylight savings time, huh? How's it about that?
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Nothing at all. Please, gentlemen, please don't shout.
Well, how's about it, Percival? What time is it in Little New York?
Why, I believe there is a difference of 5 hours. That would make it 12 o'clock in New York.
Oh, yeah? That's what you think. How's it about daylight savings time, huh?
There ain't any more daylight savings time.
No, well, $5 says already.
It's a better buy, boy, sucker.
Yeah, how you gonna prove it?
It's a cinch. Give me that phone, Percival.
Yes, sir.
I'll get you that time. I'd rather get it right now. Hello.
Are you there?
I ain't never had no complaints, dearie.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, that's all right. You didn't do nothing. Hey, give me Meridian 71212.
Sorry, sir, but there is no such exchange.
That's what you think. Yes, there is. You just got me New York.
Just a moment, sir. I'll get you foreign service.
Foreign service? How do you like that? I think we're going to make a big production of a foreign service.
Hello, New York.
Hello, London. Number, please.
Meridian 71212.
You must have mistaken, London. That's New York Times service.
It's no mistake at all, Terry. Just get it. Don't ask any silly questions.
Very well, sir.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:50 and 1/2.
Macadary.
Well, what's it say?
She says the time's 11:50 or something. I told him, didn't I, Percival? Mr. Wise Guy here. Didn't I, Percival? I told him.
Yes, sir. You told him, sir.
Now fork over the $5, Mr. Smiley. Come on, get it up.
Okay, it's okay. Hey,
Begging your pardon, sirs, but the transatlantic call will be £6.
Well, how much is £6?
That's $24 in American money.
Oh, well, that's all right. That's okay. Mr. Wise Guy here, he'll pay.
Oh, no. Calling New York was your idea, not mine. No.
Oh, so you're gonna get technical. Reneging, huh? So you're gonna what?
Gentlemen!
What are you gonna do about it?
This is what I'm gonna do about it.
Gentlemen, stop, please! Please!
Johnson, there's still a little time left. Why don't you tell the truth? We'll protect you. We'll use every penny we have to see you taken care of.
Listen, Mr. Lawyer, for the 50th time, I told everything I know in a witness stand. Hey, you better get these ropes off my wrist and let me out of here.
Johnson, you're a filthy liar and you know it. Man, don't you realize that you're sending an innocent kid to the electric chair?
I'll bust right out crying in a minute.
No, Johnson, I've got the governor standing by. If you'll only tell us the truth, we can call him in Albany and get a stay of execution.
Sticking your neck out, ain't you?
Oh, I don't care what happens to me, but I'm not letting that kid burn. Sit here and think it over. If you change your mind, call me. I'll be right behind that door. Remember this. If Tommy Lambert dies, you're not going to leave this room alive.
You can't scare me.
All right. Just think it over.
Nuts.
How'd you make out, Ed?
I can't get a thing out of him. He's as tight-lipped as when I started 5 hours ago.
What are you going to do?
I told him I'd wait until he called me. I told him if he didn't and Tommy Lambert died, he'd never leave that room.
But, Ed, you know that rat
Well,
won't
what
talk.
can I do?
What time is it?
11:45.
Don't you realize that kid's going to die in 15 minutes?
Realize? God, I haven't slept a minute since he was convicted. I know the kid's innocent.
I used to think those things only happened in stories, and I lost it for him. I couldn't help him.
There's not time for that. I'll go in and have a talk with Mr. Johnson.
No, Neil, no, I won't let you. I've been a lawyer for 20 years now, and when this gets out, I'm washed up. But I'll take Johnson with me. You're just starting out. I won't let you get mixed up in it.
I just want 3 minutes with him.
Neil!
All right, Johnson. The May party's over. I'll give you just 1 minute to talk.
The assistant mastermind. I didn't know you was here. Don't make me laugh.
Johnson, you swore on that witness stand that you saw Tommy Lambert hand a gun to Roy Peters in the Oswego National Bank.
So what?
Was that true, Johnson?
Yeah, Mr. Lawyer. On my way to honor as a good boy.
Hey! Cut that! How does that feel, Johnson?
I'll take care of you, lady. Don't. You're killing me.
Would you like to talk, rat?
Neil, what are you doing?
I'm giving Mr. Johnson a little taste of what he needs.
Stop, Neil. Let me breathe.
He isn't worth it.
This won't bother him any more than that shock of 2,000 volts through the Lambert kid's body.
You better stop him or he'll burn too.
Spill it, skunk!
Stop him! I'll tell you! I'll talk! I got paid to say I seen the gun. I needed the money.
All right, rat. There. Now, be quiet for a minute.
My God, we got it. Neil, call the governor.
We'll have to move fast. What time is it?
12:15.
But you said it was 11:15 the last time I asked.
Good God. My watch stopped. I'll get it. 7, 2, 1, 2.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:59.
Oh, God.
What's the matter?
An innocent boy is going to die in 1 minute.
When you hear this signal, the time will be 11:59 and 1/4. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:59 and 1/2. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:59 and 3/4. When you hear the signal, the time will be 12 o'clock. Tommy! Tommy!
You've been listening to Meridian 71212 by Irving Reese, the favorite story choice of Mark Hellinger. Mr. Hellinger is the producer of the motion picture thriller The Killers. Favorite Story is brought to you by Bullock's in downtown Los Angeles, one of America's great stores. Heard in the cast were Janet Waldo, David Ellis, Edmund MacDonald, Ed Max, Ruth Parrott, Byron Kane, Paul McVeigh, Irene Tedrow, Bernice Barrett, Tom Holland, and your announcer, George Barkley. Sound designs were by Jack Hayes. Studio A mixer was Ernest Wilmshurst. Studio B mixer was James Wright. Original music was composed by Bob Mitchell, who conducted Claude Sweeten's orchestra. This was a Lawrence and Lee production. Bullock's proudly originates it for the nation. Now here is is True Boardman to tell you about next week's favorite story.
Next week, one of the strangest, most weird, and most fantastic stories ever written. Jonathan Swift's great satire, Gulliver's Travels, which is as uniquely significant in this year of the atom bomb as it was the year it was written. It's the favorite story choice of one of America's top-flight authors and newspapermen, Mr. Ralph Ingersoll. Until then, until next Tuesday at 9 and Gulliver's Travels, good night to you from Bullock's.
The American Radio Newsreel, a headline-hunting expedition on the scene of action along the news fronts of the world. Page 1, Column 1. United States vessel sails for Norway in test of neutrality law.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the pier at Jersey City, the American Scantic liner McTide is loading cargo for Bergen, Norway.
President Roosevelt has designated war zones which American shipping must avoid under the present Neutrality Act. The McTide will skirt the proscribed areas, carrying 5,000 tons of general cargo.
On the deck of the McTide, the master, Captain John Otterson, is interviewed by Armand Lopez.
Captain Otterson, do you think the enactment of the new neutrality law will have much effect on the future of the American merchant marine?
Yes, I do, because by a presidential proclamation, American ships are not allowed to enter a combat zone, which means that quite a number of our old established steamship lines are forbidden to keep those lines open that goes into the belligerent nations.
Well, that'll mean undoubtedly then considerable loss of trade.
It certainly do.
Now back to the studio, while our reporter is taking his mic to the radio shack of the McTide to interview radio operator Willis. Come on back in, Mr. Lopez and Mr. Willis.
Now, I suppose you know the tradition of the radio operator. He's always the last man to leave the ship, and he sticks to his key and that sort of thing. How do you feel about going across on this trip?
Well, I think that it's going to be quite an adventure. I'm really interested in making this crossing, and not only because I'd like to get back to the Baltic Run and get back to the Scandinavian atmosphere, but I want this little bit of excitement, whatever it may be, and I don't think that there's any possibility at all of being torpedoed. Of course, we always have to run the possibility of being detained by some belligerent nation. Then I think it'll all end up pretty well.
Well, of course, there's one possibility that you didn't think of there, and that is striking a mine.
Oh, well, I hope that won't come to pass.
Yes, we all hope that.
And we're certain that all America hopes so too, Mr. Willis, and that everybody will be watching your trip and its outcome in relation to the workability of the Neutrality Act. Thanks, Captain Otterson and Mr. Willis.
The Woman's Page, an interview with the Rani of Sarawak. Mrs. Viner Brooke is the only white Rani in the world, her husband the only white Raja. They rule over the British Protectorate of Sarawak, a nation of 600,000 souls on the northwest coast of Borneo.
The American Radio Newsreel takes you for an interview with the Rani of Sarawak and Garnett Marks.
First, suppose you tell our listeners the correct method of addressing a Rani and just what that title means.
Well, it makes me a little shy to tell you, but Raja and Rani really means king and queen in our case.
I see. And how did the Brooke family come into the ruling house of Sarawak and when?
Well, very nearly 100. Next year it'll be 100 years ago that they first became Raja of Sarawak, the first man who went out there. James Brooke by name.
Let me come in with an editor's note. Although Sarawak is a British protectorate, the Rani's subjects have no right to vote, but neither do they pay any income tax. Now back to our reporter and the Rani.
Ronnie, could you tell our listeners what demands the British government have made on your country in the way of war materials and men?
Well, it would be very difficult for us to send an army because I can't see a lot of naked ducks in the middle of the German lines. But we send financial help, and that's about all that we really can do from there.
Perhaps the ladies are interested in a style note from Sarawak, as the Rani describes winter fashions for the well-dressed lady potentate.
Well, they're dressed very like I'm dressed now at this moment, in a Malay dress, a little coat, and a sarong, and a golden scarf across my shoulders. That is the Malay dress.
Well, I'm afraid a costume like that would be a trifle chilly for America in December, but thanks for the tip just the same, Mrs. Vina Brooke, the Rani of Sarawak.
The theater page. Otis Skinner reminisces on 60 years before the footlights.
A legendary figure of the American theater, an actor who trooped with the great Edwin Booth. American Radio Newsreel is proud to present an interview with a man who made history and tradition on the stage. Your questioner, Eric Corkhurst, with Mr. Otis Skinner.
Now, what play of the many you've done would you say that you enjoyed playing the most?
My dear boy, whatever I was playing in at the time.
That's fine.
Yeah.
What would you say was the most amusing experience you had that you could recall offhand?
Well, that's rather a hard thing to answer. I think the most amusing experience that I ever had was when I had to make my first entrance and first appearance at Daly's Theatre and had on a perfectly swell dress coat. I had just graduated from the legitimate ranks in the Lawrence Barrett Company to the comedy company of Augustine Daly, and I had a perfectly grand dress coat. I had to make my entrance, having come home supposedly from an afternoon party with my young wife, and take off my outer coat and lay it aside for a moment before going to the opera. As I started to remove my outer coat, the undercoat, being of fragile material, proceeded to slip off with it. I looked down to my right arm and saw a large expanse of white shirt and hastily drew my coat back on that side. I tried the left side. Again, on that side, the expanse of white shirt at the shoulder showed, much to my embarrassment. Meanwhile, the audience commenced to titter. And my manager, Mr. Augustine Daly, was standing looking at his new recruit, saying, "My heavens, what is this young man that I've got hold of? What's he going to do in my company?" Finally, realizing that it couldn't be done if I kept the coat on, I should have to receive the ridicule of the audience, so I deliberately peeled off my outer coat, and in doing so, both coats came off, and then I stood there without any comment at all, separating the two coats. Meanwhile, the sleeves of the undercoat had turned inside out. I'd put them back, put the undercoat on, and received the biggest round of applause that I ever had.
Well, Mr. Skinner, I'll wager that a number of our older listeners will be writing in to tell us that they remember that very entrance.
The Movie Page, backstage with Martha Ray.
Martha Ray, that Hollywood star of songs and snickers, leaves the movie set for a few words to our airwave audience with our Hollywood reporter, Bill Harding.
Martha, how long have you been in the theater?
Oh, I've been in about 20 years.
Oh, you must have started when you were quite young then, didn't you?
3 years old.
Wait a minute, 20 and 3, that makes you just about 23 years old, is that right?
That's right.
Well, you were practically raised on the stage then, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Well, now, how did you happen to invade Hollywood?
Well, that's sort of a long story, but I'll make it kind of short.
We have a lot of time, go right ahead.
All right. You see, when I got a booking to go out to one of the cafes there, one of the cafe clubs, we were supposed to be there about 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So I worked there, and I stayed a little longer, and everybody from the picture industry, they all came in to see me, but nothing happened. They were there night in and night out, so one night they asked me to go over to the Trocadero and work there. It was on a Sunday evening. So I went over, and naturally it was for nothing. And I worked there, and the same people were there, but I don't know, something happened, and they just signed me up Monday morning.
And that was a benefit that turned out contrary to usual benefits then, wasn't it?
Yes, for me.
And now, Bill, ask Martha about that great picture we dreamed up. You know, with all the leading men. Maybe we'll find a producer to buy the scenario.
Martha, how would you enjoy making a picture and having opposite you Charles Boyer, Clark Gable, Robert Taylor, and George Brant?
That was Martha Ray in person and not a mimic. Thanks for the glimpse into the private life of a screen comedienne, Miss Ray. And here's hoping you get over that cold, too.
Page 1, Column 2. American Radio Newsreel interviews a member of Parliament.
Arriving in America by Pan American Clipper is the Right Honorable Roland Robinson, member of English Parliament. At the airport, to snap a candid radio portrait is your microphone reporter, Armand Lopez, to question Roland Robinson.
Well, would you mind telling us just what is your mission here in this country? In short, is there any special reason why you are here at this time?
Yes, there are several reasons for my being here. One of them is private business, and I'm here to purchase plant and machinery for a company of which I am the chairman. But I am also on my way to Canada, where I'm going to join the British Under Secretary of State, who is engaged on setting up a big center for the training of flyers in Canada.
Now, Mr. Robinson, you were in England when the war broke out, I believe. Can you give us a description of England during a blackout?
I was in England when the war broke out. And to live in a blackout is almost unbelievable. The whole country is absolutely pitch black. And nowhere is a light to be shown. Every neon sign is put out. And no light is allowed to show from any private house. No shop window can have a light out. No movie house or theater can show any kind of a light at all. Even the motor cars that can only run with small lights which are almost undistinguishable from a distance. And the blackness is so bad, if there is no moon, you cannot even see halfway across the road. And that, of course, makes it very dangerous for people who have to move about at night.
Pardon the interruption, Mr. Robinson, but almost everyone in America, I am sure, would like to know just how the English people feel about the remote possibility that America might get into this war.
But I do not think it would be right to say that the people of England would look or wish for anything more from America than that you should continue to supply us with the equipment to fight the war at a fair price. Indeed, there is no shortage of manpower.
Then you would sum it up by saying that what England expects is economic support, inasmuch as they believe that they have all the men they need. Is that the answer?
In short, we have more than sufficient manpower, and we do not ask that American boys should be sent across the water to fight this war.
Well, I'm certain that's a welcome piece of information to every American, Mr. Roland Robinson. And coming from a member of Parliament, it probably puts plenty of American fears to rest.
The American Radio Newsreel is produced by Eric Palm, edited by Joseph Johnstone, and released throughout the United States and Canada by Ayers Prescott Incorporated, Radio City, New York. Your announcers, James Clemenger
and Alan Barnes.